Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 716, Volume 9, Chapter 66, Hot Springs. That said, what Morgan called a punishment was really closer to a countermeasure. The 2001 Shiomi family, who came to Kumano Hot Springs, weren't all staying in the same room either. The three girls shared one room. Next door was a double room occupied by 2001 Shiomi and Morgan. Since the two who should have existed in this era were absent, the future Shiomi and Morgan had to step in and fill the gap, so Sakura and the others could feel at ease. Well, those two rooms aren't that far apart anyway. If we're staying separately, then so be it. In the hot spring, Scáthach sat by the edge of the pool, her feet idly stirring the warm water. Having just come out of the bath, her skin glowed with a soft, healthy flush from the heat. Indulging in pleasure and then soaking in a hot spring afterward truly was the height of enjoyment. They all felt the same way. You say Tenkei is getting better and better at making excuses, but you're really no different yourself, Artoria teased with a gentle smile. There's no excuse more proper than for the children's peace of mind. Even we couldn't argue with that. Just because only we're staying in the VIP rooms doesn't mean there's a rule against going back and forth. Tuko pushed her glasses up, the lenses clouded with steam. It wouldn't be a problem if I came over to bother you at night, right? I'd heard you'd been living a fairly self-indulgent life, but I didn't expect you to say something like that so openly. If your younger sister and that witch's descendant heard this, they'd probably be stunned. Morgan didn't refute her. Instead, she smoothly turned it around and mocked Tuko's complete lack of restraint. Magecraft, magic, or whatever else, it's all fleeting, Tuko replied without hesitation. As long as you enjoy the life right in front of you, that's enough. If I still have any attachment at all, it's probably just that. Scáthach couldn't help shaking her head. You treat discarding and switching bodies as something natural, and yet you can still regard every body as yourself. Forget soul degradation. You probably don't even know whether the soul you have now is the original one anymore. I've never thought about that, and I don't need to. Tuko picked up a glass from the tray floating on the water and drained it in one go, then laughed freely. Besides, there's someone who can treat me naturally no matter how many times I change bodies. With that, there's even less reason to care. Adjusting the towel tucked around her, Artoria let out a small laugh. This conversation is getting a bit heavy. Soaking in a hot spring is supposed to be relaxing. What, want a drink, Your Majesty? Tuko pushed the tray over, several glasses still resting on it. As women who support Tenkei together, let's get along. Though we already do. Artoria felt that drinking in a hot spring was a little strange and didn't take her up on the offer for now. Morgan glanced at Scotty, who still hadn't said a word. It's a good thing this allows eating and drinking in the baths. In contrast to Tuko, who was drinking, Scotty was quietly soaking in the water, enjoying an ice cream. She had quickly taken to the method Scáthach had recommended, starting from her very first hot spring soak. After messing around in their room all day, they came over in the evening to reserve the hot spring. Their already relaxed bodies and minds were soothed even further. Scáthach shifted slightly from where she'd been sitting at the edge, then settled back into the water. After all, none of them needed to worry about fainting from soaking too long. By the way, didn't you say earlier that you were going back to your room to investigate where your counterpart from this era and my beloved disciple went? Scáthach asked Morgan, leaning back against the edge of the pool after returning to the water. Did you find anything? Morgan raised an eyebrow slightly. You want to talk about that? Then let's call my husband over first. As she spoke, she lifted her hand and reached out toward the empty space beside the hot spring. The mirror of unity snapped open, followed immediately by an unprepared scream. Shiomi was effortlessly dragged over by Morgan from the neighboring bath. This inn had several hot spring baths, but none of them were mixed. To avoid causing any trouble, Shiomi had been soaking alone in the men's bath the whole time, quietly listening in on their conversation. You're far too careless. If someone had come to assassinate you, your head would already be rolling. Scáthach's tone was sharply critical. Shiomi straightened up a little and rubbed his neck. Who would bother assassinating me? First Hassan. If it were him, then my fate would already be at its end. I wouldn't have anyone else to blame. Besides, you're the only ones nearby. I'm not going to be on guard even against you. That's exactly why I used the mirror magecraft, Morgan said, sounding unsurprised. Anyway, back to the point. After following Sakura and the others to the room, I took the opportunity to check the luggage. There were only daily necessities and a wallet. Nothing else. Weapons and noble phantasms don't need special storage, Shiomi replied. But not even taking the wallet. Going by my habits, that means I expected to be back soon, so I didn't bother bringing anything. Morgan ran a hand over her neatly pinned hair and smiled frankly. That's about right. The problem is, I tried to trace our whereabouts using our belongings, and failed, quite cleanly, in fact. Cleanly and failed really don't belong in the same sentence, Scáthach said, stifling a laugh. Looks like you both have a habit of leaving no traces, Toko commented. You've treated your personal items with magecraft, haven't you? So even if someone tried to track them with magecraft, it wouldn't work. You're not being hunted or subjected to a sealing designation, yet you live like this all the time. Artoria couldn't help but sound worried. Isn't that exhausting? Scáthach slung an arm around Shiomi's shoulders. It's just a habit drilled into us as magi. It doesn't do any harm, so there's no reason to change it. After all, if you can't even imagine yourself going missing, how could you possibly predict that your future self would come back to investigate something like this? Then we can basically conclude that this disappearance was completely unplanned for the 2001 version of me and Morgan, Shiomi said with understanding. More than just outside our expectations. Combined with the fact that this is a singularity, it's safe to say the cause lies with the singularity itself. Even so, if we're going to investigate, we'll need to rethink our approach, Scotty added at that point. And the guests staying at this inn right now aren't exactly ordinary. First, we should clarify what this place is so-called. Before Scotty could finish, voices drifted over from the changing room. Sakura and the others were chatting about soaking in the hot springs, mentioning that Morgan had reserved the entire bath, so there was nothing to worry about. Morgan let out a helpless smile. Looks like the rest will have to wait. Let's just enjoy the hot springs for now. As she spoke, she lifted her hand and gave a light push. When Scáthach released her arm, Shiomi was swallowed once more by the mirror of union. Almost at the same time, the sound of the three girls sliding open the bathhouse door rang out, followed by the splash and rush of water from next door. Mother is with her friends. Maybe we should come back later, Sakura said hastily, thinking they might be intruding. Morgan waved her hand dismissively. No need. Now is fine. It's not some formal occasion. With her approval, the three girls immediately joined the others in the hot springs. Chapter 717, Volume 9, Chapter 67, Since we've run into each other, let's borrow some money. Kumano Hot Springs is divided into two sections, the new building and the old building. The new building is a modern structure with 8 floors, housing a wide variety of guest rooms. All guests stay there. The old building, by contrast, is a classic Japanese-style structure. The two buildings are connected by both an elevated corridor and a ground-level passage. Each side has its own distinct hot spring baths, and guests are free to choose whichever they prefer. Beyond that, the hot springs are said to possess 5 secret baths capable of granting wishes. A bath that restores youth. A bath that fulfills love. A bath that transforms women into men. A bath that brings peace to the whole family. And a bath that banishes shoulder stiffness. It's said that the first person to enter alone each morning can have their wish granted. For the Chaldea group, who only bathed at night, that rumor held no real meaning. Toko was the last to emerge from the east side bathhouse of the old building. She casually adjusted the sleeves of her yukata. It had been a long time since she'd last dressed like this. She had experienced hot springs all over the world during her travels, but soaking in a bath back in her homeland was something she hadn't done in ages. So I really do feel something you could call homesickness, she murmured. Pushing her glasses up, Toko walked down the corridor, instinctively examining her own body as she went. At its core, ray shifting was a thaumaturgical process that converted physical matter into spirit particles and transferred them to arbitrary coordinates. This technology, made practical only with the support of the Atlas Institute, allowed masters to be sent to different eras. In essence, it was based on concepts akin to the projection and observation of object data. At its heart, the system transformed the master and servant entering the container into an unknown state where life and death overlapped, then transferred that portion of spirit particles to the destination. During this interval, the Chaldea container was completely isolated from the outside world, and its internal definition became null. Originally, Chaldea's was used to secure accurate data for ray-shift destinations. The new Chaldea could largely achieve the same results, but only for eras relatively close to the post-2017 bleached world. For example, the year 2001. So basically, it's something like time travel. Toko let out a languid sigh. I wonder how much of an overlap there is between this and what the 5th magic passed down in the Aozaki family can do. She voiced the comparison, but the moment the words left her mouth, her interest faded. Ray-shifting really was an extraordinary experience. Her ability to adapt to it was, in a sense, cheating, meeting its demands by modifying her own body. Any spare body would also need to carry on those adjustments, adapting to the same changes. Letting her thoughts drift aimlessly, Toko considered where to go next. They hadn't left the hot springs together, and since everyone would end up back in their rooms anyway, she had much more freedom to move around. Should she stop by the lobby and relax in one of the massage chairs, or maybe pick up a pack of cigarettes? After all, those couldn't be brought along during ray shifting. Though her nicotine dependence wasn't particularly strong, she hadn't smoked a single cigarette since arriving at the hot springs. Toko found the restraint, predictably enough, a little dull. And this trip wasn't just a leisurely soak, either. It came bundled with an unresolved singularity in the whereabouts of the two people from 2001, still unknown. She needed a bit of nicotine to kick her sluggish brain into gear. After all, it wasn't like she could just go pop some amphetamines. If Shiomi caught her doing that, he'd nag her endlessly, only to end up sulking on his own because he never had the heart to actually stop her bad habits. There was a vending machine in the lobby of the new building that sold cigarettes. But when she reached it, she realized she hadn't brought any money with her. Just as she was debating whether to head back upstairs, uneven footsteps sounded nearby. Two people walked over. Ayoko and Alice. The spacious hotel lobby was, by some twist of fate, completely empty at this hour. There wasn't a single guest in sight, and even the owner who usually handled reception was nowhere to be found. Night. A silent building. And the three of them. It brought back memories of the old schoolhouse at Misaki High. Compared to Ayoko and Alice's slightly tense expressions, Toko looked utterly relaxed. Oh, perfect timing. I was just worrying about this, Toko said casually to Ayoko. Do you have any money on you? Lend me a little so I can buy some cigarettes. I can't bring myself to use magecraft on a vending machine over something this trivial. Ayoko, who had been ready to ask her own questions, was completely blindsided by her sister's request. She froze, then made a helpless face. I don't have any money. Huh? Oh. Well. Toko paused, then thought it over and found it hard to argue. After all, they were sisters. Neither of them belonged to this era, and Ayoko probably hadn't brought anything unnecessary with her, money included. Then I'll ask someone else. Toko turned her head toward the person standing slightly behind Ayoko. Alice Kwanji, do you have any money? Alice said nothing. It wasn't so much silence as it was an unspoken message. Even if I did have money, I wouldn't lend it to you. That's just hopeless, Ayoko said, a trace of disgust creeping into her expression. When did you turn into someone like this? You're starting to resemble those upperclassmen who shake people down for cash at school. It's just borrowing money. Do you really need to react like that? Toko sighed, leaning back against the vending machine. So then, what is it? Did you come over to reminisce, or to settle accounts? As she spoke, Toko noticed the bags in Ayoko and Alice's hands. They were probably planning to go soak in the hot springs together. Originally forced into cohabitation with the intent of killing each other, the two had ended up becoming friends after all. That bond hadn't faded with time. Doing things like heading to the baths together was only natural now. No, Ayoko said. I'm just confused about why you're here. And why you're moving around with those strange, dangerous people. What exactly are all of you doing, gathering here like this? I already explained, Toko replied with a shrug. This place has turned into a singularity. People living in this era can't perceive it, but from the future, we observed a distortion here. We came to correct human history. Alice stared at Toko. To me, you don't look like the kind of magus who worries about humanity's future. True enough, Toko said lightly. But think about it this way. If one day you saw all civilization on this planet vanish, leaving behind nothing but a blank slate, what would you do as one of the last humans left? She smiled indifferently as she shifted her gaze toward Alice. The witch over there can think about it too. Though I'm not sure how much you actually care about human civilization, or, to put it another way, about human history. Chapter 718, Volume 9, Chapter 68, Making Inquiries. Toko's words went far beyond what Ayoko had expected. The reason Ayoko Aozaki appeared in this year, 2001, in her past form was precisely because, if things were left alone, the entire world would be destroyed. And now, her sister was suddenly saying that at some point in the future, the world had already been destroyed. It was almost as if she were saying, let me say this first. Even though you, Ayoko, won't tell us the details of this singularity, I can tell you that the destruction of the world I mentioned has nothing to do with this place. Toko took off her glasses. In an instant, her voice changed, her tone turning cold, low, and almost masculine. After all, we're in the middle of dealing with the crisis facing human order itself, still in the process of uncovering the truth. Is that so? The tension in Ayoko's body eased slightly. Toko, however, smiled with clear interest at the reaction. Now I'm a little curious myself. If we leave this anomaly alone, what would happen to a world that's already been destroyed? That really leaves me speechless, Alice said. Are you planning to overwrite one destruction with another, Tuko? Though she didn't sound especially invested, Alice still followed the implications of what Tuko had revealed and found herself thinking it through. If the world truly ended, what should she do as a survivor? As a pure-blooded witch, Alice possessed an abnormal form of immortality. Unless certain conditions were met, she wouldn't disappear even if the planet itself died. But on a planet where everything had vanished, where even Ayoko and that person were gone. That's hard to say. I'm just throwing out a hypothetical, Tuko said with a cold laugh. Only the humans of that era can interfere with the quantum time lock and decide which future comes next. If the humans living in this era make a choice, wouldn't it be interesting to see whether the subsequent future disappears and gets reconstructed? What part of using humanity's destruction as an experiment is supposed to be interesting? Ayoko asked, her eyes still closed. Tuko put her glasses back on. Her voice softened, returning to its usual gentle cadence, carrying the composed intellect of a mature woman. There's nothing interesting about it. I'm just explaining the situation to you. She truly wasn't the type to worry about humanity's future. Someone who wasn't even particularly attached to her own existence had no reason to obsess over the fate of humanity as a whole. Still, when the moment actually arrived, when someone important reached out and asked whether she would fight alongside them to save the world, she found herself inexplicably stirred, her blood heating up. Of course, Tuko suspected that her sudden enthusiasm might be due to something else entirely. I see. Ayoko couldn't quite calm down, but there was nothing she could do about it. Only those present at the time could deal with matters of that moment. And if it was something even further in the future, all she could do was trust the unreliable older sister standing in front of her. But putting that aside, there's something I want to confirm with Alice Kwanji, Tuko said, turning her gaze toward her. If this is about money, forget it. I won't lend you any, Alice replied flatly. Tuko let out a helpless, wry laugh. It's not about money. What I want to ask is related to the guests staying here. Huh? Ayoko blinked in confusion. Leaving everyone else aside, did the Shiomi family, the ones who brought 3 girls with them, also come here to participate in the exorcism competition? Tuko asked. Alice lowered her eyes and thought for a moment. As far as I remember, they were just here on vacation. But after hearing about the competition and realizing who I was, that man said exorcism would be good training for an inexperienced magus. So they weren't involved at first, but since they happened to run into it, they decided to join in. Tuko considered that for a moment. It really did sound like Shiomi. He didn't go looking for trouble, but he wasn't afraid of it either. Judging from how he had raised Sakura and Caren in Chaldea, he had genuinely nurtured both girls into independent magus without ever losing his basic human decency. You could see just how much thought he put into things from that alone. Wait, this doesn't add up, does it? Ayoko realized there was a detail that wouldn't click into place. Your thing, big sis, isn't it from the future too, like you? Then what Alice just said. So you noticed, Tuko said with a smile. Tenkei and his wife, who originally belonged to this era and came here on a family trip, have both vanished. According to the owner, they disappeared 3 days ago. In other words, while investigating this singularity, the Chaldea group also had to recover the missing Shiomi and Morgan. After all, if those 2 from 2001 simply vanished, there was no way to predict how the Human Order Foundation value would treat that outcome once the singularity was resolved, or what kind of impact it would have on the present-day Shiomi and Morgan. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say their survival could be at stake. Is that so? Ayoko kept one eye closed, like she was trying to work something out, but before she could organize her thoughts, she ran straight into a dead end. Anyway, if you find out anything else later, you can tell me, if you feel like it, Tuko said with a casual wave. If you don't, then go tell them directly. I will, Alice said, and turned away first. They had only run into each other by chance on the way down to the hot springs. Alice didn't really trust Tuko, so she'd come over with Ayoko to test the waters. Ayoko hurried after Alice. She'd wanted to complain to her older sister to her face about something, but she'd lost the chance. Watching them leave, Tuko pushed herself off the vending machine and considered going back to Shiomi to get some money for cigarettes. Only for Shiomi to appear behind her, as naturally as a petal settling onto a tatami mat. Are you always that tense with each other? Shiomi asked, worried. Well, we did fight back then, and we were both trying to kill each other. And I don't think we're exactly at each other's throats. We're just not that close. She answered without thinking, then paused. A beat later, her face brightened into an easy, delighted smile. When did you get here? I didn't sense your presence at all. Just a bit of Land of Shadows stealth, Shiomi said. It's nothing compared to a proper assassin. I came downstairs to look for you, saw the 2 of you here, and stayed nearby to watch. If you started fighting, I was going to pull you into my reality marble so you wouldn't wreck the inn. If it came to that, I wouldn't be caught unprepared, Tuko said with a laugh, shaking her head. By the way, do you have any money on you? I knew it. Shiomi held out his hand. In his palm were several 500 yen coins. Here. Toko reached out to take them. The moment her fingers closed around the coins, Shiomi wrapped an arm around her waist and kissed her deeply. What was that for all of a sudden? Because once you smoke, the kisses start tasting like tobacco. I didn't want to waste the chance. So you don't like the smell of smoke on me? No. It's just, it feels completely different when it's there and when it isn't. You're pretty particular. Toko kissed him back. With her free hand, she fed the coins into the vending machine, and the cigarettes dropped into the dispenser slot. Chapter 719, Chapter 719, Volume 9, Chapter 69, Night Talk, 1. When he returned to the room, Shiomi was met with a scene that made his jaw drop. Scáthach and Scotty each had Sakura and Caren sitting in their laps, while Artoria was holding Rin Tosaka, who looked like she was cooperating only under protest. All of them were gathered in front of the large television in the hotel room, playing the fighting game console provided by the inn. What is all this supposed to be? By sheer coincidence, on the way back with Toko, he had jokingly swiped her glasses and put them on to amuse himself. As he spoke now, Shiomi instinctively reached up to adjust the glasses on his face. What else would it be? Morgan said calmly from the long table behind them, peeling an orange. They're not in a hurry to go to bed, so they're keeping the children company. I don't recall our family having a habit of conducting nighttime magecraft training while traveling. Even so. Shiomi saw a hand wave in front of his face. Toko reached over and reclaimed her glasses. It's probably a kind of compensatory behavior, Toko said softly after putting them back on, her tone perceptive yet gentle. After all, the only one who truly stayed by your side and raised children with you was Morgan. Oh. Understanding dawned on Shiomi all at once, and he let out a sound that was equal parts resignation and acceptance. Opportunities like this really were rare. Whether it had been his mentor, or Artoria and Scotty, by the time they met Sakura and Caren, the two girls had already grown into adults capable of standing on their own. Now, within the singularity, they were seeing Sakura and Caren still young, still inexperienced. As Shiomi's partners, it was only natural that a bit of curiosity would arise, a desire to see what it felt like to get along with children and play with them like this. Since he hadn't had any strong objections to begin with, once he understood, Shiomi simply settled down. He leaned against the table and watched Morgan peel her orange at an unhurried pace. She was attempting to remove the peel in one continuous piece while keeping the fruit itself intact. Staring at her hands as she worked, Shiomi gradually felt his tension melt away. The television filled the room with the sharp impact sounds of the fighting game. With Scáthach and the others accompanying them, Sakura and the rest alternated between stubborn shouts of refusal to lose and carefree, happy laughter. Amidst all that liveliness, the noise slowly wove itself into a kind of harmony. Shiomi's mind naturally grew empty, and his eyelids began to droop. Want some? Morgan asked. Noticing his gaze fixed on the peeled orange, she broke off a segment and fed it to him. Already half asleep, Shiomi jolted slightly at being fed like that. He shook his head faintly, the fruit still held between his lips. Morgan leaned in again and reclaimed the piece he hadn't swallowed. Shiomi was left speechless, unsure how he was supposed to feel about that. If you're tired, you can go to sleep first, Toko said. There's no need to force yourself to stay up with everyone else. It's already past 11, normally, you'd be in bed by now. No, I'm fine, Shiomi said, propping his chin up with one hand. I just suddenly feel this hard-to-describe sense of relaxation. Not thinking about anything, not doing anything, just sitting here and letting time slip by. As he spoke, he lay down, resting his head on Morgan's thigh and wrapping his arms around her waist. You really are completely relaxed, aren't you? Toko clicked her tongue lightly and reached out, idly stroking Shiomi's soft hair. Ah, are you dissatisfied because I'm not sleeping in your arms, Toko? Shiomi teased in a muffled voice, though he made no move to distribute his attention more evenly. Toko propped her chin on one hand and turned to look at Shiomi, eyes closed as he lay in Morgan's embrace. I wouldn't get worked up over something like that. What I'm more curious about is whether, deep down, you actually want to see a scene where we fight over you. Don't say things that terrifying. Shiomi shuddered. I tried imagining it for just a moment, and if it really came to that, the world would probably face a crisis no less severe than the bleaching of human order. That would be a truly unforgivable sin on my part. Honestly, why does your imagination run that far? Morgan said, unable to hold back a laugh. Fighting over him wasn't something Morgan found objectionable. But there was no need for it in reality. Because he was right here, unmistakably hers and theirs. The world of magecraft is also a world of imagination. Without enough imagination, you can't create anything truly new, Toko said, smoothly shifting the topic. It was precisely that imagination and creativity that had allowed her to create puppets whose mystery surpassed their era. But you know, Shiomi said, when you do things, you don't really care about things like equivalent exchange, trouble, or money, do you? I think you once said that just to recreate a pizza you saw on TV, you used up 3 chickens and a whole cow, and in the end you only got a single pizza out of it. That was Toko's way of doing things. Results mattered more to her than the process. It had been the same with the Twin Towers incident. To achieve the result of obtaining the foundation of the primordial runes, she'd accepted BB's temptation and challenged Shiomi directly. She hadn't even bothered thinking about how to win. She'd just fought him head-on. These days, I don't waste things to that extent, Toko said with a laugh. If you want to eat it, I could try using the inn's kitchen. Let's spare the inn, Shiomi said, gesturing lightly. I'd rather not have it show up in the Human Order Foundation value as having lost a bunch of supplies. Cooking isn't really your strong suit anyway. I'll make it for you. Speaking of the Human Order Foundation value, Toko shot back with a smile as she withdrew her hand. Aren't you being rather extravagant with your past self's money right now too? Morgan set down the orange she still hadn't finished peeling. Extravagant. It was our money to begin with. It's just a question of when we use it, isn't it? Hey. Shiomi couldn't help but protest. That way of thinking really does suit Ayoko. No, I suppose it suits the 5th magic, Toko said, shaking her head. Morgan raised an eyebrow slightly. You once fought your younger sister, the one who inherited the 5th magic. Is that perspective something you arrived at from that experience? You could call it understanding, Toko replied, her expression growing a touch more academic as she looked at Morgan. Since we have such a rare opportunity, let me ask you something personal. By making use of the peculiar nature of the Lost Belt and 2,000 years' worth of magical energy, you recreated the 3rd magic to save his soul after it was tainted by a sacrificial god's curse. When you touched the root during that process, what did you feel? Nothing at all, Morgan answered. Especially after learning that Magus throughout proper human history exhausted countless generations of their lives just to pursue that thing. Knowing that only reinforced the feeling. Chapter 720, Volume 9, Chapter 70, Night Talk, 1. Morgan's words made Toko freeze in surprise. A moment later, she let out a knowing smile, her voice carrying a hint of genuine respect. How arrogant, but only someone like you could make that arrogance feel so perfectly justified. Shiomi, meanwhile, pushed himself up with a slight groan, rubbing his head as if he had a headache. You two, are you seriously holding an impromptu symposium called Magecraft or Magic right now? He muttered, half asleep as he complained about the direction of their conversation. No, we're just saying whatever comes to mind, Toko replied casually, leaning against the table. We're going to be together for a long time from here on out, whether as companions or as people close to you. It's only natural to understand each other a bit better. Besides, the things Magus talk about are always the same old topics anyway, aren't they? Shiomi nodded vaguely, then flopped back down again. This is pointless. Typical genius Magus thinking. I really can't keep up with you two. You say that, yet you're a Magus from the age of gods that even I can't reach, and you still claim you're not interested in magecraft, Toko shot back without mercy. Tenkei, you're surprisingly arrogant yourself. That kind of arrogance isn't strange at all, Morgan said, looking quietly proud. As the disciple who spent the longest time at Scáthach's side, and the only one who learned all of her skills, if my husband didn't have even a shred of pride in his own abilities, I'd be disappointed long before his master ever was. As she spoke, Morgan felt the Shiomi in her arms go completely slack, deflating like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Even if you praise me that much, there's no reward, Shiomi said with a wry smile. So when you asked Morgan earlier about how it felt to use magic, Toko, was that because when you lost to your sister back then, her answer to you was, I don't understand it at all? Yes, Toko said, nodding to herself. The one she had truly wanted revenge against had never been Ayoko, but the Magus family that had twisted both her and her sister, the Aozaki family that gave birth to them. Yet when Toko was defeated and finally asked Ayoko what she felt, that baffling answer became the trigger that allowed Toko to let go of her obsession. After she stopped clinging so fiercely to magecraft and magic, she went on to meet someone in Tokyo who was innately connected to the root. Looking back, it felt like an absurd, almost laughable twist of fate. Whether it's a magician who inherited magic, or a one-time magician, Toko concluded, they end up sharing some strangely similar traits. Is that so? Morgan said, unconcerned. It was said that the first magic was the result, while the remaining 4 were merely means to reach a goal. But when Morgan recreated the 3rd magic just that once, it was entirely for a single outcome. She felt no sense of kinship with the magicians of proper human history. Whether they were similar or not was nothing more than someone else's subjective judgment. It wasn't something she needed to care about. Ah, never mind, Shiomi said, shifting slightly to adjust how his head rested on Morgan's thigh. I was getting sleepy earlier, but listening to you talk woke me right up. I was planning to bring this up tomorrow, but I'll say a bit now. Hearing the hint of seriousness beneath his relaxed tone, both women nodded and waited for him to continue. Because of the rumors about these hot springs granting wishes, I originally wondered whether it was all just a story, he said. But when I was soaking in them, I could definitely feel the influence of the ley lines here. We know that much, Toko replied. The power is very weak, but it might genuinely be capable of fulfilling specific wishes. More precisely, it would only work for those 5 types, she continued. Healing the body through the land's ley lines, or bestowing blessings on bathers who meet certain conditions, things like that. It's likely a special belief that's been passed down for several centuries, finally putting its intended function to work. No, what I mean is, Shiomi shook his head. The land's ley lines have clearly shifted. They're no longer converging around this hot spring inn. Oh. Morgan's expression turned intrigued. If they weren't deliberately investigating, changes in the land's ley lines wouldn't be obvious. But Shiomi was different. As his control and understanding of authority deepened, and as he steeled himself to become a new god, he could pick up on things that others might not notice even if they went looking for them. It's like someone's taken control of the land around here, Shiomi continued, and made the land restructure its fundamental operation with that person at the center. Morgan narrowed her eyes. You mean like in the Mesopotamian singularity, when Quetzalcoatl altered the southern lands around Uar and Eridu? Correct. Shiomi folded his arms. This isn't just someone taking the ley lines and then adjusting them through magecraft. Toko broke into a slight cold sweat. It's a rewrite of the rules. A god could dominate a land and rewrite it into a land suited to that god. If a god from a radically different civilization descended, they could even reshape the landscape entirely. In a sense, that kind of authority was a cheating power on par with magic. But when you went to the Hell Hall during the day, you also set foot in the mountains, Morgan said. The land here hasn't changed to that extent, and the ley lines haven't completely transformed, which is why we couldn't sense it. But Shiomi already had the qualifications to become a god. Once he made up his mind to ascend to the seat of the gods, he could perceive this kind of change far more clearly. So who is it? Toko offered a hypothesis. Could it be the local earth deity? Since this was a singularity, and something like divine power was acting on the land, they had to consider that possibility. The scale of the singularity itself is very small, Morgan said, rubbing her chin. Small enough that we could ignore it. If it's being caused by an abnormality in an earth deity, that does make a certain amount of sense. Shiomi stared at the ceiling, thinking as he explained slowly. But it's still only a hypothesis, and even if it's just a local earth deity, a god with the boost that comes from faith and recognition is probably the kind of opponent you don't want to take lightly. If you do, it'll become a real headache. Tomorrow, we'll start by investigating the entire inn. Then we'll try sending familiars deep into the undeveloped mountain forest to explore. So you mean we set up a summoning system and call servants to help? Morgan asked. No. With his eyes still closed, Shiomi raised a finger with a smug little look. Since we're all rune magus, let's investigate in a more rune-like way. Chapter 721, Volume 9, Chapter 71, What to Do If You Wake Up in Morgan's Arms. Shiomi felt himself enveloped by a faint, lingering fragrance. It was as though he had sunk into a sea of clouds, wrapped in a soft, warm embrace that filled him with an overwhelming sense of peace. Light seeped through his tightly shut eyelids, however, reminding him that morning had already arrived. Realizing that a new day had come, Shiomi slowly opened his eyes, and at once understood why, in that half-dreaming state, he had felt the way he did. He was being held in someone's arms, his entire face buried in soft breasts, with only a narrow gap left for him to breathe. As his mind gradually cleared, Shiomi recognized the owner of that gentle scent. He turned his cheek slightly and pressed a kiss against the exposed skin where her chest parted. In response to his teasing, Morgan let out an instinctive, alluring hum. Smiling quietly to himself, pleased that his guess had been right, Shiomi shifted back a little. Only then did he realize that Morgan had been holding him like this the whole night through. Waking up and thinking about things like that, my husband really is beyond saving, Morgan teased. Making someone like you into a god who saves the world might not be such a good idea. She had clearly been awake for some time already. Instead of getting up, she had kept holding him, lying together on the tatami and passing the time until he woke. You're holding me this tightly, with such a magnificent view right in front of me. If I didn't do anything, wouldn't that be terribly disrespectful to you? Shiomi replied frankly, trying to justify himself. Morgan's hand slid to the side of his neck. As she stroked him, Shiomi couldn't help but laugh along with her. So. I fell asleep like this last night, he asked. Late into the night, his master and the others had joined the discussion, sometimes analyzing things seriously, sometimes using Shiomi himself as the butt of their jokes. As for when he had actually fallen asleep, even Shiomi couldn't say for sure. He and Morgan had slept right there on the tatami in the room, without even laying out bedding, sharing nothing more than a single blanket draped over them for warmth. Beyond that, the night had passed, leaving both of them a little disheveled. Yes. This was our room to begin with, Morgan said. So we just slept here. You were sleeping so soundly last night that I couldn't bring myself to wake you to set up the bedding. Shiomi's hand rested idly at Morgan's waist. At least you could have gone and slept on the bed yourself, he said. Sleeping on the floor must have been uncomfortable. Compared to sleeping rough in the open, this is much better, Morgan said softly with a gentle smile. And holding my husband like this feels rather wonderful. I slept very well last night too. That works too? Shiomi asked, genuinely surprised. After all, it's always been you holding me. There was never really the chance or the occasion for it to be the other way around. As she spoke, Morgan shifted and wrapped him up again, settling his head fully against her chest while gently stroking his hair. Back during our pilgrimage through Britannia, you were always the one who did this for me. Hearing her say that, Shiomi smiled as well. You lost so much, until only I was left by your side. I don't really understand what it feels like to lose things, since I've always been gaining, but I do know how to make you feel at ease. Holding you close and coaxing you to sleep is the best way I could think of. Very effective. Extremely effective. Morgan curled in closer, resting her chin on the crown of his head. Whenever I wake alone in the dead of night after dreaming about the destruction of the land of rain, I always find myself already in your arms, firmly protected by your warmth. Only then can I quickly shake off the remnants of the nightmare and tuck myself even deeper into your embrace to fall asleep again. A warmth that will never be lost. A place that is always safe. I know, Shiomi said quietly. When you wake up like that, your body trembles. That wakes me too. You knew. But you never reacted, Morgan said, clearly surprised, though not entirely so. In moments like that, doing nothing and just holding you is actually better for you, Shiomi replied. I don't know if that was the right choice. It was absolutely right. Morgan happily rubbed her cheek against his hair. Compared to deliberately waking up to comfort me, keeping things as they were was better. If every time she woke from a nightmare Shiomi also woke up, she knew she would inevitably feel guilty, and his kindness would turn into an inexplicable burden. Fortunately, Shiomi had foreseen that possibility and carefully helped her avoid it. Now, looking back after everything had passed, the memories that remained were woven only of quiet, lingering happiness. Shiomi smiled in understanding, let the topic rest, and then asked in a deliberately serious tone. My wife, may I ask you something? Ask whatever you like, my husband. There's no need for formality between us, Morgan replied, mimicking his tone. What time is it now? Breakfast time has probably already passed. Then shouldn't we get up? Shiomi asked. If we stay in bed until late morning, setting aside whether my master and the others come to laugh at us, it wouldn't be a very good example for Sakura and the others. Once we return and the singularity is repaired, Sakura and the others won't remember what happened here, Morgan said calmly. There's no need to worry about education. Shiomi gave a quiet, agreeing sigh and sat up halfway on the tatami, lifting himself out of Morgan's arms. As he moved, Morgan sat up as well. The inzukata hung loosely on her, the collar slipping open nearly to her abdomen and revealing a generous sweep of fair skin. You're right. No one's rushing us anyway. Shiomi lifted his hand and let it rest at Morgan's neck, just beneath the edge of her yukata. So I really wasn't wrong. My husband truly is beyond saving. Morgan teased him even as she tilted her face up, allowing his hand to wander toward her shoulder. Even when the yukata slid completely off her shoulder, leaving her smooth, luminous body fully exposed to the slightly damp morning air, she didn't stop him. I felt a little bad about yesterday, you know. I'm just making up for it, Shiomi said, defending himself without the slightest hesitation. It wasn't bad enough to need making up for, Morgan replied with a lazy smile, leaning in toward him, ready to kiss. Shiomi suddenly pulled back. I haven't brushed my teeth yet. There's no obvious smell. Once in a while is perfectly tolerable, Morgan said softly. Sometimes I really envy fairies. Even after a whole night, they still smell so nice, Shiomi murmured, lowering his head to speak near her lips. Hee. Morgan laughed, her body trembling slightly. As she did, the yukata slipped free before Shiomi's hand even moved. She lifted her now bare arms and wrapped them tightly around Shiomi's neck, her long, slender arms smooth and warm like jade in the morning sunlight. Chapter 722, Volume 9, Chapter 72, Huh? How did you die? Later. Stepping out of the room, Shiomi followed behind Morgan, helping her straighten the haori over her yukata so she looked neat and properly dressed. It's been a long time since we've taken a hot spring trip like this, Morgan said, casually smoothing the wide sleeves of her yukata. Yeah. We slept right through breakfast. After waking up, we didn't even bother eating and went straight to, well, having fun, Shiomi laughed. Good thing the kids are independent enough that they don't need us hovering over them. Anyway, let's ask the inn if they have anything to eat at this hour, Morgan said. They probably do, though if I remember right, the food here is just average. Not bad, but nothing memorable either, Shiomi said, thinking it over. If it really comes to it, I can ask whether we can borrow the kitchen. Since we're here to relax, there's no need to act like we do at home, Morgan shook her head. Well, that's true. While they were discussing what to eat as a substitute for the breakfast they'd missed, Sakura suddenly rushed over after stepping out of the elevator on the 8th floor. Dad. Mother-sama. Sakura said, slightly out of breath and visibly tense. What happened? Why are you in such a panic? Shiomi put a hand on her shoulder, signaling her to calm down and speak slowly. A mix of shock and uncertainty surfaced on Sakura's young face. Someone's dead. The moment she said it, the relaxed mood between Shiomi and Morgan vanished. With Sakura leading the way, they immediately headed for the scene of the incident, one of the 5 legendary secret hot springs said to grant wishes, the Rejuvenation Spring. Already there were the Chaldea crew, the inn's owner, Alice Kwanji, and a man none of them recognized. The other guests had been kept waiting in the lobby. As for the victim, it was Aoko Aozaki. Shiomi stepped closer to Aoko's body, an expression of disbelief spreading across his face. Judging by that reaction, it seems you've noticed something, the unfamiliar man said. Before that, who are you supposed to be? Shiomi raised an eyebrow. Based on how you're dressed and how you're moving around here, you look like a plainclothes officer who showed up after getting a report. Mind showing some ID? The man introduced himself. My name is Tobemaru Tsukiji. I'm a detective. Oh, a detective, Shiomi replied. He couldn't help thinking of El Meloy too, who often did similar work, though the cases he dealt with were always tied to Magus affairs. At that point, Toko spoke up, taking over the conversation. He was a classmate of Aoko's and Alice's back when they were in high school. He opened an agency in Tokyo and became fairly well known as a detective, Alice Kwanji added. She spoke with a faint smile, a trace of teasing in her expression, and showed no visible grief over Aoko's death at all. Pulling friends who just want to live quietly into a world he finds interesting. I imagine he enjoys himself every single day, don't you? Well, thanks for putting it so tactfully, Tobemaru Tsukiji said, looking exhausted. His gaze shifted to Shiomi. You were just called out of your room by your daughter, yet your reaction upon seeing the body was the most unusual. Care to explain? He repeated the same question as before. It's nothing special, Shiomi said. I just figured out how Toko's sister died, and I was surprised by the method. He looked toward Toko. No external injuries, no bleeding. She looked like she died naturally, but it wasn't a natural death. I sensed residual rune magecraft on her body. Death runes, most likely. Since this was a singularity, there was no need to hide mystery. No one would remember anything afterward anyway. Besides, they all had the cover of being psychics hired by the inn's owner. That much was confirmed before the detective arrived, Toko said. The real question is who did it. Right now, the detective is questioning every guest. Not questioning them with all my might, Tobemaru Tsukiji corrected. Just doing what I can. It wasn't false modesty. He was simply stating the truth. Shiomi spread his hands. That's the problem. A big one. There are 5 magi here who are proficient with runes. In other words, all of us are suspects. You say that, but you already have someone in mind, don't you? Scáthach asked. Who else could it be? Shiomi said with a sly glance at Toko. Obviously, the older sister who still has unresolved issues with her little sister. Toko froze for a moment, then nodded in understanding. From a motive standpoint, I'd be a perfect fit as Aoko's killer. But I'm hardly the only one with a motive. You mean Kwanji has, Shiomi said with a knowing smile, trying to redirect the suspicion. I mean you, Toko said, pointing straight at him. You disliked Aoko, felt sorry for me, and decided to do the dirty work behind my back. It's not impossible. Do I really look like some kind of, mentally unstable man? Shiomi pointed at himself, doing his best to look innocent. Toko pushed up her glasses. Not mentally unstable. Just overprotective. But I was with both of you last night, Shiomi replied calmly. Our alibis can all cross-check each other. Especially since the last time I saw your sister, she was heading to the hot springs with Miss Kwanji. On the other hand, you could have called your sister out after we fell asleep. The talks broke down, you caught her off guard, and killed her with death runes. But I can't beat Aoko, Toko said, shaking her head. You'd have better odds than me. In your current state, you might not be that helpless, Shiomi said, shaking his head as well. Listening to them, Tobemaru Tsukiji felt his head start to ache. Toko and Shiomi sounded like they were just bickering and tossing blame back and forth. Both were still suspects, yet neither side had said anything that could actually prove guilt. How long do you two plan to keep arguing here? Alice Quanji said, a hint of displeasure showing on her face. Or are you trying to use this opportunity to pin the murder on each other, settle some messy personal entanglements, and avoid future trouble? That's right, Tobemaru Tsukiji said. If you can't clear yourselves of suspicion or provide information that helps the case, please wait in the lobby. He looked directly at Tuko. I've heard your relationship with Aozaki wasn't good, but seeing your sister dead in front of you and showing no grief at all is hard to watch. You're blood relatives, aren't you? The righteous, heartfelt rebuke made Tuko hesitate. For a brief moment, she even wondered if she really had been acting out of place. She stopped trading barbs with Shiomi. So that's how it is, how pitiful, Alice Quanji said quietly, directing her sympathy at Tobemaru Tsukiji. Still clinging to illusions about Ayoko even after graduation. In any case, we can't just leave Aozaki's body lying here. We need to. Just as Tobemaru Tsukiji was about to arrange Ayoko's remains, someone pushed the door open and hurried into the bathhouse, squeezing through the crowd. That person was none other than Ayoko Aozaki herself, the very one who had been lying there. Well then, she said, why don't we hear what the deceased has to say? Knowing the general nature of the fifth law, both Shiomi and Tuko turned their eyes toward Ayoko at the same time. Chapter 723, Volume 9, Chapter 73, The Second Ayoko. Later, in the sky room on the 8th floor where the Chaldea team was staying. Ayoko Aozaki, who had abruptly appeared in front of her own corpse, was brought here for questioning. Besides Shiomi, who appeared suspicious, and Tobemaru Tsukiji, the detective in charge of investigating and gathering evidence, Tuko Aozaki and Alice Quanji were also present. The others, though still under suspicion, were temporarily dismissed to move about freely. After all, even if Ayoko, as the victim, had appeared alongside her own corpse, the fact remained that a murder had unquestionably taken place. In terms of both motive and capability, Shiomi and Tuko Aozaki, who both knew Ayoko Aozaki, could not be ruled out. Morgan, meanwhile, put on an expression that clearly said, my husband has worked hard to clear his suspicions, so I'll go rest, and left with Scáthach and the others to enjoy tea and sweets. So then, would you mind explaining what's going on, Ayoko Aozaki? Shiomi raised an eyebrow. Tuko told me that the fifth magic has the power to borrow from the universe. For example, it can throw 5 minutes of one's own death, or someone else's, into the distant future, erasing the possibility of that death. Or by paying with one's own time or another's, it can make a future version of oneself, already complete, manifest in the present. But all of that comes at a cost. The universe's energy is finite. It can't be consumed endlessly. Phenomenon judgment is the clearest example of that. As a magician who inherited the fifth magic, Ayoko Aozaki can draw energy from the universe to use it. In exchange, the universe immediately incurs an energy deficit. To prevent that deficit from causing problems, she casts the deficit itself into an even more distant future, perhaps a universe that exists after humanity and the world have already been destroyed. Still, in Tuko's view, the outcome that includes time travel is only a byproduct of the fifth magic. After all, the management of time travel and parallel worlds already falls under the second magic. The same magic isn't categorized twice. Oh, that's surprising. Big Sis really told you all of that. Ayoko looked at Tuko with an easygoing expression, tinged with a bit of distrust. That saves me the trouble of explaining too much. But honestly, I don't think Big Sis killed the first Ayoko. You're not suspicious of me at all? Tuko said, amused. If you really wanted to kill me and actually succeeded, the scene would have been clean. There wouldn't be a single drop of blood left, Ayoko replied casually. Though that so-called death rune does bother me. Alice spoke up at that point. I examined the body. What was used to kill the first Ayoko wasn't an ordinary rune, but primordial runes that disappeared back in the Age of Gods. The runes Miss Tuko possesses aren't of that kind. She was referring to the rune stone Tuko had created by replicating primordial runes during their battle in the old school building. Its power was completely different from what had killed Ayoko. Hard to say. Tuko adjusted her glasses, her gaze drifting toward Shiomi. If she had known Shiomi could so readily provide the thaumaturgical foundation for primordial runes, she would have prepared far more thoroughly before returning to Misaki. Never mind. We can deal with that later. Ayoko blinked, then grew serious again as she returned to the original point. Like Alice said, the dead me can be conveniently called the first Ayoko. The current me is the second Ayoko. Both are me. I jumped here from a very distant future. Just how distant are we talking? Shiomi asked. I can't answer that. As a magician, I'm forbidden from disclosing anything about magic to the outside world, its details, principles, or even my own impressions. Ayoko refused outright. Oh, I see. Shiomi didn't bother pressing her about exactly which point in time she came from. The reason I jumped is because a singularity appeared at this time and place, Ayoko said bluntly. On the way upstairs, Tuko had already explained why the Chaldea team was here, so there was no need to go over it again. However, this Ayoko and the deceased Ayoko came from different timelines. Conversely, any information the previous Ayoko had obtained here was completely unknown to this one. So why did you come to this singularity, magician? Shiomi continued. It really feels like I'm being interrogated. Ayoko's face darkened with irritation for a moment before returning to normal. Honestly, I detected the singularity and figured it might have something to do with me, so I jumped here from the future to 2001. But you did die, Shiomi pointed out. Even if a future version of you from a different point in time came here to resolve the singularity, once it's over and the Human Order Foundation value begins its calculations, wouldn't your death become a fixed outcome? Your reasoning is spot on. Looks like you know quite a bit about the finer details of the Human Order, Ayoko said. But as long as the singularity hasn't disappeared, the death that happened here won't affect my future self for now. It was precisely because my future self lost information about what happened to me here that she sent the second Ayoko, me, to this place. As she said that, she broke into a confident smile with a hint of foolishness to it. As for my death here, just think of it as a temporary debt. Once the singularity is resolved, that debt will be erased. No need to worry about the Human Order Foundation value at all. Magicians really are convenient, Shiomi let out a quiet chuckle. I wish the humans who died in singularities could be preserved like that too. Anyway, I think I get it now. Your method is basically like that stand called D4C from JoJo. Except that one pulls in versions of itself from parallel worlds, while you're slicing vertically through different timelines to grab yourself from a specific moment. Either way, you can keep sending them in, one after another, endlessly rushing to the singularity. No, that's not right. A rocket pencil is a much better analogy. At the very least, this is more like a vertical version of Zelrich's magic, Tuko suddenly objected, her glasses flashing with a strange gleam. What are you talking about? Back when we were young in the 80s and 90s, JoJo was already super famous, Shiomi shot back. Ayoko looked exhausted. As much as I hate to admit it, I think Big Sis's analogy fits better. Alice wore a completely speechless expression and chose not to comment on their disagreement. Tobemaru Tsukiji, the only non-mystery ordinary person in the room and also a detective, looked utterly lost. Even so, it was clear he was trying his best to follow along. TCH. Shiomi clicked his tongue in defeat, then raised his eyes. More importantly, don't you think someone's missing? I noticed it back in the lobby. You mean? Tuko paused, thinking. Shizuki-kun. Alice looked toward Keshi. I haven't seen him today either. Do you know where he went? Chapter 724, Chapter 724, Volume 9, Chapter 74, Tuko's One Step Further. Shiomi was referring to the young man named Tsujuru Shizuki. When they arrived at the inn yesterday, among the guests resting in the lobby, he was the only one who never spoke. From start to finish, he quietly and calmly observed everything happening in the hall. Judging by Alice Kwanji's reaction, the young man was someone she knew, apparently called over to help her with something. Yet in the lobby, aside from Shiki Ryugi's husband and daughter who had stayed in their room and never came out, Tsujuru Shizuki was the only other person absent, and no one had reported where he went. Oh, you mean him? He said earlier that he'd go take a look around for me, then never came back, Tobemaru said casually. No need to worry. Even if Aozaki died 1,000 times, that guy wouldn't necessarily die even once. At worst, he'll just wander back on his own in a few days. He's always been the type who can live through anything without batting an eye. Huh. Ayoko's face darkened again. Alice nodded in agreement. In a sense, Tobemaru's assessment isn't wrong. Is he some kind of large dog that loves to run off on his own? Shiomi wasn't suspicious of Tsujuru himself. He was simply wondering whether there might be a second victim, or something along those lines. From the instincts he had honed on the battlefield, Tsujuru Shizuki was actually the least likely person to commit murder. Even so, at a glance, Shiomi could tell that the young man's body had been tempered through countless trials. If he truly intended to kill, Tsujuru could easily become a first-rate assassin. Never mind. If he's coming back anyway, and there's no concern he'll die out there, then there's nothing to worry about. With that, Shiomi dropped the matter and turned back to Ayoko Aozaki. You said, one after another, just now. Does that mean that, within the singularity, only one Ayoko Aozaki can exist at any given time? No, only one can be alive. Shiomi leaned against the sofa's armrest, narrowing his eyes as he spoke. Ayoko acknowledged it without hesitation. Your judgment is correct. Setting parallel worlds aside, the me who travels through time can't take part in events where I already exist. If I'm able to jump, it means that I no longer exist in that time. Death is just one way that condition can be met. Then what about people other than you? Tuko asked. For example, us. That question left Ayoko at a loss. Honestly, I'm not sure how to answer that, big sis. I didn't really understand what you meant by ray shifting earlier either. In any case, it seems different from my jumping, so the rules should be different as well. I see, Shiomi replied flatly, once again sinking into thought. When Ayoko had explained her situation earlier, Shiomi had immediately thought of himself. If it really was Chaldea's ray shifting that caused the saturation of the phenomenon, resulting in the disappearance of Shiomi and Morgan of 2001, then that would still be manageable. Once the singularity was resolved, Shiomi and Morgan of 2001 could return here, perhaps without even remembering what had happened. But if it had nothing to do with ray shifting, then what was the reason behind the disappearance of Shiomi and Morgan of 2001? As the thought crossed his mind, his gaze flicked briefly toward Ayoko before lowering again. Tuko, who was still discussing matters with Ayoko and the others, caught that subtle change in Shiomi's silence. Without showing it on her face, she continued the conversation as if nothing had happened. But I really didn't expect Big Sis to be here too. You didn't actually end up fighting the first Ayoko, and then take advantage of the chaos to kill that version of me, did you? Ayoko started suspecting her older sister again. There was no continuity of information between the first and second versions, so the current Ayoko had no idea what had happened yesterday. To her, these people were companions she had only just met. Tuko laughed openly. It's not like you've never fought me before. Back then, you were barely a fledgling Magus, and you still crushed me completely. How could I possibly beat the you who's grown even stronger? Admitting defeat to Ayoko so easily. Tuko, you really have changed compared to the past. Alice spoke calmly, clearly a little surprised by how casually Tuko treated something like this. Well, how should I put this? Big sis, didn't you bring quite a few helpers along this time? Ayoko said, looking genuinely puzzled. I noticed earlier that the two people with you aren't ordinary at all, especially this suspicious-looking one here. What was his name again? Only then did she realize she had forgotten to ask Shiomi's name. My fiancé, Tenkei Shiomi, Tuko said suddenly, spouting nonsense without hesitation. That left Shiomi momentarily stunned, though he held back from commenting. Clearly, Tuko figured that since Ayoko had already been refreshed, teasing her little sister like yesterday wasn't satisfying enough. She needed to raise the stakes. Wait, Miss Tuko, didn't you say just yesterday? Alice tried to correct her. That was only so I wouldn't scare you, Tuko said as she adjusted her glasses. The lenses flashed with an eerie glint. She looked at her sister with a smug, taunting smile. In fact, I'm already prepared to abandon the Aozaki name and change my surname to Tuko Shiomi. Abandoning it, you really say things like that so casually, Shiomi muttered under his breath, stifling a laugh so only he could hear. Ayoko instantly bristled like an angry cat. Huh. FFF fiancé. What is that supposed to mean? And what's with that smug look on your face? Are you making fun of me? She had no reaction at all to the part about abandoning the Aozaki name. Instead, she was completely shaken by the fact that her older sister supposedly had a fiancé, unable to accept the reality that she'd been left behind. This version of Ayoko reacts surprisingly fast, Tuko said, her smile deepening. Alice let out a small sigh. No matter how many years pass, Ayoko is still immature in certain respects. Hey, Alice. Whose side are you even on? Ayoko immediately turned on her. Shiomi felt like his head was splitting in two. Seeing that Ayoko Aozaki's personality was still exactly the same as it had been back in her student days filled him with mixed feelings. With Tuko fanning the flames, the discussion completely derailed. After quite a while of chaos, things finally settled down. Alice took Ayoko to her room, while Shiomi went downstairs to continue questioning the others, searching for clues. Sorry about that. I said whatever I wanted without asking you first, Tuko said as she lit a cigarette, leaning against the balcony doorway as she took a drag. Shiomi smiled faintly. Honestly, I wish it were true. Seriously. Tuko neither confirmed nor denied it. So what do you think? The one who managed to kill Ayoko even after her death, do you think they're among us, or could it be someone else entirely? Who else could it be? Shiomi turned his head naturally, looking at Tuko with a hint of resignation. You might not see it yet, but it was obvious to me at a glance. The one who killed, the first Ayoko, without a doubt, was me. What? Tuko thought she must have misheard. The cigarette burning between her fingers nearly slipped from her hand. Chapter 725, Volume 9, Chapter 75, Brainstorm. The cigarette burned down little by little. When the ash was about to lose its hold and fall, Tuko flicked it into the portable ashtray and took another drag. The ember flared briefly, then settled back into its steady glow. You said you killed the first Ayoko. Why do you say that? Tuko leaned against the terrace's floor-to-ceiling window, her tone unhurried as she questioned Shiomi. Even when she had once entertained the idea of bringing Shiomi back to Misaki to fight, she had never imagined she would one day hear him say, "I killed your sister." Strangely enough, the words didn't make her sad. What she felt instead was a kind of disbelief. "The method," Shiomi said after a moment's thought. "I didn't examine the body in detail, but based on the condition of the first Ayako, when she died and the way it was done, it was clearly my handiwork." "Only you. So the rest of us were just suspects." "That was just something I said for effect." Shiomi laughed softly. "I never truly believed any of you would do something like that. Even you, Tuko, had no reason to act in this singularity. And besides, you're not exactly clinging to your sister anymore, are you?" "That much is true," Tuko replied, pleased by the trust in his words. "It might sound like hindsight now," Shiomi continued calmly, "but your sister has already proven that she isn't someone who could be killed in a singularity and then left for the Human Order Foundation value to sort out afterward." "Assuming your judgment is right," Tuko asked, "then when did you do it?" "You barely had any time alone yesterday, and during that window, the first Ayako was still alive. Other than that, Morgan was watching over you last night, when you were the first to fall asleep." Tuko almost suggested that Shiomi might have slipped out before Morgan woke up, killed Ayako in secret, and then returned to the room. But Morgan had slept on the floor with Shiomi last night. And really, no matter who it had been, held like that, Shiomi couldn't possibly have gotten up and done something like that without alerting the other person. Suddenly, things became interesting. Tuko still didn't believe Shiomi had killed Ayako. But since he had raised the possibility himself, she was more than happy to indulge him in a little brainstorming session. Tuko stubbed out the cigarette, snapped the lid of the ashtray shut, and walked back into the room. She sat down beside Shiomi and continued speaking as she looked at his profile. "Let's set feasibility aside for now. Why would you kill Ayako? Was it like what you said yesterday on the mountain road, that seeing a living magician made you want to kill one just to see if you could?" "Not necessarily," Shiomi replied. "What if it was me acting on lust, harboring improper intentions, and when your sister resisted, I accidentally killed her?" He tossed out an even more outrageous explanation. Tuko froze, as if she were digesting the cold joke. After a long moment, she burst out laughing, her body leaning into Shiomi as she collapsed against his shoulder, trembling uncontrollably. "That's way too absurd." "Fine, let's say that's also a possibility." She lifted her head and looked at him. "Do you really think Ayako would be to your taste?" "Not at all." Shiomi shook his head and answered honestly. "To be frank, she's exactly the type I'm least interested in." "Oh. Actually, after meeting your sister, I realized that Tuko is far more attractive," Shiomi said as he helped her sit upright and calmly shared his thoughts. "Just in terms of appearance and bearing, even without makeup, you have a kind of natural allure that your sister could never imitate, not in several lifetimes. That's why I'm so captivated by you. Even after thousands of years, I still can't forget you." Tuko wore a thoughtful expression. "I hope you'll repeat those exact words in front of Ayako later." "Hey, is that really the takeaway here?" Shiomi pulled a wry face. "So lust at first sight is off the table, then?" "If the target were me, there might be some argument for it," Tuko said, snapping her fingers. "I don't doubt that you're capable of killing the Ayako who appears in this singularity, but even I don't know why I'd want to kill her, right?" Shiomi nodded along. "You have neither motive nor timing. Even if someone wanted to pin it on you, it would be harder than the incident at the Twin Towers," Tuko continued. "So even if, method-wise, it looks exactly like you killed the first Ayako, and even you believe that yourself, we can still rule out that hypothesis, Just as she was about to draw a conclusion, Tuko suddenly noticed something and narrowed her eyes. When Shiomi had spoken of killing Ayako earlier, he had deliberately stressed the first person, I, as if he were referring to someone else. And as it happened, within the singularity, there really was a second Tenkei Shiomi. Tenkei Shiomi of 2001. His whereabouts were still unknown. "You finally noticed." "Up until just now, I was actually talking about the me from 2001, Shiomi said, giving Tuko a sly look. "So you were using a bit of psychological misdirection," Tuko said, rethinking the situation. "Then let's start over. If the missing Tenkei from 2001 was the one who killed Ayako, he certainly had enough time and space. But what about the motive? That's exactly what I want to know." Shiomi shook his head. Looks like there's no answer." Tuko sighed helplessly. "And there's another flaw in that theory. Could you from 2001 really kill Ayako, who came from the future?" Using Shiomi's battle at the Twin Towers in 2003 as a reference point, he was indeed a far more powerful Magus than Tuko had been at the time. But compared to Ayako the magician, there was still an undeniable gap. "If I used the noble phantasm my master bestowed on me when I completed my training, killing your sister wouldn't be difficult," Shiomi said after a moment's thought. "But if I relied only on the primordial runes, especially the rune of death, even with a surprise attack, I wouldn't be able to kill her cleanly. So we're stuck in a paradox, Toko said. The present Shiomi possessed enough power to kill Ayako swiftly and decisively. The Shiomi of 2001 did not. Between the two versions of Tenkei Shiomi lay a difference of 6,000 years of accumulated foundation. So this still needs verification. I'll discuss it with Morgan and the others later, Shiomi said as he wrapped an arm around Toko's waist. You should just focus on enjoying the hot spring trip. I'll handle this side of things. Hard to say we'll be able to relax completely, Toko said with a wry smile, but she still agreed. She could feel Shiomi's hand sliding upward along her waist as he gently pushed her down onto the sofa. If I'm not mistaken, you did it right before coming to the baths, didn't you? Toko asked. So what if I did? Isn't that what hot spring trips are for? Shiomi answered frankly, expressing his desire without hesitation. Toko laughed softly, her smile tinged with allure, and wrapped her arms around him. The brainstorming session was over. What followed was a storm of the body. Chapter 726, Volume 9, Chapter 76, Respite. Tenkei, you picked a good time. The yokon here is really good. Want to try some? When she said this, Artoria was accompanying Caren as they browsed the inn's souvenir shop. She had just bought a piece of yokon and was sitting alone on a bench outside, savoring it, when she spotted Shiomi coming back down to the lobby. With a portion that size, it's barely enough for you alone, Shiomi said with a smile as he declined. Then he asked, is it just you keeping them company? Where's Morgan? Morgan took Rin and the others to look into that eternal corridor, Artoria replied. Those two seem more interested in that sort of thing than Caren is. So Scotty's absent for the same reason, then. When Shiomi made the guess, Artoria nodded in confirmation. She then asked, Scáthach went to find you earlier. Why did only you come back down? Shiomi and Toko had followed the detective and the others into a room to talk. Not long after, Ayako and the rest returned with the detective, so Scáthach said she would go take a look. Oh, that, Shiomi said, rubbing the bridge of his nose. My master is resting in the room, and Toko too. He had just finished with Toko and was helping her clean up when Scáthach arrived. What should have been a private moment suddenly turned into a round-robin situation. Honestly, yesterday was like that, and today is the same. It really seems like the word restraint doesn't exist in Tenkei's dictionary, Artoria said. There was a smile in her eyes as she took another bite of the remaining half of the yokon, watching Shiomi. The gesture was full of implication. She clearly understood what had happened before he came down. After all, even without asking, she could already smell the mingled traces of him and the others on his body. Ahaha. Shiomi gave a dry laugh and glanced into the shop, where Caren was holding up two wooden carvings, comparing which one looked better. Are you getting along well with Caren? Compared to how she was at Chaldea, Caren seems a bit more mischievous now, Artoria replied vaguely, yokon still in her mouth. But we get along just fine. She accepted pretty quickly that I'm her aunt. Aunt. Shiomi froze for a moment. Even without a blood relation, Artoria had acknowledged her sisterhood with Morgan, so calling her an aunt wasn't exactly wrong. Why that reaction? Does it sound strange for me to call myself that? Artoria's cheeks flushed slightly. For her, the idea of a relative's child was something that dated all the way back to the Knights of the Round Table. The role of an aunt felt both familiar and unfamiliar. No, I was just thinking, you never called yourself that at Chaldea. Are you trying to take advantage of the fact that they're still young and easy to fool? Shiomi leaned forward, resting his chin on one hand braced against his knee as he turned to tease her. Artoria couldn't help but think it over. Maybe, that really is it. You're actually admitting it. Shiomi laughed out loud, drawing Caren's attention from inside the shop. She raised the two items in her hands and waved at him. Which one do you like, Dad? If you ask me, we should buy them all. Shiomi nodded. Caren immediately looked crestfallen. But this one costs 10,000 yen. Then let's get 3. One for you, one for Sakura, and the last one can be a souvenir for Rin, Shiomi said. Dad, when exactly is our family going to go bankrupt? Caren asked instead. Please don't push yourself too hard. Huh. Shiomi was caught off guard. If you keep spending like this, our household expenses are bound to run into trouble sooner or later. Caren sighed, turned away, set one item back, and chose another. Getting lectured by Caren, Artoria said with a chuckle. Well, she understands how to manage income and expenses better than I do, Shiomi recalled. Before we went to Chaldea, she and Sakura were already handling all the household finances together. That's a very fitting role. With her talent in this area, Caren could rival Sir Agravain, Artoria praised. Don't exaggerate. Our Caren doesn't have that stiff, stone-faced demeanor, Shiomi waved it off. True. Even I've never seen Sir Agravain smile, though the other Knights of the Round Table do. Artoria paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. They both laughed. Shiomi reached out to wipe some crumbs from the corner of Artoria's mouth, only for her to catch his fingers and suck on them, as if determined not to waste anything. So, have you reached any conclusions? Artoria held onto Shiomi's hand and asked about the case. About half and half. Shiomi then recounted to Artoria what he had discussed with Tuko in the room earlier. You're saying the prime suspect is the missing Tenkei of 2001. She was surprised by the conclusion. Why? Did the you from 2001 really have a motive to kill Ayako Aozaki? Precisely because even I don't know what the motive would be, it feels like I've run into a dead end, Shiomi said, looking at Artoria. I've lived all these years, yet I still lack the insight to see through everything. Without clairvoyance like Merlin's, it's only natural that you can't see beyond your own field of view, even when it concerns yourself, Artoria gently reassured him. Besides, this is a singularity. What happens here may not have existed for you at all to begin with. I wasn't trying to seek comfort, but thank you all the same, Shiomi said with a nod. And now you possess far greater power than you did before we parted, enough to qualify for the seat of a god. If you were to pursue limitless wisdom as well, you might even rival the All-Father. Artoria spoke from genuine feeling, so Shiomi didn't argue and instead went along with her words. Then may I borrow the King of Knight's talent for ruling a nation? Well, to be honest, dealing with courts and prisons isn't my strongest suit, but I'll do everything I can to help you. That vow has never changed, Artoria replied earnestly, a hand to her chest. I know. And I've always remembered. As Shiomi spoke, he saw Caren come out of the shop, several bags in her hands. You bought quite a lot, he said, smiling. Since it's rare for us to come here, of course I wanted to buy more. Next time, after all, we'll be going to a different hot spring. Caren pursed her lips, her golden eyes full of delight. But they're a bit heavy. Dad, could you help me carry some of them? Sure. Shiomi reached out to take the bags, and Artoria offered to help as well. They're quite heavy, she said to Caren. There are some sweets in there. I'm planning to serve them later to you, Aunt, and your friends. Then I'll gladly accept, Artoria replied. She seemed quite pleased by Karen's attitude. Shiomi could only mutter faintly. So that's all it takes to win you over. Chapter 727, Volume 9, Chapter 77, The Raven. Wait a moment, Alice. Ayako suddenly cut Alice off mid-question and turned her gaze toward the terrace outside the room. The first Ayako had been placed in the same room as Alice, and as the second, the current Ayako naturally followed that arrangement as well. Ayako. Alice looked slightly surprised and followed Ayoko's line of sight out the window. Outside the new wing of the hot spring inn, a bird was circling in the air. Its entire body was emerald green, as if carved from jade, and it slowly descended, coming to rest on the railing of their vacation terrace. At first glance, it perched there just like any ordinary wild bird, turning its head to preen its feathers. Even so, there was one undeniable truth it could not conceal. Oh my, this is definitely no ordinary bird. Even among us birds, it would count as upper class. It's just a raven, yet it has such bizarre plumage. A rival. Yes, it must be my rival. Robin, the robin familiar who constantly accompanied Alice, started shouting at the top of his lungs, speaking human words now that there were no outsiders around. Then, with a light flick, Alice casually knocked him to the floor. His vitality vanished instantly. He was dead. A few seconds later, he revived as if nothing had happened. Putting aside the fact that Robin is a bit loud, Ayako said, unfazed by a death she had long grown used to, as she stepped closer to the terrace and observed the emerald green raven just an arm's length away. That really is a raven, isn't it? And it's a familiar. Alice studied the raven carefully. This isn't a tamed or contracted familiar. It's something someone created through magecraft, a construct made entirely of pure magical energy. Making familiars out of nothing but magic is pretty common for magi, isn't it? Ayako asked. Generally speaking, yes. Alice stepped out onto the balcony and caught the raven without any difficulty, holding it in her hands as she examined it. But the magical energy in this familiar is exceptionally pure. If someone were to attack it carelessly, the resulting explosion would be enough to destroy this room. Anyone inside would have little chance of surviving. Ayoko's expression tightened with caution. So it's a bomb someone sent us. It won't do anything as long as we don't attack it, Alice replied, lifting her eyes to look around the area surrounding the new building. There were several more identical ravens in sight. It seems whoever made these familiars intends to use them to survey the surroundings. That's even worse. It feels like we're being watched, Ayako muttered after a moment's thought. It has to be my sister's, you know. That guy. It's definitely him. Running away from reality like this doesn't really suit you, Ayako, Alice remarked calmly. Don't you think this is ridiculous? Ayoko grabbed her head and let out a wail. That sister of mine suddenly has a fiancé, and she's even saying she'll give up the Aozaki name. Of all things, this is the one thing I refuse to fall behind her on. Alice nodded in understanding. So, you're still single? Ahaha, more or less. Ayoko laughed awkwardly, clearly unwilling to admit it outright. So that's how it is. Alice thought for a moment. Miss Tuko was just teasing you. She lied because she knew you didn't have the information that the first Ayoko has. Huh. Then that means my big sister is actually, Ayoko's face lit up with joy. Just a boyfriend, Alice added calmly. That's what Miss Tuko said. She probably isn't engaged yet. The words landed like another heavy blow to her old friend. Ayoko sagged against the railing, swaying weakly. That doesn't really make a difference. Damn it. At least I don't think they'll get married, Alice continued. Mr. Shiomi already has a family. You should have heard about that too. Oh. Right. Ayoko's eyes widened, then she suddenly sprang upright. Wait, no. If that's true, doesn't that mean my sister is involved with a married man, and they even came on a hot spring trip together? As that realization sank in, the direction of Ayoko's worry shifted entirely. I knew my sister lived pretty freely, but this freely. I really don't want to admit it. She muttered darkly. Please pull yourself together, Miss Ayoko. Robin chimed in again, chattering away. I don't know what era you're from, but you're definitely not young anymore. Still, Miss Tuko is a few years older than you and managed to find a lover, so you can definitely do it too. No, from my perspective, you absolutely can. You're not at the age where you should be calling yourself old yet. Hey. Do you want to die again? Ayoko snapped, her face darkening. This overly talkative Robin was far too good at encouraging people. Ayoko, who was already used to watching Alice take care of him, suddenly felt the urge to do it herself. But this time as well, Alice handled it. The Robin met his second death. Anyway, putting Miss Tuko's personal affairs aside, Alice said, what exactly is that man trying to accomplish by releasing familiars like this? She felt no hostility from the familiar, nor any discomfort from being watched. More than that, when she tried to interfere with it using her mana, attempting to harmlessly dismantle it, she discovered that despite appearing to be a pure mass of magical energy, the spell work sustaining its existence was refined and remarkably complex. Faced with Alice's mana, it simply moved about in her palm like a wild bird that sensed no danger, calmly preening its feathers. Utterly docile. This bird. Alice mused. Maybe I should take it. It doesn't talk and it's not noisy. Next time I go out, I could leave Robin at home to watch the place. She was seriously beginning to consider the familiar's value. Think carefully, Miss Alice. Robin immediately protested, sensing his position under threat. A familiar made entirely of pure mana like this can't be maintained, even if you buy it. Once the original owner cancels the spell, wouldn't that just mean you wasted your money? That just makes Alice think her earlier idea was even more correct, doesn't it? Ayoko said flatly, watching Robin flap his wings in agitation with a look of pity. The blue Robin knew perfectly well how dangerous this raven was and hadn't dared to attack it at all. Then, as if answering Robin's unspoken wish, the emerald raven suddenly spread its wings, spanning a full 50 centimeters from tip to tip. It slipped free from Alice's hands and shot straight into the sky. A few seconds later, it flew back and landed on a section of railing a short distance away from the two girls and the bird, turning its head left and right as if aimlessly surveying its surroundings. I thought it was going to fly away, Alice said, faintly puzzled. Just then, a voice called out from above. Ayoko and Alice looked up toward the 8th floor. Tenkei Shiomi had an arm around Scotty as he waved down at them, his bright, clear voice carrying easily through the air. Sorry about that. One of the ravens had a weak mana signal earlier, so I issued a forced takeoff command. You didn't hear it, did you? No way. Ayoko thought, just as I expected, and shouted back at the top of her lungs. Chapter 728, Volume 9, Chapter 78, The Terrace. 8th floor, terrace. So it flew over there, huh? In that case, no problem. Shiomi scratched his head. Maybe I gave the familiars a bit too much freedom. The ravens circling and landing around the inn were indeed familiars created by Shiomi. Using rune magecraft as a foundation, he had granted them temporary life through the authority of creation, allowing them to exist as ravens indistinguishable from ordinary birds. The choice of ravens was also a gesture of respect toward Odin. Compared to the familiars Shiomi had used in the past, these were far more formidable. Even if attacked, they would not simply vanish. Instead, they possessed a self-destruct property, forcing anyone who tried to eliminate them to think twice. That kind of thing doesn't really matter. Scotty murmured, eyes closed, clearly distracted. She leaned against Shiomi's chest, her body trembling faintly. Then, as if jolted by a current, she straightened for a moment before gradually relaxing again, to the point where she almost seemed unable to keep her footing. Shiomi pulled his hand back and glanced at his warm, damp fingers. That was fast. Earlier, with Shiomi blocking her and the distance of 2 balconies between them, plus the height difference between the 8th and 7th floors, Ayako and Alice hadn't actually noticed what was happening on this terrace. Greeting someone unrelated at a time like that, you almost scared me to death. Scotty grabbed Shiomi's arm and shot him a resentful, dissatisfied look. That afternoon, when Shiomi returned to his room to create the familiars, Scotty, who was also well versed in primordial runes, had helped him. It did allow Shiomi to finish releasing the ravens earlier than planned, but it also brought Scotty a bit of trouble. At first, she had only been leaning in his arms, enjoying the scenery from the terrace. Somewhere along the way, Shiomi's hands started to wander. Combined with the thin yukata she was wearing, her defenses were easily breached, leaving her like a puppet at his mercy. I might have gone a little too far. Sorry, Shiomi said softly, stroking the hair at the back of Scotty's head as he apologized. It's not like it was too much. Scotty said, blushing as she nestled closer to him. I was just worried someone might notice. And besides, it was kind of comfortable. She didn't manage to say it out loud, but she was certain Shiomi understood. Looks like I've already gotten pretty familiar with your body, Shiomi whispered near her ear. I won't let you get bored from now on. Just hearing you say you might be the culprit behind this morning's incident is already enough to keep me from getting bored, Scotty replied, her breathing gradually evening out as she teased him with a more composed smile. Since it hadn't been anything formal, Scotty wasn't especially exhausted. The feeling was simple, like eating an ice cream during a moment of idle leisure. I already told you the details, Shiomi said. He had been about to tease her further by licking his fingers, but Scotty stopped him with a firm look. He switched to wiping his hands with a banknote instead. These ravens are preparations for the investigation ahead. For example? Scotty asked. Ayako Aozaki, of course, Shiomi replied. Unlike Chaldea's ray shift, Ayako Aozaki's fifth magic can intervene in the singularity in a completely different way. In other words, she alone can achieve things that would normally require Chaldea's massive infrastructure working together. Perhaps it was precisely because it could be done so effortlessly that it truly deserved to be called true magic. Even time travel was merely a byproduct. You suspect that Ayako Aozaki didn't tell the whole truth, Scotty said, understanding dawning on her. Because she possessed information we still don't know, she ended up dying without witnesses or any prior signs. That's about right. Shiomi glanced toward the direction where Ayako and the others had already returned to their room. And then there's that witch's descendant, Alice Kwanji. As Ayako Aozaki's close friend, she appears in the singularity while living in this era. Why did she accept that exorcism request in the first place? The sudden murder that morning had diverted everyone's attention, dulling their concern over the mystery surrounding Alice Kwanji. Could it be connected to what you mentioned before, about this land being rewritten? Scotty linked the two threads together. It's hard to say. Shiomi shook his head. That's why I wanted to ask you. As a divine spirit, to what extent could you actually influence this land? Scotty thought for a moment, then turned toward the railing and looked out over the mountains and fields. This isn't the Nordic world, but a distant eastern island nation. More than that, it isn't even the world where I was born and exist. Influencing this land isn't easy for me. Even if I tried to rewrite its rules, it wouldn't happen as subtly as what you've observed. That does make sense. It was similar back in Uruk. According to Miss Siduri, the changes to the land in the southern plains were especially pronounced. Shiomi crossed his arms, resting his chin on his left hand as he pondered. Seeing Shiomi looking troubled, Scotty let out a soft chuckle. You had time to tease me earlier, so I thought you had everything here completely under control. It's because I can't see the real enemy, Shiomi said, spreading his hands. So far, aside from minor things like strange mountain spirits, there's been no true culprit. Otherwise, I'd already be doing what I did in the Lost Belt and going straight for the king. The king? Scotty murmured thoughtfully. Isn't that how it usually goes? Shiomi reached out, running his fingers through Scotty's hair. It was precisely because we managed to take you down smoothly that the Scandinavian Lost Belt was able to end in a relatively peaceful way. On that point, Scotty found herself agreeing. If she had truly gone to war with Shiomi, setting aside interference from the alien apostles or Canis, she wasn't confident it would have ended so cleanly. Let's drop that topic. Shiomi tugged lightly at the collar of Scotty's bathrobe. There's still a singularity to investigate and resolve, but have you been enjoying yourself these past couple of days? Caught a little off guard by the question, Scotty reflected for a moment. Whether it was the lodging, the food, or the sightseeing, everything was unfamiliar. Yet none of it felt hard to get used to. Instead, it gave me a sense of ease. So you weren't unhappy? Shiomi pressed again. I was very happy, Scotty replied with a small nod, a hint of shyness in her voice. Whether it was sightseeing or the time they spent being close together, it had all been enjoyable. Both her body and her heart had been treated with the greatest care. That's good. Shiomi wrapped his arms around Scotty. Don't worry about things here. I'll find a way to handle them. So I don't have to do anything at all. Scotty objected. Not necessarily. If it really comes down to a fight, I won't hesitate to rely on you, Shiomi said. She looked slightly surprised, then quickly understood. That was only natural. Then feel free to make full use of my power. I won't let you down. Chapter 729, Volume 9, Chapter 79, Scáthach's Hot Spring Ambush. Shiomi leaned alone against the edge of the pool, gazing up at the star-filled night sky. The mountain air was far cleaner than the cities, and on a clear night like this, the stars spread across the heavens like a painted canvas. This bath on the top floor of Kumano Hot Spring Inn was, without question, the best spot in the entire place to soak while stargazing. Resting against the stone, he listened to the laughter drifting over from the women's bath next door. It sounded like Morgan and the others were chatting about their daytime tour of the inn. This hot spring inn had more than a few strange places. That corridor with no apparent end, for example, had clearly been affected by some kind of spiritual interference. Under Morgan's guidance, Sakura and Rin had successfully carried out the exorcism. Even though most of the experience they gained wouldn't remain once the singularity disappeared, Sakura and Rin seemed to genuinely enjoy the time they spent studying magecraft together. Changing their surname hadn't changed the fact that they were sisters. That was one of the many hopes Shiomi had carried for Sakura after adopting her. Thinking along those lines, he eventually grew tired of watching the stars and laid a warm towel over his eyes to rest. The day had been exhausting, after all. He'd woken up early and first spent time with Morgan. Then the murder occurred, followed by questioning and alibi checks. After that, he'd gone straight on to Toko and his master. Later, he'd gone down to the lobby, helped Caren carry some things back, then returned to his room to be intimate with Artoria. Finally, as evening approached, he finished preparing the familiars with Scotty's help. What started as playful teasing with his hands had gotten out of control, and before he knew it, they'd snuck off to the terrace for another round. That time on the terrace especially had been a mess. Worried about being discovered, they'd kept their voices down the whole time, which only made Scotty more excited than usual. It was chaotic, to say the least. What a busy yet fulfilling hot spring trip. Shiomi muttered indulgently to himself. Just then, he heard the sound of someone entering the hot spring nearby. The pool was quite large, and since it was still open, other guests coming to soak wouldn't really bother him. So he didn't think much of it at first, only finding it a little odd that someone would come so late. There weren't many male guests staying at the inn, so as long as Shiomi chose his timing well, he could practically enjoy the bath all to himself without making a reservation. But the sound of footsteps moving through the water kept getting closer. Sensing something was off, he lifted the towel. What met his eyes was Scáthach's face, right in front of him. Normally, something like this would only make his heart skip a beat. This time, it made it pound violently. Master, this is, Before Shiomi could finish, his master covered his mouth. Be quiet for a bit, Scáthach said with a smile. Don't let them hear. He listened carefully and realized that the neighboring bath had gone quiet. They must have finished bathing and gone to change, their voices now faintly drifting over from the changing room. You didn't leave, master. Shiomi turned his head slightly, freeing himself from her hand. I said I was going to soak a little longer, Scáthach replied, pressing herself against him. In truth, she'd taken advantage of the moment when everyone else left, slipped over the wall that posed no obstacle to her at all, and quietly come over to ambush Shiomi while he was bathing. If you were going to come over, you should have checked whether I was the only one here, Shiomi said. He knew that at this hour, there were practically no guests left. And even if someone did show up, his master could always return to the women's bath in an instant. Am I really so slow that I can't even tell whether it's only your presence here? Scáthach shot back with easy confidence. Well, fair enough. Shiomi pulled Scáthach into his arms, his hands sliding under the water to trace her waist and hips. At least wrap a towel around yourself. Do you want me to? His master asked instead. Shiomi considered it for a second. All right, no. I don't. Then don't say things you don't mean. I know your true nature better than I know my own. Scáthach turned her back to him and settled into the crook of his legs. Yes. A hot spring trip should be like this. Too bad it's just us stealing a moment during ray shifting. Shiomi's hand circled her flat, toned abdomen, stroking skin as smooth as silk. If only we could stay somewhere with a private hot spring. Scáthach tilted slightly and looked back at him with a knowing, suggestive gaze. Feeling guilty? Of course I am. Don't ask something that obvious, master. Shiomi brushed a light kiss across her lips. You're my mentor. I'm who I am today because of your guidance. I don't recall teaching you to be this shameless, Scáthach said, shooting him a dissatisfied glare. If you're like this, that's entirely on you. Don't try to pin it on me. Ah. Shiomi hadn't meant it that way at all, but his master was clearly twisting his words on purpose to tease him. All he could do was accept it and try to turn it around. But you're the one who made me a man, master. I learned how to treat women from you. That's not wrong, Scáthach huffed, but hearing you say it still irritates me for some reason. And you're even better at pleasing women than you were back in the Land of Shadows. I noticed as much in the North American singularity. Shiomi's eyes darted away. I mean, I'm no saint. Sooner or later I was going to have a girlfriend, or a wife, and besides, look. All the skills I picked up ended up being used on you in the end, didn't they? Karmic retribution is more like it. Scáthach chuckled, meeting him blow for blow. I've taught countless disciples. So why was it you who caught me in the end? That just means I'm your favorite. You always call me your beloved disciple, don't you? Shiomi tightened his hold on her, leaning in from the side until his cheek brushed hers. His voice dropped, suddenly low. If I ever made you feel lonely, then that's on me. I'm not lonely anymore. Scáthach laid her hand over the back of his, turning her face slightly as she answered with quiet sincerity. Even if the world keeps suppressing my power because I left the Land of Shadows without permission, I'll stay by your side and watch over the road you walk. You just want to keep an eye on me so I don't go around flirting with whoever I please, right? Shiomi knew perfectly well, hugging her close as he teased softly. Scáthach gave a dismissive little snort. As if I could keep you under watch. And with you as you are now, I couldn't handle you alone anyway. Oh. So even my master is afraid of me now. Shiomi gently took her earlobe between his lips, nuzzling at her temple. You've gotten carried away, you disobedient disciple. Scáthach lifted a hand and pinched Shiomi's cheek. I know you haven't taken a break all day. You're at the end of your rope. So let your master discipline you for the first time in a while. Shiomi blinked. At least let's go back to the room. It'd be bad if someone walked in on us. Then we'll hide behind the rock. Even if someone comes in, they won't see. Oh. Chapter 730, Volume 9, Chapter 80, Lend Me a Hand. After soaking in the hot springs, Shiomi rested in the room. Morgan lay napping with her head on his lap, while he casually patted her shoulder. Everyone was gathered in the room watching TV, snacking, and playing video games to pass the time. The only one not present was Tuko. When she returned from outside, the first thing she did was look for Shiomi. Tenkei, could you come over for a moment? There's something I'd like to ask you to help with. Shiomi looked puzzled. What is it? You're being awfully polite. Tuko adjusted her glasses. It's not my business, so could you step outside with me? I'll explain on the way. Shiomi gave Morgan a light pat to check whether she was asleep. Morgan sat up, shifted slightly, then leaned against the table. Go ahead. It doesn't look like it's something minor. And so, Shiomi was called out of the room by Tuko, heading toward another floor. So, what exactly do you need my help with at this hour? Shiomi asked again. Shiki's daughter has been sick these past few days, Tuko said. Tonight her condition suddenly got worse, and it's not easy to find a doctor around here. She came to me about it, hoping I might have some way to ease things. Shiki had previously worked at Tuko's Caren no Do. While she never pried into Tuko's identity as a magus, she knew she was capable of some unconventional methods. So, let me guess, Shiomi said, understanding immediately. Using magecraft to treat wounds is fine, but curing illness is completely outside your specialty. Tuko nodded. Compared to me acting on impulse, it's obviously better to look for a deity who actually specializes in healing and saving lives. I only said I had that intention. It hasn't exactly happened yet, has it? Shiomi laughed. That's only a matter of time. Tuko pushed up her glasses again. I'm very interested in the direction your future path will take. You're really something else. Talking and joking along the way, Tuko led Shiomi to the Ryogi family's room. She had been chatting there with the Ryogi couple earlier when their daughter, Mana Ryugi, suddenly began feeling unwell. Out of concern, Tuko had gone to seek Shiomi's help. Shiomi examined Mana Ryugi briefly and confirmed that it was nothing more than a seasonal illness. Combined with the fact that the hot spring in itself was steeped in spiritual disturbances, the young girl's condition had worsened and become unstable. After addressing it using his authority, Mana's symptoms quickly subsided. With proper rest, she would be back to normal by the next day. She's fine now. After finishing the treatment, Shiomi returned to the living room with the others and said so. Thank you very much, Mr. Shiomi. Makiya smiled gently as he poured a cup of tea and handed it to him. I'm terribly sorry for troubling you so late at night. Shiomi accepted the cup. Don't worry about it. I'm a father too, so I understand how it feels when your child gets sick. And since Tuko asked me, I was happy to help however I could. That's exactly it, Kakutu. Tuko smiled slyly. You were lucky to run into him this time. If it had just been me, I probably would have ended up making some kind of potion and having the girl sleep it off to recover. Shiki looked at Tuko. Tuko's potion still doesn't feel as reliable as a doll. And I'm not Kakutu anymore, Makiya reminded her. Sorry. It's been a while, and I completely forgot. Tuko rested her chin on the back of her hand and looked over the Ryugi couple across from her. Back then, I said if you weren't at ease, you could keep your eyes on her 24 hours a day. And the answer you landed on was marriage? Honestly, that does track. Makiya gave her a helpless smile. And you, Miss Tuko, left without even saying goodbye. You even cleared out the office. Keeping up with habits like Tuko's must be rough for you, Mr. Shiomi. Shiki asked, taking the chance to poke fun at Tuko. For a Magus, one's innate attributes influence how they carry themselves, Shiomo said as he set down his teacup. His eyes lowered, and the edge of his gaze settled on Tuko's fingertips. Tuko is wind, here one moment, gone the next. Trying to stay beside the wind forever, or trying to make the wind stay beside you forever, neither is a wise choice. Tuko laughed, genuinely delighted. Exactly. Just like I don't need to worry about you too, you don't need to worry about me. It's less worry and more surprise, Makiya said. That there'd be someone at Miss Tuko's side in a situation like this. Right. I always figured Tuko wouldn't even think about that sort of thing unless the world was already ending, Shiki said with a smile, offering her verdict. Tuko murmured under her breath, repeating the phrase. The world ending, huh? It did sound like her. Only when the world turned into a blank pall before her eyes would she ever consider staying. Even if the road ahead for humanity and the world was doomed to ruin, at least when she finally died and disappeared, she wouldn't be alone. It was just a joke, Makiya said, thinking Tuko had taken it seriously. If you dwell on it too much, it gets a little weird. But Tuko shook her head. No. I just realized, if the world really were going to end tomorrow, your choices probably wouldn't be anything unexpected. Are you saying the world's actually going to end? Shiki asked, half joking. Maybe by now, this world has already been destroyed countless times, and just as many times, someone has saved it in secret. The people living on the surface, the humans who only know the visible world, can't notice that truth. That's why they can keep living in peace. As she spoke, Tuko's gaze drifted to the back of Shiomi's hand. The idea had a strange, romantic ring to it, and it reminded the Ryugi couple that Tuko was still Tuko. Whatever had changed wasn't really something worth being shocked over. Even if they didn't meet again until many years had passed, they'd still be able to catch up like nothing happened. After finishing their tea, Shiomi and Tuko stood to leave, and Shiomi politely declined when the Ryugi couple tried to insist on paying them. Tuko, however, stepped out a beat later than Shiomi. Before she left the room, she said to Shiki with a weary note in her voice, sizing up strangers with your mystic eyes from behind isn't exactly a good habit, Shiki. I'm very sorry, Shiki admitted without hesitation. I just wasn't fully comfortable letting Mana interact with someone we didn't know, so I went with my instincts and took a quick look. But Tuko's boyfriend is really something. It's hard to wrap my head around. If we're talking hard to wrap your head around, then yes. That's true, Tuko said. She didn't ask what Shiki had seen. She simply closed the door softly, stepped out, and caught up to Shiomi, who was waiting for her farther down the corridor. Because Tuko already knew the answer. The death-seeing mystic eyes could perceive the death of all things, the lines death carved across existence. But for him, someone who had overcome the very concept of death, there was nothing for those eyes to see. Just a blank sheet of white. That was all. Chapter 731, Volume 9, Chapter 81, Tanabata Special Bonus Chapter, Summer Memories. Summer, 1995. Even by the sea, Fuyuki was stifling in summer. Still, once night fell, the ocean breeze would roll in from the coast and take the edge off the heat. And every year, near the end of August, the summer festival was held. That was why Morgan chose to remain in this era, attending a Japanese-style summer celebration as Shiomi's wife in name, and his servant in truth. Are you done yet, my husband? Standing in front of the mirror, Morgan held her arms out to either side. Her yukata hung slightly loose at the collar, and the pale fullness of her chest was exposed to the air. She asked Shiomi behind her, a little impatient. It wasn't that he was doing anything inappropriate. He was simply helping her get dressed. This wasn't like the simple yukata you wore at a hot spring inn. A yukata meant for formal occasions was far fussier, and the worst part was the obi. There was no way the person wearing it could tie it properly alone. On top of that, Morgan had no experience wearing a yukata, so she couldn't even rely on a double to manage it for her. So the job fell to Shiomi. Even so, the sheer number of steps still caught Morgan off guard. Keeping her arms held out flat for so long was starting to make them ache. "Don't rush. I'm almost done," Shiomi said. His hands tightened and worked the obi into a clean, elegant knot. Then he straightened, patted the sash as if to say, "There, finished." Morgan's figure is a little too outstanding. It's not easy getting a kimono to sit right. Of course. Morgan smiled, thoroughly pleased. Your wife is the most beautiful woman in the world. You'd better remember that at all times. Shiomi turned her to face him and pulled the loose front panels closer together, neatly drawing the collar into place. Which is why we need to close this up. Otherwise, that beautiful view is going to be on display for strangers. Other than you, no one gets to see it. Morgan lowered her arms. So that's it. I thought it would be even more complicated. It's complicated enough. What exactly were you hoping for? Shiomi asked. I read that there's a kind of kimono called the junihito. Morgan said slowly. Shiomi's hand paused mid-adjustment. That one really is elaborate. You only wear it for festivals or weddings. Do you want to try it? After all, they hadn't held a proper wedding, just set up a fake identity and registered it, making it easier to travel around the world. Especially with London coming up, having something official would spare them a lot of unnecessary trouble. I'm interested, Morgan said, her eyes warm with an ambiguous smile. She looked serious, and yet it also felt like she was teasing him. I see. Shiomi was used to her style by now. Then let me share another custom. When women wear a yukata, they usually don't wear underwear. Oh. Morgan's brows lifted slightly, delicate as distant mountains. Then does my husband want me to wear nothing under my yukata? It's not about what I want. But I already know this custom is really just personal preference, Morgan whispered, leaning in close to his ear as she exposed his joke. It's not some strict rule at all. Shiomi could only raise his hand slowly in surrender. All right. So you already knew. I'll take my point for this one. Morgan pinched Shiomi's chin and leaned in, clearly intending to kiss him. I'll be looking forward to your next little piece of trivia, my husband. To be honest, ever since returning to this era as a servant, she'd been forcing herself to keep her feelings under control. And seeing Shiomi, still a bit young, yet trying so hard to act like a proper adult, kept striking something soft inside her, like a gentle hit to the heart. As Shiomi, unsurprisingly, fell in love with her even as a servant, Morgan no longer needed to keep herself quite so restrained in their everyday life together. He rested his hands on her shoulders, ready to accept the kiss. Then a light knock at the door cut in. There were still 2 children in the house. Morgan didn't mind the interruption. She adored the 2 of them. The first time she saw them, she'd already wanted to pull them into her arms and spoil them. And the way they called her Mother-sama was especially satisfying. No matter how many times she heard it, it never felt like enough. It was more formal than calling Shiomi Dad, after all. It was also a show of respect for the name, Great Witch Morgan. Even without any blood ties, Morgan understood she could become truly close family with those 2 girls. Still, for Sakura to grow into someone so steady and attentive would take time. Morgan was more than happy to watch over them as they grew, gathering up these memories that should have been hers from the start, like collecting seashells one by one along the shore. Dad, Mother-sama, when can we go? With Shiomi's permission, Sakura and Caren pushed the door open. They were wearing yukata too, but theirs were much lighter than Morgan's, simplified modern styles made for convenience. No complicated obi, hems that fell past the knee, and light wooden geta on their feet. Sakura's was a pale violet. Caren's was white. They didn't need Shiomi or Morgan to help. The 2 of them could dress with a quick hand from each other. Since they planned to run around and enjoy the festival, they'd chosen outfits that were easier to move in. It's about time, Shiomi said, casually straightening Morgan's collar without making a show of it. If we're late, we might not find anywhere to park. The kids can't wait. Shall we? Before that, Morgan asked, aren't you changing into a yukata? Not great for driving. Shiomi shrugged. He was the only one not in a yukata, dressed instead in light summer clothes. His slightly pale arms were bare, and the clean lines of muscle caught Morgan's eye. She reached out, caught his arm in her hand, and toyed with it, turning it back and forth a couple of times. Right then, Caren suggested, then how about using teleportation magecraft and just flying straight there? No, Sakura hurried to stop her. Magi have to hide their mystery and avoid exposing it to ordinary people. That's basic Magus etiquette. Caren made a face like it was a hassle. Magecraft, isn't it just a tool that's more useful than most? That's true, but if we suddenly appeared near the summer festival grounds, we'd scare people. Wouldn't that be better? Caren said, sounding almost excited to see the reaction. Nope, Shiomi said, laughing. Shiomi scooped Caren up, then freed a hand to take Sakura's, only to find Morgan already holding it. So he took Sakura's other hand instead, and the three of them went out the front door together. They got into the sedan waiting at the entrance to the garage. Sakura immediately gave up on complaining about Caren and, instead, asked shyly about something else. Dad. Today, will I get to see? Rin from the Tosaka family will be there too, with her parents, Shiomi said, understanding her at once. When you see her, go ahead and join them if you want to play together. The summer festival grounds were in the outskirts upstream of the Mayan River, the one that ran through Fuyuki before emptying into the sea. With plenty of open space on both banks, it had long since become the fixed venue for Fuyuki's summer festival, growing livelier every year. Last winter, the Holy Grail War had caused a minor incident along the Mayan River, but it was ultimately handled cleanly. The Holy Church and the Mages Association wrapped up the aftermath without any issues. More than half a year had passed, and the people of Fuyuki no longer remembered what had happened here. Just like always, they came out to enjoy this year's festival. As expected, they ran into the Tosaka family on the embankment. The three little girls immediately clustered together, chatting and laughing as they headed for the rows of stalls set up along the riverside road. Aoi Tosaka hurried after them, making sure the three didn't get separated from the adults. Leave the children to Aoi and me, Tokiomi Tosaka said. It's not often we get a summer festival like this. Mr. Shiomi, please enjoy Fuyuki's festivities with the young lady, no, I should say, your esteemed wife. As the stewards of this land, it would be an honor if the two of you could truly take in its customs and atmosphere. With that, he followed after his wife to keep an eye on the three girls, who were already bursting with excitement. So, Morgan asked with a smile, they're being that polite and letting us wander off on our own. Or are you still not at ease? I'm completely at ease, and it's not like we're going anywhere else, Shiomi said, taking her hand and pointing in the opposite direction. To keep from overlapping with them, let's go this way. Then we can cross the bridge and take a look at the stalls on the other side. As you wish. Morgan brushed back the hair at her temple, tightened her grip on Shiomi's hand, and followed him down the steps from the embankment. As night settled in, the festival crowds only grew thicker. More than once, Morgan got so absorbed in inspecting the stalls that she nearly forgot to dodge the people passing by. Luckily, Shiomi kept watching out for her. Little by little, Morgan relaxed completely and let herself focus on enjoying the celebration in front of her. Is it good? Shiomi asked as she ate her apple candy. Not bad. Morgan blinked. And since my husband bought it for me, it tastes even sweeter. That's a little over the top, Shiomi said. There's still plenty of good food waiting for you. I know. When they crossed the road along the embankment and stepped onto the bridge leading to the stalls on the opposite bank, Morgan glanced downstream toward the Mayan River. I never asked, she said casually. Why did my husband want me to stay? Shiomi looked genuinely confused. Even though it's only been a few days, I ended up liking you without realizing it. And because I want to love you, I got greedy for more time. Isn't that answer enough for my wife? No. Morgan shot him a sly look. Besides that, there's a more practical reason too, isn't there? Ah. Shiomi went quiet, though he didn't exactly look shocked. I can't believe you caught that. Let me say this up front. Morgan blocked his retreat with a smile. If your excuse is that you want me to guide Sakura's magecraft studies until she becomes an excellent magus, that doesn't count. Looks like I'll have to come clean, he said, breaking into a grin. Let's hear it. Morgan sounded genuinely interested. First, of course, I want Sakura and Caren to have a mother. As for the second. Shiomi lowered his voice, a little embarrassed, and leaned in to whisper by her ear. It's manageable right now, but as they get older. I'm a man. It won't be easy for me to handle the day-to-day things in their lives. That's why we need a woman in the house. So it wasn't just personal feelings. That practical selfishness was part of why he wanted Morgan to stay. If I refused you and left, what would you do? Morgan asked, her mouth half hidden behind her apple candy as she stared at him. Shiomi's eyes slid away, suddenly guilty. Ah, well. Like asking your master to help? Morgan asked, her tone turning sour. Of course not. Master can't come anyway, Shiomi said. Then who would you ask? Morgan pressed. Shiomi gave an awkward little laugh and rubbed his nose. I guess I might try reaching out to my ex-girlfriend, or something. Not that it would definitely work. About that ex-girlfriend, Morgan said at last, finally letting him off the hook, you can tell me everything later. Are you mad? Shiomi asked quietly. Who knows? Maybe not that mad. Morgan tightened her grip on his hand. Even now, you still won't lie to me. That's what surprises me the most. Shiomi froze, then let out a silent sigh. Because I don't want to deceive you. Morgan blinked, genuinely caught off guard. Why? It's hard to explain. Shiomi lowered his eyes. But in those dreams about you, I saw a lot. It was all hazy, and I couldn't sort out any of the details, but there was one thing I understood for sure. He paused, as if choosing his words. Every one of those dreams felt unbearably bleak. And whenever I saw you smiling so warmly, I kept thinking. What does someone have to go through? How strong do they have to be, to accept pain so calmly, and still smile from the heart? His fingers gently traced the back of her hand as they stood on the bridge, looking at each other. Around them, the crowd flowed shoulder to shoulder along both banks of the Mayan River, noisy and restless, yet somehow just background all the same. I don't want to hurt you. Not even a little, he told her, speaking from the heart. And I know it even better than you do. Compared to the truth, a lie that sounds beautiful is the thing that hurts you most. Morgan suddenly laughed, meeting his eyes. It's not that I'm especially strong. I get hurt. I feel pain. I despair, and I'm afraid. Her voice softened. But compared to all of that, being alone is always the most terrifying thing. It's because you're here that I can smile like that. Huh. For a moment, Shiomi couldn't quite connect the pieces of what she'd said. I actually understand you better than you think, Morgan said, still watching him. I already know the answers to a lot of things, and yet I still want to hear you say them out loud. She smiled, faintly mischievous. And somehow, every time you do, your words carry more weight than I expect. Morgan. Come on, she said, tugging his hand. Don't just stand on the bridge. You'll get in everyone's way. Her eyes curved with a smile as she led him toward the opposite bank. The warmth in his palm, the sweetness lingering on her tongue, the happiness swelling in her chest, every one of those things was real. This wasn't some passing dream. It was something she could feel, right here and now. Oh, right. My husband. Morgan turned her head slightly, her gaze gentle as it fell on Shiomi. You're always the one saying it, but my feelings are the same. What? I love you more deeply than anyone else in this world. Morgan's clear eyes reflected the festival lights, wavering softly, the gentlest place in this blazing, dusty human world. Even if you looked across all of human history, there wouldn't be anyone whose feelings could surpass mine. Someday, you'll understand completely that those words aren't false. Yeah, Shiomi said, nodding deeply, engraving her words into his heart. Chapter 732, Volume 9, Chapter 82, Why are you dead again? Regarding Ayako Aozaki. Shiomi neither trusted nor distrusted her, remaining in a delicate middle ground. After all, she was a magician who had inherited the fifth law, capable of leaping through time from the future and arriving at the singularity entirely on her own. By comparison, Chaldea required an extremely complex system just to accomplish the same thing. There were simpler approaches, of course. If Morgan were to use the mirror and the coffin to perform an equivalent level of spacetime transfer, it could be done. But that was Morgan's personal ultimate magecraft. It could not be passed down. Even if she were to lay bare the underlying principles, magecraft that Morgan could grasp at a glance and reproduce with ease would remain as incomprehensible as celestial script to other magi. It was nothing like the fifth law, which could be handed over in its entirety once a successor was chosen. Even if that successor could not fully understand it during actual use, it did not matter. There was a saying. The fruits of a Magus' study of history are the consequences wrought by humanity itself, and the fate born of planetary motion. But magic is a divine truth from beyond the heavens, something that does not belong to human karma or the cycles of the planet. That alone is proof of guilt. Magic is the enemy of humanity. And so, Shiomi's reason for doubting Ayako Aozaki was simple. Even if Ayako relied on so-called rocket pencil-style time travel, replenishing herself again and again as she came to the singularity to correct distortions in history, she would inevitably have grasped facts that no one else here knew. And she would have acted on them, in secret. Otherwise, there was no way to explain the death of the first Ayako. It had not been carried out by Shiomi, and yet it unmistakably bore the hallmarks of his methods. What exactly did Ayako Aozaki know? What had she discovered? And what, precisely, had she encountered? Shiomi leaned against the shadowed corner where the corridor connecting the new wing and the old wing bent, suppressing his presence like an assassin. Unless someone possessed presence detection on the level of Enkidu, he was confident he would not be noticed. And in reality, he wasn't. It was the dead of night, still some time before dawn. Yet Ayako Aozaki had left her room, heading alone toward the hot spring baths in the old wing during hours when they were not open. After his raven caught sight of her movement, it delivered the report to Shiomi at the appointed time. Now, Shiomi found himself doing something that even he recognized as borderline stalker behavior. Ayako Aozaki's footsteps were exceptionally light, clearly taken with care to avoid being noticed. With his back to the wall, Shiomi concealed his body, his presence, and even his magical energy, merging seamlessly with the environment. He listened as her footsteps echoed through the old wing's slightly labyrinthine architecture. Sounds that no ordinary person could possibly hear reached Shiomi's ears. There was no need to draw closer. In the absolute stillness before dawn, his five senses stretched outward without limit, taking in every movement within the hot spring inn. The footsteps stopped. Shiomi opened his eyes just a fraction, silently wondering whether Ayako Aozaki had sensed someone watching her from the shadows. If that was the case. Just as Shiomi was considering what to do next, a hand wrapped in a silk glove extended from his blind spot. It was only when it appeared directly in front of him that he realized, too late, that he had failed to notice someone approaching. His eyes widened, his entire body tightening as he prepared to counterattack. But the hand did not go for his throat or heart. Instead, it came down firmly, covering his mouth and nose, sealing them just enough to suppress his breathing without cutting it off completely. Like an orchid blooming deep within an empty valley, a familiar feminine fragrance slowly enveloped him. As his eyes adjusted to the darkness, the tension in Shiomi's muscles eased. The hand that had instinctively begun to exert force relaxed again, and he finally saw who had come so close. Scáthach. One hand covered his mouth and nose to keep his breathing from growing heavier. With the other, she raised a finger, signaling him to stay quiet. She was not wearing the inn's provided yukata, but her close-fitting combat attire. "Master, how?" Shiomi whispered. "Came to see you in the middle of the night for a little secret rendezvous, only to find your room empty," Scáthach replied in a teasing, flirtatious tone. Her voice and gaze, however, remained calm and sharp. "So I followed the trail and ended up here." "Morgan must be utterly speechless," Shiomi murmured, his voice low. "I step out, and you immediately come after me for a midnight ambush." He did not laugh, but his eyes were filled with amusement. The banter ended there. Master and disciple focused their attention once more on tracking Ayako Aozaki's movements. Yet those few seconds of conversation were enough for Shiomi to lose her trail. "She's gone." Shiomi's eyes widened. "No, this mana reaction is." Sensing something was wrong, he moved soundlessly. With Scáthach following close behind, they crossed the connecting corridor and hurried in the direction where Ayako Aozaki had vanished. Their destination was another hot spring in the old building, known as the Secret Spring of Love's Fulfillment. They drew aside the curtain, passed through the changing room, and pushed open the unlocked wooden door. What greeted them was the hot spring beneath the night sky. "She disappeared here, didn't she?" Scáthach said as she inspected the changing room. This was the women's changing area, making it more appropriate for her to check. After all, she had come downstairs with her focus on her beloved disciple and had not been able to keep track of Ayako Aozaki from the start. "This is the last place I could trace her to," Shiomi said from the doorway. After that, the trail was completely severed. "Is she noticed you watching her from the shadows and used magecraft?" "No, used magic to leave," Scáthach said. "It's not impossible." "You're right, Master." Shiomi stared calmly at the hot spring. "The residual mana here is far too dense. It exceeds what a magus would normally leave behind in daily activity." Ayako Aozaki was no exception. As a magician, she could not completely control the natural leakage of mana in her everyday movements, just as humans cannot control their own metabolism. Even if one used special methods to store the mana generated by magic circuits, this natural phenomenon could not be avoided. So that means the mana reaction we detected just now is almost identical to what we sensed in the mountain forest before we encountered Ayako Aozaki during the climb with Tuko 2 days ago, Shiomi said. She activated the fifth law here and jumped to another point in time. Why would she deliberately come here before dawn to use magic? Scáthach leaned against one of the lockers in the changing room, voicing the question Shiomi had been turning over in his mind. That's something only Ayako Aozaki herself can answer. Shiomi stepped slightly aside, allowing Scáthach to see into the hot spring. Assuming she's still able to speak. That is. Scáthach felt her breath catch. On the side facing the forested mountains, an eerie tree stood by the edge of the pool. It was strange not only because its roots were embedded directly into solid rock, but because at its center, Ayako Aozaki was enveloped within the tree itself. Chapter 733, Volume 9, Chapter 83, Present Circumstances. Later that evening, beneath the sky. Because of Shiomi's remarks, Ayako Aozaki realized the situation had likely gone far beyond expectations, perhaps even spiraling out of control. She and Alice followed Shiomi and Tuko to the room where Scáthach and the others were staying. After finishing their questioning by Detective Tsukiji, the Chaldea group gathered there once again. "Before we exchange information," Alice Kwanji said, looking at Shiomi on the sofa opposite her, could Mr. Shiomi explain what you mean by a divine being that is not the land god of Kumano Onsen? It means exactly what it sounds like, Shiomi replied as he poured tea. A god has appeared in this singularity-altered place. As for the two Aoko Aozaki who died earlier, in my opinion, they were most likely killed after coming into contact with that god, without any chance to resist. Aoko didn't strongly object. How should I put it? If I really did run into a god in the truest sense, I suppose I might lose. The issue is, Alice continued calmly, only the second Aoko died by divine authority. The first Aoko was killed by runes of death. How do you explain that? Does that mean the first one wasn't killed by a god? No. Both were killed by a god, and by the same one, Shiomi said. If a god displays power beyond what the first Aoko anticipated, then even without using divine authority, merely wielding runes as a god would be enough to kill a human. Even a magician would be no exception. As he spoke, his gaze drifted toward Aoko. To put it another way, if you were to face an existence like the great god Odin in a magecraft battle, how confident would you be of winning? If I knew the opponent's level from the beginning, it might be different, Aoko answered after some thought. But if I went in without any idea at all, then I'd definitely lose. After thinking it through, she gave a relaxed smile, clearly agreeing with Shiomi's assessment. The god that appeared in the singularity is something close to the great god Odin. Alice's expression remained as calm as ever, but her eyes grew increasingly grave. The great god Odin was the original source of the rune magecraft system. The runes he possessed were not the rune foundation restored by Tuko, but primordial runes, far more powerful and mysterious than those of the modern age. If Odin were to wield those primordial runes, calling him an existence beyond magic would not be an exaggeration. It's only the worst-case possibility, Shiomi said, holding his teacup. I believe that God has not yet fully taken shape, which is why it hasn't revealed itself. Even so, divine authority is already rewriting the rules of this land. Once those rules are completely transformed into divine law, it will already be too late. The land is being rewritten. Aoko murmured, momentarily at a loss. She and Alice had indeed sensed something strange about Kumano Onsen, but based on their investigation so far, it seemed like nothing more than changes caused by local anomalies. The ley lines were unchanged. The environment, too, remained the same. Maybe it's even more serious than that, Morgan suddenly interjected. What's being rewritten might not be the land itself, but the fabric on the surface of the planet. Like the negagenesis of the goddess Tiamat. Shiomi froze for a moment, then lowered his head. That wouldn't be wrong either, considering. Considering what? Aoko asked at once. Shiomi's reaction was completely unguarded. Nothing, he said. It's just that I'm already certain of that god's true identity. He raised an eyebrow and spoke slowly, each word deliberate. Even so, I still don't quite understand why things turned out this way. What exactly happened in the singularity to produce such a result? He had gone that far and still held something back. Just as Aoko was about to press him for an explanation, Tuko cut in. Tenkei's meaning is already clear, her sister said as she looked at her younger sibling. If Aoko has no intention of making public the information she holds about the singularity, then Tenkei will hold back as well. She was wearing glasses, yet her tone was unexpectedly stern and cold. Huh? Aoko was genuinely confused. If there was any hidden information, it would have to be something only the first Aoko Aozaki, and the second Aoko Aozaki, knew. As the third, Aoko could probably only uncover it through further investigation. Before we discovered the remains of the second Aoko Aozaki, my familiar detected her going alone to the old building late at night, Shiomi said flatly. Based on that, I left my room and followed her in secret. Aoko squinted at him. Following a strange woman in the middle of the night. Sis, your friend has some pretty questionable hobbies. You're free to think that if you like. I'm just stating what I found, Shiomi replied, unperturbed. He showed none of his usual flustered banter around women, instead maintaining a detached, almost indifferent attitude. Before the second Aoko Aozaki's presence vanished, there was a large-scale magical energy reaction at the hot spring bathhouse. That fluctuation was almost identical in both scale and intensity to the one Tuko and I sensed before we arrived at the inn, before encountering the first Aoko Aozaki. A knowing smile appeared on Scáthach's face. And judging from what happened afterward, it's very likely that the first one had just jumped to the singularity's year, 2001, at that moment. That magical reaction would have been produced by the use of the fifth law. So that means Aoko went to the bathhouse alone before dawn and used the fifth law, Alice said, lowering her gaze. In other words, after learning something, Aoko used the fifth law to make contact with the deity Mr. Shiomi mentioned. Most likely, Shiomi said. The ravens I sent out investigated the area within a 20-kilometer radius centered on the hot spring inn and found something interesting. Artoria asked, what did they find? The land whose rules were altered first is precisely where this hot spring inn stands, Shiomi said, watching Aoko's reaction. The farther you get from this area, the more normal the state of the land becomes. From another perspective, it means this rewriting hasn't fully spread yet. That may be true. Aoko muttered helplessly. But before I jumped here, the most I could figure out was that the first Aoko came from 1999. She was already quite different from the second Aoko, and from me now. 1999, Alice's eyes showed a flicker of confusion. So that's how it is, Morgan suddenly spoke up. She slowly lifted a registry book, a playful smile on her face. Before coming upstairs, I borrowed the inn's guest register from the owner and found something intriguing. In May of 1999, our family also stayed here. And yet, I have absolutely no memory of it. Chapter 734, Volume 9, Chapter 84, God. Morgan hadn't borrowed the guest register on a whim. While chatting with Sakura and Caren about how many times she'd been here, she found herself oddly unsettled. She couldn't remember exactly which visit this was. The Shiomi residents didn't come every year. Up to 2001, their trips had been fairly limited. In Morgan's memory, there should have been 3 or 4 hot spring getaways. More importantly, there was a clear pattern. She distinctly remembered 1995, 1997, 2001, and then 2003 afterward. Basically, it was once every 2 years. Which raised a question: if it was that regular, why didn't they come in 1999? That year, Shiomi did take the family to the clock tower in London. He even met with Lord Valuelita, and through her mediation, became Rhaenys's family magecraft tutor. But that was in September, and there hadn't been any major commitments before then. No matter how she tried, Morgan couldn't recall anything that year that would have made the whole family cancel their Kumano hot spring trip. Not that the trip itself was some absolute necessity. Still, things didn't just get cancelled for no reason, and Morgan couldn't remember even the slightest hint of one. There was no chance this was the result of memories being erased by magecraft. And with this place having become a singularity in 2001, that left only one other possibility. That 1999, too, had involved something connected to the singularity. After the singularity was corrected, Morgan, who had merely been retained as a servant, or rather, as the top-tier familiar that existed at the time, had her memories adjusted along with the singularity's restoration, leaving her with nothing to remember. Shiomi was the same. Leaving Morgan aside, Tuko said, "It's been 6,000 years. Do you really still remember? During my first century, I'd already put protections in place for my memories of proper human history," Shiomi said, tapping his temple. "As for those 6,000 years, I kept the parts that mattered most. When I try to recall the rest now, all that remains is the rough shape of it." Because he'd chosen what to keep, he hadn't lost what was truly important. Those 6,000 years in Fairy Kingdom hadn't been meaningless, but to Shiomi, the only parts that mattered were what involved Morgan and what involved his companions. Everything else was unnecessary. It was enough that he hadn't forgotten it completely. While Shiomi was being surrounded by his master and the others, pressed with questions, Aoko flipped through the lodging register and briefly wore a troubled expression. But it disappeared just as quickly, replaced by sudden understanding. "Looks like Aoko remembered something," Tuko said. "Don't stare at me like that, sis," Aoko said awkwardly, turning her face away. "You're making it look like we're really close or something." Ignoring Tuko's strange smile, Aoko shifted her attention to the others from Chaldea and began to explain. This situation turned into a mess because the first Aoko didn't explain things properly. "Let's assume she was in a state where no one could trust her," Aoko said. "The details are fragmented, but thanks to the register, I was barely able to synchronize with the scene the first Aoko witnessed." She stood up and started pacing the room. In May 1999, a star appeared here. Its true nature was unknown, so it could only be called a star. The moment it appeared, it blew away the entire Kumano area. After that, the mana wind it released flattened everything around it. Most likely, the star's mana output was limitless. As long as humans existed, it would continue to stir up an eternal storm. Human existence? Shiomi asked. If human civilization vanished from the fabric on the planet's surface, would the storm stop? Shaking her head as she sorted through her thoughts, Aoko replied, "If that were the case, it would just be a civilization destruction incident, which is outside my jurisdiction. What I deal with is human extinction, though that's not exactly something anyone gets to decide." She said something terrifyingly serious in a remarkably casual tone. Much like how the second magician oversees parallel worlds, the fifth magician bears a similar responsibility. "But the problem is, the star was replaced after that," Aoko continued. At least, that's all the first Aoko could observe. Not long after releasing the mana wind, the star disappeared. In its place, a brand new god descended upon this land. At last, Aoko's explanation overlapped with Shiomi's earlier speculation, startling everyone present. Shiomi included. A brand new god. You phrase it that way because you realize the god that descended wasn't from the distant age of gods, but a new god born and established in this era, he said, his expression turning grave. Whoa, you're sharp, Ayako said in surprise. She hadn't expected Shiomi to pinpoint the core of it so precisely. She quickly pulled herself together and went on. A brand new god descending. Setting aside what kind of impact that would have on a world long removed from the age of gods, at the very least, something was wrong with that god. From the moment it descended, it began rewriting the rules of the world. Realizing she couldn't solve it alone, the first Ayako sent the problem 2 years into the future, to this very moment in 2001. In other words, Ayako herself was the reason the singularity came into being. I see. So the source of the singularity is you, the fifth magician. No wonder there's no Holy Grail reaction or anything like that, Shiomi said. And because of that, the first 2 versions of you were wiped out so cleanly. The new god's power isn't complete, so in theory, a magician should still be able to fight it. But because most of her mana was used to maintain the singularity, she lacked the strength to fight. In front of a god, she was reduced to a complete mortal, with no room to resist. If the singularity was sent from 1999 to 2001, then why has everything remained normal until now, without the situation Tuko's sister described coming to pass? Artoria said. That means the event itself has been delayed. Compared to 1999, we're currently positioned before the new god's full descent. As she spoke, she subtly turned her gaze toward Shiomi. Which means that before long, what happened in 1999 will happen again here, Scáthach said, as the pieces finally came together. And Tuko's sister appeared here to find the cause before it happens. Just as they were about to trace the thread back to its origin, Morgan cut in. The cause doesn't matter, she said. What matters now is dealing with the new god back in 1999. That's the only way to keep 2001 from repeating the same disaster. She rested one hand on her hip and quietly looked at Ayako Aozaki. Since your interests align with those of Chaldea, let's stop wasting time, magician. Chapter 735, Volume 9, Chapter 85. Lady Morgan. Only just having learned her name, Ayako fixed Morgan with a grave look. From earlier on, both you and Mr. Shiomi have been acting like you already knew what was going on. What exactly is the situation? There's nothing mysterious about it, Morgan replied calmly. I already explained it while introducing ourselves on the way here. Neither my husband nor I belong to this era. The Tenkei and Morgan of 2001, who truly belonged to this time, went missing 5 days ago. Our arrival merely happened to fill that vacancy. Missing for 5 days. Ayako sprang up. What on earth? At first, we thought it was simply the singularity preventing a collapse of events, Morgan said evenly. The 2001 versions of us who should have been here were excluded from the singularity, and once it was repaired, they would naturally return. But reality turned out to be different. Only by lifting the seal on the singularity and restoring the surroundings to 1999 will the answer become obvious. And there's only one reason why the first and second went to the hot spring bathhouse before dawn and used the fifth law to jump, Shiomi added. Although the first Ayako Aozaki temporarily suppressed the disasters spread by delaying the entire singularity, the new god avoided that interference. In other words, the moment it came into being, the new god already possessed the ability known as independent manifestation. An ability to descend into the present world on its own. Alice fell silent. So that's why Tuko's sister went to the hot spring bathhouse every morning and used the fifth law there, Scáthach said, understanding dawning on her. She was trying to block the new god's advance and keep it from interfering with this singularity. To possess independent manifestation meant that new god existed across all spacetime. Even manipulating time with the fifth law and creating paradoxes couldn't erase it. That's probably how it was, Ayako said, rubbing her temples. The first two were killed by the god without much trouble, but they most likely succeeded in holding it back. Shiomi nodded, then added a warning. But that was only a temporary delay. Using their lives to stop the new god worked solely because it hadn't yet reached its complete form. So you're saying we should strike while the new god hasn't fully stabilized, and go to 1999 to deal with it directly? Ayako grasped Chaldea's intent. If they could gather that much fighting power, there might be a chance to stop the new god's further emergence and destroy it. Wait, Artoria said, her expression darkening as she placed a hand on Shiomi's shoulder. If that new god already has independent manifestation, doesn't that mean it's become a beast larva? Are you certain about this judgment? Most likely, Shiomi accepted it calmly. Even if the reason it became a beast isn't clear yet, I think we'll understand what happened once we go there. Tuko turned her gaze to her sister. So, Ayako, what are you going to do? Do you trust our strength enough to lift the seal on this singularity and face the culprit that's making it worse, or is that even a question? Ayako stood up decisively. If you can piece together the reality that only I could reach from such fragmentary information, then there's only one answer. Having barely synchronized with what the first Aoko had witnessed, Aoko now understood one thing clearly. Even if they uncovered the cause of the singularity's birth here in this delayed 2001, it wouldn't erase the fact that the new god had already been born. The only way to truly resolve the crisis was to defeat the new god. With that decided, Aoko led Shiomi and the others, along with Alice Kwanji, to a narrow alley behind the new wing of the inn. It was where the garbage bin stood, the spot where trash trucks came regularly to collect waste. At the same time, it was an area of the inn that almost no one ever approached. Even Shiomi and the others had only taken a quick look at it on their second day here. "All right, we'll stop here," Aoko said. "I'll release the fixation covering the singularity of 2001. It'll be like letting a stretched rubber band snap back. The surroundings should revert completely to 1999. She turned around as she spoke, then paused in surprise. Just moments ago, Morgan and the other three had been in ordinary clothes. Now, they were fully armed. Only Tuko remained unchanged, wearing her usual outfit that worked for both everyday life and combat. "Go ahead, magician," Morgan gestured calmly. "None of us are ordinary. Don't worry about the shock caused by changes to the timeline. Most likely, the moment we return to 1999, the battle will begin." By then, Shiomi and the others had already formed up. No matter which direction the enemy appeared from in the next instant, they would be able to engage immediately. "Not bad at all. You all look quite used to fighting," Aoko said with a bright smile. "But with so many powerful people gathered here, it really does seem like the abnormalities of the singularity are far more serious than expected." Shiomi gave a silent shrug. He didn't have the heart to admit that everyone had originally gone through Spirit Ron transfer with the mindset of a sightseeing vacation, never imagining things would turn out like this. "All right then, reverse canal singularity, begin. Let's go. Destination, Kumano Hot Springs, 1999. Open your eyes in 3 seconds, and you'll be there." There was no Spirit Ron transfer frame, no proof of existence procedure. It was a direct Spirit Ron transfer. Strictly speaking, it wasn't Shiomi and the others who were moving. Rather, the singularity itself, stretched and delayed in time, was being pulled back to 1999, the point when the anomaly had truly occurred. Even so, the mystery of the fifth law was not something to be taken lightly. Reality gave Shiomi no time to be shocked or to think things through. With a faint sense of premonition and an answer already forming in his mind, he deployed a defensive barrier against erosion the instant the scenery around them finished shifting. The mana density here is already on par with the Age of Gods. Looks like we've really returned to that era. Shiomi gave a wry smile. No wonder Mother admitted that if something truly became a beast and possessed a similar principle, it would live up to the name, Child of Tiamat. Before them, the lush mountain forests that once surrounded Kumano Hot Springs were gone. The hot spring in itself had vanished as well. All that remained was a massive pit, like the aftermath of a volcanic eruption, from which violent mana winds continuously spewed forth. Chapter 736, Volume 9, Chapter 86, Facing the Gods. "What did you do?" Aoko Aozaki was the first to speak. She saw the problem immediately, and with it, the reason the first two Aoko had failed. Just as Shiomi had said, the rules of this environment had already been rewritten. Simply setting foot here meant having to resist the land's erosion of the self. And if you then diverted your focus to reinforce the singularity's fixation, you could keep the rampaging god from reaching 2001 and buy a little more time. The second Aoko had realized that, which was why she'd made the same choice as the first. "As you can see," Shiomi said through clenched teeth, forcing the words out against the raging mana wind, "what's rewriting this land is nothing else but divine authority. Even the fifth law can't properly oppose it. The only thing that can withstand this erosion is power of the same authority." What Shiomi was deploying now was an authority barrier. Otherwise, the instant they arrived here, they would lose the initiative. "Authority?" Alice blurted out, stunned. But Shiomi didn't answer. He kept his eyes locked on the center of the crater, on whatever lurked within the mana wind so dense it blotted out sight. Something vaguely humanoid, yet enormous, an existence that brought to mind the draconic spirit origin of Tiamat. Others might not recognize it. Shiomi only needed a single glance. Even if he still couldn't make out every detail, he already knew the answer. "Can you see it?" Morgan asked, placing a hand on Shiomi's shoulder and feeding him mana. Only Shiomi could wield authority to resist the erosion. "The mana wind's in the way, so I can't see it clearly," Shiomi said, "but I understand it better than anyone." He reached out and gripped the manifested Gungnir. A power like Negagenesis. Did I really intend to overwrite the entire world? Aoko and Alice sucked in a sharp breath. Morgan and the others, however, fell into a shared silence. Even before coming here, they had already guessed the identity of the so-called new god from Shiomi's scattered hints. It was none other than Tenkei Shiomi of 1999. When Aoko Aozaki stretched time and delayed the Singularity's destruction from spreading across the entire world, she also created a consequence. A conflict with the events of 2001, causing Shiomi and Morgan of that era to go missing. Or rather, as the people most directly tied to it, they had been folded into the 1999 event. The reason Shiomi from the future still hadn't been affected was simply that he didn't originate from the Singularity. Until the Singularity expanded and erupted, he could temporarily exist separately from his past self. But once the Singularity eroded the planet's surface, Shiomi at every point in time, past and future, would be pulled into this phenomenon, becoming a single, unique existence across the river of time. Put simply, it was a vertical version of the second magician. And with that change, the planet's history would be rewritten. It's coming. Scotty suddenly raised her voice. The slender wand in her hand spun through the air, and in the blink of an eye she completed the rune inscription. A colorless barrier unfolded directly in front of them, bracing against the mana wind that slammed toward their faces. Something truly awful must have happened. Morgan's expression was grave. If it were nothing more than a simple merging of events, yet even the you from 2001 vanished, then that means. Shiomi's voice turned bitter. Morgan rested a hand on his shoulder, silently stopping him from continuing. The nature outside the barrier is similar to negagenesis, but not exactly the same, Scáthach said. We can act outside the barrier, but we can't fight effectively, let alone get close to you. To avoid confusion, let's refer to my past self as the new god, Shiomi said, forcing a light tone before his expression sharpened again. My existence has already been noticed by the new god. Identical authorities attract each other. The moment I act, the new god will attack. Artoria stepped back several paces, widening the distance between herself and the others. Slowly, she raised her right hand, and the holy lance manifested. So we need to suppress the new god's movements for now, correct? That's right, Shiomi said with a slight nod. No further explanation was needed. Artoria had already understood his intent. The holy lance rapidly drew in the dense, Age of Gods mana from the surroundings, transforming into a beam of light that surged into the sky. O holy lance, proclaim the end. The lance that shines at the end, Rangaminiad. Golden light tore through the darkness, swelling as it fell toward the colossal presence at the center of the crater. A few seconds later, the holy lance struck its mark. The torrent of light disrupted the flow of the mana wind, and the entire crater shook violently. Now. Gather like rain, pile up like dust, melt like snowflakes, vanish like lies. As he spoke, Shiomi burst out of the barrier, charging toward the new god, whose movements were momentarily suppressed by the holy lance, chanting softly under his breath. This is the reflection of my soul, the final remnant of the land beyond. Eternal Orkney. Centered on the rushing Shiomi, a blizzard pierced through the dense mana winds, sweeping across the entire crater and dragging everything into his inner landscape. When the frozen world once again eroded reality, Shiomi came to a stop. With the thick mana winds no longer obscuring his vision, the new god finally revealed its true form amid the storm. Damn. It's really come to this. A luminous white body, reminiscent of the white giant said to have ravaged the planet 14,000 years ago in tales of star-devouring beings. That towering, immaculate figure standing between heaven and earth was Shiomi's first impression of the new god. And yet, it was completely opposite to the divine form he had once sought. There was no clear consciousness, no coherent voice. Only a thunderous, inarticulate roar echoed out, shaking the ground beneath them. As the surrounding world shifted, the holy lance's suppression gradually ended as its power ran out. The new god, crouched against the earth, slowly straightened its massive body. A single roar unleashed a violent gale, strong enough to rob anyone of their footing. And that wasn't all. In that same instant, Shiomi felt that new god begin to erode his reality marble. This really isn't funny. To think I'd end up fighting my past self. Shiomi pushed back with all his strength against the erosion of his reality marble. Before long, he adapted to the new god's method of encroachment and managed to maintain a stalemate. 2 sets of rapid footsteps rang out behind him. As the reality marble fully formed and stabilized, Morgan and Scáthach charged forward almost simultaneously, preparing to launch the first wave of their assault alongside Shiomi. Leave the support to me. Gate of Sky, grant us victory. Scotty's voice carried from afar as she released her noble phantasm. The City of Shadows manifested atop Shiomi's reality marble. Their mutual trust and acceptance allowed the two powers to intertwine. The battlefield against the new god was now fully formed. Chapter 737, Volume 9, Chapter 87, Engagement. As Morgan and Scáthach moved in beside him, Shiomi was just about to step forward and rush toward the new god, intending to attack from close range and probe for any possible weaknesses. When the communicator on his body suddenly rang. Ah, the mana signal finally stabilized. Hello. Can you hear me? What's going on over there? Why did the singularity's reading suddenly spike into abnormal ranges, and why is the mana signal being disrupted? We can't see anything at all from Chaldea. Romani's anxious voice came through. Because the singularity itself was small in scale, Shiomi had only been making routine check-ins with Chaldea each night before going to bed. Romani, who was in charge of rear support, had been more than happy with how relaxed things were. After all, everything had been calm for days. He hadn't thought there was any need for Shiomi to be concerned. And yet, of all times, today the singularity's abnormal value suddenly shot up to full alarm levels, dragging staff who had already gone to rest back to their posts to begin emergency observation. However, just as Romani said, the sudden anomaly even severed Chaldea's connection with them. They lost all visibility on Shiomi's group, and only just now had radar functionality barely been restored. Wait a second, Romani. Olga Marie shouted. What is that enormous signal on the radar? Ah. Hold on, this signal, it's extremely similar to the one from the Uruk singularity back then. Romani couldn't stay seated. A reaction highly similar to a beast. How is that possible? This should be 2001. No, wait. Why has the singularity's occurrence time shifted to 1999? The chain of anomalies instantly threw Chaldea into chaos. As you've already observed, that should be the reaction of a beast larva, Shiomi said calmly. A new god that has not yet fully formed. As he spoke, he watched Morgan and Scáthach, who had already begun engaging the new god ahead of him. The two of them alternated covering each other, splitting the new god's attention while searching for an opening through magecraft and long-range attacks. A new god. Olga Marie froze. The radar had indeed analyzed a divine reaction, but this idea of something new. Effective immediately, the investigation of the 2001 singularity is entering its next phase, Shiomi said decisively. All personnel currently within the singularity will officially begin the subjugation of the beast-like new god manifested in 1999. We also have witch descendants and the fifth magician on site, so there's no need to worry. The fifth magician? Romani gasped. Even a magician is involved. So the earlier calm really was just a facade. I'll explain everything in detail after I get back, Shiomi said as he charged forward. Maintain observation of the singularity. Leave the fighting to us. With that, he cut the transmission. Mana surged violently through Gridnir in his hand as he slammed it head-on into the fist that new god swung at him, releasing a thunderous impact. The sheer gap in raw power made even Shiomi feel the strain. In terms of overall strength, it was already comparable to Surtur Fenrir from the previous Scandinavian Lost Belt. The new god had just endured a direct hit from the Holy Lance, yet showed almost no visible damage at all. Only a faint weakening in its overall mana reaction suggested that it hadn't come through completely unscathed. It's not an opponent that can't be defeated, Shiomi muttered. The real problem is, how to defeat it. Scáthach hurled her spear into the sky, where it abruptly spread out, transforming into a dense rain of spears that poured down endlessly, bombarding the new god's body. Shiomi frowned deeply. He fully agreed with his master's judgment. If he were to release the true name of Marduk's axe here, a single strike would be enough to end it. The problem was that it would almost certainly also mean a guaranteed kill, for both sides. So, when life and death finally come knocking on my own door, I still end up being just an ordinary person. Shiomi let out a quiet, bitter laugh. Scáthach, however, smiled. Even after transcending death, you never forget your fear of it. As your master, I'm glad you've kept hold of that feeling. With that, she charged forward again. She slipped past the new god's crashing fist and sprinted along its arm, wide as a mountain ridge, racing toward its shoulder. Her aim was the head, hoping to uncover some kind of vital point. After all, the new god possessed an extreme blessing. No matter where it was injured, its body regenerated the instant damage was dealt. Afraid of death? Shiomi tightened his grip on the spear. Maybe. Or perhaps it was fear of the separation that death would bring, fear that kept him from fighting without restraint. Behind him, Artoria had already grasped the situation as well. Bound by the fixed outcome of the reality marble and Shiomi's authority, the new god was unable to launch effective attacks, nor could it rapidly erode this world to create a more advantageous environment. So, after briefly exchanging signals with Tuko and Scotty, Artoria charged in. A white warhorse answered her summons, and she mounted it in one smooth motion. The steed leapt into the air as she launched a covering attack toward the head Scáthach was closing in on. There's no time to worry about unnecessary things. Shiomi raised his head. If someone had to fall here, then it could only be him. And it had to be him. A disaster caused by his past self was something his future self had to bring to an end. He switched the hand holding his spear, preparing to summon Marduk's axe, but Morgan pressed down on his arm. Don't stop me. You know what the most effective approach is, don't you? I would never stop my husband. As his wife, I follow him in life and death alike, Morgan said, shaking her head. I only want to tell you this. The core of the new god isn't in its head. Is that so? Shiomi wasn't particularly surprised. A body of that size was clearly something formed from condensed mana. Morgan's words were simply a conclusion about the new god's condition. Which meant that the core, the Tenkei Shiomi of 1999. So it's in the heart after all. Shiomi stared at the new god's chest. Not just that. Morgan covered her face, peering through the gaps between her fingers. The mana interference makes it hard to see clearly, but inside the body, there's another person. Shiomi fell silent. He immediately activated his star eyes. Just as Morgan had said, there was more than one presence at the core. If one of them is me from 1999, then the other. Shiomi felt his thoughts struggling to keep up. His mind raced. This wasn't a case of him being manipulated into becoming some beast larva, like God. Then, looking at it from the opposite angle, if this aberration was born of his own will, what reason would he have had to make such a choice? Don't stay there. Before Shiomi could voice his conclusion, Artoria's warning rang out. Countless points of light suddenly drifted through the air around them, flickering with the glow of life itself. Yet all Shiomi felt was a chill racing up the back of his neck. Chapter 738, Volume 9, Chapter 88, Troublesome Opponent. Countless points of light became countless detonation points. The instant after Artoria shouted her warning, those lights began to rupture one after another. Each blast struck with the force of an anti-army noble phantasm, and the fixed outcome shook violently under the relentless tremors. Far behind them, Scotty and Tuko, who was supporting her to keep her noble phantasm sustained, nearly lost their footing as well. Artoria grabbed them and, with her warhorse leading the way, pulled them up and out of the blast radius. Scáthach's heart clenched, the urge to call out to her beloved disciple surged up her throat, only for her to swallow it back a moment later. Through the smoke and snow-like dust of the explosions, Shiomi appeared, leaping high backward with Morgan held around the waist. They looked completely unhurt. They must have thrown up defensive magecraft in time to withstand the indiscriminate attack, then immediately withdrawn to a safer distance. I was worried, Artoria said, sounding both relieved and a little envious, but when I think about the fact that they've fought side by side for 6,000 years, it feels like there was never any need to worry. Hey, that's true, Scáthach said with a soft laugh. Still, even when I strike at that giant with the intent to kill my beloved disciple, it hardly makes a difference. Artoria guided her warhorse through the sky. With temporary footholds formed from mana under its hooves, it was no longer bound by the ground. I recall you are a godslayer. Can't that power be put to use? Artoria asked again. I'm already using it, Scáthach said with a frown. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to break through its defenses. I can only say this much, he truly is my disciple. Once he becomes a problem, he's more troublesome than any disciple I've had before. Just then, countless points of light rose from the earth again. This time they climbed even higher before bursting apart, turning into countless meteors that shot in every direction. Even Scáthach and Artoria, who had already swung around to the upper rear sky, were singled out. The moment those meteors caught onto their mana, they became targets. The instant she realized it, Scáthach, who had been pulled along by Artoria, sprang off the horse and veered away, splitting in a different direction to disperse the meteor's pursuit. It can do that too. Shiomi exclaimed in shock. So it's not just erosion authority and raw physical power. It can even manage wide area attacks. As he landed, Shiomi opened his defensive barrier again. With Scáthach's noble phantasm still active, and with its power reinforcing them, the pressure on their defenses eased considerably. Truly worthy of my husband, Morgan said with rare humor. Even if he took the wrong path in his youth and evolved incorrectly, we still can't afford to underestimate him. Is this really the time for that? Shiomi shot back without thinking. That core has you in it too, you know. Which is exactly why, whether it's us in 1999 or us now, we're of the same breath and the same branch, Morgan said. She took Shiomi's hand where he was maintaining the barrier. Just thinking about that fills me in body and soul with strength. Enough that I can even bring myself to strike it myself. The barrier strengthened again, its range expanding as it met the torrent of mana the giant spewed forth. You don't have to take it that far. Shiomi couldn't help letting out a wry smile. Once this wave of attacks ends, I'll try to draw its attention together with them, Morgan said. First we restrict its movements. Then we can think about destroying the body and digging the core out from inside. Agreed. As soon as Shiomi answered, Morgan released his hand and stepped forward. Unlike the goddess Tiamat that manifested in Uruk, the giant god formed from Tenkei Shiomi of 1999 was far more aggressively proactive, with a much broader range of attacks. In only a few minutes, this newborn deity had already displayed 3 different methods of assault, forcing Shiomi's group, who couldn't freely unleash fatal blows, to fight on the back foot. This is the strike that proclaims fate, granting all things in the world their destined death. Shiomi raised the divine spear without hesitation, aiming at the giant's head. Be buried here, Gungnir. Mana swelled violently, and Gungnir shot forward faster than any of the meteors, slamming straight toward the giant's head. Boom. The Gungnir in Shiomi's hands was not intercepted. It hit the head dead on, but it didn't pierce through. Instead, the recoil of the explosion knocked it away. Then, once more. Scáthach, already airborne, snatched Gungnir as it flew up toward her. She twisted her body midair and hurled Gungnir again. The divine spear streaked toward the head once more, striking the exact same spot. This time, the body, hard as if protected by conceptual defense itself, was finally pierced, a clear breach torn open. At that instant, Artoria released the true name of the Holy Lance from behind again. It crashed down heavily onto the Colossus's back, throwing it off balance and sending it pitching forward. Morgan advanced toward the giant god step by step. The trembling earth and endless clouds of snow and dust could not slow her pace in the slightest. She closed the distance while using magecraft to guard against wide-area attacks that could erupt without warning. Gungnir tore apart the body's defenses, and even though the Holy Lance's second strike only hit the back, the giant god finally showed clear signs of injury. Countless cracks spread across its body. Within those fissures churned purer, denser mana. The instant it was wounded, self-repair began. Even after taking such a heavy blow, Morgan judged it would only take a few minutes to fully recover. In that state, the new god managed to push itself upright, but it lacked the strength to stand, remaining kneeling on the ground. Then, with a speed utterly impossible for such a massive body, it suddenly swung its arms to either side, catching Scáthach and Artoria off guard. Both of them blocked with all their strength, yet were sent flying like cannonballs, smashing into the ground. After that, the new god raised both arms again, locking onto Morgan now within its attack range, and brought them down with crushing force. The earth roared. Morgan stepped back slightly, evading the blow, then continued forward without hesitation. What is she trying to do? Scáthach muttered, half kneeling in a massive crater with her spear braced beside her. Morgan's actions were far too hard to read. She looked as though she were about to attack, yet she only kept closing the distance, showing no sign of striking. Even so, the mana radiating from her body had already made the new god sense danger. The Colossus roared. The erosion of the reality marble intensified. Having lost the environment it had reshaped at the moment of its birth, it could no longer bring its full power to bear. The reality marble continued to suppress its strength at full force. Morgan stopped. The Colossus's hands closed in from both sides. If she did not evade, then even with damage compensation magecraft protecting her, Morgan herself would not escape unscathed. Yet she remained perfectly calm, simply staring straight at the immense target before her. Chapter 739, Volume 9, Chapter 89, Shattered. Controlled by divinity and authority, becoming a new god bent on creation, human emotion and reason should no longer exist, and yet, you're still bound by the remnants of who you once were. As Morgan spoke, the giant god's encircling hands stopped an instant before crushing her. The giant let out an unnatural, low rumble, as if resisting something it could not comprehend. It wanted to kill this tiny enemy before it, yet its hands could not move any closer. Just as I thought. Even without intellect, you still can't kill me, my husband. Morgan said this softly, turning her head slightly toward Shiomi, who stood back to back with her. He had spread his arms, gripping two crimson spears, ready to block the giant's hand so Morgan could retreat. But the giant had halted. Even so, he did not dare relax his guard. Of course. Even if there are lunatics who can strike down the one they love, that could never be me, Shiomi replied quietly, his voice steady. We've only been together for 5 years, Morgan laughed softly. For humans, 5 years of sharing a bed day and night isn't short, Shiomi answered without turning around. That's true. A single tear slid down from the corner of Morgan's eye. Through this impossible situation, she saw more clearly into Shiomi's heart than ever before. If it's too much, fall back for now. Leave this to me. A problem of one's own should be settled by oneself. Convinced the giant would not act immediately, Shiomi drove the crimson spears into the ground. I don't know how long the fixed outcome can hold. Before it collapses, we need to weaken the new god as much as possible. Even if it's difficult, we can't retreat. Morgan raised her left hand. The magic spear of starry night and rain shifted shape in her grasp, transforming into a long sword resembling the Star Holy Sword. At the same time, countless chains wrapped in dark blue mana burst from the ground, instantly encircling the new god and binding its massive body. During the restoration of the Uruk Singularity, Morgan had witnessed firsthand the combat performance of Enkidu, the divine construct known as the Chains of Heaven. Just like the Holy Lance, she had learned and reproduced the Chains of Heaven in the form of magecraft. During the battle against Cernunnos, she had been too busy manipulating leyline sealing armaments to use this spell. She had originally planned to keep it as a secret trump card for confronting gods during the Greek Lost Belt campaign, but instead, it was used against a target she had never anticipated. It's an imperfect spell, but using my still immature husband as a test subject, you won't be angry, will you? Morgan slowly lowered the long sword. She formed a temporary scabbard from mana, sheathing the blade while maintaining a stance ready to draw at any moment. If it's for better discipline later on, then I suppose I'll just accept it, Shiomi said with a helpless smile, then turned serious. Even Enkidu couldn't completely bind Mother. An imperfect chains of heaven won't hold for long. I know. Morgan stepped forward. My husband should focus on the fight ahead. I'll open the way here. She was a magus. Though she occasionally fought at the front in close combat, she had never adopted the stance of a seasoned swordsman. After all, Shiomi was the one who taught her martial skills, and she was far more practiced with spears than with swords. Even so, as part of her broad skill set, Morgan had mastered a single decisive sword technique. A technique that would shine even more brilliantly in the hands of a true sword saint. Flash. The instant the giant tore free from the chains binding its divinity, the long sword, accelerated within its mana scabbard, was drawn like moonlight cutting through a hazy night. A sharp gleam flashed, its edge nearly ripping space apart. Plain and unadorned, yet ferociously violent. The strike landed squarely on the chest, where countless cracks had converged. The blade's sharpness rivaled a slash released at the true name of a noble phantasm. A thunderous sound like mountain splitting and stone shattering rang out. The struck area burst open, exposing what lay within. Or rather, the existence that had become the core itself. With its vital point laid bare, the new god was further provoked. A more violent surge of mana erupted outward, accompanied by a roar that shook heaven and earth. The counter-erosion assaulting the reality marble suddenly intensified. Shiomi was already pouring all his strength into suppressing the new god's authority to erode the land and reshape the world. He could no longer rely on the reality marble to do anything more. Morgan clutched her shoulder. The excessively violent strike, combined with the effort of breaking the divine shell, pushed Morgan, never one to excel in direct physical combat, past her limits. The pain of breaking bones lasted only an instant. Her arm was still intact. Why did you insist on forcing yourself to use that move? Shiomi said casually, rolling his shoulder. The injuries caused by the damage compensation were already rapidly healing. You clearly had other options. Without my spell, you would have been seriously hurt. To control the scale of destruction and avoid damaging the core, that was the best choice in my judgment. Morgan shook her head. The reality marble won't hold much longer. Fall back and help Scotty. After supporting Morgan to her feet, Shiomi released his grip. From here on, the only one who can get close to that thing is me. For anyone else, merely approaching would mean being affected by that Negagenesis-like ability, possibly even having their power stripped away entirely. The land beneath their feet was already the world of the new god. They had to resolve this with everything they had before a grand servant was dispatched here. Shiomi had no desire to face someone like the old man of the mountain. As the reality marble shattered, Morgan's figure dissolved into a water mirror and retreated into the barrier Shiomi had set up from the start to resist the erosion of authority. Before formally confronting the Greek gods, I'll use you as a test subject, my past self. Whether it's myself or her, I'll save them both. Shiomi stopped trying to maintain the fixed outcome and poured all of his power into controlling authority itself. One wrong step, and he would lose to his past self. After all, in terms of results, the past had already reached the seat of godhood ahead of the future. The price was the loss of the most vital thing of all, intellect, leaving behind nothing more than a pure device for remaking the world. What was it truly seeking? What did it intend to accomplish? Shiomi knew there was only one way to find the complete answer. He had to destroy the core and free both himself and Morgan from within. The mana wind grew faster and faster, surpassing any storm ever recorded on the planet. Formed from pure mana, it shredded any vortex that touched it, even at the slightest contact. It spiraled around Shiomi and the new god, sealing them both inside. Neither Scáthach and Artoria, who had pulled back into the sky, nor Morgan and the others, who had retreated behind the barrier, could see what was happening anymore. Chapter 740, Volume 9, Chapter 90, Severance. What are you trying to do, Ayoko? Tuko called out, stopping her sister as she tried to step out of the barrier. That's what I should be asking you, Ayoko shot back. Are you really going to let your important person fight alone? She couldn't accept it. If it's too risky for you, then let me go. Once the singularity is resolved, the debt of death will be offset anyway. You're not going. Tuko took off her glasses, her voice icy. Magic may be a divine truth beyond this world, but get this straight. This time, our opponent isn't me, or another Magus, or any human. It's a god, through and through. Ayoko. Alice pressed a hand to Ayoko's shoulder, shaking her head to stop her. Toko kept her eyes on the state of the barrier. This authority outcome was linked directly to Shiomi himself. If it showed even the slightest sign of cracking, it meant Shiomi was losing ground and was in real danger. If you want to go, then step forward and try, Toko said quietly. Even your body can't endure authority running rampant when it's already injured. As Toko spoke, Ayoko took a defiant half-step forward. The moment she left the barrier, an indescribable terror washed over her. If she kept going, even she would be remade into something inhuman. The ecosystem that new God was trying to create would no longer have any need for humanity as it currently existed. What it would become was something no one could predict. Look, inside the storm, Scotty called out. But aside from Toko, still arguing with her sister, everyone else was already focused on the battle they couldn't see into. They all noticed the change at the same time. Inside that scroll of light formed by the mana wind, streaks of different colors kept flashing through. At first it was one strike at a time, but soon the attacks became dense. As the number of slashes increased, the tornado of mana wind began to weaken. When it finally dispersed, what appeared before them was only the new god, its divine body torn into pieces, and Shiomi rising into the sky with Gungnir and Longinus in hand. It had been Shiomi, inside that vortex, attacking that new god without pause, wave after wave. The divine body could no longer stand. It could only reach out with both hands, trying to catch Shiomi as he slipped beyond its range. Countless meteors sprang up from the earth out of nowhere, racing toward Shiomi. But it was already too late. The core's position is finally fully exposed. Now it's simple. We strip it out before it gets covered again. Shiomi released his grip. The instant the two spears left his hands, they vanished. Mana gathered in his palms, then surged higher into the sky, forming a colossal axe that blotted out the heavens. It was a noble phantasm that only a divine body could truly wield. Even he couldn't take it in hand and use it as a weapon in close combat. For him, it could only be a single decisive strike. If he wanted to swing that hand axe freely at will, he would probably have to become something like the thing in front of him. And that was a hard pass. He looked down at the new god below. The future that had sought to become a god had become a god in the past. The only one who could cut down the self was another self. But this wasn't for slaughter. It was for salvation. Not only to save himself, but to save her, the one he could not afford to lose. So this is why you ended up like this, me. Struggle, anger, despair, I understand all of it now. Shiomi ignored the countless meteors rapidly closing in. It's still too early to ascend the throne of gods. For now, being human is enough. Enoma Elish. The giant axe transformed into a sacred radiance and cleaved forward, cutting diagonally from the divine body's shoulder. Along a line just a thin layer away from the core, the false body was split apart. A blow that tore through heaven and earth. The incomplete divine form, the new god that had failed to become a beast, had its power to resist stripped away by its future self. Before the body could even strike the ground, it had already begun to scatter into the wind. Only the core remained. Seizing that instant, Shiomi plunged downward, closing in on the divine core. Through the clear, amber-like shell, he saw what lay inside. 1999 Tenkei Shiomi and 1999 Servant Morgan lay nestled together like sleeping infants, their hands tightly clasped. Time to wake up, sleepyhead. Shiomi slammed his fist into the divine core. Cracks spread instantly across the shell, branching outward until it finally shattered. Thud. 1999 Tenkei Shiomi fell limply onto the ground. 1999 Servant Morgan, meanwhile, was caught in Shiomi's arms. He descended slowly and gently laid her down. Be a little kinder to yourself, my husband. With the disappearance of the new god, the laws of the land began to restore themselves, no longer at risk of erosion. Morgan was the first to notice. She rushed over, only to see this clear difference in treatment, and couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. After all, I won't die, what matters is you. Shiomi raised his hand, holding it above her chest. The power capable of healing all things flowed continuously into the dying servant Morgan. Well. Your spirit core was on the verge of collapse. Any slower and you would have retreated, Shiomi said quietly. At this point in time, there was nothing I could do to fix it. So that's why you went into a frenzy. Morgan frowned slightly, both moved and aching inside. Authority was something I'd already grasped back in the land of shadows. I only managed to awaken part of it after being killed by the demon god king, Shiomi said, lowering his hand. It's fine now. But my drowning, and your own helplessness, drove you into that berserk state back then. That's exactly why this power couldn't heal me, Morgan sighed. Could you value yourself just a little more? Don't say things that unrealistic, Shiomi muttered as he stood up. You know how much you mean to me. I do. But what needs to be said still has to be said, Morgan shook her head. The Morgan, lying on the ground, her spirit origin fully restored, began to show signs of waking. She slowly opened her eyes, then startled when she saw the two of them. As she sat up, she noticed Shiomi collapsed nearby. Holding his forehead, he looked thoroughly confused. If this isn't an illusion, then you aren't the us of this era. Morgan picked up Shiomi, finally relaxing once she confirmed he was unharmed. This place has become a singularity. You'll forget everything that happened here afterward, Morgan said, tracing a small circle beside her temple. But you appearing here means that it worked, didn't it? Of course. You can rest easy. After saying that, Morgan watched her servant self cradle the unconscious him and silently sob. Her nose stung. But when she turned her head and saw the faintly mischievous look on Shiomi's face, that surge of emotion quickly dissipated. Without saying a word, she reached out and gave him a sharp pinch at the small of his back. Chapter 741, Volume 9, Chapter 91, Aftermath. With the source of the disaster defeated, the conditions within the crater gradually stabilized. Alice Quanji walked alone across the ravaged battlefield, guided by instinct to the jagged edge of the rubble. She crouched down and used her slender fingers to clear away a few small stones. Before long, a shattered magical artifact emerged from the dirt and rocks. It was completely ruined, with no trace of mana remaining. Alice let out a quiet sigh and picked it up. So it really did start with your ploy. Tuko Aozaki's voice came from behind her. At the beginning, you could say that, Alice replied calmly. But in the end, the disaster was caused by that person. The ploy itself is already broken. She felt a twinge of regret, yet understood there was nothing to be done. It was probably destroyed by the new god. Not exactly. Seeing this clears up part of what happened, Tuko said, shaking her head. This wishing star box, if I remember correctly, works by turning a handle to potentially grant a wish, but only if that wish is truly the most genuine and ideal one for the person making it. Holding the broken ploy, Alice straightened up. You seem to know quite a lot about ploy. That's something that happens many years after your time, Tuko said casually. I don't know why your wishing star box malfunctioned, but when it did, when the star descended and the mana wind swept through this area, Tenkei and Morgan were both here. Morgan was gravely wounded, on the verge of death, and he was powerless to do anything. To save the one he loved most, he was willing to give up everything. Alice murmured, beginning to understand. If that was the case, then it made sense. And that's not all. The real issue is that Tenkei isn't an ordinary human, Tuko continued. He touched the domain of the divine and possesses authority that hasn't fully awakened yet. When the ploy transformed into the star, it likely judged that Tenkei's wish could be fulfilled, but it couldn't withstand the worst of his emotions. His authority was rapidly catalyzed in the process, awakening at an extreme speed. That turned him into a power capable of devouring the star, and ultimately into an existence able to ascend toward godhood on his own. This was never part of my expectations, Alice said evenly. I only misplaced it by accident and came here to look for it. I know, Tuko replied with a matter-of-fact smile. There are magi in this world who can shape heroes, even kings. But there are no magi or magicians who can create gods. Human faith and wishes merely fix a god into a certain form. They become the source of that god's power, or else are discarded along with the faith itself. For Tenkei Shiomi of 1999, ploy was nothing more than a catalyst. That overwhelmingly powerful wish was only the spark. Without touching upon the singularity of authority, things would never have developed into this state. Had it been even a little later, human history might have been ignited from this very point, rewriting humanity itself, perhaps even the world. If it had not exceeded the limits permitted by the primate counter-force, it would have unfolded as something almost inevitable. And yet, he himself never longed for such a transformation. All he wanted was the power to save the one who held his heart. In the final moment, after losing all reason, he became a completely new god, one even he could no longer recognize. With that thought, Tuko turned her gaze toward Shiomi. She suddenly found herself wondering if, at the singularity of 1999, it hadn't been Morgan who was hurt, but herself, or any one of them instead. Would Shiomi still have become like this? Probably, yes. The hypothetical question arrived at an answer that felt all too likely, even if the details might have differed. After all, he was that kind of man. Greedy, yet deeply compassionate. Morgan of 1999 lifted Tenkei Shiomi of 1999 into her arms, preparing to leave the place where the anomaly had occurred. She intended to take him somewhere quiet, where he could rest and recover. Wait. Shiomi called out to them. What is it? Morgan of 1999 asked, slightly puzzled. The authority that exceeds your capacity, I'll take it with me. Shiomi placed his hand on his past self. As for what remains, once the singularity is restored, you'll probably forget everything that happened during this time. Still, don't worry. I will eventually come to truly understand the existence of that authority. Sensing the subtle change in the aura surrounding Shiomi of 1999, Morgan of 1999 immediately understood what was happening. Once he was done, Shiomi turned away without looking back and went to rejoin his teacher and the others, preparing to contact Chaldea. Morgan let out a small laugh, then looked at her own self in servant form. It felt strangely surreal. After all, very few people ever get to face themselves from another point in time. But when she thought about it, it had only been a little over 10 years. There wasn't really anything to say. Even if she offered advice to her past self, it would disappear once the singularity was repaired. In the end, all she could do was silently lower her head to her past self, receiving the same wordless gesture in return, like looking into a mirror. The unspoken farewell came to an end. They turned in different directions and went their separate ways. Just then, Morgan suddenly remembered something and called out to her past self. Wait. There's something I want to confirm. What is it? Could it be that your serious injuries were because of? Servant Morgan froze for a moment, said nothing, and simply nodded. So that's how it is, Morgan said, understanding at once. She didn't press any further. She then walked over toward Shiomi. Ayako Aozaki was in the middle of explaining the situation. Don't worry. The Kumano Hot Springs area was just swept away by the mana wind. It didn't disappear. Once the singularity vanishes, both the 1999 version of this place and the 2001 version will return to normal, Ayako said, patting her chest confidently. So your children, and all the other guests staying at the inn, are perfectly safe. Shiomi shrugged. I figured as much when we were fighting that new god. And besides, we've already dealt with a world-ending crisis caused by someone who called himself the King of Magecraft. We're pretty familiar with things like the calculations behind human order. The King of Magecraft. You mean that King of Magecraft? Ayako exclaimed. The one who supposedly taught the second magician, the progenitor of Magecraft. That's a long story, Shiomi said with another shrug. When you see your sister later, ask her about it then. I see. Ayako wisely refrained from probing any further. Still, I never imagined gods could be such unfathomable beings. At that moment, Shiomi lifted his gaze to the sky. After the divine body collapsed, its remnants drifted upward. Now, countless specks of light descended like snowflakes. They were celestial fragments, the power of the world itself, coming down to restore this land. Maybe, Shiomi said quietly, the truly unfathomable beings are humans. Chapter 742, Volume 9, Chapter 92, Homeward Voyage. 2001, the empty lot in front of the garbage dump behind Sumino Hot Springs Inn. With the world set right, Shiomi and the others returned to 2001. They re-established contact with Chaldea, prepared to report everything that had happened, and readied themselves to head back via ray shift. Wait a second, Scotty said. The ones we just rescued were you and Morgan from 1999. But what about this side? Didn't you two from 2001 go missing a few days ago? Shiomi paused, then smiled evenly. Looking at the outcome, Morgan and I went missing in 2001 because the singularity folded us into the events of 1999. Now that the new god is gone, the 2001 versions of us have probably already returned. That's why we're hiding here, to avoid running into our past selves, Scáthach said with a nod. Shame. I wanted to say goodbye to that child. Scotty and Artoria felt the same. Sakura and Caren, still so young, had that particular kind of charm that only comes with that age. And, in a way, they couldn't help envying Morgan for being able to witness it. No. To be precise, it was the Morgan and me who ray-shifted and that happened to fill the gap during those few days when our 2001 selves were missing, Shiomi said. Afterward, the Human Order Foundation value will adjust things so those days are incorporated into our memories, and in the end, 2001 becomes a version of events where everything is fine. If they showed themselves now, they would only introduce new friction into a timeline that had already been balanced. Even the smallest ripple could cause enormous changes down the line. That kind of butterfly effect was exactly what Shiomi feared. Just like when he returned to the Lost Belt around 6,000 years ago, and ultimately became the cause of the upheaval that turned the entire Lost Belt upside down. Leave the communications to me, Scáthach said, ruffling Shiomi's hair. You should get some rest. Shiomi nodded. He loosened up a little, rolled his shoulders, and looked around the deserted back lot. Tuko was saying her goodbyes to Ayako. For all that had happened, the sisters' relationship wasn't truly bad. Their clashes, fights, and killings all traced back to the fact that they came from the Aozaki family. The more hatred was used, the more it thinned out, especially when it wasn't something that had ever come from the heart in the first place. I asked my past self just now why she ended up so badly hurt, Morgan said as she caught Shiomi's attention, lowering her voice to tell him what she'd learned. It was because you were protecting me, wasn't it? Shiomi answered at once. When did you figure that out? Once we confirmed the new god's identity, it was basically certain, Shiomi said with a pained smile. More than getting hurt, or even dying, because we weren't strong enough when we fought together. I can't accept you dying to protect me because I wasn't strong enough. That was why he lost control. To reject the weak version of himself, he had to become something strong. In other words, a god. No, Morgan said, shaking her head. What I'm saying is this, my husband doesn't need to feel guilty toward me. She understood perfectly well that Shiomi was still hung up on how powerless he'd been in 1999. Shiomi gave a small shrug. Don't forget, that new god wasn't just a god. It was also a beast that hadn't yet hatched. You're not unfamiliar with why beasts come into being. Evils of humanity, and also human love, Morgan said. Of course she understood. If there was a way to define the principle behind that not yet formed beast, it could only be called salvation. To save one irreplaceable person, he was willing to become a god. But in the process, he lost his way, mistook the means for the end, and ultimately became a disaster that could threaten humanity and the world. Both divine and beastly. So, there's something I want to ask of you, Shiomi said. Why say it like that? Morgan sighed at his formality. That kind of wording meant he was about to say something important. Just because you nearly died protecting me, I ended up becoming that, Shiomi said, wrapping his arms around Morgan. If I were to truly lose you, I don't even know what I'd turn into. You won't become a beast, and there's no need for you to become one, Morgan murmured, gently stroking his back. What I said earlier was only teasing. My husband is certainly a shameless beast, but not in that sense. Then you'll have to keep a close eye on me, my wife, Shiomi replied. As if I could let anyone else do that, though I'm already struggling to keep up with your wandering affections, Morgan complained half-jokingly, half-indulgently, teasing him by nibbling at his earlobe. Ah. Shiomi was left momentarily speechless. Then his other ear was suddenly tugged hard, sending a sharp jolt of pain through him. You really do have a habit of leaving everyone else behind to say touching things on your own, Scáthach said as a reminder. That favoritism is getting a bit excessive. Morgan smiled smugly and let go of Shiomi, only for him to be pulled straight into Scáthach's arms. You worked hard in the battle earlier, master, he said at once, offering sincere comfort as he carefully stroked her hair and back. That situation didn't last long. Artoria and Scotty were already lined up behind them. It wasn't exactly an assembly line, but watching Shiomi earnestly comforting everyone else almost made Morgan laugh. Not wanting to make things awkward, she held it in and pretended to be uninterested, glancing around at the surroundings instead. Tuko. Scotty, who was last in line, held him for quite a while. Just before the ray shift back to Chaldea was about to begin, Shiomi opened his arms again and asked Tuko. Of course, Tuko said without hesitation. She wrapped him in a generous embrace, affectionately rubbing against his ear and hair. Ayoko stared, her jaw practically dropping. She couldn't reconcile this Tuko at all with the cool-headed, rational older sister who had been speaking just moments earlier. Even taking into account that I'm an outsider, and a former enemy, I still feel this is a bit strange to say, Alice remarked, wearing an expression that was hard to describe, tinged with a hint of pity. But Miss Tuko's romantic relationships are, frankly, not something I can praise. Don't overthink it, Tuko said calmly. Tenkei and I are just ex-lovers. We're only acting together now because of certain circumstances. It's not like we cut ties and swore never to see each other again. Revisiting old things is perfectly natural. She was quite comfortable sitting firmly in the position of ex-girlfriend. By the way, my relationship with Tenkei happened before I stormed back to the Three Gorges. What? Ayoko exclaimed in shock. After all, back then, there hadn't been the slightest sign of that from her big sister. Though, to be fair, they hadn't exactly had time to catch up either. They'd started fighting the moment they met. Already having a boyfriend and still doing that. Miss Tuko really is awful, Alice said, her face full of distaste. Shiomi, however, paid no attention at all and smoothly changed the subject. By the way, earlier you mentioned your younger sister's first love ending in heartbreak. What was that about? You want to hear it now? Well. Stop. Big sis, you can't tell that kind of thing to outsiders. Ayoko shouted, flailing in protest like a child. Amid Ayoko's noisy attempts to stop her, the farewell became unexpectedly lively. Chapter 743, Epilogue I, Tea Party. Epilogue I, Tea Party. Teacher, about that singularity in 2001 earlier. I'd like to understand the part of the report concerning the fifth magician in a bit more detail. In the lounge, Olga Marie opened the unlocked door and began explaining her reason for coming without thinking, only to trail off mid-sentence. Shiomi was sitting on the carpet together with Sakura and Caren, the three of them huddled closely around something. Sakura and Caren leaned against Shiomi like little children, chatting happily, and didn't notice Olga Marie right away. What are you doing? She asked. Father and the sisters are looking at an old photo album. Babe and Sith, who was the first to notice her, reached out and took the documents from the director's hands. Would you like to come back later? Or is it urgent? No, it's not urgent, Olga Marie said. She took off her shoes, sat down on the carpet, and leaned in as well. Why did you suddenly feel like looking through old photo albums? Shiomi looked up. Nothing in particular. Just felt like it. While we were dealing with the singularity in 2001, Father met Sakura and Caren from the past, Babe and Sith said with a cheerful smile. So he couldn't resist calling Sakura and Caren over to look at the old photos together. I see. Olga Marie leaned closer. They had only turned a couple of pages. On the left was a group photo that clearly showed its age, with what looked like a church in the background. She asked instinctively, what's this photo? This one. This is, Shiomi said as he slid the photo out. It was taken the day Dad adopted me, Sakura said, tucking her hair behind her ear. As a farewell and a keepsake, with the help of the priest at the church. It's the last group photo we took together. In the picture, Sakura was holding Shiomi's hand, while Caren was cradled in Shiomi's arms. Standing just under a meter away from them was Tokiomi Tosaka. Caren looked utterly confused, while Sakura gazed at Shiomi with a mix of nervousness and curiosity. Adopted. Olga Marie remembered. Back during Singularity F, Shiomi had mentioned the situation in broad terms. That meant the only men in the photo she didn't recognize must be Tokiomi Tosaka, the head of the Tosaka family in Fuyuki at the time, and Sakura's biological father. Come to think of it, the old priest who took the photo was Karen's grandfather, Shiomi said with a slightly wistful smile. Unfortunately, he passed away just a year later. Caren shook her head silently. I don't even remember what my grandfather looked like. You were only 3 back then. There's only so much you could remember, Shiomi said, shaking his head. He deliberately avoided going any deeper into the topic of the Kodomine family. You were so small in my arms, like a little doll. That's probably because Dad is so tall, Caren said, wrapping her arms around Shiomi's shoulder. Even now, when Dad holds me, I still look tiny. But for a Magus family to willingly give their child to a teacher with no background at all. Olga Marie said. She still found it surprising. Sakura nodded. I think so too. It feels hard to believe. That's because Sakura's biological father didn't give her up because he didn't love her, Babe and Sith said, answering on Shiomi's behalf. The path of a human Magus only allows for a single successor. If a child who doesn't inherit that path has ordinary aptitude, it's manageable. But Sakura's talent was exceptional. Even if she never learned magecraft, she would inevitably be drawn into things connected to it. That's how it was, Shiomi said with a shrug. After that, Sakura continued living in Fuyuki, and the Tosaka family never treated her as someone to be avoided. And Tokiomi Tosaka had his magic circuits destroyed during the Holy Grail War. He even had to ask Dad to teach Rin Tosaka basic magecraft, Caren added. She helped Shiomi slip the photo back into the album, then pointed to another picture on the right. It was taken the summer after the 4th Holy Grail War, at the Mayan River Summer Festival. A commemorative photo of Sakura, Caren, and Rin together. Each of them was holding a copy. That's so nice. Olga Marie couldn't help but say, a note of envy in her voice. If it's a summer festival, then once all the world's crises are over, Marie could come to Japan for sightseeing too, Shiomi said, extending the invitation. Olga Marie nodded a little awkwardly. Why yeah, sure. What she truly envied was how Rin Tosaka, despite having a Magus family background, could naturally go and study under other magi. Come to think of it, the El Meloy family's princess, Rhaenys El Meloy, had also hired Shiomi as a private tutor for several years. That made Olga Marie wonder, if Shiomi had been her tutor back then, would Trisha have avoided the fate of being killed after following her onto the Mystic Eyes train? Even if that meant she might never have had the chance to meet Trisha at all. At the very least, her being alive would have been worth anything. Marie. Shiomi's voice pulled Olga Marie back to the present. What's wrong? You look troubled. Have things been too much for you lately? Olga Marie blinked and quickly forced back the tears. No, it's just. I'm a little moved. Moved? Sakura asked, surprised. Father. Marisberry had expectations for me, but he didn't really care about me, and we rarely talked, Olga Marie said. It was rare for her to speak about her family in front of others. Even when referring to her own father, she seldom called Marisberry father, instead using his name directly. It wasn't a matter of disrespect. It just felt more natural and easier for her that way. Most Magus families are like that, Shiomi said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. Before this race shift, Mash told me Ophelia's situation is similar. She doesn't get along well with her parents either, but still has to spend every Sunday with them. Turning time meant to strengthen family bonds into something that feels like prison time is a Magus specialty. Olga Marie let out a small, bitter laugh as well. That man only cared about Chaldea, about the 1,000-year mission of the Animosphere family. Even when I saw him, all I could talk about was work. And then, one day, that same father committed suicide without warning, leaving the entire Animosphere legacy to a successor who was only 20 years old. I'm sorry, Olga Marie said, suddenly realizing she'd gone too far. I only came to talk to you about work, teacher, but I ended up dumping something so heavy on everyone and ruining the mood. Her face flushing, she bowed slightly and was about to leave, when Baobin Sith reached out and stopped her. You said yourself that you're not busy. So why not sit down and talk properly? Baobin Sith said gently. Putting us aside, father would be happy to listen too. Okay. Olga Marie hesitated for a moment, then, under Shiomi's warm gaze, smiled shyly and sat back down, continuing this tea party without any tea. Chapter 744, Epilogue 2, The Non-Existent Hypothesis. So after all that, you called all of us here for this so-called work testing, and it turns out you just wanted us to test a board game. Morgan complained, even as she carefully adjusted the pieces in the board game Tuko Aozaki had made. This isn't just any board game, Tuko shot back in her usual lazy tone. It's a tabletop game based on what Aoko went through around the time she first inherited Magecraft. Since most of the important events happened at night, I called it Night of the Magician. Back at the Hot Springs Inn, I heard you made a doll modeled after your own sister and used it to attack her and her companions, Scáthach said, holding Aoko Aozaki's piece between her fingers. And now your bad taste has somehow gotten even worse. Of course it has. I'm planning to give it to Aoko later, Tuko said with a smile, delivering something cruel with complete ease. She's been single all these years. She must be bored. This can help her reminisce. The only shame was that Aoko wasn't here, so there was no real target for the joke. It seems everyone got something out of the Singularity's hot spring trip, in one way or another, Artoria said. She tossed the die, then picked up the piece labeled Tsujuru Shizuki and moved it several spaces forward into the amusement park area. Oh, then it's battle time next, Tuko said. Each side rolls a 20-sided die 3 times. Add the totals, then calculate the bonuses and penalties. Then we compare the totals. Scotty asked, pinching the Alice Kwanji piece. No. Now comes the real highlight. Artoria, Scáthach, and Scotty rolled their dice. Once the different results were laid out, the pieces on the board suddenly began to move, clashing with one another as if in a real fight. That was exactly why Tuko had asked them to help with testing. Her board game was a semi-autonomous game powered by mana. Leaving the theme aside, the idea itself is genuinely clever, Morgan said after watching for a moment. You use the puppet techniques you're best at on the pieces. They look like ordinary tokens, but once the mechanism triggers, they fight as little puppets. She considered it briefly. Out of 10, I'll give it a 9. Coming from the Great Witch herself, that's harsh, Tuko replied with a grin. The battle on the tabletop would take a while, so the group gathered around, some standing, some sitting, watching the spectacle while chatting. If this singularity hadn't been resolved properly, Morgan's existence would have been affected, and she would have disappeared, right? Scotty asked, the board game making her think of what had almost happened. Well, since it didn't actually turn out that way, who knows? Morgan said calmly. History had already been corrected, so there was no reason to dwell on it. Unless it happened again. But if the servant version of you disappeared in 1999, Scáthach continued, following the hypothetical through, then my beloved disciple would have suffered afterward, wouldn't he? He might not even remember why you vanished. And to figure out what went wrong, he joins the 5th Holy Grail War and tries to summon Morgan again, Tuko added, extrapolating based on what she knew of Shiomi. But the one who answers is the Morgan from proper human history. Artoria went pale. The queen from this side isn't that far too dangerous. Even if Tenkei is careful, with them looking exactly the same, he could still be led astray. And then, it ends up the same anyway. Scotty sighed. A substitute can't replace the real thing. But it can be undone, Scáthach said with an amused smile. And once he realizes that, my disciple would probably keep Morgan from proper human history at arm's length, maintaining a relationship of mutual use. A marriage in name only. After that he enters Chaldea and resolves the incineration of humanity, Tuko continued, building momentum. And then once the bleached world arrives, for one reason or another, he ends up in the lost belt of Britannia. She clicked her tongue in satisfaction. And then the reunion goes smoothly. It really does sound like destiny, Artoria said, looking as if she'd just heard a wonderfully dramatic story. But wouldn't that create another problem? Scotty asked, glancing towards Scáthach. If Morgan from proper human history never disappeared, wouldn't it turn into her competing with versions of herself from other histories over him? Because their fundamentals were different, Scáthach and Scotty couldn't simply map their own situations onto it. And from the fragments of the past Artoria occasionally mentioned, it wasn't hard to tell that Morgan from proper human history was a far more regret-laden great witch than the Morgan sitting in front of them now. Gray, one of the living proofs of that contradiction, was also in Chaldea. That really does make one curious, Scáthach said, nodding again and again. I think, it's better not to be curious, Artoria replied, shaking her head. At that moment, Morgan slammed her hand down on the table. A stiff, not quite smile crossed her face. Don't just assume that, as a servant, I failed to accompany my husband all the way to 2017, and then draw conclusions on your own, will you? My apologies. No offense intended, Scáthach said, realizing the joke might have gone too far. No. What I'm saying is that your conclusions themselves are far too crude, Morgan continued evenly. I've been to Blackmore Village. From the state of that place alone, you can glimpse just how twisted the Morgan of proper human history really is. You only considered my husband's situation, without accounting for the other side at all. There are simply too many holes in this line of reasoning. Out of 10 points, I'll be generous and give you 2, solely for the ending. Artoria couldn't help laughing. So you actually enjoy these kinds of hypotheticals too? Or maybe she's a little interested in love as an act of plunder. Toko said, pushing up her glasses. If we assume that, at the very start of that infinite loop, the servant Tenkei first summoned was actually Morgan from proper human history. There are even hypotheses like that, completely impossible to verify. Scáthach said, looking at Morgan. Suddenly, I feel a bit sorry for the one from proper human history. Not only did she lose an important piece, even her bonds and records were taken from her. A piece. Morgan blinked. It wasn't that she objected to Scáthach's wording. After all, if the Morgan of proper human history and Shiomi could never truly open up to one another, their relationship might well have ended up as nothing more than mutual exploitation and mutual consolation, advancing from one goal to the next. The problem was that right now, they were still playing a board game. A Magecraft board game designed by a puppeteer, where the pieces could engage in real, physical combat on the tabletop. And at this point, the mana reaction from the battle was getting a little too intense. Oh, looks like it's gone out of control, Toko said calmly, stepping back. The next instant, the tabletop exploded, and the game came to an abrupt end. The other 4, who all had ways to deal with it, were unharmed. Even so, they unanimously gave it a terrible review. I really should have just stayed in the room with him and the kids. Chapter 745, Prologue I, The Beginning. In the summer of 2012, the Clock Tower, acting through the Lord Valuelita and relayed by her student Tokoe Ozaki, finally delivered a letter of introduction to Shiomi for the Human Resources Organization bound for Antarctica, Chaldea. Shiomi accepted the invitation. However, the day before Shiomi and his family arrived at Chaldea via the Mages Association's dedicated transport route, the facility's director and current head of the Animosphere family, Marisberry Animosphere, was discovered dead in his room. The official announcement listed the cause of death as unknown. Yet not long after arriving at Chaldea, Shiomi learned the truth from Romani and Da Vinci. Marisberry had died by suicide. In the director's office, he had shot himself. There were no signs of a struggle at the scene. It was as if he had suddenly lost the will to live, calmly taken the handgun from a drawer where it rested atop reference materials, and ended his life in the most unremarkable manner. It's been almost a week now. Are we really just going to leave things like this? Standing on the upper floor outside the sterile ward, Shiomi looked down through the glass at Mash, seated on her hospital bed and using Chaldea's equipment to learn about the outside world, as he spoke to Romani beside him. He wasn't talking about Mash. Of course we can't ignore it. Romani replied, his brows knit with undisguised concern. Marisberry is gone. The one who will inevitably succeed as director is Olga Marie. As the undisputed next head of the Animosphere family, how Chaldea operates from here on out has to be decided by her. But she hasn't even stepped into her duties as director-elect, Shiomi said with a quiet sigh. She's even delaying the magic crest transplant. The Mages Association did at least send people all the way to Antarctica to help handle the matter, but the person involved keeps her doors shut. Even for a lord, dragging things out like this will only hurt her standing at the clock tower. If word spread that a lord had no intention of inheriting the family's magic crest, it would only expose how bleak the situation had become for the Animosphere as a pillar of the aristocratic faction. In the short term, it might be overlooked, but if it dragged on for 3 to 5 years, whether the Department of Astromancy would even remain under Animosphere control would be anyone's guess. The problem is the grief of losing her father, on top of all the responsibility now on her shoulders, Romani said helplessly. Maybe we should give her a bit more time. What do you think? As the final opponent of the Fifth Holy Grail War, Romani had come to understand Shiomi through the language of battle. Because of that, not long after Shiomi arrived at Chaldea, the two had gone from new acquaintances to something closer to old friends, often discussing matters related to the organization. I'm just a master scheduled to join Team A, far below you in rank, Shiomi said with a faint smile. If even the head of medical is saying that, what can I do? Romani wasn't entirely convinced. He was just about to ask Shiomi to think of some kind of solution when he realized the thought itself lacked any real logic. As he was about to turn away, another voice joined the conversation. The director is probably feeling isolated, with no one to rely on, Lev Laner said as he approached. He had clearly overheard them. When she first arrived at Chaldea and took over here, do you remember? The moment she heard about Mash's situation, her face went completely pale. That did happen, Shiomi said, recalling it as well. When Olga Marie first came to Chaldea, she was shrouded in grief over her father's death, yet she still showed a firm resolve to carry on Marisbury's legacy. But as she listened to reports from the various departments, the matter of Mash plunged her into a kind of inexplicable fear. Chaldea was nominally an organization established by the United Nations, but in reality, it was entirely orchestrated by the Magus Association's Animosphere family. From technological development to funding, everything was under their control. Precisely because of that, Chaldea's operations were effectively a one-man rule by the Animosphere, beyond even the clock tower's ability to freely interfere. Under the banner of protecting humanity, they had secretly carried out inhumane demi-servant experiments. Mash was the sole result of those experiments. Born as a test tube baby in a sterile room, she would die from environmental incompatibility the moment she left the sterile ward. This situation did not begin to change until a year ago, after the heroic spirit summoning test ended in failure. Although heroic spirit summoning Unit 2 refused to cooperate with Chaldea, it still left behind the power Mash needed to survive before departing, all for her protection. For Olga Marie, who had been almost completely unaware of the truth up to that point, the reality was unbearably cruel. It also became the trigger that drove her into her current state of seclusion. So, could I ask you for a favor? If the director can't pull herself together, Chaldea's operations will be severely hampered, Lev said to Shiomi. Why me? Shiomi couldn't understand Lev's intention. There are other staff members here who are fathers, but they all come from Magus backgrounds. Lev smiled with narrowed eyes. What Director Olga Marie needs right now is concern that's closer to ordinary human values. Do I really seem that unlike a Magus? Shiomi finally understood. Outside of combat, you definitely are, Romani commented honestly. Lev nodded. Exactly. If Mr. Shiomi isn't willing to lend a hand, then all we can do is hope the director manages on her own. Cut it out with the moral blackmail. Shiomi frowned as he shot back. I admit you're not wrong. I'll give it a try. Romani was overjoyed by Shiomi's answer and bowed deeply in sincere thanks, leaving Shiomi with the strange feeling that he had somehow been tricked onto a pirate ship. Still, a promise made had to be kept. Whether it worked was another matter. So that evening, around dinner time, Shiomi went to Olga Marie's room and happened to see Caren coming out, carrying a tray of food. Dad. Caren lowered her voice, as if afraid Olga Marie might hear. In front of someone who had lost her father, even the most ordinary things could turn into unintentional mockery. She didn't eat a single bite. Shiomi glanced at the completely untouched meal. Psychogenic anorexia, plus emotional instability. The director told me to take it away. I was worried that if I didn't, she might throw it on the floor. Caren shook her head. So I brought it with me. You did the right thing. Shiomi nodded gravely. But even if the cafeteria food is good, it still can't compare to something homemade. Karen's eyes widened slightly. So you mean you're planning to make something special for the director? Our family cooks for ourselves all the time anyway. It's just one more mouth to feed. Shiomi thought for a moment. I'll go check the kitchen and see what we can make today. I'll go get Sakura to help. Agreeing with her father's idea, Caren said so at once. Chapter 746, Chapter 746, Prologue 2, Visitation. Just then, the room's automatic door slid open without a sound. Olga Marie, curled up on the floor with her back against the foot of the bed, lifted her nearly lifeless eyes and looked at the person who had entered. Who are you? You don't remember. I'm Tenkei Shiomi, the last master scheduled to join Team A, and the practical combat instructor for all masters. I introduced myself the day you arrived at Chaldea, didn't I? Holding a tray of food, Shiomi sat down on the floor opposite Olga Marie. Is that so? Olga Marie said, recalling it. A former sealing designation enforcer, a master dispatched by the Mages Association, and a Magus tasked with internally monitoring Chaldea. Even so, Shiomi lacked the air most magi carried about them. He looked more like an ordinary person who had never had any contact with magecraft at all. What are you here for? She asked. If it's work. Your voice sounds weak. You haven't eaten for a week, have you? Shiomi was clearly focused on something else. Even magi will starve to death if they don't eat. Leave me alone. Olga Marie muttered, brushing off his concern. But I could teach you a method. How to use mana to maintain the bare minimum of your vital functions. If you get better at converting the mana in the air, you could survive without eating or drinking and still be full of energy, Shiomi went on as if he hadn't heard her at all. I said leave me alone. Get out. Olga Marie snapped, trying to drive him away. I'll leave once you eat. Shiomi's tone remained calm and unprovoked. My family made a special meal today. I cooked a bit extra, and when I heard you hadn't eaten, I brought some over. It felt to Olga Marie like her emotions were striking cotton. No matter how she reacted, Shiomi's attitude never changed. If this had been their first meeting, she might even have mistaken him for a homunculus with incomplete cognition. So she chose silence. But Shiomi had no intention of letting her stay that way. I know about MASH as well. I arrived here a few days earlier than you, Shiomi said. That was the demi-servant experiment led by Marisberry. A year ago, the entire plan was shelved when the possessed servant refused to cooperate. If you have no intention of restarting that experiment, there's no reason to keep blaming yourself over it. That's easy for you to say. Olga Marie glared at him. You're not the one responsible, so of course you can talk like that. Father is gone, but what he did won't just disappear. MASH will definitely take revenge on me. I'll surely be brutally murdered somewhere like a bathroom. That's only natural. The more she spoke, the more agitated she became. After barely eating for an entire week, the violent emotional surge left her severely drained. Olga Marie panted miserably, her breathing uneven and ragged. Only natural. Shiomi considered for a moment. If you believe being targeted by MASH, being avenged upon, is inevitable. But has MASH really thought about any of that? How could she not? She's human too. Olga Marie clutched her head and shouted back. Being treated like a tool, sooner or later she'll realize it. Despair, fear, and other crushing mental pressures had been tormenting Olga Marie all this time. During the days she locked herself in her room, she did nothing but dwell on these thoughts, imagining the fate she believed she deserved. Perhaps, given enough time, Olga Marie could have found her own way out of this dead end. But it could just as easily spiral further, until the mental strain became unbearable and she chose to end everything herself. She was only in her early 20s, even younger than Caren. A magus whose wings had yet to fully grow. Even if she could stand on her own, she still needed someone to shield her from the storm. In that case, I'll be your bodyguard. Shiomi helped her up and settled her with her back against the bedside. You know I used to be a ceiling designation enforcer. I'm not completely useless. If the day ever comes when MASH really does come for you, I'll stop her. Why? The offer left Olga Marie staring at him in disbelief. Because I'm an adult. Shiomi didn't seem sure himself, so he turned it into a joke. You're even a little younger than Caren. If you were my kid, you'd be the youngest in the house. Everyone would dote on you. I don't need that. Olga Marie rejected it with forced firmness. I am the head of the Animosphere family, Olga Marie Animosphere. I come from a magus family with over 2,000 years of history. The family name is the meaning of my birth, and the source of my Hano. Who asked you about any of that? Shiomi cut her off. And don't get ahead of yourself. Even if you wanted to be my kid, I don't want to raise you. You. Olga Marie's face flushed bright red with anger. This man was impossible to read. One moment he was considerate, and the next he said something that made her want to blow up. Still got the energy to get mad. Then you're probably fine, Shiomi said with an easy smile. Feeling guilty is a good thing. Most magi throw away their humanity in pursuit of magecraft. Maybe that's the right way to survive, but I can't agree with it. So that's why you became the kind of magus you are now, Olga Marie muttered. Someone once said, you shouldn't choose your path based on the sins you carry. You should carry your sins on the path you choose. Shiomi's voice was low. Whatever Marisberry did, that's Marisberry's fault. As his daughter, his successor, it's admirable that you're willing to accept that burden. The problem is, if you throw away the road you were meant to walk and choose a road that exists only so you can bear guilt. His voice wasn't loud, and his tone stayed gentle, but every word landed squarely in Olga Marie's chest, ringing in her ears. She bit down on her thumbnail, her face tight with distress and conflict. But MASH was treated like that, like that. Then how do you plan to face MASH? Shiomi asked. Keep carrying the guilt and continue the experiment Marisberry left unfinished. Or. He didn't finish. Olga Marie was young, but she wasn't a child. By the time it got to that point, she could understand what he was saying. And yet she still worried at her thumb, wavering on the inner scales of contradiction. I'll leave the food here. Eat it while it's hot. Shiomi rose to his feet. In an hour, Caren will come by to collect the dishes. I'm not hungry, Olga Marie said without looking up. Eat what you can. Don't force it. Shiomi smiled quietly. You can't atone if you don't live. Anyway, I'll be coming by every day from now on, so prepare yourself. Shiomi, you. It's Teacher Shiomi, he corrected with a grin. All the lords of your generation were my students. Showing me a little respect won't kill you. With that, Shiomi turned and left the room, leaving Olga Marie staring blankly at the tray on the floor. It's all Eastern food. Chapter 747, Prologue 3, and thus. Thud. Scáthach Zemlipus was sent flying backward, crashing onto the floor of the combat simulation training room. Soaked in sweat, he struggled to sit up and looked up at Shiomi standing before him. That'll be it for today's practical training. You did very well today, Scáthach. Shiomi raised a finger and smiled kindly. That said, when using magecraft, it'd be better if you showed a bit more confidence. After all, the essence of magecraft lies in guiding the deeper layers of consciousness to manipulate phenomena. Easy for you to say. Scáthach muttered under his breath, wiping the sweat that was about to drip from his chin. Oh my, poor Scáthach-kun got beaten up so badly. Teacher really didn't hold back at all, said Scandinavia Peperoncino, who had trained alongside him, offering a sympathetic hand. Scáthach didn't take it, instead pushing himself to his feet. If I truly hadn't held back, you wouldn't be standing there without a scratch, Shiomi said, one hand on his hip. You just overused your mana. Go back, take a hot shower, and get some proper rest. Don't wander around outside. Even a Magus can freeze to death in Antarctica. His tone was relaxed and unhurried, nothing like someone who had just finished combat training with renowned magi, paired off and fighting in earnest. If not for the sweat on him, Shiomi might have been mistaken for some kind of tireless monster. My, how thoughtful. But Teacher Shiomi, could you pair me up with David next time? Peperoncino joked, flattering him before making the request. Kirsteria and Ophelia, Hinako Akuta and David Semvoid, Scáthach and Peperoncino. That was how the combat training pairs were arranged. It's a random draw. Do your best next time. Shiomi smiled. Using psychic powers to cheat is fine too, as long as I don't catch you. That's a great idea. Peperoncino laughed, clearly pleased. He liked Shiomi, the last person to join Team A. Unlike most magi, Shiomi lacked that typical cold detachment. He was easygoing, approachable, and could chat about just about anything. After all, the others were either constantly buried in books, rigid and formal, or outwardly serious while being oddly scatterbrained in private. If they were going to be working together to safeguard human order in the future, at the very least, the atmosphere would be livelier. While they were chatting, Scáthach quietly left on his own. Sigh, honestly. Scáthach just up and leaves without even saying goodbye, Peperoncino remarked offhandedly. Can't really blame him, Shiomi said frankly. As a Magus, he's already very capable, but among the rest of you, he does fall a bit short. Being around you all must put a lot of pressure on him. Teacher Shiomi seems to be excluding himself from that comparison, Peperoncino pointed out. You want to compare yourself to me? Shiomi asked as he walked past him. Of course not. Peperoncino shook his head behind him, then casually moved on to another topic. So, are you heading to see the director next? If you want to come, we can meet near the director's office later, Shiomi said, glancing back with an invitation. I'll pass. Right now, the director probably needs someone like you more. Someone who can offer warmth like a father, Peperoncino said. None of us in Team A, myself included, really have that quality. Well, nothing can be done about that. With that, Shiomi left the combat training room and returned to his quarters. Since Morgan didn't have any other duties, no matter when Shiomi came back, he would always find her sitting in the room reading. Noticing his return, Morgan looked up and casually adjusted her glasses. She wasn't nearsighted, yet still wore them. To Shiomi, that gave her a beauty all her own. Training's done for today too. Yeah. I'll head back, take a shower, then borrow the kitchen and make dinner. Shiomi paused, looking thoughtful. Marie's been doing quite a bit better lately. Oh. Morgan's expression sharpened with interest. The first few days, she could barely manage a few bites of whatever I brought her. But thankfully she started eating again, and over the past few days she's been able to finish almost everything I deliver. Shiomi thought it over. Do you think it's time to go back to normal portions? Let's give it a try. My husband's cooking is that good. If she's shaken off her anorexia, having an appetite is only natural. Morgan idly shook the book in her hand. Still, you really are generous, my husband, showing this much care for an enemy's child. What she was alluding to was the final stage of the Fifth Holy Grail War, when Marisberry had used Sakura Shiomi as a hostage to force Shiomi and Morgan to cease hostilities. I wouldn't call us enemies. We never truly became so, Shiomi said as he started undressing. Besides, how old was Marie back then? She didn't even know what her father had done. Sakura didn't take it out on Marie, so there's even less reason for me to. That's true. Normally, it wouldn't go that far, Morgan nodded. And if anyone should really be bothered by it, it should be you, Shiomi added. He was already completely undressed, about to step into the bathroom. Don't forget why Sakura entered the Holy Grail War in the first place. Morgan shook her head. Honestly, even if Sakura had actually obtained the Holy Grail, I would have persuaded her to change her wish. Why? Isn't gaining a physical body a good thing? My husband thinks a true physical body is better than a servant's spirit origin. Morgan raised an eyebrow, her gaze tinged with teasing warmth. That's not what I meant. Shiomi covered his face. Morgan flipped her book open again and resumed reading. For me, remaining in the state of a servant's spirit origin is simply more convenient, in every sense. But you hardly ever even go into spirit form anymore. Shiomi muttered. That has nothing to do with whether I can or can't. Morgan looked him up and down, her eyes gentle. Go take your shower already. Or, would you prefer I join you? At this hour? Let's not. It's not bedtime yet, and I'm worried I'd get distracted and end up putting things off. Shiomi spread his hands helplessly, then turned and walked into the bathroom. The sound of running water soon followed. Resting her chin on one hand, Morgan leaned against the desk and asked casually, how was the combat training? Have you gotten a sense of the level of those other masters in your group? How should I put it, it feels like everyone's holding something back, afraid of exposing their full hand, Shiomi replied, raising his voice slightly. They really are natural-born magi. They're sharp about this kind of thing. Aren't you the same? You've always avoided directly displaying the power of the primordial runes, disguising it as modern rune instead, Morgan teased. Your personality and way of dealing with people don't quite match the image of a magus, but when it comes to fighting, you're more than qualified. Huh, is that supposed to be a compliment? I have nothing but compliments for my husband. You're just going to make me embarrassed. Chapter 748, Prologue 4, That's How It Is. When the door to Olga Marie's room opened, she was sitting at her desk, reviewing a stack of documents. Most magi weren't particularly compatible with modern equipment, and Olga Marie was no exception. As a result, the materials she worked through were almost all paper files. Thinking of getting back to work already? Shiomi asked. It had been a full month since Olga Marie had shut herself away in her room. As promised, Shiomi had come to see her every day, always bringing meals he had cooked himself. At first, Olga Marie hadn't touched them at all. Then she started taking a few bites. After that, she managed to eat about half. Now, she could almost finish everything Shiomi brought her. The return of her appetite was a sign that both her body and mind were recovering. It wouldn't be long before she could resume her duties as director. I'm looking over Masha's records. Olga Marie said. She was already used to Shiomi coming and going from her room. About her situation. I didn't expect there to be complications with the heroic spirit summoning. I only heard about it from Romani, Shiomi said, setting the tray down and bracing one hand on the desk. According to him, the moment the summoning was completed, the soul of heroic spirit number 2 manifested within Mash and attacked the staff on site with extreme violence. If that wasn't Masha's own will, after she became a pseudo-servant. Olga Marie's fingers tightened unconsciously around the paper, leaving creases behind. It was probably the doing of that heroic spirit whose name we don't even know, Shiomi continued. Just like you sensed, that spirit was likely someone quite noble. Upon descending, they learned of Masha's circumstances and decided to pass judgment on Chaldea. Then Shiomi relaxed his tone. But don't worry. At the very least, Mash herself won't be treated that way. According to Romani, who was there at the time, Mash acted of her own will and stopped the second heroic spirit's rampage. Mash. Olga Marie murmured, troubled as she considered how she should face her. That child was born in a test tube, without normal growth or education. All her knowledge was directly input through Shiba, Shiomi said. In the end, she's an infant in the purest sense, so pure that she doesn't even possess malice. Olga Marie set the documents aside and looked up at Shiomi with a questioning gaze, only to realize how close he was, leaning in to look at the papers as well. Her heart skipped a beat. After Marisbury's sudden death, her mind had been in complete turmoil when she arrived at Chaldea. All she could think about was smoothly taking over her father's legacy. She hadn't taken the time to properly look at the people around her. Despite having 2 daughters who were several years older than her, Tenkei Shiomi didn't seem old or rigid at all. The consideration and tolerance of someone older, combined with the approachability of a peer. 2 qualities that shouldn't coexist, yet somehow both were present in him. And on top of that, he was handsome. She leaned back in her chair, putting some distance between them and changing the subject. So, how should I treat Mash? That's something only you can decide, Shiomi replied, shaking his head. She was born in Chaldea, born from the Animosphere family's long-cherished wish. Sooner or later, you'll have to face her. I see. Shiomi stood up from the desk, walked to the side, pulled over another chair, and sat down. Let me tell you a short story. Once, there was a baby girl. Her biological father was someone who was born unable to feel the happiness of ordinary people, someone who took pleasure in the misfortune of others. Unfortunately, she inherited that trait too, unable to resonate with the joys and sorrows of normal people. But unlike her father, who went astray, she didn't become a villain. Instead, she chose to fill the emptiness in her heart with the love she received, and grew into a good girl her family could be proud of. Shiomi told Caren's story in the simplest terms, leaving out her name. You mentioned her biological father just now. So that girl was raised by her adoptive father? Olga Marie asked. Yes. When she was 4 or 5, her biological father realized his own nature and decided to give in to his desires and become a villain. But her adoptive father didn't see her as a potential villain because of that. He did everything he could to raise her into an adult who could live her life properly. As Shiomi said this, he felt a faint itch along his back. He really didn't want to come across as boasting about this. Even if the person Caren had become truly couldn't be separated from his guidance. That person, no, that girl. Do you know her, teacher? Olga Marie was sharp. She picked up on it immediately, even though it wasn't something an outsider should be able to tell. If it were just a story picked up secondhand, it wouldn't have been convincing at all. Well. Shiomi shrugged awkwardly, neither confirming nor denying it. Seeing that Shiomi clearly didn't want to elaborate, Olga Marie didn't pursue the details any further. She already understood what he was trying to say. I'll give it some serious thought, Olga Marie said, brushing aside her slightly disheveled hair and speaking earnestly. Shiomi nodded in silence, then gestured toward the tray with the meal. It's already time to eat. Let's eat first. You'll think better with a full stomach. Olga Marie looked at the food in the bowls on the tray. Starting tomorrow, you don't need to go out of your way to cook for me anymore. Why? Is it still not to your taste? No. I've decided to return to my duties as director starting tomorrow, Olga Marie said, shaking her head, her face reddening slightly. And you already have so much on your plate. On top of that, you've been making time to cook for me. She was honestly surprised that Shiomi's cooking was this good. You're worrying too much. Our family isn't used to Chaldea's food either, so we always borrow the kitchen and cook for ourselves, Shiomi said, smiling once he understood her reasoning. Whatever we eat, you eat too. So don't worry about it. It's just the difference between cooking a bit more or a bit less. Is that so? Olga Marie said, clearly taken aback. Since you're not planning to stay holed up in your room anymore, you're also welcome to come eat with us whenever you have time, Shiomi added. How you decide is entirely up to you. Just don't force yourself. Okay. Olga Marie hesitated for a moment, then nodded. One last question. If I leave now, will you be able to take the finished dishes to the kitchen and wash them yourself later? Shiomi asked. Probably not. She replied, shaking her head, her hair already a mess. Shiomi immediately realized how poorly chosen that question had been. He laughed it off and let the matter slide. The following day, the director of Chaldea, who had locked herself in her room for an entire month without appearing once, finally showed herself before everyone again. Slowly but steadily, she began taking over all the responsibilities left behind by the previous director, Marisberry. Among them, the most important was this: when Romani sought to secure standard Chaldea staff treatment for MASH, he encountered no opposition at all. Olga Marie approved it without hesitation. Chapter 749, Prologue, Part 1 Olga Marie's Personal Time. Prologue, Part 1 Olga Marie's Personal Time. Olga Marie woke from her sleep, the lingering drowsiness not yet gone, staring blankly at the white ceiling of her room. It had already been 6 months since the last expedition from the New Chaldea, departing from the Sea of Imitation Monks to investigate the Britannia Lost Belt and returning for course corrections. As a period of recuperation, it was undeniably long. After all, during the earlier human order incineration incidents, even after returning from each singularity, rest periods had never stretched anywhere near half a year. But with the collapse of the Britannia Lost Belt, Tenkei Shiomi's return to Chaldea, and the Russian and Scandinavian Lost Belts being wiped out with overwhelming force, the personnel of Chaldea who fought aboard the Storm Border had suffered minimal losses. After all, the one who truly carried the burden was Teacher Shiomi. The reason this recovery period had dragged on for so long was also very simple. Their next destination would be the Greek Lost Belt. Based on the scant intelligence provided by Ophelia and Scáthach, the cryptor presiding over that lost belt was none other than Kirsteria Wodime, her father's prized disciple. The lord of the department of astromancy, a top-tier magus born of the distinguished Wodaim family, widely regarded as even more suitable than Olga Marie to become the lord of Animosphere. Even so, Kirsteria was a genius magus whom Olga Marie couldn't bring herself to envy. The only question that still lingered for her was just how great the gap was between him and Teacher Shiomi. After all, that would directly affect the coming battle. Teacher Shiomi. Lost in these thoughts, Olga Marie sat up in bed and pressed a hand to her forehead as her mind gradually cleared. Starting to think about things like this the moment she woke up wasn't her usual habit. It was just that, all of a sudden, she had dreamed a dream she hadn't had in a very long time. She dreamed of the period when she had first taken on the position of lord and assumed the role of director. If Teacher Shiomi hadn't been there, perhaps she still would have managed to steel herself and grit her teeth through all those responsibilities. But without him, even if she had succeeded, something would have felt missing. No one would have praised her. No one would have cared how much effort she'd put in. Everyone in Chaldea was busy. No one had the time to truly look into Olga Marie's heart. Except for Teacher. No matter how busy he was, he always spared some attention for her. Even now, that hadn't changed. She slipped out of her clothes and stepped into the bathroom. Turning the faucet, warm water poured from the showerhead, wrapping her whole body in a comforting warmth. She leaned against the glass wall, a faint sense of emptiness settling in as she thought about what people called first love. Over the 20-odd years of her life, Olga Marie's days had been painfully monotonous, to the point where there had been nothing but magecraft. She had never once thought she might fall in love with someone. Because deep down, she had always known that someday, perhaps through her father's arrangements, she would marry some aristocratic magus and carry on the Animosphere lineage. That was the duty and mission of an Animosphere magus. But her father was gone now. She herself was the head of the Animosphere family, the lord of the department of astromancy. She should have the right to decide her own life. At the very least, she should be allowed to fall in love with someone. And yet, when she truly did, Olga Marie was left with a hollow ache. That person already had a wife whose presence made her feel dim by comparison, and a daughter who was no less outstanding than she was. Her first love had come at last, only to end almost as soon as it began. Olga Marie accepted that outcome calmly. She tried to remain only a student, a junior, seeking his guidance and concern in that capacity alone. The problem was, what is going on? Olga Marie muttered with a pout. There were more and more women around Teacher. A queen, a goddess, and that grand puppeteer. Every one of them was dazzling in their own right, and yet they all hovered around him as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Even Olga Marie didn't find it strange. If it was Teacher, then yes, he really did deserve relationships like that. They had even gone together to handle a minor singularity, and turned it into a hot spring trip on the side. What that meant was obvious. And despite herself, she started wondering whether she might have a chance, too, whether she could somehow fit into that circle. Teacher. Olga Marie closed her eyes. The hiss of water from the shower slowly turned into a sound she didn't recognize, like surf rolling in. Waves crashed one after another against the shore, stirring even her soul until it felt like it might overturn. She couldn't help wanting to follow that feeling, to dig deeper. And then it was as if she'd become a tiny boat swaying on an endless sea, or maybe just a single leaf. She rode the very tips of the waves, rising and falling with the spray. One moment she felt like she'd been flung up into the sky, the next like she was dropping into a bottomless abyss. Either way, she couldn't bring herself to let go. If anything, it was a little addictive. She tipped her head back to meet the downpour, but the rain was warm and delicate, like mercy granted by a god. She wanted to cling to it, to hold it tight, but there was nothing to grasp. In the end, she could only wrap her arms around herself. Her heart hammered. Her whole body tensed, drawn tight like a bow ready to fire. Tighter, tighter, tighter. And in the instant before the string would snap, she finally let go. Her body loosened little by little. She sank to her knees on the bathroom floor, weak, leaning forward to brace herself against the edge of the tub. Her mind went blank. An awkward, unfamiliar feeling flooded her chest. And yet her body was overflowing with raw, instinctive pleasure. Ha, ha. Breathing shallowly, she turned off the shower and lowered herself into the bathtub already filled with hot water, slumping back as if she'd lost her soul. She lifted a finger, glanced at it twice in guilty panic, then quickly lowered her hand. Then she drew her knees up and buried her face against them. She really went and did it. Thinking about Teacher, and doing something like that. She felt like she might cry, only to realize there was nothing to cry about. If he ever found out, he'd probably just smile and comfort her, telling her that thoughts like that were perfectly normal. But, it still isn't okay. She murmured, voice muffled. She soaked for a while longer, until the urge began to rise again. That was when the communicator sounded. Olga Marie hurried out of the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, and switched over to voice only. It's me. What is it? Director, all departure preparations for the Lost Belt operation have been completed, came the voice of the recording clerk, Elrin. I understand. I'll be in the control room shortly. Notify everyone on duty and everyone on rotation. We're convening a strategy meeting for the Greek Lost Belt operation, Olga Marie said at once, slipping straight into director mode and issuing crisp orders. Understood. The call ended, and Olga Marie let out a breath, like someone who'd just gotten away with something. With a crisis threatening humanity's survival on her shoulders, it wasn't that strange to take the edge off the pressure once in a while. In the end, that was the excuse she used to convince herself not to dwell on what had just happened. Chapter 750, Prologue, Part 2 Premonition. Some things in life really do have a talent for going wrong at the worst possible moment. On a normal day, Olga Marie would actually like it if, aside from deliberately arranging a meeting, she could run into Shiomi around Chaldea as he went about his duties. It wasn't as if they met every time anyway. Everyone had their own work to do. Only today, because she'd done something like that while bathing in her room, she really didn't want to run into Shiomi. And yet, on her way to the control room, she happened to run into Shiomi walking together with Tuko. Up early, huh? I just received the director's order to have everyone assemble in the control room, and then I ran into you, Shiomi greeted her with a smile. We're not late, are we? No, not yet, Olga Marie replied, sounding a little startled, her voice dropping unconsciously. There's still some time before the assembly, no need to rush. Shiomi paused for a moment. Is that so? Then he stepped closer, which only made Olga Marie even more flustered. Teacher, what is it? Your face is really red. Do you have a fever? Shiomi placed one hand on her forehead and the other on his own. Your temperature is quite high. That completely unintentional gesture made Olga Marie's face burn even hotter. She hurriedly took 2 steps back. I am fine. I just soaked in the bath a little too long. Please excuse me. With that, driven by a very personal sense of guilt, she slipped past Shiomi and ran off. All that remained was a slightly confused Shiomi. Marie didn't seem to be in great shape today. Is it because she's about to face her father's prized disciple? Too much pressure, he guessed. Even if she were under pressure, it wouldn't show like that, Tuko said with a helpless smile. You really can be pretty clueless about women sometimes. Shiomi wasn't convinced. How am I clueless? I'm trying my best to understand. And seriously, can't you just quit already? Then let me add a qualifier, Tuko said. You don't really understand the hearts of girls younger than you. After all, the director trusts you quite a lot. In all of Chaldea, aside from her, you probably have the greatest say. And even after the incident that nearly allowed the Britannia Lost Belt to take root on this planet, Olga Marie had continued to trust Shiomi completely, personally rejecting his own proposal to place himself under confinement and have his activities restricted. I'm not a child. I can tell who I can trust and who I can't, Shiomi said, shaking his head. Besides, back then she was the only one in really bad shape, and everyone else was at a loss. I just took care of her for a while, on Lev Laner's suggestion. He had said the same thing to Morgan before. He wasn't a machine. He couldn't replace the role of Olga Marie's father. Lev. Tuko raised an eyebrow in surprise. This was the first time she'd heard Shiomi mention that detail. Anyway, after how things turned out, I honestly don't know what Lev Laner, or rather Floros, was really planning, Shiomi said after some thought. As one of the few friends that man had, what do you think his motive was? Who knows, Tuko shrugged. Probably just saying something that sounded right, to keep up appearances. From what Romani, Mash, Ritsuka, and the others who had dealt with Lev had told her, Tuko was certain of one thing. That Lev was not the old friend she remembered. He was like a completely different person. Both before his identity was exposed, and after. Judging from the outcome, whether it was the result of Floros' awakening as a demon god, or whether Lev himself had always possessed some kind of alternate personality, Tuko couldn't say for certain. It's not an impossible explanation, Shiomi said, shaking his head. Come on, if we're absent from the briefing in the control room, everyone will end up waiting. They're mainly waiting for you, Tuko said lightly, giving Shiomi a casual pat on the shoulder. After all, wherever you are is basically the front line of the battlefield. That's a bit much. Joking back and forth like that, the two of them started walking together. By the way, Tuko asked suddenly, did you tell the director about that? That. Shiomi paused, then realized what she meant. Oh, you mean the true nature of the alien god? How long are you planning to keep it under wraps? Tuko pressed. Hard to say. We don't have definitive proof, but Morgan has more or less figured out what the alien god behind the bleaching of the world actually is, Shiomi said, shaking his head. If Marie found out, the pressure would probably be enormous. It might even cause her real pain. This was an extremely critical moment. New Chaldea was fully prepared, on the verge of launching a decisive battle against the Greek Lost Belt in the Atlantic. Revealing that information now wouldn't just shake Olga Marie. If the flow of information wasn't carefully controlled, it could even affect the rest of Chaldea's personnel. Grand Order Designation, a mission carried by Magus family since before the Common Era, took side. It's the most sacred blood-bound contract in the magical world. Even if it means the extinction of a lineage, they're still expected to devote themselves to it. Like a curse, they're bound to uphold that honor no matter what. There's no helping it, Shiomi said with a shrug. Those responsibilities and obligations were imposed on Magus lineages by so-called gods at the moment of their origin. Magi burdened with them inherit magic crests that can forcibly extend life. Even if someone meets their end through hardship, the mission itself can't be brought to an end. Though I do remember Marie mentioning before what the Grand Order designation passed down by Animosphere actually entails. But if that so-called duty and mission had led to everything that was happening now, Shiomi couldn't imagine how much psychological pressure Olga Marie would be under. He couldn't help wondering whether she might once again become hysterical and shut herself away, or even start seeking death like she had in the past. Wait, Tuko said, narrowing her eyes. If I remember correctly, the director's current body, wasn't that the result of rehousing her soul and mind in the doll I gave you? Shiomi nodded. That wasn't something I did. It was Muncel's authority. That's not the point, Tuko said. She'd already heard Shiomi talk about Muncel before. It was surprising, sure, but not what mattered right now. Don't you remember? After the director changed bodies, the quality and quantity of her magic circuits changed as well. At the time, they'd chalked it up to variance from using a general-purpose doll. But lately, every time Tuko thought about it, it felt increasingly off. The doll she'd given Shiomi hadn't been specially tuned. And normally, once a doll took in a soul and mind, it should naturally reproduce the original specifications. That did happen, Shiomi admitted. And on top of that, Tuko went on, frowning, the body that still carries the Animosphere magic crest was left behind at the old Chaldea site in Antarctica. I've got a really bad feeling about this. I feel the same way. Chapter 751, Volume 10, Chapter 1, Tension. Nervous. Morgan held the tablet in her hand, deftly checking the Storm Border's combat readiness data as she asked Shiomi beside her. It'd be a lie to say I'm not nervous at all. Just look at Canis, the divine spirit servant Kirsteria dispatched to the Scandinavian Lost Belt. Most of the servants there are probably mythological heroes on that level. Shiomi spoke while thinking it through. Heracles, Perseus, and then there's Jason, Medea, and Hector from the third singularity, Okeanos, plus all those we ran into in the subsingularities. No matter what the Lost Belt is like, we have to assume those heroes could manifest as servants and become our enemies, Morgan said, understanding Shiomi's caution. This isn't a Holy Grail War. Servants that appear in singularities or Lost Belts tend to be far stronger. Luckily, we're not who we used to be. Sensing the mood growing heavy, Shiomi shifted gears with a joke. You're not a servant barely holding on with my mana anymore. You're the true Queen of Winter now. To be honest, not being able to use my full power as a servant was rather stifling, Morgan murmured quietly to him. Shiomi paused, then laughed. You really are battle-hungry. I suppose it makes sense. Magecraft alone wasn't enough for you. You had to learn my spear techniques and my swordsmanship too. You've practically picked up every skill I have. The aggressiveness of a fairy from paradise really is something else. Not just combat skills, Morgan teased, leaning close to his ear. I learned quite a bit about what happens in bed as well. All right, that's enough. Shiomi drew his neck back slightly. This is a critical moment. I don't want personal distractions getting in the way of serious business. How are things with the Storm Border? Everything that needs to be prepared is already on board, Morgan said, dragging a structural diagram across the tablet. Since the Lost Belt is somewhere in the Atlantic, it's either a single landmass like Britannia or a scattered archipelago. Either way, naval and aerial combat will be the focus. Ground operations probably won't be very effective. Shiomi looked up at the massive warship before them. Captain Nemo, Shaun's servant, has Triton's essence mixed into his spirit origin. That's how he was able to ascend from a phantom spirit to a heroic spirit. We originally assumed we'd be dealing with the sea of imaginary numbers, but for this ship, the Greek Lost Belt is like a dragon soaring into the sky or a fish returning to the sea. Triton is the son of Poseidon, Morgan added. If that sea god ends up among our enemies, Nemo's compatibility could be a problem. Shiomi pursed his lips. Then we don't have much choice. We'll have to focus our strength on supporting Master and take down Poseidon as quickly as possible. A woman who slays gods should be slaying gods, Morgan said with a soft snort of laughter. Were you calling me? Scáthach suddenly appeared, as if out of nowhere. Master, you were listening in the whole time, weren't you? Shiomi pressed his lips together as he deliberately spoke rudely. I was. And Scáthach replied with an amused smile. Come to my room tonight. I'll let you listen as much as you like. He snapped his fingers. Morgan shook her head. If you have that much free time, you'd be better off double-checking the departure preparations. Ah. Shiomi faltered. You seem unusually serious today, more than usual. One of us has to be responsible, Morgan said, a hint of smugness in her eyes. With a major battle coming up, if the husband needs to relax, then the wife should naturally take care of everything else. Don't you think? But you just scolded me, Shiomi muttered. Was my tone really that harsh? Morgan froze, looking slightly troubled. No, I mean, next time could you maybe? He leaned in and whispered into her ear. Scáthach leaned in as well, having heard every word clearly, and nodded along. My beloved disciple is truly becoming more and more hopeless. Sigh. Morgan couldn't help but let out a sigh of her own. At that moment, Olga Marie hurried over. Unaware of what they had been discussing, she simply delivered her reminder. Professor Shiomi, all departure preparations are complete. We still need to hold one final pre-battle briefing. I believe you're the most suitable person to rally everyone. So please come over with Mrs. Morgan and Master as well. Everyone has already gathered at the storm border. We'll head over now. Shiomi exchanged glances with the two women, then the three of them moved together toward the ship. Chaldea now had just over 20 survivors left. Even after incorporating the fighting strength that had joined from the Britannia and Scandinavian Lost Belts, their overall numbers were still painfully limited. All they could do for the operation itself was prepare multiple contingency plans, assuming as many possible scenarios as they could after entering the Lost Belt. Even if it wasn't exhaustive, it at least provided enough flexibility to respond to emergencies. New Chaldea could not count on Ophelia or Scáthach to provide any intelligence. They likely knew nothing about the Greek Lost Belt themselves. The only real question left was whether Krysteria would gather the remaining cryptors in the Greek Lost Belt. Everyone. Nearly a full year has passed since the attack on Chaldea's Antarctic headquarters and the onset of the crisis that bleached the world. Standing beside Olga Marie, Shiomi stepped forward. As someone who fought on the front lines, he began the address before departure. We survived the crisis known as the incineration of humanity. Yet in the face of the crisis called bleaching, we lost even more precious comrades. Among those of you who remain, there must be people who were close to them, friends, or perhaps lovers. Even so, in the midst of grief, you did not abandon hope. You held fast to your duty as humanity's final bastion. His gaze swept quickly across the surviving Chaldea staff gathered there. Tomorrow, under the leadership of Director Olga Marie Asmlite Animosphere, New Chaldea will set out to launch an operation against the Lost Belt located in the Atlantic Ocean. Before this, New Chaldea has already successfully excised the Lost Belts of Britannia, Russia, and Scandinavia. These rapid actions will undoubtedly shake the cryptors. I have a strong feeling that what awaits us will be a battle unlike any before. Neither Uruk nor the Temple of Time can compare to the scale of the conflict we will face in the Lost Belt ahead. That is why I want to say this clearly, this fight, one that will decide our survival, is filled with danger and hardship. If you feel fear, there is no shame in it. That is a natural emotion for a human standing before death. Because of that, I hope each of you will make a choice that follows your own heart. Whether you remain in the Wandering Sea to assist Miss Shaun in maintaining our logistics and await our victorious return, or board the storm border with us and head into the Lost Belt to face battles rife with danger and death, both are valid choices, and both are yours to make. No matter what, I make this promise here. I will give everything I have to lead New Chaldea to victory, and to protect every single one of you. Chapter 752, Volume 10, Chapter 2, Before Departure. There was no flowery rhetoric, only a calm statement of facts. As the surviving members of Chaldea applauded, each of them made their own choice in silence. Whether they chose to stay behind or head into the Lost Belt together, no one would blame them. Because either path was valid. All they had to do was choose the one they truly wished to walk. A pre-battle briefing that tells people they're allowed to give up fighting. That really doesn't sound like you. Watching the crowd disperse back into the facility, Tuko spoke with a hint of concern. People should have the right to choose how they live, and how they die. Besides, everyone understands that if we fail, this bleached planet will fall into the hands of the alien god. Artoria shook her head lightly. When that happens, annihilation will be the only fate left for the survivors. Shiomi nodded. I remember back in the Uruk Singularity, the Jaguar warrior, no, Quetzalcoatl said something similar. If there are people willing to fight desperately just to survive, then naturally there will also be people who can't bring themselves to gamble their lives that way. From the incineration of humanity to the bleaching of humanity, the people of Chaldea have barely known a single peaceful day. They've endured the pain of losing comrades and even their homes. So instead of simply stirring everyone up, Tuko said with a small, helpless laugh, you chose to tell them first that no matter which path they choose, it's justified, and there's no need to feel guilty about it, is that it? She didn't pursue the topic any further. And there are still so many survivors brought back from Scandinavia who need someone to look after them, Shiomi added. It's impossible to send everyone to the battlefield. Especially the Valkyrie sisters responsible for caring for those survivors. As crucial combat assets, there was no way they could remain behind at New Chaldea in the Wandering Sea. Also, Shiomi continued, the reason we were able to cut down the Russian Lost Belt so quickly was because we caught them completely off guard and seized the initiative. As for the Scandinavian Lost Belt, it ended peacefully only because Scotty accepted that outcome in her heart. We can't take results like these for granted. Hey. Scotty laughed, her smile bright and confident. After all, as Shiomi had pointed out more than once, and as everyone tacitly agreed, if Scotty had truly stood against Chaldea, the end of the Scandinavian Lost Belt would have been far more brutal. Don't just laugh, Shiomi said, cupping Scotty's cheeks and gently squeezing them while holding back a grin. Has Ophelia told you anything at all during this time? Nothing, Scotty replied, her voice slightly muffled. That child is extremely loyal. Unless we resort to magecraft to manipulate her mind and force the truth out of her, there's really no way. Let's not go there, Scáthach said, shaking her head in disapproval. Using magecraft would mean abandoning any attempt at conciliation. It would also mean showing absolutely no mercy to the Cryptor Magi. At that point, Artoria turned to Morgan. So, about the Cryptor we're bound to face in the next Lost Belt. That Magus named Kirsteria. What do you know about him? After all, Morgan and Shiomi had once lived in London and had dealings with the Clock Tower, the most active organization within the Mages Association. We've already said everything that can be said, Shiomi replied. Kirsteria is a Magus from the aristocratic faction, but he also seeks to reclaim the world's declining magical foundation from the democratic and neutral factions. He's regarded as a star of hope with high expectations placed on him. As he explained, Shiomi's hands relaxed, shifting from squeezing to a gentle, soothing caress. Scotty found it quite pleasant and made no effort to pull away, simply listening as she enjoyed it. I've heard of that young man, Tuko said thoughtfully. If he hadn't joined Chaldea, the Clock Tower might have ended up creating a 13th department just for him. The younger generation is truly something else. In a place like the Clock Tower, where geniuses were everywhere and elites were practically commonplace, the fact that Kirsteria could still stand out spoke volumes about his ability. Just as Shiomi had said, this young Magus who sought to correct the world's magical foundation possessed not only the potential to reshape the future of the magecraft world, but also the resolve to do so. After all, even Shiomi himself, despite lacking inherited magic circuits, held mystery on the level of the Age of Gods. Yet to the magecraft world, anything not made public was not something they needed to place their hopes on. Shiomi had no interest in the Mages Association. And the Mages Association only needed Shiomi's strength on the battlefield. Nothing more than that. And there's one more thing worth mentioning. Before the incineration of humanity began, when I was serving as a combat instructor and running mock battles with the other masters in Team A, Kirsteria always pushed the simulations to the best level he possibly could, while deliberately avoiding showing any distinct magecraft traits. Shiomi added, to be honest, I've always been curious. If he'd actually gotten serious, would I still have won that easily? Or maybe. If it were my husband back then, and he didn't reveal his noble phantasm, relying only on magecraft, there's a definite chance he would lose, Morgan said, giving an objective and precise evaluation. And the odds would be 50-50. I thought you'd flatter me and say it was 60-40 or 70-30, Shiomi said with a grin. When lives are on the line, empty praise only leads to bad outcomes, Morgan replied after a moment's thought. And I said my husband back then. What about now? Scáthach asked. If Kirsteria's strength hasn't changed, then the advantage obviously lies with my husband, Morgan said. Do you remember that magecraft Olga Marie pulled off twice, in Camelot and in Uruk, by relying on special circumstances? If Kirsteria, the one who designed that magecraft, were the one using it, the output would probably be on an entirely different level, Shiomi agreed cautiously. In any case, optimism is good, but we can't afford to be too optimistic. Tuko glanced at the time. We've got about 12 hours until departure. No idea what kind of enemies will be waiting for us on the other side of the storm wall. No one knows, Shiomi said, looking up at the storm border. But what we have to do is absolutely clear. Hey, it's been a long time since I felt my blood boil like this, Morgan said after a moment. The last time was probably the battle at the Temple of Time. Oh. Scáthach asked. Not even the fight against the beast god Cernunnos got you excited? Artoria spoke up then, offering her own impression. Back then, all anyone could think about was waking Tenkei. Just seeing him open his eyes was already more than enough to overwhelm us. Who had the spare attention to enjoy the fight? That made everyone laugh in unison. Even without having been there themselves, Scotty and Tuko could understand the feeling. tense but not afraid. Chapter 753, Volume 10, Chapter 3, Swift Blade, Ringing Gunshots. Imaginary dive complete. Initiating reversion to real numbers. Captain Nemo, who was in charge of navigating the storm border, reported the ship's status. As they returned to real space, back to the real world, everyone felt as if the air outside had frozen solid. This had nothing to do with the warship resurfacing from beneath the sea. It was a problem inherent to the Lost Belt itself. In other words, the moment they rose from the depths, they would be stepping into a situation where powerful enemies lay in wait on all sides. That was because the Greek Lost Belt, or more precisely, the Atlantis Lost Belt, was the most prosperous of the 7 Lost Belts that had descended upon the planet. Even without entering the Lost Belt proper, fragments of the fantasy tree were already visible from beyond the storm wall. The prosperity of a fantasy tree was directly tied to the prosperity of its Lost Belt. Unlike Britannia, where the fantasy tree withered after its magical energy was exhausted and the Lost Belt degenerated into an anomalous world, the Atlantis Lost Belt clearly embodied the original purpose for which the fantasy tree had taken root and come into being. Alright, once we confirm there are no enemies, surface from the sea. Olga Marie, standing on the bridge and issuing commands, had barely begun to speak when the storm border's alarms blared. Director, surfacing must be aborted. Enemy signals detected. They're approaching our coordinates at high speed. Nemo cried out in disbelief. Damn it, what kind of observation ability is this? Shiomi spoke up calmly to steady him. Don't panic. Being able to detect foreign intruders entering a Lost Belt is a basic capability of a Lost Belt king. That had been true in both Britannia and Scandinavia. When the storm border entered those Lost Belts, Morgan and Scotty had each sensed it immediately. As for the Russian Lost Belt, Ivan the Terrible had been in a state of slumber. Before he could display such power, Chaldea had already wiped it out in one decisive strike. If the king of the Atlantis Lost Belt failed to notice their intrusion, Shiomi would have found that far more disappointing. Besides, we have plenty of experience dealing with ambushes, Shiomi continued, issuing his orders. Surface immediately and open the hatches leading to the deck. Artoria, come with me to the deck. Wait. The screens are showing the situation on the sea. Nemo interrupted at once, stopping Shiomi and the others. As Shiomi's instructions were carried out, the warship began rising toward the surface while its sensors rapidly gathered and analyzed the surrounding conditions. Moments later, a shocking image filled the display. Sleek, steel warships with a distinctly futuristic design were advancing toward their surfacing point in tight formation. Yet their sails were formed entirely of mana, and along each side were 4 sets of massive oars, 3 to a set, clear proof that these vessels were far beyond what human civilization could produce. Oh. Morgan said, her stern expression tinged with unmistakable interest. Ships that exceed our civilization's level, and an entire fleet at that. Enemy vessels confirmed in large numbers. And there's a servant standing on the surface of the sea. Nemo immediately reported the latest development. That servant standing atop the water was none other than Canes, the same one who had fought them in the Scandinavian Lost Belt and come close to defeat. Hey. So you finally showed up, you Chaldea bastards. I've been waiting forever. The disgrace of Scandinavia, let me turn you into scrap metal and wash it away. So you still haven't learned your lesson. Shiomi narrowed his eyes and continued calling out orders. Master, I'll need you too. As expected, another god-slaying job. Scáthach gripped her crimson gi-balg, her eyes filled with raw battle intent. Nemo raised his voice from behind them. The hatch leading to the deck is open. You can head out at any time. With that, Shiomi, Scáthach, and Artoria filed out one after another, stepping onto the open deck. The salty sea wind carried a metallic, blood-tinged scent. Holding the crimson spear, Shiomi fixed his gaze on the situation unfolding across the water. At the head of the approaching fleet stood the divine spirit Canes, who had arrived ahead of the others. Standing atop the sea as a servant, she was clearly preparing to lead the assault. The moment she spotted Shiomi and the others, Canes burst into excited laughter. So you really did all come. Perfect. I'll give you a proper welcome right here at my home base. Scáthach rotated her gi-balg, her voice cold and sharp. Are you ready to die, divine spirit? Don't expect a kind goddess like Scotty to step in and plead for you this time. Leave that arrogant divine spirit to my master, Shiomi said calmly. Artoria and I will hold back the enemy ships and buy time for our counterattack. Even if my disciple hadn't said so, I would have taken her on myself. Scáthach's long hair whipped in the wind as her slender body gradually tensed, ready to leap into the sea at any moment. Walking on water was nothing to her. Even without the King of Night's blessings, Scáthach could manage it with ease. Wait. Artoria placed a hand on Scáthach's shoulder. Want me to give you the chance instead? Scáthach asked. No. Shiomi raised a hand. We've got a transmission. His communicator was tuned to the same frequency as the storm border. An external signal was now attempting to establish contact with Chaldea. Attention, enemy vessel dispatched by Chaldea. Attention, enemy vessel dispatched by Chaldea. Open your communication channel and respond. It wasn't a radio signal, but one converted through mana. The technology of this lost belt was clearly built upon magecraft rather than conventional science. This is Olga Marie Animosphere, Director of New Chaldea and Commanding Officer of the Storm Border, Olga Marie replied. My name is Odysseus, Guardian of Olympus, the other party announced. Shiomi's expression shifted. Odysseus. The great hero of the Trojan War who led the Greek forces to victory. A hero renowned for both intellect and valor. Be advised, enemy vessel. We will swiftly erase you. We will accept no surrender, submission, peace, or negotiation. We will continue the assault until your complete annihilation is confirmed. The declaration was heavy with pressure and utterly merciless. The transmission cut off immediately after. This was not a conversation, but a complete severing of any possibility of dialogue at its root. Between New Chaldea and Olympus, only one option remained, a zero-sum war. Nice. That kind of bluntness saves me from worrying about holding back, Shiomi said with a laugh. Without any warning, he hurled the crimson spear in his hand straight toward Canis. The power unleashed by the true name release forced Canis to raise her shield to block it. Even so, she couldn't fully counter the attack and had no choice but to rely on her constantly active noble phantasm, Neptune's favor, to withstand the force of the thrown spear. Hold it, my disciple. That divine spirit is supposed to be my prey, isn't she? Scáthach said, clearly displeased. Just a preemptive strike. That won't kill her, Shiomi replied, lifting his hand. A pale blue flame ignited in his palm. Let me show you something new. As he clenched his fist, the flame scattered instantly into countless points of light, swirling around the three of them. Inflaming Divinity. Chapter 754, Volume 10, Chapter 4, Great Battle at Sea, 1. The 2001 expedition to the Kumano Hot Spring Singularity was supposed to be nothing more than an unremarkable repair mission, along with a rare chance to rest and recover. Yet Shiomi came away with something far more significant. From his past self, the version of himself that had once run rampant as a god, he reclaimed authorities that had exceeded his ability to control at the time. Because they were the same existence across different points in time, there was no need for any adjustment. He was able to wield them immediately. From that point on, Shiomi gradually came to command many entirely new powers. Inflaming Divinity was one of them. This is, Scáthach murmured, looking down at her own hand. This blessing was different from a rune's reinforcement. It was protection born directly from authority itself. Our power has temporarily shaken off the world's restraints and returned to what it should have been, Artoria said, sounding faintly surprised. Shiomi had once said he intended to become a god. The fact that he could accomplish something like this meant he truly was moving forward without hesitation. It won't last forever, Shiomi said with a smile, but it'll do for now. At that moment, a violent explosion tore across the sea, sending towering waves more than 10 meters high crashing upward. Shiomi raised a hand and caught the crimson spear as it flew back to him. Canis glared at Shiomi, breathing heavily, looking as though she was ready to prioritize attacking him. Tuko, prepare to deploy the reserve puppet army immediately. Scotty, I'll need you to maintain Storm Border's defenses. Have the Valkyrie come up to the deck as well and get ready to deal with enemies approaching the ship. Shiomi continued issuing orders as he walked toward the front of the deck. Morgan, judge the situation on your end. Artoria, stay on deck and handle any enemies that board. My husband, are you planning to? Morgan froze, already guessing what he was about to do. Didn't that Odysseus say he was going to wipe us out? Shiomi replied. By then, Scáthach had already dashed forward. She collided head-on with Canis, who was charging towards Storm Border, and forced her back into the sea. Only after confirming that his teacher was unharmed did Shiomi finish the rest of his sentence. Then let's find out. Whether we're the first to give out, or his fleet is the one that gets completely wiped out. Before his words had even settled, a three-headed hound landed on the deck. Its heads were connected by metallic mechanisms, its body incomplete, and it roared as it lunged at Shiomi with gaping jaws. The roar cut off abruptly. Shiomi didn't even look at it. He swung his spear once, knocking the three-headed hound straight off the deck. Its roar collapsed into a pitiful wail that quickly faded away. And yet, when his spear struck it, Shiomi felt something was off. It was unnaturally hard. What should have been cleaved apart with a single strike had only been sent flying. Even the edge of the crimson spear couldn't easily cut through its outer shell. Its metal-covered form didn't seem to be made of any substance that belonged to this world. Shiomi frowned slightly. Could it be orichalcum, one of the three great magic ores spoken of in Greek myth? My husband, look, Morgan said. Following her gaze, Shiomi saw an eerie figure standing on the core ship of the Olympus fleet. Even from this distance, he could clearly sense both divinity and monstrosity radiating from the half-human, half-serpent creature. The three-headed hound had been born from that very body. Now, more monsters were emerging from it, chimeras and snake women, their bodies likewise reinforced with that strange metal. They surged forward as the next wave of attackers, following after the hound in their assault on Storm Border. Could it be? Watching those metal-reinforced chimeras and snake women, Shiomi reached his conclusion almost instantly. The half-human, half-serpent monster of Greek mythology. Echidna, the mother of magical beasts, and the wife of Typhon, the father of all monsters. Artoria spoke from behind him. Tenkei, go. You don't need to worry about Storm Border. Toko's dolls had already been released from the hatches on both sides of Storm Border. Led by the Valkyrie, they moved to intercept the monsters born of Echidna. Melusine, Barghest. Shiomi understood immediately and called out the two names once more. Here. Melusine appeared behind Shiomi with barely concealed excitement, a sharp contrast to Barghest's steady, serious presence. Follow me. We're striking the enemy warship's core. Kill anything that stands in our way, Shiomi said without turning back. Can you do it? Of course. The blade extended from the back of Melusine's hand. Then move. And don't get separated. With that, Shiomi leapt from the deck. When he landed again, it was like a massive cannonball slamming into the deck of the foremost warship. Screams erupted instantly from the Olympian soldiers. Melusine and Barghest followed close behind, swinging their weapons with resolute force, cutting down the Olympian soldiers who rushed to meet them. You bastard. Canes noticed Shiomi's piercing assault and tried to break away from the front line to intercept him, only to be stopped short by Scáthach's lance. The blade skimmed past her throat by a hair's breadth, making it painfully clear that she could not choose her battlefield at will. Don't rush it, Scáthach said coolly. Last time, you weren't strong enough. That's why Scotty had time to intervene and spare your life. She advanced across the raging sea as if walking on solid ground, moving through the waves with effortless grace. Let me see how much strength the Greek gods really have. Stop spewing nonsense, woman. Enraged by Scáthach's cold, condescending tone, the hot-tempered Canes charged forward again, initiating a second clash. Automata flying in from both sides immediately became a nuisance. Out of my way. The dolls couldn't withstand a single blow. Their bodies shattered, broken remains falling into the sea below. What irritated Canes even more was that Scáthach's spear was hidden among the gaps between those automatons, striking from unpredictable angles at any moment. Hiding behind puppets is all you're good for. Canes sneered. Didn't you hear what your commander said? Scáthach replied calmly. This isn't some reckless duel for bravado. This is war. The lance came down with the force of a mountain splitting the sea, crashing into Canes' shield and erupting in sparks of lightning and flame. Strike after strike followed. Contrary to her slender, elegant appearance, Scáthach's attacks were sharp, brutal, and unrelenting. Spear and shield alike faltered under the repeated impacts, their balance steadily breaking apart. Damn it. Even though Scáthach was fighting with only one hand, Canes found that her monstrous strength gave her no advantage at all. Scáthach noticed it as well. Shiomi's, inflaming divinity, was not merely a release of the power she had once been forced to restrain while leaving the land of shadows. It went far beyond that. Catching Canes' counter-thrusting spear, Scáthach drove a kick straight into her abdomen. Canes tumbled several times across the surface of the sea before regaining her balance. She dropped to one knee. Scáthach was nowhere to be seen. Before Canes could fully process it, a bone-deep chill surged up her spine from behind. Relying on her extraordinary battle instincts, she twisted away from the spear aimed at her neck, spun to counterattack, and forced distance between them once more. Having proven through action that her words were no empty boast, Scáthach lifted her chin coldly. Those crimson eyes locked firmly onto the divine spirit servant before her. Chapter 755, Volume 10, Chapter 5, Great Battle at Sea, 2. Facing an encirclement of mythological warships that stretched beyond the horizon, Chaldea launched its breakout the instant it surfaced from the depths, just as its imaginary submersion came to an end. What's the situation on the forward deck? Morgan asked from her designated seat, checking the reports without pause. Miss Artoria, leading the Valkyries alongside an automata formation, has successfully held back the magical beasts released by Echidna. There's no immediate risk of boarding. Sylvia reported crisply. Morgan rapidly switched between Storm Border surveillance feeds, taking in the state of the battle all around them. Scáthach had suppressed Canes even more decisively than during the Scandinavian campaign, and Artoria was displaying strength beyond anything she had shown before. Guessing that Shiomi must have done something before charging deep into enemy territory and cutting his way through, Morgan finally felt a measure of relief. What about my husband? He's gone far too deep. Gordolf shouted, his voice sharp with tension. What is Shiomi doing, charging in that far with 2 fairy knights? We can't send automata support at all from here. His words were edged with anxiety, born of genuine concern for the safety of those fighting on the front lines. After Shiomi returned to Chaldea, Olga Marie had lifted the personal restrictions placed on Gordolf, but she still did not restore him to the position of deputy director. Until the crisis of human history was resolved, this deceived man had only 2 choices: fight on as a member of Chaldea, or live under protection as a survivor. Out of pride in his family name, Gordolf chose the former. He took part in the operation against the Atlantis Anomaly Zone and now served as deputy helmsman, overseeing battlefield intelligence while constantly analyzing and reporting developments. It's fine, Morgan replied calmly, already understanding the situation. Redirecting Storm Border's mana and activating the ley lines blocking armament purely for defense is meaningless. We need to rip open a breach in this fleet. Storm Border was designed with mobility as its priority and lacked armaments suited for direct combat. Against enemies that defied all norms, their existing weapons simply could not deal effective damage. However, after Morgan's return to Chaldea, she proposed reinstalling the ley lines blocking armament that had once been deployed in the Fairy Kingdom, adapting it for use aboard this vessel. The price was clear, only Morgan herself could operate the system. As a result, she remained on the bridge to command the ship's firepower rather than joining the front lines. Even if its scale fell short of what she once commanded in the Fairy Kingdom, Morgan was fully confident it would be more than enough to deal with these warships of the Age of Gods. Wait. Romani suddenly called out. A high-energy reaction has appeared in satellite orbit. He immediately activated the super telescope Shaun had prepared for Storm Border. The display locked onto a mysterious mechanical structure, suspended beyond the atmosphere at an altitude of roughly 500,000 meters above the ground. What is that? The moment Olga Marie saw the image on the screen, the color drained from her face. A spacecraft that looked as though it embodied the absolute pinnacle of scientific technology was hovering over the Lost Belt. It's a Greek machine god, Romani said with difficulty, forcing the grim truth out. We don't know which god it is yet, but if this continues, we'll be hit. Recall all combat units immediately. Prepare for imaginary dive to evade. Olga Marie issued the order without hesitation. No. Morgan cut her off. Imaginary dive may not make it in time. Captain, full speed ahead with Storm Border. Scotty, deploy a barrier that can cover the entire ship. Fire the Holy Lance as we charge through. Scotty tightened her grip on her staff. After silently nodding in agreement, she turned and headed toward the ship's midsection, where she could best deploy Magecraft to shield the entire warship. Lady Morgan, what do you intend to do? Olga Marie chose to trust her, but she still needed to ask. At this distance and altitude, any attack launched from the warship above us can't possibly be aimed at us alone, Morgan replied calmly. That man who calls himself Odysseus has likely already decided to let the frontline allies be buried along with us. How cold-blooded, Da Vinci-chan muttered. So this really is the Odysseus of the Lost Belt? Da Vinci added. The Odysseus of proper human history was never described as this ruthless. Is this really the time to be worrying about that? Romani couldn't help but interject. The moment Morgan's orders were relayed, Storm Border's engines roared to life, pushing the ship straight ahead at full speed. Scotty's primordial rune barrier spread around the hull, allowing the imaginary submersion vessel to crash into the enemy's front line almost without damage, tearing open a gap in the encirclement. All hands, brace for impact. Through the broadcast, Nemo warned Sakura and the others waiting inside the ship, ready to sortie at any moment. Morgan's plan was simple. Since they had already been targeted, they would play along and turn the trap back on its maker. If Odysseus was willing to sacrifice his own allies just to wipe out Chaldea, then she wanted to see just how much he was prepared to lose. Including himself. All gun ports of the ley lines blocking armament opened at once. A fan-shaped barrage erupted forward, mercilessly pounding the enemy warships that Shiomi and the others had already thrown into chaos, as Storm Border surged straight into the encirclement. One mythological warship after another lost control, broke apart, and sank into the sea. Leaking energy detonated again and again, some of it even burning across the surface of the ocean. Ha! How pathetic. You've been abandoned by your own allies. Locked in a fierce battle with Scáthach, Canis noticed Storm Border accelerating at full speed. In the blink of an eye, it vanished into the mass of warships, leaving only distant, deepening explosions to mark the Chaldea vessel's path. Abandoned? Hardly, Scáthach replied, suddenly pressing forward. It's just a reminder that I don't have time to keep playing with you. Her crossed spears swept outward in a powerful motion, their cold gleam once again forcing Canis back. Unable to evade in time, Canis took a horrific slash across the chest. Even with the Neptune blessing, she couldn't avoid the blow. Canis realized then that this ageless, undying woman was truly her natural enemy. A woman who had slain countless gods and undead. The moment she swung her crimson spear, it was only natural that she could threaten Canis. After all, Canis was no more than a divine spirit servant, not a god with a divine core. Come. Scáthach shouted. If you are a true warrior, then survive beneath my spear. She stepped back half a pace as mana surged violently from her body. Don't look down on me. No one can reach my heights. Spread your wings and soar. With a furious roar, Canis transformed into a massive golden bird and shot straight into the sky. Scáthach's expression hardened, her gaze as sharp as the edge of her crimson spear. Pierce. Breakthrough. Soaring spear of piercing death, Gi-Balg alternative. Soar, my great golden wings, Lapathai Senus. The giant bird screeched, its blazing wings beating as it dove downward. Rising to meet those burning golden wings were crimson meteors, and not just one. Chapter 756, Volume 10, Chapter 6, Great Battle at Sea, 3. The clash between Canis and Scáthach's noble phantasms unleashed a colossal shockwave. Even Odysseus, stationed on the flagship, couldn't help but be distracted. Chaldea's sudden, near-suicidal charge, driving straight into the Olympus fleet with unstoppable momentum, had already caught him off guard. He should have been issuing launch orders to the machine gods in satellite orbit, yet the command still would not go through. Every second of hesitation meant another sacrifice from Odysseus's fleet. Even though he had initially treated the frontline allies as acceptable losses to annihilate Chaldea, he had still underestimated Chaldea's sense of battlefield judgment. What are you doing? Fire at once. Stop Chaldea's warship. Do not let that vessel advance any further. Realizing that Chaldea was using him as a hostage, Odysseus burned with anger, yet he issued the order with his usual calm. In truth, the fleet was already firing. Their proud artillery hammered the storm border, but it achieved nothing. An invisible, top-tier barrier enveloped the ship, completely negating the barrage. Is there an exceptional Magus aboard? Odysseus ground his teeth. Encased in heavy armor, his expression beneath the helmet was impossible to see. Worse still, Chaldea's return fire was even more ferocious than the fleet's. A single hit was enough to punch straight through a warship. The Olympus fleet was being torn apart by the combination of absolute defense and absolute firepower. So that's how it is. No wonder they crushed the other Lost Belts so easily. With that, Odysseus made his decision. He would personally command the flagship and face the enemy head-on. However, the great strategist of this Lost Belt was thrown off by the storm border's sudden tactical shift. In that moment of distraction, he overlooked the vanguard that had first plunged the fleet into chaos. You're absolutely right. The instant the unfamiliar voice rang out above him, Odysseus leapt backward on pure instinct. He failed to notice the danger to the Olympus soldier nearby. A crushing impact sent the man flying, his scream cut short as he plunged into the sea. From within the swirling dust, a man in a lightweight combat suit stepped forward, a crimson spear hanging loosely from his hand. Good reflexes. Even in a Lost Belt, a great hero is still a great hero. No way you'd go down that easily. Shiomi sneered as he leveled the spear at the center of Odysseus's helmet. Behind him, 2 armored female knights descended in quick succession, landing on the deck. Just 3 people were enough to throw my fleet into disarray, and now you've reached the flagship itself. Odysseus's jet-black cloak snapped violently in the sea wind. His voice remained calm, as it always was. You've set your sights on me. Planning to win by defeating me. Why not? Unlike the alert Melusine and Barghest, Shiomi casually brushed the dust from his clothes. Not a bad call, but... Amid the roar of the wind, the sharp sound of blades being drawn rang out. Clang. Melusine's sword crashed into a pair of black and white twin blades, spraying brilliant sparks. One of the alien apostles, nameless, revealed himself. So you had a backup, Shiomi said, tapping his temple. To be honest, I've lived a long time, but spending all the time dealing with brainless fairies hasn't done my confidence in strategy any favors. Still, if your trump card is just an alien apostle archer, no, an alter ego, then I don't think that's quite enough. At that moment, Melusine gained the upper hand in raw strength, forcing Nameless to retreat by leaping onto another ship. Elsewhere, a pair of twin servants burst onto the battlefield, leaving Barghest no choice but to move in and engage them. 2 servants. Planning a one-on-one. Shiomi pinched his chin, watching Odysseus closely, gauging whether there were any more cards left to play. As expected, a rain of arrows suddenly poured down from the sky. A handsome archer landed beside Odysseus and spoke calmly. Looks like I made it in time. I never thought Chaldea could push your fleet this far with just a single warship. I'm surprised as well, Odysseus replied evenly. But given how unlikely this situation was to begin with, calling for reinforcements the moment I detected the phenomenon of Chaldea entering this area was the correct decision. His tone remained composed, with not the slightest hint of satisfaction at having predicted this turn of events. After all, even the most improbable scenario had come true, wrecking his carefully laid plans to this extent. There was nothing to celebrate. At the mention of Chiron's name, Shiomi activated his star eyes and glimpsed the truth of his opponent. A living divine spirit. In this lost belt, unlike proper human history, Chiron had remained a god from beginning to end, never needing to relinquish his divinity. 2 against 1, with more reinforcements on the way. Either you crush us quickly here, or you expect us to enjoy your piecemeal tactics. Shiomi's smile grew sharp and dangerous. A massive killing intent surged outward like a tangible force, startling both Odysseus and Chiron. He was clearly human, yet everything about him felt wrong. Then to save time, how about making it 2 against 2? A storm of crimson spears descended from the sky, forcing Odysseus and Chiron to retreat again. A violet figure landed lightly in front of Shiomi on the deck, turning her head to regard the 2 lost belt heroes with cold detachment. "You're the one who fought Canes," Odysseus said, instantly grasping the situation. "Have you already finished her?" "Who knows," Scáthach replied as she drew her Gi-Balg alternative, now returned to a single form. "Maybe she's still alive. Or maybe she's already sunk to the bottom of the sea." Shiomi smiled in open admiration. "When my master gets serious, it's terrifying. There probably isn't a god in this world you can't kill." He pointed his spear at Chiron. "That man is Chiron, the one who trained countless Greek heroes. Even though he belongs to the Lost Belt, he stands in a similar position to you. A teacher." "I understand," Scáthach replied, having grasped Shiomi's division of opponents. The storm border had already pushed close. The nearer it came to the flagship's waters, the harder it became to break through quickly, but it was only a matter of time. Odysseus's composure, in its own way, delayed his decision. He could not bring himself to choose total annihilation of his own forces just to destroy Chaldea. In his calculations, even if the machine gods in satellite orbit launched their attack, Chaldea still had a considerable chance of escaping. The one certain to be destroyed would be himself, the Olympus fleet, and the reinforcements he had called. Master and disciple crossed their crimson spears, sweeping them apart as brilliant sparks erupted from the friction. In the next instant, Shiomi vanished from where he stood. Odysseus reacted on instinct, spinning around and crossing his arms as a shield of magical energy formed in an instant, blocking Shiomi's sudden strike. The battle of the decapitation operation began at that very moment. Chapter 757, Volume 10, Chapter 7, Great Battle at Sea, 4. The instant the battle began, Odysseus surged forward, cutting in to hold off both Shiomi and Scáthach at once, buying Chiron room to fall back and fire from a safer distance. The armor Odysseus wore was no ordinary gear. It was a defensive armament forged by the Olympian gods themselves, the bounded field noble phantasm, Aegis. Originally, it was a conceptual defense created by the gods, an extraordinarily powerful barrier in its own right. But because Odysseus enjoyed the favor of the goddess Athena, he was granted a rare exception, allowed to wear that very concept as armor. In other words, it was an invincible suit of divine steel, backed by conceptual protection, an A-rank, constantly active noble phantasm. That was why Odysseus had the confidence to stop Shiomi and Scáthach on his own. Even barehanded, the armored limbs of his body were weapons in their own right, equally suited to attack and defense. He grabbed the pair's crimson spears without the slightest hesitation. The blades screeched against his gauntlets as he threw all his strength into keeping them from pulling away. At the stern, Chiron caught the moment the struggle locked into a stalemate and loosed a rapid volley, timing it down to the heartbeat. Thud. But Odysseus's plan broke on a simple fact the two of them shared: each still had a second spear. The strike didn't pierce the strategist's body, but the sheer impact was enough to shake him loose. His grip gave way, and he was hurled backward. Chiron's dense aerostorm followed, only to be swept aside by the master and disciple spear work, every shot knocked from the air as if water couldn't even seep through. Beautiful, Chiron breathed, genuinely impressed. To coordinate spear work that perfectly. Shiomi and the others didn't have the leisure to listen. As Odysseus flew back, 6 autonomous flying units peeled away from his armor and unleashed golden rays of magical energy at them. Offense and defense in one. They could harry and strike from multiple directions, attacking from blind angles most opponents would never anticipate. Under that barrage, most targets would die on the spot. But it had one clear weakness. The output simply wasn't enough. Against enemies of this caliber, it was little more than an annoyance. By the time Odysseus hit the deck again, Shiomi was already on him. He closed in, flipped into a descending cleave, and slammed his crimson spear down hard, forcing Odysseus back into defense. At the same moment, Scáthach sprang upward, planting a foot on Shiomi's shoulder and vaulting cleanly over the line of fire, slipping past Chiron's arrowheads with ease. Chiron might have looked like nothing but an archer, but Scáthach didn't underestimate him for a second. Like her, he was a teacher in his own legend, a mentor who had trained heroes whose names were carved into human history. And a teacher of heroes was never someone who only knew how to pluck a bowstring. He would have mastered every weapon and every art of war. Caren brought his bow up like a shield, knocking Scáthach's spear aside, then seized the opening to counter with his fists and feet. Thinking you can face me with nothing but your hands and feet is a bit too arrogant, Caren. Scáthach spun her crimson spear, scarlet spear flowers blooming around her and sealing off any easy approach. True enough. Standing against the famed queen of the land of shadows without a proper weapon does seem reckless, Caren replied calmly. Perhaps that's what comes of focusing too much on archery. Even as he spoke, he drew the bowstring again. Another stream of arrows flew forth, and just as before, they were cleanly knocked aside by Scáthach's crimson spear. As for being famous, Scáthach said lightly, my dear disciple once told me that in proper human history, you're actually the more well-known one. Magecraft began to cling to every sweep of her spear. Each strike was no longer limited to the reach of the weapon itself. The beautiful yet terrifying queen of the realm of the dead became a raging storm, tearing into Odysseus's flagship. The divine bows mounted along the ship's rails shattered under her unrestrained assault. As the bow bodies broke apart, their maniformed strings dissipated into nothing. Her range continued to expand, and Odysseus, driven closer by Shiomi's pressure, found himself at risk of being caught in the fallout. He chose decisiveness. Odysseus released all his mana at once, every strike turning into a magical projectile as he unleashed a wide-area bombardment. Under such an exchange, the deck of the Olympus fleet's most elite flagship was reduced to ruins, stripped of the dignity and splendor it had possessed just moments earlier. There was no trace left of its former glory. Odysseus didn't care. For a commander, dignity existed only at the edge of the blade, and glory only in victory. Through repeated probing strikes with the crimson spear, Shiomi gradually grasped the true nature of Odysseus's armored noble phantasm. In the middle of their clash, he abruptly switched weapons. Seeing the silver spear thrust toward him, Odysseus raised an arm. 3 layers of mana-formed shield snapped into place in an instant. A defense that needs no setup and completes itself instantly. That really is a convenient noble phantasm. Shiomi remarked as Longinus pierced slightly into the first layer before losing all momentum. He couldn't help but wonder how this armor compared to Karna's golden cuirass. Seizing the brief pause, Odysseus released the floating units from his armor. They gathered mana behind Shiomi and fired in a single burst. Shiomi pulled Longinus back and twisted aside, each attack grazing past him without ever landing. In that same flow of motion, Gungnir struck. Within a single second, 6 spears thrust out from 6 directions, punching straight through the floating units. Odysseus didn't react in the slightest. That distraction was all he needed. The stringless bow completed its charge in that opening, its aim locked firmly onto Shiomi. Before Chaldea had arrived, this lost belt's Odysseus, blessed by Zeus, had slain the proper human history Odysseus summoned by the counter-force. By absorbing all of his knowledge, he had also gained the qualifications to wield this noble phantasm. Love's radiant stringless bow, Penelope. The lost belt Odysseus didn't understand the meaning behind the true name. To him, it was simply a powerful weapon. The result, however, fell short of expectations. Even with the true name released, the bowless, stringless arrow of light erupted from his arm in a torrent of mana. Shiomi didn't even bother with a true name release in response. He simply stepped forward and brought Gungnir down in a single cleaving strike, splitting the attack apart and sending it dispersing to either side, further tearing into the flagship's hull. If that's all you've got, you'd be better off staying in the rear and commanding next time, strategist, Shiomi said coolly. Assuming there is a next time. His grip shifted as mana surged through Gungnir. Longinus. Just as he invoked the true name and moved to finish Odysseus, the flagship suddenly roared to life and began to shake violently. The sudden upheaval threw off Shiomi's footing, disrupting the strike and preventing it from being unleashed at full power. A massive white machine rose rapidly from within the ship's hold, its colossal frame interposing itself and blocking Shiomi's noble phantasm. Chapter 758, Volume 10, Chapter 8, Great Battle at Sea, 5. Scáthach was startled as well, turning her head toward the massive machine that had risen up. A wooden horse. Caren, his body riddled with wounds, held his longbow at his side. Despite the blood staining his face, a calm smile still lingered. Scáthach's way of fighting was simply too brutal. If it had been the twins instead, they would have long since fallen beneath her spear. Only a servant like Caren could survive such injuries and still be standing. But Scáthach no longer cared about that. Just like Shiomi, she had realized why the flagship was so much larger than the other warships. It wasn't just a matter of appearance. Hidden beneath the hull of this vessel was another weapon. Or rather, another noble phantasm. During the Trojan War, in order to bring an end to a conflict that had dragged on for years, Odysseus devised the stratagem known as the Trojan horse, breaching the city from within and delivering victory to the Greek forces. This, too, was one of the noble phantasms he had taken from his proper human history counterpart. He didn't know its legend. He didn't understand its meaning. But none of that mattered. At Odysseus's command, the wooden horse emerged from the ship's hold. In the midst of the chaos, both Scáthach and Shiomi noticed that Odysseus's presence had vanished from the deck. Then came the roar of engines as mana began to surge through the white wooden horse. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a massive machine over 10 meters tall. Odysseus had already entered the cockpit, now piloting this anti-country noble phantasm. As a noble phantasm, the Trojan horse's true form was a gigantic mount clad in divine steel. Once its true name was released, it could transform into a mechanical giant built for annihilation. To force me to activate this Trojan horse. I have to admit, you are enemies who exceeded my expectations, Odysseus's voice echoed through the machine's amplifiers. But you are still within my calculations. Even without calling down the goddess's arrows, I have the means to defeat you. With those cold, composed words, the mechanical giant began to move under Odysseus's control. It treated the ships of the Olympus fleet as mere stepping stones, advancing without the slightest hesitation. The soldiers on the flagship had long since been wiped out by the sudden assault of Shiomi and Scáthach. As for the other warships, their crews either fell in battle against Melusine and Bargast, or were torn apart by the storm border's artillery. Arrows from Nameless and Caren were mixed into the storm of fire, streaking toward them without pause. Just as the four regrouped and prepared to launch a coordinated assault on the mechanical giant, the armor on its chest suddenly split open, revealing the main cannon hidden within. That was the true form of this machine from the Age of Gods, the very reason it was classified as an anti-country noble phantasm. This time, the main cannon was aimed directly at the storm border. In a matter of seconds, mana condensed to the point where even the air seemed to freeze, before being unleashed all at once. Unlike the dense but relatively weak barrages of warships, this was a true name-released noble phantasm, its power concentrated into a single point. The blast nearly punched through the barrier Scotty had deployed to protect the hull. The storm border lurched violently to one side, coming dangerously close to capsizing into the sea. Seeing that even this attack couldn't fully pierce the barrier, the Trojan horse swiftly rotated its cannon and began a sweeping bombardment, indiscriminately dragging both allies and enemies into its line of fire. Shiomi and the others, who had originally been some distance from the firing line, were forced once again to move between the warships to evade the onslaught. "We'll need to get closer somehow," Scáthach said quietly. "That's an Age of Gods machine made from divine steel, born from the most fundamental mystery of the Greek gods." Melusine immediately stepped forward. "I'll suppress that giant machine's firepower. Bargast, you go interfere with the two archers. After that." "No. There's no need for you to risk your lives as bait," Shiomi said, raising a hand. "What we've thought of, she's already thought of as well." "She." Melusine froze. As the Trojan horse's cannons exceeded their limits and the prolonged barrage finally began to subside, two pillars of golden light shot skyward from the storm border's deck, still wrapped in barriers and not yet fully stabilized. The holy sword in Artoria's hands, and the holy lance under Gray's control. Time to pull back. Getting caught in our own side's fire isn't funny at all. Shiomi's hand came to rest on Melusine's shoulder. Scáthach pressed down on Bargast's shoulder as well, steadying her as she half-knelt. Together, they activated teleportation magecraft, shifting to the wreckage of a warship adjacent to the storm border. Neither the Trojan horse's overwhelming firepower nor the arrows of Caren and Nameless could pierce Scotty's barrier. This was the barrier she had used to protect that small kingdom from Surtur's flames, the result of thousands of years of accumulated effort. For a mere anti-country noble phantasm to think it could break through was pure fantasy. "I've already told you how to do this," Artoria said to Gray. "You are not a vessel prepared for any king. You are yourself, a gravekeeper who has inherited the mystery of the Holy Lance." "I understand, Artoria-sama," Gray replied without hesitation. In the next moment, the Holy Sword and the Holy Lance were released together. A surging torrent of mana, carrying the breath of the stars, swallowed the Trojan horse whole. The machine deployed its full defenses, stirring up monstrous waves across the battlefield at sea. The Kleronomia bestowed by Zeus granted the machine formidable defensive power. Even under the simultaneous assault of the Holy Sword and Holy Lance, it endured without being reduced to dust. What an incredibly sturdy machine. Melusine couldn't help but admire it. Even as an enemy, she couldn't bring herself to stop appreciating the massive construct. "No. This is enough," Scáthach said, pointing her spear toward the sky above the Trojan horse. At some point, Shiomi had already left their side. He now hovered in the air together with 3 Valkyries. "Follow my movements." "You know what to do, Valkyries," Shiomi said. "We obey your will in all things, our new great god," Thrud replied. Ortlind and Hildur nodded in turn. "Then let's begin." Shiomi raised Gungnir high. Synchronization with the prototype complete. True name, fully released. Ragnarok Gungnir. The 3 prototype Valkyries followed Shiomi's lead, hurling their Gungnir, declaration of the great god, fake, alongside his Gungnir. A brand new noble phantasm, surpassing the Valkyrie's original, Ragnarok fantasy, Maiden's Descent. Proof of those who walked the path foretold by Odin. Like the final straw on a camel's back. No, like the last massive boulder crushing it, the Trojan horse could endure no more. Its divine steel armor began peeling away piece by piece. A colossal explosion erupted from the Trojan horse's core, sweeping across the entire sea where the great battle had unfolded. Every remaining, damaged Olympus warship was swallowed up. Waves tens of meters high surged skyward, then fell as a torrential rain of salt water. Those who had retreated back inside the storm borders barrier just a moment before the blast could see only an endless ocean of drifting wreckage once the explosion faded. All that remained was the Trojan horse's shattered core, bobbing up and down with the waves. The alien apostles and the other servants were gone without a trace. No one knew whether they had retreated or perished. At this point, you won't be leaving here. Chaldea. A broken signal reached the storm border, carrying Odysseus's dying voice. Realizing what was about to happen, Shiomi shouted a warning. Begin imaginary dive immediately. My master and I will assist Scotty in reinforcing the barrier. With the entire Olympus fleet, himself included, wiped out by the counterattack during the encirclement, Odysseus had nothing left to hold back. He transmitted the coordinates to the machine god in satellite orbit. Rather than preserving his own life, he chose without hesitation to complete the mission. The machine god, already prepared, calibrated the coordinates. At the very moment Odysseus finished speaking, it unleashed artillery fire from an altitude of 500,000 meters toward the storm border, which still stood in the sea below. The ocean. Blinding light and violent shockwaves engulfed the entire imaginary submarine in an instant. Moments later, the sea, struck yet again, slowly fell silent, with only countless fragments of debris floating on the surface. If there were any survivors left to witness it, they would surely notice that among all that wreckage, there was not a single fragment belonging to the Chaldea warship. Chapter 759, Chapter 759, Volume 10, Chapter 9, Voyage at Sea. After wiping out the Olympus fleet that had surrounded the storm border, Chaldea's warship sailed across a calm, windless sea, following the land signal marked on the radar. You've done well. Want something to drink, master? Scáthach sat sprawled on the deck, her crimson spear tucked under one arm with the shaft resting on her shoulder, looking utterly relaxed. A sudden coolness touched her cheek. Shiomi had come up from the cabin with a nutritional drink, pressing it lightly against her face as he offered it. If anyone's worked hard, it's you too, isn't it? Scáthach took the drink and gestured for him to sit. Stop running all over the ship when you should be resting. Leave things outside of combat to the others. At least bringing you water isn't something I want to leave to anyone else, Shiomi said. He stretched his legs out, gazing at the sea ahead of the storm border as if he were on vacation. Scáthach sipped through the straw, thinking for a moment. But we'd only just arrived in this lost belt. We were still underwater, and Odysseus found us immediately. Kirsteria probably took what happened in Russia and Scandinavia as a lesson and made thorough preparations, Shiomi said. With the power of the gods, plus technology that doesn't exist in proper human history. Picking up the tiny phenomenon fluctuation we caused when we ended imaginary dive and returned to reality was likely easy enough. And yet the side-laying siege, despite overwhelming numbers, was annihilated instead. Even the general commanding the encirclement died, Scáthach said with a laugh. Even with that warship in satellite orbit bombarding us, we still got away clean, once the Cryptors realizes that. The cannon fire from the satellite orbit warship ultimately failed to pierce the barrier Scáthach, and Shiomi had built together. That stability let the storm border slip out of the combat zone via imaginary dive without being caught in the blast. The strength we've shown will force Kirsteria to push all his chips in to win this war, Shiomi said. And the alien apostles clearly intend to help him here. Feeling the pressure? We don't know their trump cards, Shiomi replied calmly, but Kirsteria doesn't know ours either. The fog of war covers everything. Right now, everyone's information is only half complete. He paused, then patted the deck. We'll deal with it when we get there. As long as you can think like that, I'm relieved, Scáthach said. She set her crimson spear aside, then eased herself down, resting her head on Shiomi's lap. But what was that thing, anyway? It felt more advanced than an artificial satellite, Shiomi muttered. That, I don't know, Scáthach said, shaking her head. Even I can't claim to understand everything about the Greek gods. At least, their origins really are like that. What she knew started from the story 14,000 years ago, after the white giant was defeated by the holy sword of the planet. Before that. If the intelligence is accurate, then the one still floating in satellite orbit is most likely the Greek's true form, Morgan's voice cut in, slow and measured. One of the 12 machine gods of Olympus. Which one, we don't know yet. Ah. How do you know that? Shiomi blurted, genuinely startled. It was information even he didn't have, and it certainly wasn't included in what he'd shared with Morgan. I just heard it from Romani Archamon. Morgan casually tossed a cushion beside Shiomi and dropped into a seat. She stretched, her voice turning lazy. I asked him about it on the bridge earlier. I didn't expect he'd actually know. Honestly, my husband, how could you forget that doctor's real identity? Oh, right. Shiomi covered his face. He occasionally discussed Solomon-related matters with Romani, but out of habit he still treated that gentle, laid-back doctor, who never seemed in a hurry, as just an ordinary man. Solomon's clairvoyance could see both past and future. If anything, what had already happened should be even clearer than what hadn't yet come to pass. Morgan digging for information that way was, in fact, exactly what they needed right now. So you're saying the 12 Olympian gods aren't gods in the sense of this planet at all, but machine gods? Scáthach's interest was clearly piqued. According to Romani, Morgan said, leaning against Shiomi's other side as she relayed the information everyone had just heard together, the Olympian gods came from beyond this universe. They descended upon this planet long ago, made contact with humanity, accepted human faith, and gradually became established as native gods of Earth. Before that, they were nothing more than mechanical gods that possessed divine authority. If they really did come from outer space, Shiomi said, letting his thoughts wander, then it makes sense that the idea survived in later myths that the Mesopotamian goddess Ishtar was the prototype for the beauty goddess Aphrodite. They were probably influenced by Ishtar's faith when they took shape as gods, Scáthach replied. Seen that way, it all added up. The problem is, Morgan said, poking Shiomi's cheek with her finger, Romani also said that in the age of gods before the Common Era, the Olympians had already completely shed their machine god forms and existed purely as native deities. Yet in this lost belt, they've retained their forms as machine gods. Shiomi looked up at the blue sky and drifting clouds overhead. With his vision reinforced to its limits by mana, he could still make out the machine god that had just finished firing. So where, exactly, was the point of divergence between this lost belt and proper human history? The question stirred his curiosity. Did you really come all this way just to talk about that? Scáthach cut the discussion short, turning it into a tease aimed at Morgan instead. Manipulating the ley lines and sealed weapon systems to wipe out over 100 warships was exhausting. I came to collect my reward for my husband, Morgan said, flopping onto Shiomi as if all her strength had left her. My magic circuits feel like they're overloaded again. Could my husband help cool them down? Don't talk like you're some kind of machine, Shiomi shot back. Magic circuit overload did exist, but they were definitely nowhere near that point right now. Still, since Morgan had asked, he wrapped his arms around her as she lay curled against him like a cat, letting his mana flow into her magic circuits as he always did. My husband's massage really is the most comfortable, Morgan murmured contentedly. We can almost see land now. Looks like an island, Shiomi said. Once we dock, we'll decide whether to investigate the area. And the fact that machine god hasn't launched another attack is worrying, Scáthach added casually, idly rubbing Shiomi's knee. We should stay on guard. Chapter 760, Volume 10, Chapter 10, Defeat. Meanwhile, elsewhere. On an uninhabited islet to the southwest of the battlefield, Nameless, one of the alien apostles, lowered the gravely wounded Canes from his shoulder. They had withdrawn from the combat zone the moment Odysseus was struck by a noble phantasm, escaping Artemis's firing range ahead of the others. Canes has no combat capability left. Her death is only a matter of time. Why bring someone like her back? Pollux, the younger sister of the twin servants known as the Dioscuri, asked Nameless. The twins had been dispatched alongside him to support Odysseus, but had ended up locked in a stalemate against Bargast. It was precisely to prevent Olympus's land from being defiled that Odysseus and Canes were sent in the first place, Castor declared coldly. Now that Odysseus and his entire fleet have been wiped out, there's no reason to keep a piece of trash that's lost all usefulness. I'll kill you both. During the retreat, Canes had regained a sliver of consciousness. Grinding her teeth, she muttered a curse at the arrogant twins. You even brought Artemis into play and demanded our support, yet you still failed to kill Chaldea. Do you actually understand your position? Pollux pressed on, completely ignoring Canes' condition as she continued to interrogate her, despite Canes being barely able to respond. Unable to tolerate their attitude any longer, Nameless cut in, interrupting the stream of accusations. If you want to fight among yourselves, save it for after we get back. No matter how you look at it, the order to support Odysseus and Canes came from Kirsteria. The one who misjudged Chaldea's strength was him, not Canes. And as the reinforcements sent to assist them, we didn't just fail to help secure victory. We suffered heavy losses and only managed to bring Canes back alive. From that perspective alone, you have no standing to condemn her here. With a faintly amused smile, he mercilessly laid the facts bare. Alien apostle, Castor snapped, raising his sword and pointing it at Nameless' throat. You are nothing more than an assistant to Kirsteria-sama. You have no right to judge our results. Getting angry because you were told the truth. Nameless replied without flinching, continuing to strip away Castor's bluster. If you had been the one commanding that encirclement, you probably wouldn't have even gotten close to Chaldea. In the end, even sharing a spirit origin, the two of you couldn't take down a single fairy in a 2-on-1. Was the size difference just too much for you to handle? Heroic spirit Nameless, mind your words, Pollock said sharply, her tone turning stern. Nameless merely looked at them with cold indifference. Kirshteria's calling. Want to hear it? Or should I wait until you're dead and report your deaths as well? It would just be one more line added to Chaldea's report. You two, put your swords away. Otherwise, before I address your failure in dealing with Canis, I'll first deal with the fact that you've drawn weapons against your own allies. Calm yet authoritative words rang out as the communication connected. Kirsteria appeared on the deserted beach as a three-dimensional projection. At that moment, he was seated upon the throne at the deepest core of the Lost Belt. Through magecraft-based communication, and as an ally of Zeus, he could ignore distance entirely and speak with the front lines as if he were present. Kirsteria's words carried weight. The two Dioscuri sheathed their weapons, stepped back a few paces, and bowed respectfully toward his holographic image. Please forgive my brother and me for our discourtesy, Kirsteria-sama, Pollock said. Castor remained silent. So the result was exactly as feared, Kirsteria said, confirming it once more with Nameless. The supposedly foolproof encirclement operation instead led to the complete annihilation of the defensive fleet, along with Odysseus himself. As you can see, that is indeed what happened, Nameless replied calmly, arms crossed. Odysseus even activated the Trojan horse, but it was still utterly powerless against Chaldea's current strength. Chiron is now acting independently, searching for Chaldea's whereabouts. Can Olympus track them? Unfortunately, no, Kirsteria answered. Evidently, Shiomi-sensei, no, Chaldea possesses extraordinarily capable magi. With goddesses fighting alongside them, even the omniscience of the great god Zeus cannot pinpoint their location. Nameless nodded in understanding. Artemis's shot did hit the target, but judging from the situation just before the explosion, they likely executed an emergency imaginary dive. There is no need to dwell on that, Kirsteria said. My ally Zeus is already aware of it and has ordered Artemis to dispatch surveillance units to search the islands of Atlantis for Chaldea's trail. Have the Dioscuri return to Olympus for now. As for Canis, her injuries are not life-threatening. Given time, she will recover. It was only thanks to the power unleashed by Canis' true name release, combined with her constant noble phantasm, Neptune blessing, that she had survived Scáthach's attack at all, barely clinging to life. Of course, this was also because Nameless had promptly followed Kirsteria's orders and extracted Canis in time, sparing her from being caught in the explosion caused by Artemis's shot. So you intend to leave Canis here? Nameless asked, confirming Kirsteria's intent. That will be her punishment as well, Kirsteria replied evenly. She will remain alone on this island to recover from her injuries. Canis forced open the one eye she could still see with. Hey, coming from you, that's actually a pretty soft punishment. Before this encirclement operation began, you believed that Odysseus's fleet and yourself alone were enough to defeat Chaldea, Kirsteria said, his tone utterly calm. You should understand now that the defeat in Scandinavia was not a coincidence. From now on, you will follow my orders without exception. With that, the communication was cut. Got it, you bastard master. Canis let out a self-mocking laugh. Soon after, the twin servants, the Dioscuri, followed their orders and dissolved into spirit form, departing the deserted island. Since Kirsteria has decided so, I won't interfere any further, Nameless said as he prepared to leave. Even if you survive the god-slaying spear of the Queen of the Land of Shadows, the curse bound to that spear will continue to haunt you. I know that without you telling me. Canis muttered. The crimson spear that struck true to the heart. Even without Artemis's shot, she would have died at sea. But Kirsteria had used a command spell, allowing Zeus's Clironomia to act as a substitute for her heart and sustain her spirit origin. To be fully healed, however, she would have to rely on Demeter's Clironomia. She would need to recover to the point where she could personally seek an audience with Demeter. TCH. Like hell I'm dying in a dump like this. Watching Nameless disappear from the deserted island, Canis leaned back against the rocks and muttered the complaint weakly. Chapter 761, Volume 10, Chapter 11, Landfall. Before long, guided by the radar, the storm border reached the island closest to the battle zone. Once they docked, Scotty unfurled an invisible barrier around the warship. From the outside, there was no way to directly spot where the storm border was. Thanks for the hard work. Jamming the ship's signals and hiding its outline, Shiomi said, offering Scotty his gratitude. On this ship, aside from Morgan, you're the best at barrier magic. Compared to that sea battle earlier, this is nothing, Scotty replied, a faintly smug look on her face, as if plainly asking Shiomi to praise her a little more. Besides, you're definitely going to go ashore first to check what's going on here. If the storm border can't be kept safe, you won't be able to relax either. Shiomi nodded. You really do see right through me. This island doesn't look uninhabited. Let's see if there are people here, or a military camp. Once we confirm it's safe, we can pick up some supplies. Then go without worry. Since it's advanced scouting, only a few people will go. Everyone else stays on the ship, Scotty said. Aren't you coming? Shiomi asked. Even if it's a lost belt, it's still scenery outside Scandinavia, right? Take a look around. Call it a change of pace. No. Scotty tugged lightly at his hand. On the trip to the Japan Singularity, I got more than enough travel for my taste. If I get the chance again, I'd rather visit the countries you used to live in than wander around someplace unfamiliar. Fair enough, Shiomi said, understanding her. She was curious about the outside world, but she chose what to see based on her mood, and the Atlantis Lost Belt clearly wasn't to her liking. So, Scotty asked, have you decided who's going? As she spoke, she stood on the rough beach where the sand was half firm and half giving, staring out at the sea. Her shoes sank slightly as the wind came in off the water, sending her long hair streaming behind her. For now, it'll be me and Morgan, and the master, Shiomi said. We just settled it on the deck. A lineup picked with combat strength in mind, Scotty said with an amused, knowing smile. No, I won't be going. Scáthach came down the gangway from the hatch. After that vicious fight earlier, the effects of inflaming divinity have already faded. I need to rest. Shiomi blinked, then freed one hand to take his master's, ready to ease her post-battle fatigue, only to realize Scáthach looked completely fine. Listen to your master, Scáthach said, smiling faintly. You sound like you're soothing a kid, Shiomi muttered, lips tightening. If you want to stay and keep an eye on the storm border, just say so. Don't go claiming you're tired. You nearly made my heart skip a beat. Because, Scáthach lifted a finger, motioning for Shiomi to quiet down. Olga Marie was coming down the gangway behind Morgan. My husband, what do you think about having the director come with the two of us to scout? Morgan asked. I think someone else should go, Olga Marie said, hesitating as she tried to explain herself to Shiomi. Even Ms. Tuko would be better than me at dealing with monsters out in the wild. When she noticed Shiomi's hands being held by Scáthach and Scotty, she pretended not to see and casually shifted her gaze toward the storm border instead. At that moment, Shiomi understood what his master was doing. Even before they set out, Olga Marie had seemed a little absent-minded. He'd noticed it too, and guessed it was the pressure, carrying the responsibilities of the director while also having to face her fellow disciples head-on as enemies. Even though everyone was carrying their own burdens, no one was feeling it quite like Olga Marie. If it's just fighting, I can handle it on my own, Shiomi said. But if we run into people on this island, and we can actually talk things out, wouldn't it be better to have someone whose words carry weight? But then the teacher would. Shiomi's reasoning was flimsy, and Olga Marie could have shut it down without thinking. But she immediately realized what it really was, Scáthach's kindness, giving her a chance to walk around an unfamiliar place and shake off the stress. She swallowed the rest of her protest. Then I'll do as the teacher says. She forced a smile, careful not to look too happy about it. It really was a good thing. Olga Marie had only wanted to stay on the ship because of her position as director. But after everything Chaldea had been through, everyone already knew how to handle their own roles. They didn't need the director glued to her post every second. Besides, Romani was still aboard. If something came up, he could step in and take over the relevant duties. With the plan settled, Olga Marie turned back toward her cabin to change into something more suited for trekking through the wild. At Scotty's invitation, Scáthach went to grab ice cream, planning to eat it on the deck while enjoying the sea breeze. Everyone's in a surprisingly good mood, Shiomi murmured. Even though there was no one else on the beach, he still leaned toward Morgan, speaking in a conspiratorial whisper. With no enemies around, it's only natural to loosen up a little, Morgan said as she straightened her cloak. And the Valkyries are maintaining continuous vigilance overhead. Our arrangement is more than adequate. Shiomi nodded. By the way, what are you doing? Checking whether the cloak sits right. Morgan turned around. Fix the back for me. I haven't worn this in ages. The last time was in Scotty's territory. Good thing this lost belt isn't in the middle of a hot season, Shiomi said, adjusting Morgan's hood. Otherwise we'd have to trouble Habitat to put together something lighter. Morgan gave a restrained smile. Whenever it's time to head out and explore like this, I can't help feeling that old nostalgia, like a pilgrimage. If you'd said that earlier, we could have slipped off on our own when Master said she didn't want to go, Shiomi said, teasing with a fondness he didn't bother to hide. It's not that serious. Morgan shot him a sly look. I've had plenty of time alone with you. We're not lacking over just a moment. You really don't mind? Shiomi asked, putting on an overly careful tone. I don't. Morgan's voice softened as she recalled what had happened before. Just seeing you turn into that for my sake makes me ache, and yet, it also makes me happy. Even if you do the same for them, it might happen, and, it did happen, our worlds apart, like imaginary number space and real number space. Alright, I get it. Shiomi wrapped his arms around her from behind, and together they looked out over the sea. Still, it feels like it's been forever since we came to the shore like this. The last time. Britannia Sea isn't much to look at, Morgan sighed. I meant Uruk, Shiomi said. That time we had to run errands around the Persian Gulf, and of all the timing, you had to stay in the city to watch over the defenses. That really was a long time ago, Morgan said, understanding at once. Before the young director comes back, stay with me and watch the sea for a while. Chapter 762, Volume 10, Chapter 12, Island Reconnaissance. 15 minutes later, Shiomi, Morgan, and Olga Marie followed the road deeper into the island. They hadn't gone far when the trees swallowed the view of the beach and the storm border disappeared behind the forest. Shiomi stopped and crouched to inspect the ground. What is it, Professor? Olga Marie asked. He's checking the land's ley lines, Morgan said, glancing around as she spoke. The forest was steeped in the presence of monsters, moving about at varying distances, much like it had been in the Uruk singularity. The very air of this lost belt still held the mana density of the Age of Gods, and countless phantasmal species and magical beasts, big and small, lived in the woods the way ordinary animals would. To check ley lines, don't you need specialized tools? Olga Marie asked, thinking like a magus. My husband doesn't need those unnecessary steps anymore. Morgan shook her head. He can reach the Earth's essence more easily than any of us. He can hear the land's voice. Being the son of the Mother Goddess and his divine authority were the reason. I see. Olga Marie murmured. She was impressed, but she couldn't really grasp the details. Still, one thing was clear, Professor Shiomi was just, absurdly capable. It's no good. Shiomi straightened. I thought it might be my imagination, but it's real. What is? Olga Marie asked, her tone sharpening. The ley lines on this island are dried up. Shiomi paused, then corrected himself with a small shake of his head. No, more accurately, they've been drained to the point that there isn't enough mana left to sustain the heroic spirit summoning system for manifesting servants. How is that possible? Olga Marie's expression shifted. Before they decided to disembark, she'd been talking with the others about whether they should use the Lost Belt's land to summon servants and reinforce their strength. After all, the enemy wasn't just Kirsteria. It was the Greek gods, too. And that machine god in satellite orbit had already made it clear the deities in this Lost Belt hadn't vanished. Any extra fighting power was worth having. Artoria had even mentioned summoning the Knights of the Round Table to join the battle. Age of God's land, yet the ley lines are depleted this badly. Morgan frowned in thought. Could it be that the counterforce, seeing this Lost Belt as too prosperous, sent a large number of servants here to pave the way for Chaldea's assault? If it's the counterforce, that does explain it, Shiomi said, rubbing his chin. And if a lot of servants arrived before us and fought Olympus's forces, then it also makes sense that Odysseus's fleet would be patrolling the sea in force, and would be able to close in and encircle us so quickly. Aside from Chaldea's presence, those servants dispatched earlier were likely one of the reasons that extermination operation had even been possible. But with Chaldea's current combat strength, we don't urgently need ley lines or heroic spirit summoning, Olga Marie hurried to add. We already have so many powerful, reliable allies, and the Master is also. Restoring the ley lines wouldn't be difficult, Shiomi cut in as he started walking again, motioning for them to follow. But this sea area probably isn't just one island. If every island's ley lines are in the same state. Morgan's brow lifted. If the ley lines in any one place suddenly recovered, it would be noticed. And then our position would be exposed. Exactly. Shiomi turned back, raising his index finger toward the sky. I don't think the firepower we saw earlier was that machine god's full output. If it can fire with enough force to completely erase an island like this, then even if we survive, constant, or even occasional, harassment like that will wear everyone down. It'll keep people on edge, and that's poison for a long campaign. If only we had a way to shoot down the machine god. Olga Marie blurted out, voicing one of the most obvious truths. No one wanted a sword hanging over their neck. Even if you had armor that could keep it from cutting you, it was still there, waiting. The problem was, that machine god was sitting in low Earth orbit, 50,000 meters above the surface. Even if you were some great hero from ancient Persia, you still couldn't count on an arrow reaching something that high. Sorry. I'm saying something ridiculous again. Olga Marie immediately cut herself off. Wouldn't it be better to focus on hiding our tracks, reducing interference as much as possible, and finding a route into Olympus? That would save both strength and time. You don't need to apologize. You're thinking along the right lines. Shiomi stopped and patted the top of her head. But before that, let's see if we can get a nautical chart of these waters. If we rely on the storm board alone, we won't be able to grasp the full picture. Olga Marie answered softly. She felt steady. As long as she stayed by her teacher's side, she didn't feel afraid of whatever obstacles lay ahead. Just then, Morgan stepped forward, shifting to stand in front of Olga Marie. Together with Shiomi, she shielded her behind them. Noticing the subtle change in their positions, Olga Marie's expression tightened. "Who's been watching us from the shadows?" Shiomi said, glancing back slightly. His voice dropped, turning cold. "Come out. Let's see you." It was completely the wrong moment for it, but Olga Marie felt her heart go soft. It was the first time she'd seen Shiomi with an expression that cold. An expression that protected allies and shut enemies out. "From the way you're dressed, you don't look like someone from Olympus," a voice said. A burly man stepped out from between the trees. "We aren't from Olympus," Morgan said evenly. "If anything, we're enemies of Olympus to the bitter end." "So who are you?" "State your true name, servant. You wouldn't happen to be from that thing called Chaldea, would you?" The man looked genuinely startled. "Name's Orion. Class is Archer." "Orion." Olga Marie froze for a beat. She'd gone with Ritsuka and the others to the third singularity. She'd met an Archer-class Orion there too, except that one was a bear. A result of Artemis forcing herself into his spirit origin. "He's not lying," Morgan said, withdrawing her gaze. Orion let out a relieved breath. "Lady, your eyes are terrifying. Those aren't normal eyes. Good thing I didn't try to bluff, picking a fight with you lot wouldn't do me any favors." "So you're a servant from proper human history too, Orion?" Shiomi asked. "More or less." Orion hedged, clearly not eager to explain the details. "For certain reasons, I've been operating solo. And you don't look like you're all there is." "We're the advanced team," Olga Marie said. "We came out to investigate the island." "Then that blast out at sea earlier was your doing," Orion said, looking like it all clicked. He lifted a hand and pointed off to the side. "If you're looking for the islanders, or other servants, go check the village. If I remember right, there are still servants there who stayed behind to prepare to receive Chaldea." Chapter 763, Volume 10, Chapter 13, Hestia Island. After pointing Shiomi and the other two toward the village, Orion seemed confident they wouldn't get lost. He headed off in the exact opposite direction and disappeared into the island's forest. Not toward the beach where the storm border was docked, and not toward the village. "Think he went to tip off the Olympian gods?" Morgan guessed, half teasing. "Huh." Olga Marie jolted. "Is that actually possible?" In myth, Orion was Artemis's lover. The moon goddess would even force her way into his spirit origin to manifest alongside him, all to protect him. Orion always came off as fickle, constantly trying to chat up unfamiliar women, but in the end, he still loved Artemis. And in this lost belt, Artemis was surely among the Olympian gods. So Morgan's suspicion wasn't exactly out of nowhere. Did he look like someone about to do that? Shiomi laughed. To me, that Orion looked like he had something on his mind. He acted blunt and straightforward, sure, but he didn't hide the fact that he's tangled up over something. Morgan nodded. His answers were vague, but he never denied that he's a servant from proper human history. So, that means Orion, summoned by the counter-force for the sake of proper human history and sent to the Atlantis Lost Belt, is being forced to fight the goddess he loves, Artemis. Olga Marie covered her mouth. She could understand why he'd be torn. Even if it's a different existence because of the Lost Belt, being made to oppose the goddess you love is still brutal, Shiomi said, feeling it himself. If a proper human history Morgan showed up in front of us, I'm not sure I'd be able to raise my hand against her, either. I won't force you. Morgan idly combed at her hair by the temple, speaking in an unhurried tone. And if it really comes to that, I'll do it myself. My husband doesn't need to suffer over it. Shiomi couldn't help laughing. That's still another you from a different history. I'm impressed you can say that with a straight face. It's better than watching you get stuck on the same face, over and over, and then end up dying at her hands, Morgan said quietly, shaking her head. In the end, she's a king who inherited Britannia's mystery. I'm a fairy from the Garden of Eden. By nature, we aren't the same. It was like how Shiomi treated Pendragon and Castor differently. The latter was simply the second fairy from the Garden of Eden that he'd taken in out of kindness and protected. She'd been raised well, but he didn't hold her nearly as close. The former, though, was the one he cherished most. In short. Morgan paused, weighing her words. My husband might waver when he sees the same face, but he still knows what matters. The only difference is who that person is. Olga Marie murmured, a little envious, if it were Lady Morgan, the master would definitely lose his composure. But if it were someone else, he'd still be able to keep a clearer head. Back in the Scandinavian Lost Belt, Shiomi had proven exactly that. If Scotty hadn't been so friendly, he wouldn't have accepted an invitation to the royal capital so readily. More or less. Morgan laughed lightly and continued chatting with Olga Marie. The more you care, the more you panic. If you don't panic, it's because you never loved them in the first place. After that, Olga Marie started asking Morgan for advice about romance, and Morgan, with the air of someone who'd been through it all, calmly pointed her in the right direction. The mood wasn't bad. So Shiomi didn't interrupt, focusing on leading the way. Following Orion's directions, he avoided the magical beasts moving through the woods. Before long, they crossed the island's forest, hardly an untouched wilderness, and reached the village on the far side of the island. As if nothing had changed for thousands upon thousands of years, the islanders were still dressed in ancient Greek-style clothing. These outsiders, dressed differently and clearly from beyond the island, didn't put the villagers on guard so much as they simply surprised them. But when Shiomi mentioned that they'd found their way here because Orion had pointed them in the right direction, the villagers' attitude immediately warmed. Since Orion sent you, go find the porter. He should be in the tavern right about now. After giving them directions, the islander who'd spoken with Shiomi and the others hurried off to get back to his own business. What a peaceful little island, Olga Marie said. A battle like that just happened out at sea, and they don't seem to care at all. They probably don't see anything strange about it, Morgan said, thoughtful. Under the rule of gods, humans never develop the kind of critical thinking they should. They end up treating abnormalities at sea as perfectly natural. Shiomi nodded. Because the gods here aren't something out of legend or faith. They exist. They're real, and they're literally watching over all of Atlantis from above. Since they needed to survey the local environment and gather information useful for exploring Atlantis, they headed toward the tavern to make contact with this porter the villagers had mentioned. We don't need to hurry that much, do we? Morgan suddenly stopped at a roadside stall, studying the goods on display. These are genuine ancient Greek items. Even if we just buy them as local souvenirs, we're not losing out. Shiomi folded his arms. You're not wrong, but we don't have their currency. Currency isn't a problem. I've got some gold. Morgan produced several gold coins from beneath her cloak, keepsakes she'd brought from the fairy kingdom. We're travelers from out of town. Would these be acceptable? What's this? The female vendor asked. If you want something, bring materials, clothing, or game to trade, the stall owner explained calmly. Those little thin pieces won't do. I see. Then we'll come back later. Morgan put the coins away. Gold, something that ought to pass anywhere, was being dismissed as worthless little discs. When she turned around, Shiomi was already laughing so hard his shoulders were shaking, and Olga Marie looked like she wanted to laugh but didn't dare. And then Morgan proceeded to punish Shiomi the entire way, keeping him firmly in hand, until they finally reached the tavern and his ordeal came to an end. Inside, a male servant in splendid clothing was drinking. He seemed to have already heard that outsiders had arrived. When he saw them, he lifted his cup in greeting. Welcome to Hestia Island. Chapter 764, Chapter 764, Volume 10, Chapter 14, The Porter Provides Intel. The man raising his cup was Bartholomew Roberts, one of the servants dispatched by the counterforce of proper human history. He'd been staying on this island called Hestia, living alongside the villagers. He worked as a porter, all while waiting for the day Chaldea would finally arrive in this lost belt. After hearing his introduction, Shiomi lifted a wooden cup filled with rich, fragrant wine. I see. Then it's safe to treat you as an ally. Shiomi set the cup down, resting an arm on the table as he looked at Bartholomew. Of course. Bartholomew's manner was bright and open, less like an islander, more like a minor noble out wandering the world. That said, Chaldea isn't quite what I pictured. Only 3 of you. Or did your companions all die in that war in the eastern seas, leaving just you 3 as the survivors? The ones who were wiped out were the Olympian fleet, and their commander, Odysseus, Shiomi said with a shake of his head. Though the servants who came as reinforcements probably withdrew before the strike from satellite orbit came down. Our ship is docked on the far shore of Hestia Island. So you're the scouting party. Bartholomew's gaze swept across the 3 of them. His pirate's instincts were screaming one very clear warning: don't say anything careless to these 2 ladies. I am Olga Marie Animosphere, director of Chaldea, Olga Marie said, taking over smoothly. I can represent Chaldea as a whole in discussions of exchange, cooperation, and allied action with any friendly servants or factions. Bartholomew, could you tell us what you know about this lost belt? As for the situation. Bartholomew's tone stayed calm. You're the ones who annihilated Odysseus's fleet, so you've likely already sensed most of it. Unlike proper human history, the 12 Olympian gods never severed ties with humanity. The Age of Gods is still ongoing. Why, I can't say, unless we can uncover information on ancient relics. His eyes, quiet and steady, settled on Shiomi. Bartholomew didn't doubt for a second that whatever power Chaldea had used to turn the tables and destroy Odysseus's fleet lay with this man. So you don't know exactly where the divergence between the Lost Belt and proper human history is, Shiomi said, accepting it. He'd been turning the question over in his head on the way here anyway, and he was starting to see the outline. But I can tell you this, Bartholomew continued. The Olympian gods don't live in Atlantis. They're at the center of the Atlantis Sea, above the Void Cavern. Beyond the fantasy tree lies the interstellar mountainous city of Olympus. That's your real destination. He pulled out a parchment map from behind him, an Atlantis Sea chart drawn in careful lines. It's almost exactly like the myths, Morgan murmured. The Greek gods don't live among mortals. They dwell in their own divine city, with their retinues. Shiomi narrowed his eyes at the chart. If the Void Cavern in the Central Sea is the target, you'd think you'd just tell us to set sail from here and head straight for it. Honestly, it wouldn't shock me if you tried, Bartholomew said with a shrug. The problem is, the entrance to Olympus isn't on this side. And the closer you get to the Void Cavern, the worse the winds and waves become. You don't want to spend too long sailing under conditions like that, do you? Then he added, but there is good news. Of the 3 major hurdles on the way to Olympus, you've already cleared one. 3 hurdles? Olga Marie asked at once. The first was Odysseus's fleet. Bartholomew smiled. That fleet is gone. And even in a lost belt, rebuilding enough strength to come after you again takes time. After all, a fleet of that size had been wiped out completely. Next time, they'd need at least 2 or 3 times that force, maybe even 10. Even with the 12 Olympian gods ruling this lost belt, they couldn't possibly prepare something like that overnight. The second obstacle is the gatekeeper of the Void Cavern, Poseidon, the sea god, Bartholomew said. As for the third, you've already seen it for yourselves, the divine punishment arrow that falls from the heavens. Artemis. The 3 of them exchanged glances. So it really is Artemis. Olga Marie's voice turned a little heavy. That goddess has become a killing machine, no, a machine god. Back in the third singularity, Okeanos, Artemis, being the true source of the servant Orion's combat power, had helped Olga Marie and the others immensely. Even knowing they might end up opposing Artemis, she hadn't expected it to be this direct. So Orion is operating solo because of Artemis too? Shiomi asked, lifting his cup. Morgan did the same almost perfectly in sync. You can think of it that way, Bartholomew said, looking uncomfortable, as if he didn't want to comment further. Then if we intend to shoot down Artemis, is Orion our enemy, or our friend? Shiomi asked bluntly. Bartholomew fell silent for a long moment before he finally spoke. Looks like I really drew the grand prize, getting left behind to support Chaldea. Are you telling me you actually have the power to bring down that machine god floating in satellite orbit? To be precise, I do, Shiomi said slowly. It'll just take some preparation. Killing a god wasn't the hard part. The real problem was that the god they needed to kill was sitting at an altitude ordinary power simply couldn't reach. It wasn't something you could do by casually lifting a hand and opening your mouth. Boo. Bartholomew let out a low sound. A grin spread across his face, but cold sweat still beaded along his cheeks. A pirate who'd fought through countless life and death struggles in life had just realized he'd landed himself in one hell of a job, and one hell of a partner. But don't worry, Shiomi said. I'm not going to dump the troublesome parts on you. What I'm more interested in is the other thing you just said. Olga Marie turned to look at Shiomi's profile. Bartholomew said he was left behind. It seems our earlier guess about the island's ley lines was right, Morgan said, her gaze settling on the center of the sea chart on the table, the swirling vortex symbol that marked the Void Cavern. Including Bartholomew Roberts, a great many servants from proper human history have already been here. Chapter 765, Volume 10, Chapter 15, Legacy of the Gods. After making contact with the servant Bartholomew Roberts dispatched from proper human history, Shiomi determined that Hestia Island was largely safe and no immediate concern. He then sent the coordinates to the storm border waiting offshore. After receiving Shiomi's report and the coordinates, the storm border began maneuvering along the island, heading toward the coastline near the village on Hestia Island. Bartholomew, meanwhile, was called away by the villagers to help with their labor. The condition for him staying behind in the village to wait for Chaldea was that he would work as a porter, helping the villagers with transport and heavy lifting. Since he had already spoken with them in advance, Chaldea was allowed to dock temporarily and remain ashore for the time being. What happened afterward would depend on how negotiations with the villagers went. Fortunately, Shiomi and the others had no intention of staying for long. But still, if the point in time of this lost belt corresponds to the year 2017 AD. After Bartholomew left, Morgan and Olga Marie stepped out of the tavern and walked along the village road toward the coast, discussing the situation on the island as they went. If the rule of gods continues, human history cannot move forward, Morgan said calmly. Even if it achieves a certain kind of prosperity, it wouldn't be prosperity that belongs to humanity. This peaceful, abundant appearance paired with the preservation of ancient customs is the most obvious sign of that. Now that you put it that way. Olga Marie nodded, understanding. Back in the fairy kingdom, she had seen something similar. Although there were no longer any gods there, that false island still maintained an environment equivalent to the Age of Gods. At the time, she hadn't been able to investigate it properly. Later, after learning more about Britannia's history, she found herself feeling a strange sense of relief mixed with regret. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she noticed something else. Wait. Lady Morgan, didn't the professor come out with us? My husband went off in another direction when we left the tavern, Morgan replied, her eyes narrowing slightly. Judging by the movement of his mana, we should run into him once we reach the far end of the village. Olga Marie couldn't help but smile wryly. Putting aside why the teacher would wander off on his own. Lady Morgan, when you were on pilgrimage together in the fairy kingdom, did you ever suddenly lose track of each other like this and have to rely on mana detection to find him? That never happened. Being asked about those pilgrimage years was rare. Even Scáthach and the others seldom brought it up. Morgan paused for a moment, then let out a relaxed, nostalgic smile. Back then, my husband was always at my side. Neither of us ever went anywhere outside the other's sight. Always. Olga Marie found that hard to picture. Well, Britannia was a special case, Morgan said with a soft laugh. Those days were long past now. Looking back, only a faint warmth remained. Pain or hardship, no matter what it was, had all felt insignificant with him there. Then why can he slip away so quietly now? Olga Marie asked. Because he knows I'm not so fragile that I need him following me every step of the way, Morgan replied unhurriedly. This village isn't even that big. It hardly counts as getting separated. Besides, my husband is sensing our mana as well. She didn't mention the damage compensation ritual, but even without knowing that, the situation left Olga Marie with a feeling she couldn't quite put into words. Unreserved trust and understanding, and the love that fuses them together. So many elements tangled together that it was no longer possible to clearly separate them with words. It's really complicated, Olga Marie murmured. It only looks complicated. Once you experience it for yourself. Morgan rested a hand over her chest. It all feels perfectly natural. Nothing surprising about it at all. Is that so? There was a trace of longing in Olga Marie's eyes. As they chatted, the two of them made their way back to the spot where they had first entered the village. There, they noticed a tent with pale-colored textiles hanging at its entrance. Light purple, pale blue, soft pink. Judging by the quality of the dyeing alone, it was no worse than modern techniques from proper human history. Saying that Habitrot would definitely be interested, Morgan went inside with Olga Marie. The villagers, already aware that a porter had arrived, showed no particular surprise. A loom. What materials are these made from? Morgan asked, casually running her fingers over a piece of fabric and finding its texture subtly unusual. It's a mixture of birch bark and Theos Clirinomia, the female villager inside the textile shop explained. Theos. Olga Marie tilted her head, finding the name unfamiliar. Morgan, on the other hand, showed a look of understanding. It's ancient Greek. Theos means God, and Clirinomia means inheritance. Put together, it comes out to something like the inheritance of the gods. Her voice was low, meant only for Olga Marie to hear. Eh? You even know ancient Greek? Olga Marie asked, surprised and impressed. Just a little. I enjoy reading when I have free time, languages included, Morgan replied with an easy smile, as if it were nothing worth mentioning. Both my studies in Fuyuki and London are filled with all kinds of books. So these fabrics are made by blending birch bark fibers with that Clirinomia. Olga Marie frowned. No wonder the texture feels so unique. Her voice was slightly louder than Morgan's, and the female villager overheard her. Yes. It can regulate temperature and has been treated to resist blades. Even if magical beasts attack, it won't suffer much damage, the woman added. Her tone was casual, as though she were talking about ordinary everyday clothing. Olga Marie, however, was shocked all over again. Automatic temperature regulation, resistance to blades, and durability even against magical beast attacks. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say this fabric was exactly the kind of mystic code material many magi dreamed of. No wonder it looks soft but doesn't feel fragile at all, Morgan said with interest. Once Storm Border arrives, should we buy some and have clothes made for everyone in Chaldea? Olga Marie thought it over. With something this tough, wouldn't it be hard on Miss Habertrot? If she finds unfamiliar fabrics interesting, I doubt we could stop her even if we tried, Morgan said with a small laugh. But they don't even accept gold as currency here, Olga Marie sighed, her shoulders drooping. We might have no choice but to trade food or labor instead. We'll decide once everyone gets here. My husband is coming around from the other side of the village. With that, Morgan set down the fabric she had been holding and turned toward the exit of the textile shop. Chapter 766, Volume 10, Chapter 16, Strategy. About 100 meters from the textile shop, on a hill overlooking the sea, Shiomi was releasing a bird with emerald green feathers. Morgan recognized it at a glance. It was his familiar raven. During the investigation of the Kumano Hot Springs singularity, Shiomi had refurbished the familiar's construction formula so it could be put to use during investigations like this, in different lost belts. How many ravens have you released? Morgan asked from behind. 12 so far, Shiomi replied, lowering his hand. This village isn't very large, so aside from the 3 I've left here, I've deployed the rest across other locations on Hestia Island. To prevent new pursuers from tracing their way here? Olga Marie asked. Even if they're not much of a threat, having them show up one after another is still annoying, Shiomi said. It's like walking home and finding ants blocking the path. No, that's not quite it. How should I put it? There's no need to explain it in that much detail, my husband, Morgan said, patting him on the shoulder. We understand what you mean. Enemies that could be easily dealt with, yet still had to be dealt with, appearing one after another would only grind down one's patience. That was hardly a good thing. Olga Marie let out a quiet sigh. She understood exactly what Shiomi was worried about. Then she followed his line of sight. From the hill where the village stood, the island's open plains were clearly visible. Scattered across that lush, green expanse were enormous metal remnants, their surfaces thickly covered in moss and creeping vines, as though they had been abandoned there for countless years. Shiomi was staring at those remains. What are those? Morgan asked, noticing where he was looking. According to the villagers, they're leftovers from a war between gods that happened tens of thousands of years ago, Shiomi said, recounting what he had learned. The younger people here call them divine remnants. Oh. Divine remnants. Morgan's expression turned thoughtful. That reminds me. The director and I passed by the textile shop earlier and went inside out of curiosity. Olga Marie immediately added, the villagers said the fabric is made from birch bark, but they also mix in Theos Clarinomia. Theos. Shiomi raised an eyebrow. The inheritance of the gods, Morgan said with a smile. It seems this island, no, this Atlantis Lost Belt is anything but simple. On one hand, it truly lies under the rule of gods. On the other, it's littered with all kinds of relics. Shiomi lifted his hand and pointed toward a spot some distance from the village. When he looked up, a massive structure built in an ancient Greek style stood there, towering over the landscape like a temple. So what you're saying, my husband, Morgan asked, is that you're planning to investigate the temple next. There might be something to discover inside. Not today, Shiomi replied. He turned and sat down on a nearby rock. We'll wait here for the rest of Chaldea to arrive first. Once we regroup, we can see if it's possible to resupply here. As he spoke, he spread out the sea chart he had obtained from Bartholomew. Morgan and Olga Marie sat down on either side of him, looking over the map together. All the islands in the Atlantis Sea form a roughly circular ring, Shiomi explained. At the center is the Void Hollow where the fantasy tree stands. It's said to be an extremely powerful vortex, one that even distorts the surrounding gravity. That's most likely something set up by the Olympian gods. Until we find the proper entrance, approaching it rashly would only cause trouble. As he spoke, his finger traced the map clockwise toward the southwest. Starting from Hestia Island, the 2 closest islands are Heracles Island to the northeast, and Nemesis Island to the southwest. Are we splitting up again? Olga Marie asked instinctively. Better not, Shiomi said, shaking his head. Back during the Human Order incidents, we used Chaldea as a base and relied on ray shifting, which gave us a relatively stable rear line. This time, we're personally deep inside the singularity. Storm Border is our only mobile base and source of support. Splitting up recklessly would be a bad idea. And Morgan prompted. The skies to the southwest are constantly covered in dark clouds. According to the locals, the sea around Nemesis Island is extremely hostile. They say there's very little contact between the islands in general, but Nemesis Island is completely inaccessible, Shiomi said. To put it bluntly, I'm convinced there are magical beasts in those waters that are extremely well adapted to that environment. In other words, Morgan said, understanding dawning on her, your plan is for us to sail northwest from here, investigate each island counterclockwise, gather information, and search for an entrance to the fantasy tree. It was a remarkably steady and cautious strategy. Even after annihilating Odysseus's fleet, they had no intention of letting their guard down. After all, they had yet to destroy the true core strength of this Lost Belt. To Kristeria, and even to the King of the Lost Belt, their actions so far were likely no more than losing a finger. Painful, yes. But far from fatal. Also, about Bartholomew Roberts, Shiomi said. As a servant, his combat strength would only be an extra bonus for us. Rather than having him join our group, it's better for him to stay on Hestia Island. Why? Olga Marie asked. Does the professor still not trust other servants? No. I plan to restore the island's ley lines, Shiomi replied, explaining his reasoning. Once the ley lines are restored and new servants can manifest, I want him to act as their guide. If more servants arrive later, I intend to make similar arrangements. Once the ley lines are restored to the point where servants can manifest, it'll be noticed, Morgan said, pointing up at the sky. Which is why we need to find a good position to snipe Artemis first and deal with that machine god above us, Shiomi said with a nod. His tone was casual, yet carried an unhesitating decisiveness. Olga Marie felt a sudden surge of resolve well up inside her. It was only then that she realized she had unconsciously moved closer to Shiomi while listening to him share his plans, now standing almost as close to him as Morgan was. The warmth of his body came through even through her combat suit, and Olga Marie immediately sensed that this was not good. Yet Shiomi and Morgan were still discussing battle plans, while her attention had already drifted elsewhere. Just then, voices from Ritsuka Fujimaru and Mash Kirei came from the road leading from the coast to the village. Olga Marie sprang up as if she'd just stubbed her toe. Everyone's here. I'll go meet them. Professor, Ms. Morgan, please rest here for a bit. She's in quite a good mood, Shiomi said, blinking in surprise. A young woman in her early 20s being lively is good for both body and mind, Morgan said as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. That's true. Shiomi couldn't help but wholeheartedly agree. Chapter 767, Volume 10, Chapter 17, The Detective in the Temple. The next day, at the temple on Hestia Island. From the village's high platform, the temple already looked abandoned. Getting closer only made that impression stronger. This temple looks about the same as the temple ruins I saw back when I traveled in Greece, Sakura said first. Bayaban Sith stood beside a stone column and adjusted her glasses. Judging by the weathering on these limestone pillars, it's been abandoned for at least several hundred years. Maybe even longer. I've never seen Greek ruins from proper human history myself, so I can't say for sure. Who knows? At least we can trust these pillars won't crumble halfway through, right? Caren said, extending a finger and giving one a push that looked fairly forceful. Ritsuka Fujimaru hurried to stop her. Don't push it. What if it actually falls over? It's fine. I'll protect everyone, Mash said earnestly, as if the pillar truly might topple. The girls traded comments back and forth about the columns, while Olga Marie wore the faintly pained expression of someone developing a headache. We're not here for a spring outing. Since the temple was visible from the village, the party they brought along was relatively relaxed. But everyone's mood was relaxed too, to the point that Olga Marie honestly felt like she couldn't keep up. This isn't so bad. We've confirmed there are no enemies around, so letting your guard down a little is fine, Shiomi said, turning to Scotty at his side as if asking her to back him up. Scotty ran her hand over a pillar worn down by time. But I can tell these weren't built purely by human labor. Perhaps they're ruins left behind by the gods of Atlantis before they retreated to Olympus. Ruins left by the gods. Shiomi muttered, reminded of the inheritance and remnants they'd heard about earlier. On the sea chart, the islands near Hestia Island were all named after Olympian gods. Heracles Island was the same. And according to Bartholomew, the Heracles of this lost belt was a full god, not a demigod hero. Is something bothering you, teacher? Olga Marie asked. No. I'm just thinking about when exactly this lost belt diverged from proper human history, Shiomi said with a shrug. It's not especially important, but it's still a useful foundation for understanding this lost belt. Scotty chuckled softly at that. For the gods to abandon Atlantis and retreat to Olympus, the city of the gods, it couldn't have been a simple matter. Something about it feels off, Shiomi said with a nod. It's supposed to be an Olympian lost belt, but I've got this strange sense of déjà vu. Could it be connected to the white giant that ravaged the planet 14,000 years ago? Bayaban Sith turned back to ask him. Maybe, Shiomi said, nodding. According to proper human history records, when the white giant tore across the land, the gods of the entire planet became, you could say, helpless. Only the Holy Sword, forged from the planet's hope, could defeat the predatory wandering star from beyond the cosmos. It's a similar record on the Scandinavian side, Scotty said with a nod. So later, when I heard from you that there was a history where the Holy Sword of the planet wasn't even forged, I was shocked as well. Even in a lost belt, history remained largely consistent with proper human history up until a certain point of divergence. Shiomi fell deeper into thought, only to be pulled back by Olga Marie's voice. Teacher. She tugged on his arm, looking genuinely worried. Sorry. Daydreaming here won't accomplish anything. Let's go inside the temple first, he said, smiling helplessly. Scotty laughed with him. They're all waiting for you. Don't waste time here. So, with Sakura and the others watching, Shiomi started forward and entered the temple first. The outside was ancient Greek in style, but the inside felt more like a laboratory, or even a research institute. From the walls to the floor, everything was clad in metal. Straight lines were engraved into those surfaces, not flashy at all, but only making the interior look cleaner and sharper, and the level of technology more advanced than proper human history. In the very center of the temple stood a cylindrical mechanical apparatus. The contrast between the outside and inside stunned everyone. Scotty reacted differently. She moved quickly to the front of the girls, taking position behind Shiomi and preparing to protect them. At the same time, Shiomi lifted an arm, stopping the others who were still craning their necks to look around. "Stop," Shiomi said quietly, a warning under his breath. "What is it?" Olga Marie asked. Ritsuka frowned as well. "There shouldn't be anyone here." "No, there is someone," Baeben Sith said, having noticed it too. "Someone arrived here before we did." "That's right." Shiomi nodded once, then raised his voice. "Who's hiding in the shadows? If you're not an enemy, show yourself now. If you are, then so be it. I'll make this temple your tomb." A figure deep within the temple slowly stepped forward. Crisp footsteps echoed through the vast, empty hall. The person clearly had no intention of concealing himself, emerging openly from the darkness with an unapologetically confident air. When he came fully into view, everyone except Scotty and Baeben Sith showed varying degrees of strange expressions. "Long time no see. I trust you've all been well." One by one, the girls relaxed their guard. Baeben Sith looked puzzled. "You all know him." "He's Holmes," Mash explained. "He assisted Chaldea at the Atlas Institute during the Sixth Singularity, and later in the Shinjuku Sub-Singularity as well." "That about sums it up," Holmes said. He remained at a careful distance, close enough to speak but far enough not to appear threatening or deliberately intrusive to Shiomi. "At present, I am acting as a servant dispatched by proper human history, conducting investigations across the various islands of Atlantis." "I see." Shiomi walked forward slowly until he stood before Holmes, meeting his composed gaze head-on. "Still, I didn't expect a servant to repeatedly retain memories from other singularities. Which god lent you that kind of support?" "I'm afraid I don't know myself," Holmes replied, shaking his head. "If you don't know, then never mind," Shiomi said, letting the matter drop. After all, there were precedents, Mordred being one of them. If a god of proper human history had secretly opened a backdoor in the heroic spirit summoning system to preserve records, it wasn't entirely implausible. "Even so, I've been meaning to meet you for quite some time, Mr. Shiomi." Holmes then offered his greeting in a courteous, almost formal tone. Chapter 768, Volume 10, Chapter 18, Intelligence. It wasn't surprising to Shiomi that Holmes would take an interest in him. As far back as the later stages of the Sixth Singularity, Sakura and Caren had already told their father everything about the Atlas Institute. "After all this time, the great detective still hasn't let my affairs go," Shiomi said, planting one hand on his hip. "That's really something." "After all," Holmes replied, "even mysteries that stump the Tri-Hermes Tower are enough to awaken a detective's instincts and compel further investigation." "And now?" Shiomi asked. "Still nothing," Holmes said, shaking his head without the slightest hint of frustration. Shiomi clicked his tongue. "Then I suppose the great detective should keep at it." As for his own origins, Shiomi had finally learned a fragment of the truth from BB after the incineration of humanity was resolved. If he wanted to grasp the whole picture, then being invited to Mooncell was probably the only way to uncover everything. After all, judging from the current situation, Mooncell had clearly foreseen even the bleaching of the Earth, yet still chose to stand aside and leave the task to Shiomi and the surviving humans. While answering Holmes, Shiomi walked a few steps to the side. "So then, great detective," he said, "why are you here?" Having never acted alongside Holmes before, Shiomi harbored no small amount of suspicion toward him. London. The Atlas Institute. Shinjuku. Was Holmes moving between different singularities of his own accord, or was it the counter-force calling him? Even if his true name was correct, Shiomi still felt that this detective carried no fewer mysteries than he did himself. "I didn't so much come here as I chose not to go to Olympus," Holmes explained calmly. "I'm not a servant who excels in combat. Even if I had gone to Olympus, I would only have become a burden to the others. So I remained in Atlantis instead, analyzing any potentially valuable information while waiting for Chaldea to arrive." "Oh." Shiomi folded his arms. "Ha ha ha." As expected of the savior who restored human order and shattered the Mage King's scheme, Holmes laughed openly, without the slightest shadow on his face. "I understand that your caution is only natural. Whether you trust me or not, I won't insist on accompanying you. For now, let me share the information I've gathered here." As he spoke, he began operating the machine positioned at the center of the temple hall. Scanning, scanning. Theos Clarinomia. Remaining quantity, equivalent to 53 individuals. Permissible amount for this subject. Error. Subject is non-Olympian. Theos Clarinomia cannot be supplied. The machine delivered its verdict in a flat, mechanical tone. So this is a device that provides the inheritance of the gods? Shiomi asked. Exactly, Holmes replied. But as you just heard, non-Olympians can't activate it. That's why we have to exploit a loophole in the restart delay and forcibly extract a portion. As he explained, Holmes operated the machine once more. Just as he had said, this time the divine inheritance was released without issue. It looks just like mercury, someone remarked. Scotty approached with the girls, while Sakura watched the released substance closely, curiosity written all over her face. But this isn't mercury. It's high-precision nanomachinery, Holmes said. He dipped a finger into the substance and carefully ground it between his thumb and forefinger. If what I witnessed at sea yesterday was indeed an explosion, then Chaldea must have already clashed with Olympus. The magical beasts released by the Olympus fleet were all covered in some kind of strange metal, Shiomi said, turning back to explain to the others who were standing by as backup. At first, I thought it was some legendary metal like orichalcum, but now it seems. Yes, it's this special nanomachinery known as Theos Clarinomia, Holmes said with a smile. Not only can it be used to enhance magical beasts, but if introduced into a servant's body, it can also strengthen various abilities to a certain extent. In other words, a materialized form of the Olympian god's blessing, Scotty pointed out calmly. Still, Shiomi said, Odysseus's noble phantasm was able to hold out against the holy sword and the holy lance. If I hadn't activated my own noble phantasm, that Trojan horse would have lasted at least another minute or two. Was that also thanks to the divine legacy? Holmes shook his head. No. That was likely the result of something even higher grade than these legacies. Only Clarinomia personally bestowed by the Olympian gods themselves could achieve that kind of effect. So the difference between what we're seeing here and that, Bayaban Sith asked, is like mass-produced versus custom-made? No, Holmes replied, shaking his head again. These Clarinomia are genuine legacies, but they're obsolete technologies abandoned by Olympus. In other words, they're systems that no longer met the gods' needs and were discarded. Can this Clarinomia be collected and used as a strategic resource for Chaldea? Caren asked. Even if it's just for enhancing our equipment? Certainly. For that purpose alone, it's quite suitable, Holmes said. But be careful. If it's a legacy still personally held by an Olympian god, you must not touch it. Shiomi immediately grasped what Holmes meant. Because it's nanomachinery originating from the Olympian machine gods. Once it enters the body, there's a real risk of unknowingly becoming a puppet of the gods. Exactly, Holmes said. There are temples like this scattered across the islands of Atlanta. If you plan to make use of these divine legacies, you may want to collect them from those islands. They could prove useful. Suddenly, Shiomi raised his hand again, signaling for silence. Olympus soldiers are approaching this temple. My ravens have already picked up their movements. His voice grew colder. The spring outing is over. From here on, Sakura and I will take the others back to the village and have Stormborder prepared to depart, Olga Marie said immediately. If we stay on this island any longer, our position will be exposed to Artemis. Shiomi nodded. Scotty and I will stay behind and eliminate the soldiers sent to search the area. We'll cut them off from their main force. Then he turned his gaze to Holmes. As for you, great detective, if you plan to continue acting alone, feel free. If you wish to cooperate with us, head to the village and meet up with Bartholomew Roberts. Stay on the island and prepare. He'll explain the details. Holmes raised one eyebrow. There are still things I want to investigate, so I won't be traveling with Chaldea for now. However, once I've finished my inquiries, I'll regroup with the servants remaining in Atlanta and lend you my support. At that moment, the sound of armored footsteps reached the entrance of the temple. Shiomi tightened his grip on Gi Balg. Then that settled. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Shiomi burst out of the temple like an arrow loosed from a bow. Chapter 769, Chapter 769, Volume 10, Chapter 19, Goddess of Abundance. The number of Olympus soldiers closing in on the temple wasn't large, only 20 or 30 at most. They had no idea anyone was already inside, and against Shiomi's sudden strike they were utterly helpless. They didn't even have time to react before they fell to his red spear. How strange. Shiomi muttered. He pulled the red spear from the last Olympus soldier's neck, and the moment he noticed something off, the words slipped out again under his breath. Something wrong? Scotty asked, coming up behind him and carefully stepping around the body sprawled across the ground. Compared to the soldiers from Odysseus's fleet, something about the feel is odd, Shiomi said, scanning the corpses around them. I didn't even get a chance to act, Scotty said with a shake of her head, unable to answer his unease. Were these soldiers simply too weak, or Suddenly, a powerful mana reaction swept over them, and both Shiomi and Scotty looked up at the same time. It wasn't just mana. That sudden sensation was something Shiomi, who had faced gods before, and Scotty, a goddess herself, both recognized. It was the presence of a god. Tap, tap, tap. Slow footsteps climbed the stone stairs outside the temple, rising one step at a time. The one who appeared before Shiomi and Scotty was a blonde woman dressed primarily in emerald green. Her expression was gentle, her figure full, and she carried the soft, maternal warmth of someone who made others think of a kind mother. And yet, the scythe in her hand made it clear she was not as fragile as she looked. A divine spirit. Shiomi said quietly, then shook his head. It seems that for some reason, an Olympian goddess has appeared before us, Scotty said, drawing closer to Shiomi and readying herself alongside him. Oh my. The scythe-bearing woman spoke in a mournful, tender tone, lamenting the deaths of the soldiers as she looked over them. I thought this was only a routine inspection, and yet it's come to this. The ones who killed the Olympus soldiers, my precious children, were you, weren't you? Yes, Shiomi replied. So what? His eyes narrowed, and the ink black of his gaze slowly brightened, transforming into star eyes. Wait, you too. The woman's expression shifted in surprise. You're not human. We're certainly not human, Scotty said, staring at the blonde woman without emotion. So, who are you? A god from Olympus. My name is Demeter, the woman answered calmly, giving it without hesitation. I am the elder sister of the great god Zeus, the earth goddess who governs fertility and life. At her name, Shiomi's brow knit even tighter. Scotty's grip on her staff also tightened. On one side, a strange goddess. On the other, an unfinished god, Demeter said, seeing through them at a glance. So you are the foreign invader Zeus's friend spoke of. If that's the interpretation that's easiest for you, then believe it, Shiomi said. Goddess Demeter. He didn't know why Demeter had appeared here, but an unpleasant feeling crept up his spine. As someone who inherited the nature of the mother goddess Gaia, she was undeniably a true earth mother goddess. Even with that, there was still an unnameable sorrow clinging to her. But it was obvious Demeter hadn't truly listened to Shiomi's answer. She simply continued on, pressing forward with her own line of conversation. Those eyes. Star eyes, Demeter said, noticing it with a hint of surprise. To possess even something like that, an unknown child who stirs pity in one's heart. Who are you, and why have you come to the homeland of us Olympian gods? Her voice was filled with an indescribable tenderness, yet carried an unquestionable, overbearing authority. This was the true nature of most gods. Before them, only beings of comparable power were deemed worthy of dialogue. If Shiomi were still merely human, he was certain Demeter would never have asked such questions. My name is Tenkei Shiomi. I'm with Chaldea. Out of courtesy, and also as a probe, Shiomi started to give his name, only for Demeter to interrupt him. What a strange child. I didn't ask for your name. I asked about your origin. Whose child are you? Are you my child? At that moment, Scotty spoke up to remind him, it seems this goddess is asking about your lineage. The mother, the sea of life, the great earth mother Tiamat. Tiamat. Demeter looked startled, then her expression softened into an even warmer smile. If that is so, then you are my child. What? Shiomi froze, completely unable to follow her logic. He could feel Scotty's gaze turn subtle, and she muttered in a low, lingering tone, is there something strange about you that makes every goddess get drawn to you? Do you really think so? Shiomi immediately felt sweat bead on his back. Do you honestly think you just fell for me for no reason at all? Scotty's face flushed faintly, and she said nothing more. Calling it inexplicable wasn't quite accurate. Ever since the Nordic gods vanished thousands of years ago, after Odin left behind his prophecy, Scotty had often wondered what kind of man the great god had promised her as a partner. If he turned out to be too awful, she would have erased him without hesitation. With nothing to do but maintain the Nordic world, Scotty spent her idle hours dwelling on such thoughts. Without realizing it herself, her anticipation for the prophesied one had reached its peak. Even so, Shiomi hadn't disappointed her. Falling for this unfamiliar man during their brief yet profound time together wasn't an unexpected turn for someone who had always been alone. More than that, it was an outcome she herself had hoped for. Since you are my child, you should not be wandering here, Demeter said, extending her hand toward Shiomi as she issued her invitation. The matter of killing other children can be settled after you return to Olympus with me. Is the goddess beside you your partner? Then bring her along as well. Come. Cold sweat seeped down Shiomi's cheek as he finally realized just how wrong this situation was. This goddess, something about her isn't right, Shiomi whispered to Scotty. It wasn't simply a difference in values between gods and humans. Something had been off from the very beginning. I feel the same, Scotty replied quietly. Even as a goddess herself, she couldn't understand what Demeter was thinking. I refuse, Shiomi said firmly. I am not your child, and you are not my mother, the goddess Tiamat. Even if this presented a chance to infiltrate Olympus, Shiomi didn't consider it a good one. And so, he flatly rejected Demeter's words. Chapter 770, Volume 10, Chapter 20, Chaos. As the words of refusal left his mouth, Shiomi immediately realized he might have made a mistake. Even dealing with someone mentally unstable required caution. Let alone a god who was just as unstable. What a naughty child. A look of sorrow surfaced on Demeter's face. At the same time, the air suddenly grew heavy, as if it had frozen in place. An invisible pressure bore down on Shiomi and Scotty. Sensing that combat could erupt at any moment, both of them braced themselves at once. I see no reason to obey you, Shiomi said, his eyes wide with anger, his voice low but steady. That pressure was Demeter's authority as a goddess, the manifestation of her divine power. If they failed to respond properly, the consequences were impossible to imagine. Look around you. Scotty warned. The Olympian soldiers Shiomi had killed suddenly began to move. Their limbs twitched, and one after another, they struggled back to their feet. They revived. Shiomi exclaimed in shock. No, Demeter said sadly. Lives that have already been taken cannot return. But I cannot allow their sacrifice to be meaningless. Letting these children fight one last time as warriors is the final mercy I can grant them. Shiomi found her words deeply disturbing. Meaningless. Do you even understand what you're doing? Turning fallen soldiers into walking corpses and sending them back into battle. Is that truly something a goddess of the earth should do? Scotty couldn't help but challenge her. What you're doing now is nothing more than putting their sacrifice on display. Demeter looked as if she had been struck hard, clutching her forehead in pain. Their sacrifice. I'm putting on a show. Shiomi desperately wanted to seize this opening to attack, or at least suppress Demeter completely, but he couldn't get close at all. The authority of the goddess of harvest permeated everything around them. He had to exert all his strength just to counter it, restraining its influence and preventing it from spreading further. If it were allowed to engulf the entirety of Hestia Island, Shiomi couldn't begin to guess what it would do to their companions still on the island, or to the humans living there. This wasn't an uncontrolled rampage. If divine power were exercised consciously and without restraint, the first consequence Shiomi could think of was what his mother, Tiamat, had once wrought in Uruk. How do you view sacrifice? Demeter suddenly asked. I believe it would be better if there were no sacrifices, Shiomi said after exchanging a glance with Scotty. But more often than not, they're unavoidable. Along their journey, everyone had made sacrifices within their own limits. He couldn't deny those sacrifices. All he could do was acknowledge them and carry them with him. Exactly, Demeter said. You, me, and everything that exists now is built upon sacrifice. Because of that, we must respect those who gave themselves and offer them our gratitude. She lowered her hand, then raised the scythe high above her head, ready to bring it down. That is the mindset a harvester must have. I won't let you reap him. Scotty raised her staff, having already sensed Demeter's intent. While Shiomi was suppressing the spread of her authority, the goddess of harvest was still able to lift her scythe. A spring wind swept across the land as the blade descended. Scotty loved the breeze of spring, the vibrant life of tender shoots emerging in early growth. But she felt no fondness for this wind. The power of the goddess of ice manifested, halting Demeter's strike. The force of the harvest could not advance and instead veered away from Shiomi and Scotty, spreading across the plaza outside the temple. The soldiers who had risen moments earlier froze in place. Their bodies were wrapped in green light, then scattered into the air in an instant. Snap. Seizing that moment, Shiomi took a large step forward, closing the distance to Demeter, and reached out to grasp the blade of the scythe. The same words rang out at the exact same instant. My authority. The ground began to tremble, and the temple shook along with it. From the once barren sanctuary, countless shoots of fresh green forced their way up through the cracks in the hard limestone floor. Demeter drove her scythe forward, then swept it aside in one fluid motion. The blade of the goddess of harvest sliced across Shiomi's palm, yet the moment his skin split and blood welled up, it flowed back in, vanishing as if it had never been there. For either of them, a wound like that wasn't worth noticing. Shiomi's authority and Demeter's authority clashed, each fighting for dominion over the land beneath their feet. Whoever prevailed would not only seize control of the earth itself, but would be free to harvest everything upon it. None of this should have been necessary. As long as Demeter set foot on Hestia Island, her authority over the land should have naturally taken hold. Shiomi's presence, however, obstructed her. And the same was true in reverse. You are. Demeter still looked lost, her mind shrouded in confusion. There was no doubt that her earlier words about sacrifice had been nothing more than an instinctive response from the goddess. At least, not your child. Ah, yes, that seems to be the case. Demeter's voice was sorrowful and lilting, like a mournful song. My daughter, Persephone. My beloved child. As her words faded, Demeter swung her side once more, its sharp force driving Shiomi back. When he tried to advance again and thrust forward with his crimson gibalg, dense vines and foliage surged up, blocking his path. He slashed through them with his spear, only to find the space ahead completely empty. Don't think you can escape. Scotty's voice rang out as biting frost swallowed the vegetation that had just sprouted, racing upward toward the sky. Yet it came to a halt just a short distance from Demeter. Your power cannot reach me, Demeter said, looking at Scotty, just as mine cannot reach you, foreign goddess of ice and snow. Scotty had no words to refute that fact. Then Demeter turned her gaze back to Shiomi, sorrow still lingering in her eyes. I never expected to encounter such an interesting child here. It seems I underestimated that person's request. Running away. Shiomi tried to provoke her. Demeter did not answer directly. Child of Tiamat, you are the only golden ear of rice in this world. We will meet again. Until then, be careful not to be harvested by someone else. With those words, her figure dissolved as if melting away. Even if Shiomi wanted to pursue her, it was already too late. Golden ear of rice, harvested. Scotty froze, unable to grasp what Demeter meant. But before either of them could dwell on it, a familiar and immense surge of magical energy from the heavens left Shiomi no time to think. This is bad. Because of that goddess, our coordinates have been exposed. Once again, Artemis's arrows took aim at the earth. Chapter 771, Chapter 771, Volume 10, Chapter 21, Water Mirror. A second sun flared to life in the daylight sky. The Chaldea group, in the middle of retreating toward the storm border, froze where they stood. When Olympus soldiers appeared at the island's temple, Sakura and the others who had evacuated first reported the situation to the storm border while moving at full speed. Since Chaldea's presence on the island had already been exposed, the only option was to withdraw immediately and make the Olympian gods lose their trail once again. But Demeter's appearance, followed by her being forced back by Shiomi and Scotty, was an extremely bad sign. After confirming Chaldea's location, Artemis immediately locked onto Hestia Island and loosed an arrow of overwhelming power. There's no time. The storm border can't enter imaginary submersion right now. Is there any way to? Romani rapidly ran through the ship systems, desperately searching for any means of withstanding Artemis's arrow. We're attempting to deploy a barrier magecraft centered on the storm border, but the output is limited. It can't compare to one personally set up by Goddess Scotty. Estimated survival probability is only 27%. Da Vinci clenched her hand as she delivered the grim report. Morgan, preparing to be the last to board, was already standing on the cliff at the edge of the village, staring straight ahead at the point of impact, now only seconds away. Behind her stood the villagers of the island. They had assumed the Olympian gods might show some restraint, given that their own people lived here. Now it was clear Chaldea had been mistaken. To the gods, mortals on the ground were nothing more than expendable beings. Yet there was one thing that sent a shiver down Morgan's spine. Faced with destruction so close at hand, the villagers showed no fear. One by one, they set down whatever they were doing. Oh! Oh! The light of the gods. It's the light of the gods. The gods have finally turned their eyes upon us. Ah! Men and women, young and old alike, all wore expressions of unrestrained joy. To them, this was not destruction, but divine forgiveness and salvation. As expected, the people of this lost belt were all deeply abnormal. They were nothing like those restless, novelty-chasing fairies, yet on a more disturbing level, they shared a similarly warped set of values. But unfortunately, we have no obligation to share your pleasure in what you call destruction. Morgan slowly loosened her clenched fist and spread her arms toward the descending light. Water mirror. Deploy at maximum scale. Her voice was calm, steady, and confident. This was a great magecraft she had completed on her own after the beginning of the Queen's era, when she ruled Britain as the Queen of Winter. It had been created to deal with potential catastrophes. Disasters, even great calamities destined to occur at some point in the Queen's era, could be sent to the distant fairy era, ideally to a time when such calamities had already happened. Where exactly they would end up, however, was never something she could precisely control. In the end, the magecraft never found a chance to be used. By the 400th year of the Queen's era, the calamities that plagued Britain had been completely eradicated, and those before that had never grown severe enough to warrant such measures. Now, it manifested in a place Morgan had never once anticipated. This time, there was no need to send it into the past. The Atlantis Lost Belt was vast and dull, ocean stretching in every direction. Sending it far enough away would be sufficient. During the naval battle, Artemis had already revealed the sheer power of her arrows. Morgan calculated the scale and range required to transfer the arrow using water mirror. At that moment, she cast a distant glance toward the sea where the void cavity lay. The fantasy tree was there as well. That would do. With a trace of malicious amusement, Morgan unleashed Water Mirror at full power, without holding anything back. Between the falling Divine Arrow and Hestia Island, poised on the brink of annihilation, a dark teal water mirror spread outward, expanding again and again. It grew until it more than covered the entire island, blocking out the light of the sky like heavy clouds smothering the land. As the divine radiance was cut off, the villagers' ecstatic smiles slowly faded, replaced by confusion and bewilderment. Why, who is it? Don't take away our chance to bathe in the divine radiance. Stop this at once. The village erupted into unrest. Among the villagers who had been kneeling on the ground, people began to stand up one after another. Over there, east of the village. A witch. It's a witch. Kill her. Stop her from desecrating the gods. Their confusion and bewilderment twisted into fury at having their so-called happiness stolen, and into hatred born from the defilement of their absolute faith. Several villagers raised their weapons and charged straight toward Morgan, who was in the midst of performing a grand magecraft. At this moment, she had to devote all her concentration to controlling the water mirror. She had no attention to spare for these villagers, people she could have dispersed with a flick of her finger under normal circumstances. Even with Shiomi's damage compensation, any disturbance would inevitably introduce a flaw into the grand magecraft. However. Sorry, but I'm not alone. Morgan spoke softly, not sparing the villagers so much as a glance. Two streaks of light, one pure white and the other crimson, descended onto the villagers' path. Amid the rising dust, Scáthach and Artoria stood with weapons raised, blocking their advance. Stand down. If you take another step, your actions will be treated as hostile. Even if you are innocent civilians, I will not hold back. Scáthach leveled her spear at the enraged villagers, her voice sharp and uncompromising. Artoria gripped the holy sword with both hands, her expression cold. I don't wish to create needless casualties, but we will not apologize for what we're doing now. This is a fight to stay alive. The killing intent and oppressive presence radiating from the two were no less than that of gods themselves. Intimidated, the villagers froze, no longer daring to approach. Morgan let out a quiet, amused breath. My husband, you don't need to come over, she told Shiomi through telepathy. Shiomi, who was in the middle of unfolding a transfer magecraft, heard her voice. The spell would have taken only a few more seconds to complete, yet even those few seconds were too slow for the situation at hand. What do you need me to do? Shiomi asked in a low voice. My mana's a bit short. Then add mine to it. That's exactly what my formula was prepared for. With that, Shiomi sent his mana through their magical connection, supplying it directly to Morgan. The rippling water mirror shuddered faintly in response. Light spilled out from the edges of the mirror, but it never reached the ground of Hestia Island. How long did this process last? No one knew. In the end, when the water mirror suspended overhead slowly faded away and the clear blue sky returned, Artemis's arrow was already gone. Morgan felt a sudden weakness, as though she had sprinted hundreds of meters like an ordinary person. We can't stay on this island. Let's go. As her footing wavered, Shiomi rushed up from behind and caught her in his arms. Relaxing at last, Morgan leaned into his embrace, finally at ease. Chapter 772, Volume 10, Chapter 22, each in their own motion. Artemis couldn't fire her arrow consecutively. It wasn't a simple projectile in the first place, but the goddess's noble phantasm. With that kind of staggering mana consumption, there had to be an interval between shots. And that brief window was exactly Chaldea's chance to break away from Hestia Island. Watching Hestia Island slowly sink beneath the horizon, and thinking back to the villagers' barely restrained fury as they departed. Standing on the deck, Shiomi couldn't help letting out a sigh. Is it because gods aren't some distant, untouchable idea, but something that truly exists, that these people can even treat a god's slaughter as a blessing? Morgan asked, leaning against him. I don't know. Shiomi shook his head. Both the humans in this lost belt and the gods here, none of it makes any sense. Gods. Morgan sounded a little surprised. Up to now, the only god Chaldea had directly dealt with was Artemis in satellite orbit. Yes. And she was certainly a strange god. Scotty walked over, adding to Shiomi's explanation. When we were investigating the temple, besides that detective servant who supposedly helped Chaldea several times, we also ran into Olympus soldiers. But the one who brought those soldiers wasn't a servant. It was a goddess, Shiomi said quietly. Her name was Demeter, elder sister to the great god Zeus. He'd considered the possibility the name was false, but that authority, unmistakably belonging to a goddess of abundance, made impersonation pointless. It would be far too easy to narrow things down and uncover the true name. So Demeter's identity was very likely genuine. What kind of goddess was she? Morgan asked. And what was her purpose in coming here personally, leading soldiers? No idea. Scotty shook her head. She seemed mentally unstable. She even called Tenkei. Called him what? Scáthach cut in without warning. Shiomi looked awkward, but he still recounted the encounter with Demeter in full, leaving nothing out. Because he's the child of Tiamat, that means he's her child too. Scáthach had been about to seize the chance to tease Shiomi, but now she could only look both amused and at a loss. Our Earth Mother goddess is always like this. But that goddess said the name Persephone, Tuko added as she came up to the deck for a smoke. That's the name of Demeter's daughter. But I'm a guy. Shiomi grew even more speechless. Artoria smiled and teased, gods can possess qualities that transcend gender. If Tenkei is fated to become a god, isn't it only natural for a goddess of abundance to mistake him for her own daughter? No, no, no. That's still a problem, isn't it? It's weird, right? That Demeter was obviously abnormal in every way, and it's the kind of abnormal that looks normal. Shiomi's complaints spilled out at a rapid-fire pace. But still, Morgan said with a small smile, an Olympian god coming to Atlantis, depending on what happens next, that might be something we can use. It'll depend. Shiomi exhaled. Anyway, for now, let's follow Bartholomew's ship to that Heracles island and meet the servant there first. West of the void cavity, aboard an Olympus vessel. The arrow of Artemis, redirected by Morgan's water mirror magecraft, struck the trunk of the Lost Belt's fantasy tree with pinpoint accuracy. However, the fantasy tree itself was flourishing and protected by corresponding countermeasures. The blow merely caused it to sway, nothing more. Seeing this, Peperoncino let out a heartfelt sigh of amazement. You've got to be kidding me. Chaldea can actually redirect the moon goddess's arrow now. When faced with that kind of arrow, the correct response was to flee the predicted impact zone as far as possible. If escape was impossible, then one either found a way to defend oneself or could only wait for death with prayers. Yet Chaldea had produced a solution no one had ever imagined. Ha ha ha, they're pretty capable, aren't they? That Chaldea human actually rejected Artemis's arrow. A string of bright laughter rang out. In stark contrast, the speaker's tone carried unmistakable coldness and arrogance, like a superior gazing down from on high. Don't put it like that, Aphrodite, Demeter said as she stroked the sickle in her hand, her gaze fixed on the distant sea. Those children worked hard. When praise is deserved, it should be given. You can talk about love all day if you like, but don't forget our purpose, Aphrodite reminded her with a trace of exasperation. Zeus had no choice but to send us away from Olympus to this place precisely because these humans are far too capable. That single golden stalk of rice, the only one in the world, whether it will bear full, heavy grain, or be harvested by someone before that happens, I find myself looking forward to it, Demeter mused, half to herself. Is that so? Aphrodite saw no need to continue and shifted her gaze toward Peperoncino. Cryptor Peperoncino, there's something I'd like to ask you. Me? Peperoncino looked genuinely surprised. If it's about love, I can say a few words. But discussing beauty with ancient gods is a bit cruel, isn't it? Shouldn't you update your sense of beauty instead? That's debatable. Do you really think it needs updating? After all, beauty is myself, Aphrodite replied matter-of-factly. Beauty is what I govern. I alone decide the value of beauty in this world. Humans need only follow my aesthetics. Do that, and they will know peace. I see. But that's not what I wanted to ask, Aphrodite continued. You abandoned the Lost Belt you were meant to be responsible for and accepted the request of the Cryptor Krishteria to come support this Lost Belt. Do you feel any resentment about that? Resentment? Peperoncino smiled lightly, unconcerned. Not at all. If anything, seeing that Chaldea has grown strong enough to destroy our Lost Belts while capturing our fellow Cryptors makes me look forward to meeting them. If anything, Kirshteria's decision to call the remaining Cryptors here in response to the threat posed by Chaldea was good news for Peperoncino. Except for David, who hadn't come and instead remained in South America to maintain his Lost Belt. After all, Peperoncino couldn't be sure whether Chaldea might place him last simply because the Indian Lost Belt wasn't considered threatening enough. Then tell me about this Chaldea, Aphrodite said. She lit a cigarette and held it between her fingers as she made her request to Peperoncino. I'm interested now. Chapter 773, Chapter 773, Volume 10, Chapter 23, Massage Time. Is it here? No, a little higher, yes, right there, At Shiomi's question, Morgan let out a soft, ambiguous hum, her voice cool yet strangely alluring. I'm just massaging your feet. Do you really have to make such intoxicating sounds? His hands paused as he looked at her with helpless resignation. That's because my husband's technique is far too refined. Even I can't stay perfectly composed. Morgan leaned back against the bed, her eyes half-lidded as she looked at Shiomi. All right, all right. Shiomi had no answer. His technique was hardly refined. He was simply used to taking care of Morgan and the others, so he had picked up some experience. If anything, Morgan's reaction now felt so exaggerated that it made him uneasy. I'm not lying, you know. When you massage someone and apply mana to their magic circuits, your control is even better than mine. Even if you keep interfering with the circuits, there's no rejection or pain. Morgan looked at him quietly. This isn't just because I'm used to it. You said redirecting Artemis's arrow was exhausting, that your magic circuits were almost burned out. That's why I offered to check. Shiomi sighed. But they're in great condition. Better than when you saved me back then. If Artemis could fire her noble phantasm continuously, I really would have suffered. Morgan admitted openly that she had just been acting spoiled. Shiomi nodded. So even gods have their limits. Is it a problem with that mechanical body, or is it that a divine body's recovery simply can't keep up with the consumption of a noble phantasm? Either way, now that Olympus knows we can redirect Artemis's arrow, of the 3 obstacles they had, only 1.5 remain. Morgan nodded. The unknown true form of Poseidon was one. Artemis, who wasn't fatal but couldn't be ignored, made up the remaining half. Judging from Demeter's appearance, Olympus realized something was wrong the moment we destroyed Odysseus's fleet, Shiomi said. They're no longer relying only on servants and soldiers. They've started sending gods themselves onto the battlefield to stop us from reaching the city of the gods. So that's fine with you? Morgan asked. What do you mean? Shiomi was puzzled. Don't you want to go see the situation on Heracles Island yourself? Morgan said. There's nothing special about it. Just temples, ruins, and settlements of Lost Belt residents. Shiomi shook his head. I'd rather stay on the storm border and deal with any sudden emergencies. How many cornerstones are left? Morgan asked again. Heracles Island isn't finished yet. After that, we'll head to Hecate Island, Shiomi replied. All the temples on these islands are built in places perfectly suited for rituals. Good thing we blocked Artemis's arrow. Otherwise, we would have had to move west and look for other islands to land on. Morgan chuckled lightly. Shiomi smiled as well and released her foot. Is it over already? Morgan sounded a little reluctant. While Shiomi had been massaging her, the mental fatigue from using Grand Magecraft had long since vanished. If you want to keep going, lie down. I'll massage your back, Shiomi said. Morgan tilted her head and thought for a moment. Why don't you lie down instead? Let me take care of you for once. You've already taken care of me more than enough, Shiomi said with a smile. Bed is bed, everyday life is everyday life. Morgan sat up lightly, her pale hands fluttering like butterflies as she beckoned him to lie down. Then I'll leave it to you. Shiomi didn't argue further. He lay down beside Morgan, resting his chin on a pillow. Any requests? Morgan swung a leg over and settled near his hips, lifting her ponytail to adjust it. She braided it a little, then tied it up in a style like Artoria's. None. My wife, do as you like. I'll grade you based on your performance, Shiomi said cheerfully. Then I'll aim for a perfect score. Morgan's eyes curved with a smile as her hands moved along Shiomi's broad back, searching for a good place to start. In the end, her hands wandered over his back for a good 5 minutes. Finally unable to hold it in any longer, Shiomi decided to ask. If you're just touching, that doesn't really count as a massage, you know. It's already stiff. My husband's body is far too hard. Morgan frowned, her lips pursed slightly as if complaining. It feels like it should be flexible to the touch, but when I press down, it's like poking a rock. You don't even look like a big, burly guy. That's called being tempered through countless trials. Shiomi couldn't help feeling a little smug. If your fingers are getting tired, why not use the magecraft you're best at? Oh. Is that so? Taking his advice, Morgan reinforced her fingertips with mana and pressed down with ease. Oh. Shiomi let out a string of pained yelps, startling Morgan. My husband, are you all right? Why yeah, I'm fine. Take it easy, I'm not your enemy. Just now I almost thought my magic circuits were going to be ripped out by the roots. Shiomi gave a dry laugh. I wasn't sure how much you could take. Feeling apologetic, Morgan lowered her strength from before. How about this? That's much better. Just a little stronger, ow, a bit lighter there, yes. Just like that. You really are a genius, Shiomi said in surprise. As long as my husband enjoys it. Morgan smiled, clearly pleased. Of course I do, Shiomi hummed comfortably. My husband's shoulders are very solid. Just touching them makes me feel at ease, she said softly. If I leaned against them like this, I'd probably fall asleep without a care. Already thinking about sleeping. Shiomi chuckled. It's still early. Everyone else is investigating the island while we lie around here. That would be a bit irresponsible. Morgan shook her head. Besides, if something unexpected happens, it takes time just to get dressed. Does sleeping always have to mean doing that? If we're not doing that, why sleep at all? Morgan shot back without a moment's hesitation. Sit up for a moment. Take off your clothes. Morgan shifted slightly so Shiomi could turn over and sit up. Huh. Pressing through clothes isn't as effective as taking them off. Fair enough. As he sat up, Morgan reached out and began pulling down the zipper at the front of his clothes. At that moment, the door to the room opened. Professor, we made contact with traces of proper human history on the island. Sorry for the interruption. Olga Marie spoke briskly as she opened the door, only to be startled by the scene before her. She hurriedly apologized and ducked back behind the door. Chapter 774, Chapter 774, Volume 10, Chapter 24, Olga Marie's Origin and End. Today was already the second day since the storm boarder had docked along the coast of Heracles Island. After returning to the ship, Olga Marie came by as usual to pass along some relatively important information to Shiomi, who wasn't on the bridge at the time. Though it wasn't anything urgently critical. She was really using work as an excuse to come chat with Shiomi and kill some time. She never expected that the moment she opened the door, she would walk straight into such a shocking scene. Olga Marie's mind went completely blank. She shrank back against the wall outside the doorway, forcing herself to calm down and sort out her thoughts. Morgan and Shiomi were husband and wife. Whatever they did in their own room was perfectly reasonable and perfectly legal. Forgetting to lock the door might be a problem, but it wasn't actually wrong. Once she had talked herself through it, Olga Marie stood up with a faint sense of disappointment, hugged her tablet to her chest, and prepared to head back to the bridge to settle her nerves. Just then, the door opened again. Morgan stepped out, grabbed Olga Marie by the wrist, and startled her all over again. I am sorry. I didn't mean to intrude on your private life. The electronic lock said the door could be opened, so I... Olga Marie lowered her head, flustered as she apologized. It's fine. Come in, Morgan said, stopping her. Huh. Still completely confused, Olga Marie was pulled into the room by Morgan. Shiomi was still fully dressed, lying face down on the bed with a helpless expression. He raised a hand to greet her. You're back, Marie. Why yes. Olga Marie nodded vigorously, doing her best not to mention what she had just seen. Morgan sat back down on the bed. Don't worry too much about earlier. I was just giving my husband a massage. He's been working hard lately, so I thought I'd do something to help him relax. I see. Olga Marie answered, still half in doubt. Stop explaining. The more you explain, the worse it sounds, Shiomi said, having completely given up. Morgan, who was genuinely unbothered, didn't think there was anything strange about it. If Marie is interested, she could try it herself. What? Shiomi froze. You mean, have someone give me a massage? Olga Marie instinctively took it in the most harmless way. Everyone is very busy, and Caren is better at treating injuries and illnesses. No, she means you should give me the massage. Shiomi said, rolling his eyes. Me. Olga Marie went completely stiff. Only after saying it did Morgan realize how inappropriate it sounded. Sorry, just take it as a joke. And no, it's fine. I only went to collect information on the island today and came back early, that's all. Olga Marie hurried to defend herself. If Miss Morgan doesn't mind, I can try. I'll take it as a way to thank you for always taking care of me, Professor. Shiomi wanted to say something like, shouldn't you at least ask my opinion, but saying it now would only make things awkward, so he let it go. And so the situation in the room turned into this. Olga Marie straddled Shiomi's back, pressing carefully on his shoulders and neck according to Morgan's instructions. Morgan had suggested reinforcing her fingers with mana before pressing, but Olga Marie couldn't control the strength properly. She ended up pressing Shiomi to the brink of agony, and in the end gave up on that technique, switching back to a more basic, unenhanced approach instead. No need to force it. You're doing fine, Shiomi said. Morgan shook her head slightly. She knew Shiomi was just being polite. Olga Marie's massage didn't have much strength. It wasn't uncomfortable, but there was no real sense of effectiveness either. By the way, have Sakura and Caren ever done something like this? Olga Marie asked curiously. Not anymore, Shiomi replied. But when they were little, they often teamed up to give me massages like this, mostly just to make me laugh. I see. That sounds really nice. Olga Marie felt a twinge of envy. After all, when she was a child, she might not even see Marisberry once a year, let alone have this kind of intimate interaction. I remember when they were 6 or 7. They'd stand on my back together and step on me. That massage was actually pretty good, Morgan recalled. Kids don't weigh much, so it was just right back then. Once they got a bit older, it stopped working. Felt like I was about to be crushed underfoot, Shiomi laughed. So you're saying they were heavy? That's a pretty harsh thing to say about girls, Morgan shook her head. I'm just stating the facts, Shiomi muttered. Morgan took his relaxed arm, lifted it slightly, and rotated it 3 times clockwise, then 3 times counterclockwise. Unlike active movement, being guided entirely by external force in a passive state made the body feel even more relaxed and comfortable. But Bayaban Sith never did anything like this, did she? Morgan added. She's a princess, after all. I raised her according to royal standards, Shiomi said with a smile. Originally, I hoped that when she returned to your side, she could help share your burdens. So she's not very good at these little acts of taking care of people. Wouldn't that make it seem like you're playing favorites? Olga Marie asked, genuinely curious. How could that be favoritism? Shiomi shook his head. It's just making different choices under different circumstances. If Sakura and Caren had grown up in the same environment, they would have been raised as princesses too, not as ordinary people. But they're still magi, Olga Marie said. Hearing her instinctive response, Morgan couldn't help but laugh softly. Modern magi place far too much importance on lineage and status. In their pursuit of the root, they're willing to treat not only their parents and spouses, but even themselves, as tools and sacrifices. But if they abandon their humanity, what is the root even for? Is that how it is? Olga Marie felt like she understood a little more. Precisely because Sakura and Caren held views different from those of the magecraft world, they were less like magi, in the conventional sense, yet possessed a far healthier and more refined mindset than most magi. That wasn't a bad thing at all. At the very least, they had lived genuinely happy lives, never twisted by the path of magecraft to the point of losing even the most ordinary forms of happiness. So, Marie, what was it you came to talk about? Shiomi wrapped up the slightly delicate topic and returned to business. Ah. Olga Marie snapped back to her senses. She had been so caught up in what was happening that she had nearly forgotten why she came in the first place, almost putting the cart before the horse. No, perhaps it wasn't quite that. It was simply that when the essence was unattainable, one had no choice but to grasp at the ends. You mentioned proper human history earlier. What exactly does that refer to? Morgan asked. Well, it's like this. Earlier, the reason Stormborder headed here was because Bartholomew said there was a servant from proper human history on Heracles Island. We made contact yesterday and learned something important. Francis Drake, who assisted us during the third singularity, is also here, but she's been afflicted by the sea god's curse. This sea god, could it be? Shiomi raised an eyebrow. Poseidon. Morgan narrowed her eyes slightly. Chapter 775, Chapter 775, Volume 10, Chapter 25, Francis Drake. Heracles Island also had villages much like those on Hestia Island. The difference was that here, the one running the inn was a servant from proper human history, Ryder, Francis Drake. Once night fell, no villagers could be seen in the tavern, just like on Hestia Island. This wasn't because the villagers believed in healthy living and avoided drinking at night. It was simply because they never got sick, so there was no need for alcohol in the first place. At this moment, inside the tavern, which had closed for business but hadn't locked its doors, Drake sat alone, drinking away her gloom. Across from her, another blonde servant was sprawled face down on the table, snoring loudly, clearly dead drunk. Shiomi recognized the blonde servant at once. It was Jason, who had once opposed Chaldea as a subordinate of the king of magecraft during the third singularity. That former enemy was now sitting at the same table, drinking together. Even Shiomi couldn't help feeling that fate was a strange thing. Though back at the Temple of Time, Drake and Jason had already been on the same side, working to stop the king of magecraft. Yo, you're back, little lady from Chaldea. Drake lifted her mug and greeted Olga Marie in a drunken voice. Olga Marie was taken aback. Captain Drake, you're still drinking. You've already drunk Mr. Jason under the table. There's nothing else to do anyway. Running this inn is just something to pass the time. Despite the obvious flush of alcohol on her face, Drake was still fairly clear-headed. Even so, a trace of unmistakable loneliness showed in her expression as she spoke. Can you still sail after drinking this much? Shiomi asked. Drake didn't care in the slightest. I'm cursed now anyway. I can't sail at all. How much I drink doesn't make a difference. With that, she raised her wooden mug with a grin. So. Want to sit down and have a drink? We've never officially met, but back at the Temple of Time, I saw how you fought, buddy. So those of you sent from proper human history remember us too. Shiomi said, already used to it. He pulled out a chair and sat down. Drake picked up the jug and poured wine into 2 empty cups. I don't really drink. Olga Marie froze when the wine was placed in front of her. If you don't drink, just leave it there. No need to force yourself, Shiomi said. That's right, that's right. The young lady's my guest. It'd be rude not to pour her a drink, Drake said, making it clear this was just hospitality, not an attempt to get Olga Marie drunk. Olga Marie nodded. Besides Bartholomew and Orion, who's acting alone, how many servants from proper human history are still in Atlantis? Shiomi asked as he lifted his cup and took a sip. The flavor really was rich. I don't know, Drake said with a hint of frustration. Just getting the advanced team into Olympus used up all my strength. The rest of us, whether it's me, Jason, or even Bartholomew who brought you here, we're all in the same situation. The others are probably holed up on some island right now, quietly making their own preparations. I see, Shiomi said, understanding. He didn't press for the true names of the advance party servants. According to Bartholomew, even speaking their true names here could pose a potential threat to them. That was why Bartholomew had suggested Chaldea wait until they reached Olympus and reunited with the advance team before worrying about anything else. Chaldea had agreed with that approach. Then let's get to the main point, Shiomi said. We've already finished investigating Heracles Island, including the temple here, and we were planning to leave tomorrow. But Marie came to me and told me something. Ah, you mean the curse on me that makes it impossible for anyone to sail? Drake burst out laughing. I told you it's fine. You really do worry too much, little lady. It's not worrying for nothing. I just think that if there's a chance, we should at least try, Olga Marie said earnestly. Hey, that's a god's curse, you know. A curse placed on me by Poseidon, the sea god, that prevents me from sailing. Even if Chaldea has outstanding magi, there's no way they could. Drake laughed loudly, but there was bitterness she couldn't quite hide in her smile. Shiomi raised an eyebrow slightly. Poseidon. That guy again. Back in the third singularity, Poseidon had revived together with the Atlantis continent, only to be defeated by Drake, causing Atlantis to sink once more. But clearly, the same thing hadn't happened again in this Atlantis Lost Belt. The Poseidon of this Lost Belt was nothing like the weak, almost counterfeit version from the third singularity. Yeah, that's the one. Figures. A sailor who doesn't show the sea god any respect is bound to get his payback eventually. Drake laughed as she poked fun at herself. So why did Poseidon curse you? Shiomi asked. You're all servants skilled in navigation. Why was Bartholomew spared? Well. Drake thought for a moment, hesitated slightly, then took out an object and set it down in front of Shiomi and Olga Marie. It looked like something torn off a piece of machinery. An unknown metal base, topped with a blue crystal overflowing with mana. Calling it a crystal was about all one could do. The divine power contained within it was immense. To even call it a gemstone would have been an insult to what it truly was. This is. Olga Marie froze. Her first impression was that it was beautiful. Beautiful in a way that clearly didn't belong to human craftsmanship, nothing that should have been produced by this planet. One of Poseidon's divine cores, Drake said. So you beat Poseidon again this time? Shiomi asked in surprise, then added with admiration, at this rate, the next time you manifest, your noble phantasm might even gain a special effectiveness against servants tied to sea gods. It wasn't anything like that. Just coincidence. Pure coincidence, Drake replied calmly. The waves, the wind, luck, everything happened to be on my side. The price was a vicious curse that left me like this. Just breathing feels exhausting, like I'm about to die. She looked at Shiomi. Since I've taken it out already, you should keep it. I was planning to give it to you tomorrow anyway, as a gift when you set sail. I see. As a gift for a voyage, it really is something precious, Shiomi said. He held the divine core up before his eyes, carefully examining its internal structure. Even so, he couldn't begin to exhaust the depth of the mystery contained within it. Chapter 776, Chapter 776, Volume 10, Chapter 26, The Way to Break the Sea God's Curse. The way Shiomi held the divine core up and studied it so intently made him look exactly like a miser who'd just come into a new treasure. Olga Marie nearly laughed. She'd never seen him react like this before. It was unexpectedly charming. If you want to stare at it, take it back and do it properly later. Come on, drink. Drake raised her cup. After explaining the situation and handing over the spoils, Poseidon's divine core, she acted as if she'd forgotten why they were talking about it in the first place, lifting her cup again to press them to drink. After all, this was the sea god's most vicious curse, Poseidon's retaliation against Drake for taking something as important as a divine core. She hadn't been expecting it to be lifted. We can drink later. It'd be better to remove the curse on you first, Shiomi said. He set the divine core down, then raised his cup and took a sip as he spoke. You're serious? This is that bastard Poseidon's curse, Drake said. Being unable to sail is a cruelty no famous captain could bear. Even a stranger would understand that at a glance. Shiomi's expression grew more serious. If I didn't have some confidence, why would I keep rubbing salt in the wound? Oh. Then let's hear it, Drake said. Even if the chance was 1 in 1,000, it was still worth listening to. For a navigator, staking everything on great risks for the sake of a rich payoff was an instinct carved into the bone. First, let me be clear. I don't know Poseidon, and I don't understand how his curse works, Shiomi explained evenly. So the conclusion I came to is this: cancel it out with a blessing of equal weight. A blessing, to counter a curse. Olga Marie blinked. But Romani analyzed Captain Drake's spirit origin. That curse is Poseidon's authority applied directly to her spirit origin. Authority was a miracle that surpassed magecraft. It was said that even the essence of Age of Gods magecraft was merely a partial manifestation of divine authority. Shiomi had studied Age of Gods magecraft as Scáthach's beloved disciple. And he had spent 6,000 years in the Lost Belt. But even all of that together might not be enough to stand against divine authority. Don't worry. There's always a way, Shiomi said carefully. After all, we have at least 2 goddesses on our side. The fact that Shiomi possessed divine authority was still a secret known to only a handful. Aside from Morgan and the others, only Romani knew. To everyone else, Shiomi was simply exceptionally skilled at healing magecraft, to the point that even fatal wounds could be overcome through magecraft. So Shiomi chose to keep it that way, and didn't reveal the truth to Olga Marie here. After all, no matter when he said it, he couldn't predict how badly it would shake everyone's worldview. Right. Goddess Skadi, and Lady Artoria, who bears the nature of the Rangaminiad goddess. Olga Marie said, finally putting it together. Bartholomew mentioned that too. Drake burst out laughing again. This time, much of the gloom on her face had faded. That's great news. Come on, let's have a drink to celebrate. I can't drink anymore. At that moment, Jason muttered drunkenly. He'd probably been pulled into a dream by Drake's boisterous words and reacted on instinct. Ha 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 ha. Shiomi and Olga Marie couldn't help laughing at the scene as well. Olga Marie then raised her glass along with Shiomi and clinked it against Drake's. Cough. That's strong. Olga Marie had only taken a small sip, yet the heavy aroma shot straight through her nose and into her head. What followed was a rich, mellow sweetness lingering on her tongue. This isn't ordinary liquor. It's made from alcohol refined from the body of a giant serpent. Drake said with a grin. Everyone here drinks this stuff. The giant serpents she mentioned roamed the wilds of both Hestia Island and Heracles Island. They were ferocious magical beasts, and a single misstep against them could easily put one at a disadvantage. The poisonous mist they exhaled could strip away nearly all magecraft-granted protections and enhancements. The people here. Shiomi paused, recalling something else. You've been here for quite a while, haven't you? That's right. What do you want to ask? Drake replied, her mood clearly lighter now, her tone more open. You saw Artemis's arrow strike Hestia Island, didn't you? Shiomi asked. Yeah, I saw it. Drake's expression sharpened. I never imagined you'd be able to deal with Artemis's arrow. By all logic, after countering Artemis's arrow, Shiomi and the others would have left Hestia Island, their mana signatures disappearing from the seas of Atlantis. The most likely destinations would have been the 2 nearest islands. Hecate Island, and this one. Yet Artemis hadn't simply fired at random to destroy the remaining islands and narrow things down. We have the finest magi on our side, Shiomi said, smiling gently before turning serious again. What I want to know is this: why did the people of Hestia Island see Artemis's arrow not as a disaster, but as a blessing from the gods? Well. Drake thought for a moment. Put simply, the people of Hestia Island, no, the people of every island in Atlantis are defective products cast out by Olympus. What? Olga Marie's expression changed. Exiled by the gods, and labeled defective. Treating humans like disposable tools immediately reminded Shiomi of the fairy kingdom. But while the fairies and the Olympian gods behaved in similar ways, the reasons behind them were clearly different. For people abandoned by the gods, Artemis's arrow doesn't mean destruction. If anything, it means that the gods who cast them aside have finally turned their gaze back toward them, Drake said, her eyes dark. She hated that reality too, but there was nothing she could do about it. The humans of this lost belt were gentle, incapable of wrongdoing, strict with themselves. Yet at the very core lay a blind faith in the gods. Like a machine that seemed to function normally, it was already broken at its foundation. Then there's nothing we can do about that, Shiomi said quietly. Footsteps approached again. The tavern's tent flap was pulled aside, and Skadi and Artoria appeared. They are? Drake asked, recognizing they weren't enemies but curious all the same. Olga Marie quickly stood and introduced them. They're the 2 goddesses my teacher and I just mentioned. So you're goddesses? You're completely different from those Olympians. Drake said brightly. How about a drink? At that, Artoria seemed tempted to go along with it, but Scotty looked distinctly exasperated. You had us come over later just for this. Chapter 777, Volume 10, Chapter 27, Lifting the Curse. In the end, after round of toasts, neither Olga Marie nor Scotty could hold their liquor. Before long, both of them were completely drunk and passed out. Well now, this is something. The young lady and the goddess herself are both out cold, Drake joked boisterously, her face flushed as she looked at the two women slumped over the table. Jason, who had collapsed earlier, had already been hauled by Drake onto a long bench in the corner of the tavern and left there to lie down. At the moment, the Greek hero of the Argo was snoring thunderously, utterly drunk. So it really isn't ordinary alcohol. Even a goddess can't escape getting drunk, Shiomi said with a smile, reaching out to brush aside a few stray strands of hair hanging messily over Scotty's face. Scotty didn't have any particular fondness for alcohol. She could drink, but she rarely drank much. The homemade liquor kept in the Chaldea cafeteria was the same. She almost never went out of her way to drink it. With that thought, Shiomi glanced over at Artoria. The King of Knights, on the other hand, looked perfectly fine, calmly pouring herself another drink. In the past, I often had to preside over victory banquets as a king. If a king couldn't handle alcohol, it would inevitably invite scorn from one's subordinates, Artoria explained earnestly. I know. I've seen you drink before, Shiomi said, shaking his head to show it wasn't surprising. Still, having one less person passed out will make things easier when we head back to the ship later. Drake laughed a few times, then asked, but the goddess you invited is already drunk. Can she still lift my curse? Now that she knew there was a possibility, she wasn't in much of a hurry. If today wasn't convenient, tomorrow would do. In any case, before Chaldea left, they were bound to try and deal with the sea god's curse. Originally, I wasn't confident in my own strength, which is why I asked the two of them to come help, Shiomi said, shaking his head. After all, this is a curse imposed by a sea god. The nature of that authority is different. But I never expected you to actually take Poseidon's divine core. In a sense, you helped yourself, Captain Drake. Artoria seemed to grasp his meaning. Tenkei, are you planning to use the sea god's divine core to undo the curse on Drake? No. Like I said before, I think that rather than removing the curse outright, trying to impose a blessing through the opposite approach has a higher chance of success, Shiomi said, lifting the divine core. The blue crystal shimmered with a brilliant glow. By relying on the divine core, I can imitate the authority of Poseidon. That's incredible, Drake said, genuinely startled. If I heard you right, you're saying you'll wield divine authority yourself. Using the power of a god in a human body sounded completely beyond common sense. More than whether the curse could be lifted, she was worried Shiomi might mess up and blow himself apart right here in the tavern. If that happened, the guilt would be unbearable. Relax, Shiomi said casually, tossing the divine core up and catching it like a stone as he stood up. There's no time to waste. It's already late. Let's remove the curse on you so I can send Marie and Scotty back to rest. All right. Do I need to prepare anything? A space, materials, something like that? Drake asked, setting down her glass. No need. Poseidon's divine core is enough, Shiomi said as he walked over beside her. Just don't move. Holding the divine core slightly raised in one hand, his other palm facing Drake, he spoke quietly and solemnly. Then, we'll begin. A gentle breeze suddenly rose inside the previously calm tavern. At first, Artoria thought it was blowing in from outside the tent flap, but she quickly realized the wind was coming from within the tavern itself, spreading outward with Shiomi, the one holding the divine core, at its center. With the sea god's divine core held in my hand, I offer my prayer here. Touch this world with your compassionate fingers, Mother Goddess. I offer my body, my soul, and my spirit as proof. Cross the boundary between nothingness and reality, and bestow upon the children of mankind the primal grace. Shiomi recited the prayer in a low voice. The wind inside the tavern grew stronger and stronger, the tent walls and door curtains snapping violently as empty cups and wine jugs were blown onto the floor. Artoria immediately set her glass aside and reached out to steady Scotty and Olga Marie. With his eyes closed, Shiomi slowly opened them, the star eyes igniting. The sea god's curse is but a fleeting thing. The sea of origin is the beginning and the end of all. As his words quickened, the force in his voice intensified. The faint light flowing within the sea god's divine core deepened, soon filling the entire tavern before bursting outward all at once. Had the curtains not been drawn, the radiance alone might have jolted the entire village awake. When the light finally faded, the tavern was left in complete disarray. Artoria had already supported the two drunken women and retreated with them to the safest corner. Did it work? She asked anxiously. Shiomi was still standing there. Drake was still sitting there. Of course. It worked perfectly. Drake clenched her fists in pure elation. Bound by the sea god's curse, she had been unable to exert even the slightest strength. Now, it felt as though the crushing shackles wrapped around her body had been completely removed, leaving her so light and free it felt unreal. Bang. Testing it, she slammed her fist down onto the table. The table shattered instantly, the half-full wine jug toppling over and spilling liquor across the floor. You broke that yourself. I'm not paying for it, Shiomi muttered, slowly lowering the hand that held the divine core. Ha ha ha. Being back to normal, that's nothing at all. Drake laughed it off without a care. But I never thought a blessing could really cancel out a curse. You're something else, mate. All of it is thanks to my mother's favor, Shiomi said calmly. Mystery can only be defeated by a higher mystery. Before my mother, the Sea of Origin itself, even Poseidon is nothing more than that. Huh. Drake clearly didn't understand what Shiomi was talking about. Ah, forget it. I don't get you Magi and your weird logic anyway. The important thing is, thank you. Now I can sail again. I should be able to work with Bartholomew and help you fight those Lost Belt bastards on the open sea. That's good, Shiomi said as he put the divine core away. As for our next steps, I have some ideas. Before we set sail tomorrow, I'll explain everything to you and Bartholomew. No problem. I'll drag Jason along too, Drake replied with a grin, though her eyes grew noticeably more serious. That guy lost the Argo and his crew. He's been wasting away in my tavern ever since. It's time he went back out to sea. Shiomi glanced toward the sleeping Jason. His snoring had already quieted. Losing one's ship and important companions isn't something small for a captain, Shiomi said. If Jason doesn't have the will to return, Captain Drake doesn't need to force him. Haha. I'll keep that in mind. Drake answered with a laugh. Chapter 778, Chapter 778, Volume 10, Chapter 28, Solitude. Having resolved Drake's curse, Shiomi and Artoria returned to the ship with the unconscious Olga Marie and Scotty, escorting them back to their respective rooms. After that, Shiomi did not return to his own quarters. Instead, he went to the magical workshop and placed the sea god's divine core onto the apparatus for scanning and analysis. What does Tenkei plan to do with that divine core? Artoria asked from behind. Shiomi thought for a moment before replying, whether by luck or by strength, Captain Drake took Poseidon's divine core. Enraged by that act, Poseidon cursed her. For mortals, the divine is an unbearably heavy matter, Artoria nodded in agreement. If one cannot truly strike down a god, it invites a wrath no one can endure. For her to keep her life at the cost of losing the ability to sail was already fortunate. Then, if you were a god whose divine core had been taken, yet you did not die, what would you do? Shiomi asked. Artoria followed his line of thought and considered it carefully. That would mean I possess more than one divine core. But losing one still means losing an important portion of my power. Whether emotionally or rationally, reclaiming it would be necessary. Exactly. Now that the core is in our hands, if Poseidon can sense it, that makes us a very conspicuous marker. But if he can sense it, Shiomi narrowed his eyes. Tenkei plans to make use of this divine core. Artoria understood at once. After all, it's the core of a god and an obstacle blocking the road to Olympus. While we still have it, gathering as much data as possible will be essential for breaking through Poseidon's traps later, Shiomi said. And since Poseidon wants his core back, then you'll give it back to him. Artoria couldn't help but laugh. But Tenkei won't guarantee that the core he gets back will still be in its original state. I'm quite curious what would happen if a damaged, or even cursed, divine core were to return to a god's body, Shiomi said as he turned and leaned against the console, laying out his plan. Artoria couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for Poseidon. Turning a precious divine core into a ticking time bomb. It seemed the sea god of Olympus was in for a hard time. You're not expecting me to swallow this thing and obtain Poseidon's authority, are you? Shiomi shook his head. Leaving aside the risks, power beyond one's own limits is never reassuring. And besides, Tiamat would be displeased, Artoria pointed out the concern he was avoiding. After all, if you truly sought greater authority, it would be far more reasonable to ask her directly for a blessing. That's exactly it, Shiomi said, snapping his fingers. The two of them shared a knowing smile. Analyzing the core will take some time. I'll send the data to Romani tomorrow and ask him and the others to help decipher it, Shiomi said as he raised his hand and rested it against Artoria's cheek. Why don't you go rest first? You drank quite a bit earlier. The tavern lighting was poor, so I didn't notice, but your face is a little flushed. That liquor distilled from magical beasts really has quite a kick. I'm sober now, but I still feel a bit heavy-headed, Artoria tilted her head naturally, feeling the warmth in Shiomi's palm. Still, I'd like to stay with you a little longer. Artoria. It's been a while since we were alone like this. Artoria held the hand against her cheek, breathing in its familiar scent as she drew closer to Shiomi. Understanding what she meant, Shiomi pulled her into his arms and gently lifted her face. Artoria closed her eyes without hesitation, her soft pink lips parting as she accepted a kiss tinged with the scent of strong liquor. From passive to active, and then to mutual seeking, her already hazy mind grew heavier, yet her thoughts became all the clearer. I can taste the wine, Shiomi murmured. It does feel different from our usual kisses. Artoria answered dreamily. Without realizing it, her arms had already slipped around Shiomi's neck. Her full breasts pressed tightly against him, as if she no longer had the strength to stand on her own, leaning softly into his embrace. The Lost Belt has good wine too. Let's take some before we leave. When we have time, we can drink together like today, all right? Shiomi suggested. If you're with me, even the poorest bulk wine would be enough, Artoria said. As she spoke, her breath grew hotter, brushing against Shiomi's cheeks and neck, slowly setting his body alight. Then came another tempest of kisses and whispered caresses. When he came back to himself, the King of Knights was already wearing nothing but her underclothes. She seemed not to care at all, seeking only Shiomi's warmth. Don't be so impatient. The night is long, and I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere, Shiomi said gently. Once we bring down Artemis and restore the land's ley lines, we'll need more strength to attack Olympus, won't we, she said. So. If the Knights of the Round Table answer the summons to aid Chaldea, we probably won't have this kind of leisure anymore, Artoria whispered. Well, that doesn't mean you have to be the one handling the summoning, Shiomi said helplessly, trying to soothe her. Chaldea has more than one master. Private matters are private matters. Public matters are public matters. Artoria's cheeks were flushed. Every bit of extra strength makes this battle against the gods of Olympus steadier and more certain. True, Shiomi agreed with a low laugh. As always, if the Knights of the Round Table were to see the King of Knights as she was now, and sense her state of mind, they would likely split into two factions and argue endlessly, just like during the Camelot Singularity. Different knights held different expectations for their king. Whether those expectations could allow a king to harbor a heart that sought the happiness of ordinary people was something no one could easily answer. But then, Shiomi said with a trace of teasing in his voice, whispering into Artoria's ear, how should I thank you for always thinking about these things, for all the effort you put into securing victory? Her legs had already gone weak. From her dry throat, she could only squeeze out a single, alluring whisper. Please, hold me tight. As his words fell, Artoria was scooped up by Shiomi in one swift motion and set down on the workbench behind him. After that, she remembered nothing at all. Chapter 779, Volume 10, Chapter 29, The Battle of Hecate Island, 1. Details of Atlantis's Lost Belt remain unclear, and even the nautical chart was only a rough draft drawn by Bartholomew based on intelligence gathered through his own investigation and that of other servants. With Hestia Island as the point of departure, it recorded the general situation of several islands in the northern seas of the Void Cavern, including Heracles Island. Beyond those lay other islands whose positions were known but whose names were not. The storm border cut across the sea, speeding toward the waters around Hecate Island. Drake's ships kept pace alongside it, trailing slightly behind at a more measured speed. As expected, the Raven's reconnaissance was spot on, Shiomi said from the deck, gazing out at the massive sea and sky formation deployed around Hecate Island. In addition to a fleet comparable in scale to the one once commanded by Odysseus, there were countless magical beasts and spherical floating weapons scattered throughout the formation. Before setting out, Chaldea had considered the possibility of aerial combat. Yet even now, Atlantis had not deployed anything that could truly be called proper aerial weaponry. Was the sky itself a forbidden domain, a realm only gods were permitted to traverse? Or had the concept of fighting in the air simply never occurred to them? After all, warships built with technology from the Age of Gods already possessed firepower that bordered on absolute dominance. Investing additional effort into developing air forces would only have been gilding the lily. So, what's the plan? Morgan asked over the comms, seated firmly on the bridge as she operated the spirit vein closing armament. Since they're already waiting for us here, there's no way around them, Shiomi replied. Give the order, Director. On the bridge, Olga Marie swallowed as she stared at the fleet formation on the screen, so vast that even when magnified it could not be fully captured in view. After breaking through Odysseus's annihilation battle, Chaldea had enjoyed more than a week of relatively peaceful sailing without facing any major engagements. But that smooth passage had only ever been the calm before the storm. Open the hatches and begin deploying the automated flying dolls in sequence, Olga Marie ordered once she had assessed the situation. Following the prearranged tactics, she issued her commands with crisp decisiveness. Have the Valkyries and Miss Melusine prepare. Once we enter the firing range of Rhongomyniad, spirit vein closing armament, take off immediately. After Ms. Morgan opens fire, provide aerial support and strike the Olympus fleet. That's exactly how it should be, Morgan said with a satisfied smile. She straightened in her seat, her expression sharpening into focus. Rangaminiad, Spirit Vein Closing Armament, begin loading. They were still just short of effective firing range, and both sides waited, watching for the other to step into their kill zone. In terms of range, however, Morgan's Spirit Vein Closing Armament far surpassed the warships of the Olympus fleet, a fact already confirmed through precise data gathered in earlier naval battles. The Olympus fleet's artillery was, in essence, a series of massive bows. Both bowstrings and arrows were powered by the ship's magical energy reactors, and every magic arrow they fired carried destructive power on par with a B-rank noble phantasm, capable of piercing even top-tier equipment in a single shot. As Olga Marie's orders went out, every department within the ship sprang into action. At the core of the storm border, Scotty deployed a defensive barrier capable of withstanding enemy naval bombardment, swiftly enveloping Chaldea's mobile base. Meanwhile, in the armament control room, Tuko Aozaki completed her final inspections on the automated flying dolls prepared for launch. Within the temples on Hestia Island and Heracles Island, Chaldea had acquired a large number of golden shields known as divine relics. These artifacts were unique to the Atlantis Lost Belt, and at the same time represented some of the finest magecraft materials available. Once they were in hand, Tuko could hardly restrain herself. Together with Da Vinci, she incorporated those materials into the automated dolls. She had initially planned to install the divine relics into Miss Melusine's flight exoskeleton. However, considering that these relics originated from the Olympian gods, she worried about the possibility of hidden backdoors. If such safeguards existed, they could have had dangerous consequences for Miss Melusine while she was piloting the exoskeleton, and so the idea was ultimately abandoned. Shouldn't we say something now, Tuko? Da Vinci-chan prompted playfully. Huh. Tuko didn't catch on at first. You mean deploying the automata into the combat zone? No. Big Da Vinci adjusted her glasses. I mean the kind of line you say before things begin. A bit of provocation for the enemy. Even if they can't hear it, it still gives you a useful psychological push. Exactly. Da Vinci-chan nodded and pushed up her glasses as well. Oh, that's what you meant. Tuko's expression brightened. She took off her glasses, her face turning cold as she spoke. Meet your destruction within your own technology, Olympus. The deployment hatch opened at once. The automata was launched outward, flipping several times in midair before its built-in, pseudosvangvit, activated. It transitioned smoothly into autonomous flight and headed straight for the Olympus fleet. Tuko had spent her entire life as a puppet master. She had used her automata for countless purposes, but she had never imagined sending them into battle against gods. The Olympus fleet radiated an immense mana signature, yet beyond that, Chaldea's radar detected several colossal spirit origin reactions within the formation. Not just people were watching. There were gods among them. The sheer intensity of the sensory input made Tuko, who had a history of amphetamine dependency, feel that everything she had done in the past now seemed insignificant by comparison. Her blood began to boil. Along with that surge of excitement came the vibrations from the ship as it continued to accelerate. The storm border was well adapted to high-speed navigation, so the interior remained largely comfortable, at least until it crossed a certain threshold. Past that point, the difference became noticeable. What's going on? Has this ship run into enemies again? Inside the confinement room, Ophelia looked out through the small window at the corridor beyond. Probably, Caddick's voice came from the cell across the way. This isn't like when we fled Antarctica. Chaldea isn't the Chaldea we knew anymore. Kirsteria, he can win, right? He will, Ophelia murmured. Unlike us, Lord Kirsteria is the chosen one. He won't lose to Chaldea so easily. I thought you'd already decided to side with Chaldea, Caddick said. Over the past few days, Scotty, Mash, Olga Marie, so many people had taken turns visiting them. Ophelia's hesitation was far more obvious than Caddick's. It's not about siding with anyone, Ophelia said, shaking her head. If Lord Kirsteria wins, we might be taken back. Caddick stepped away from the door and sat back down on his bed. If they lost, then just as Shiomi had said, the Cryptories, the former Team A would once again be reunited. Chapter 780, Volume 10, Chapter 30, The Battle of Hecate Island, 2. Is there really no way to have Artemis brought over to deal with Chaldea? On the flagship deck of the Olympus fleet, Eumerin watched the battle unfold as she posed the question to the masked Saber at her side. I'm afraid not, Master, Saber replied. Chaldea's ship is moving far too fast. Even a god positioned in satellite orbit would still need time to take aim. Each time Artemis attempted to lock on, Chaldea had already slipped out of the divine arrow's effective range. This repeated again and again, until the storm border closed in on the Olympus fleet itself, leaving Artemis with no opportunity to fire at all. Does that mean we just sit here and wait for Chaldea's ship to ram us? Eumerin clicked her tongue under her breath. Is there really nothing we can do, Saber? You're a general who's fought wars, aren't you? My apologies, Master, Saber said with a hint of regret. In life, my campaigns were fought in the north, against northern enemies. I never led southern expeditions, so naval warfare is not my strong suit. I see. Yumerin relaxed slightly. At that moment, a deep, steady voice sounded from behind them. Do not panic, my wife. I will handle the battle personally. Xiang Wang. Yumerin nodded, both relieved and delighted. The one she called Xiang Wang was none other than the Berserker-class servant, Xiang Yu. Order the fleet to brace for impact. We're entering engagement range, Xiang Yu said calmly. Saber immediately accepted the command. I'll relay it to the fleet at once. With Lord Xiang Yu here, there's no reason we should lose. Yumerin felt completely reassured. They had to support Kirsteria in securing victory over Chaldea. That was precisely why Yumerin had gone to such lengths to persuade the Emperor, finally obtaining permission to bring Xiang Yu to Kirsteria's Lost Belt as reinforcement. The Emperor himself had little interest in the Lost Belt conflict and displayed absolute confidence. Even so, the fact that Chaldea had already severed 3 Lost Belts in succession made the cryptors uneasy, especially after 2 of their companions had been taken captive. They're coming, my wife, Xiang Yu said. Prepare to engage. Consort Yu shouted, shedding her usual gentle demeanor as she issued the order. However, what reached them first was the artillery fire from the Chaldean warship. Another consequence of the Odysseus fleet's all-day operations was that Olympus possessed pitifully little intelligence, all of it based on eyewitness accounts brought back by the surviving Dioscuri and Chiron. The ley line severing armament struck with precision, hitting the heavy bow mounted on the foremost Olympus vessel. Then came a dense swarm of automata, sending a jolt through Hinako's heart. She recognized those puppets. Back when she had concealed herself within the clock tower as a magus, she had heard of the title, Grand Puppeteer, and had seen a few completed automata with her own eyes. That was how she managed to recognize them now. The automata attacked the soldiers aboard the Olympus warships from the air. Ground-bound magical beasts and infantry were helpless against them, forced into a purely defensive posture as they endured the assault while desperately trying to redirect the ship's heavy bows to sweep the sky with counterfire. A piercing chill ran up her spine. Hinako looked up and saw, positioned even higher than the automata formation, a silver-haired girl clad in flight armor. The Gatling gun mounted on the right side of her armor swung toward the flagship and opened fire. Fortunately, Xiang Yu had already noticed her. His weapon moved in a flawless, airtight arc, intercepting every round fired by Melusine. Realizing she couldn't take down the leader right away, Melusine abandoned the attempt without hesitation. She shifted focus, continuing to suppress the counterattacking warships while evading incoming fire. Her mission was clear. Together with the Valkyries, she had to secure air superiority and keep firm control of the battlefield. As long as the Olympus fleet had not been completely annihilated, the chances of Artemis's arrow being fired remained slim. The real question was who would deliver the signal to launch it. Oh, King of Storms, Swarm of Ghosts. It's time to start the Wild Hunt. Golden Wild Hunt. Close on Stormborder's heels, Drake's warship unleashed its noble phantasm. Its speed surged even higher as it charged forward, guns blazing, bearing straight down on the Olympus fleet. Wait. You're really going to ram them? Jason screamed in panic from the helm. The moment the noble phantasm activated, control of the ship shifted to Drake herself. The helmsman no longer had any say over its course. Ha 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 ha. Of course we're ramming them. After swallowing this much humiliation, now's the time to get it all back in one go, Jason. Bartholomew shouted, brimming with fighting spirit as he voiced his support. He planned to release his own noble phantasm the instant they made contact with the Olympus fleet and press the attack while momentum was on their side. This is exactly why I said I didn't want to sail with you people. Jason's wail, mixed with Drake's hearty laughter, rang across the battlefield. Watching the scene unfold, Melusine was convinced that the battle was progressing smoothly. But it was all a smokescreen. Tenkei Shiomi, who had been aboard the warship before the engagement began, was nowhere to be seen. The clash was drawing attention exactly as intended. Like right now. What a naughty child. Just because you can soar through the sky, you think you can act however you like. Demeter rose into the air, her scythe flashing as she brought it crashing down onto Melusine's armor. The impact nearly sent Melusine spiraling out of control mid-flight. A god personally entering the fray. That's a bit too unfair, don't you think? Melusine protested, struggling to hold her stance. The blow looked ordinary, yet it carried a terrifying weight that even she found hard to endure. Only Shiomi could probably withstand it alone. Demeter narrowed her eyes, her smile gentle and composed. As a dragon of the boundary, is that really something you should be saying, Albion? Melusine fell silent. She took pride in being the last dragon and delighted in her own overwhelming strength. Her one regret was that no matter how beautiful or powerful she was, she still couldn't draw that person's gaze. Lady Melusine. The Valkyries took to the air together. You are. Demeter showed a rare hint of surprise as she looked at them. To use that thing as material to create you, your creator has truly accomplished something extraordinary. Huh. Melusine didn't quite understand what she meant. But the battle was already underway. Her task, together with the 3 Valkyries, was to hold Demeter back and keep her from interfering with Chaldea's fight against the Olympus fleet. Could they really do it? For once, Melo felt a flicker of uncertainty. After all, their opponent was a god. No. They had to succeed, because that person was definitely watching this battle unfold. With that thought, the mana surging through Melo spiked sharply. Moving in perfect sync with the 3 Valkyries, following the tactics they had drilled day after day, she formed up with them and threw herself into a tight, relentless engagement with Demeter. Chapter 781, Volume 10, Chapter 31, The Battle of Hecate Island, 3. On the cliffs of Hecate Island, overlooking the naval battle below. It looks like the advantage is on our side, but Demeter has also entered the battlefield. We still don't know whether other divine spirits are here to block Chaldea. Are you worried, my beloved disciple? Scáthach asked as she stood beside Shiomi. I've fought Demeter before. She's not an opponent Merlin could defeat, but with the Valkyries there, it won't be so easy for that goddess to bring them down either. He watched the battle for a moment, then turned and headed inland. It was unexpected, but as long as they keep maneuvering and draw Demeter's attention, that alone is more than enough. Once they entered the firing range of the ley line blocking armaments, Shiomi led Scáthach off the ship. They skimmed across the sea's surface, slipped past the fleet's defensive perimeter, and made straight for Hecate Island. The reason was simple. Shiomi had already set up ritual foundations in the temples on Hestia Island and Heracles Island. One more temple was still needed. Among the nearby islands, Hecate Island was the only viable choice. The temples on these islands had all been built in extremely special locations. Although the land's ley lines had been drained to the point where they could no longer support heroic spirit summoning, due to Olympus forcibly summoning figures from proper human history and then exterminating them before Chaldea's arrival, they could still be used to complete a large-scale ritual. The price was that identical ritual foundations had to be constructed on at least 3 islands and brought into resonance. Is this ritual you prepared meant to amplify the power of Gungnir? Scáthach asked. As they pushed through the island's untouched jungle, she swung her spear to sever thorny vines, opening up a rough path just wide enough to pass through. More accurately, Shiomi said, it's to give Gungnir the power to reach where Artemis is. No matter how powerful a noble phantasm may be, it still has its limits. The spear Odin bestowed is no exception. This was exactly the method Shiomi had mentioned for bringing down Artemis. To offer prayers to Gungnir, allowing it to reach that unattainable orbital height. Or rather, to throw the spear directly from the ground and strike Artemis without any preparation at all was something only Odin himself could accomplish. At the very least, Shiomi, who had yet to become a complete god, could not perform such a miracle with his bare hands. Originally, he had planned to slip away from the battlefield alone and head to Hecate Island to complete the placement of the final cornerstone amid the chaos of battle. However, Morgan had opposed him acting on his own. After some discussion, it was decided that Scáthach would accompany him. Stop. Scáthach, who had been moving ahead with swift, precise steps to clear the way, suddenly shouted. The crimson spear in her hand thrust forward in a flash. The air warped for an instant, then shattered. Fragments of talisman paper fluttered to the ground, each marked with an eye-like pattern. This is a talisman for summoning a spirit, Shiomi said, recognizing what his master had destroyed. During the Antarctic retreat battle, one of the servants who had pursued him had used this very kind of onmyoji technique. The servant who called himself Caster Linbo, a Shia Duman, who had once appeared in the Shimosa subcategory Singularity. Before the thought had even settled, numerous dog-like demons crawled out from the shadows of the forest, their bodies radiating a dangerous aura. Oh! Not monsters native to this lost belt, but familiars summoned through their master's blood sacrifice, or should I say Shikigami. Scáthach remarked lightly, though her crimson eyes gleamed with razor-sharp intent. A roadblock, Shiomi murmured. Indeed. Unaware of what Shiomi had just said, a Shia Duman materialized from the void, oblivious to the fact that his appearance perfectly answered those words. Even if it's unclear where the 2 from Chaldea are headed, slipping past the defenses set up on Hecate Island and pushing in alone can only mean they're hiding some ulterior motive. A Shia Duman wore a feral grin, 8 talisman papers pinched between his fingers, ready to be thrown at any moment and transformed into combat Shikigami. That's none of your concern. If you don't want to die, get out of the way, Shiomi warned coldly. That simply won't do. This monk is here precisely to prevent. Duman had no intention of backing down, clearly prepared to clash with the master and disciple. Before he could finish speaking, Shiomi's kick slammed squarely into his face. He was sent flying to the side, crashing into the towering Oni behind him and bending trees as they went down together. Struggling to sit up amid the fallen trunks, Duman wiped at his bruised face and boomed, "How utterly rude, interrupting someone while there." Before he could ramble on a second time, Shiomi had already closed in again. He raised the crimson spear in his hand and drove it straight toward Duman's chest. In a panic, Duman stacked layers of talisman paper to block the strike. True to their nature, they were pierced with ease, only barely stopping it at the final layer. Shut up. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Shiomi pressed forward without emotion, but Duman, seizing the brief opening to catch his breath, hastily unfolded a defensive curse. They say 3 days apart is enough to warrant a second look. It seems you've grown far more dangerous than you were in Antarctica, Lord Shiomi. Cold sweat trickled down Duman's forehead as regret set in for stepping forward to intercept them. Originally, he had only placed talismans on Hecate Island as a precaution, meant to counter the familiar ravens that had previously landed there and prevent Chaldea from dispatching a squad to the island. Neither the cryptors nor the alien apostles could ever fully grasp Chaldea's plans. All they could do was respond as best they could. Even so, as one of the alien apostles lying in wait, Duman realized his calculations had been disastrously wrong. This was no longer a matter of simply reassessing his opponent. Over the past half-year, Tenkei Shiomi had undergone a complete transformation. He was no longer just somewhat troublesome. That won't do. This man can't die here. A familiar voice sounded from behind. Without even turning around, Shiomi reached back with his free left hand and caught the hand aimed at his back. The attacker was none other than Kirei Kotomine. At the same time, Scáthach was being held up by the sudden appearance of the twin servant Dioscuri, giving Kirei an opening. Only an opening. I never thought you still cared about your companions. That's quite the revelation, Kirei, Shiomi said. Kirei's hand clenched into a fist, and at point-blank range he released a short burst of power, shaking free of Shiomi's grip. As he flipped backward to retreat, he tossed several grenades and drew a submachine gun from beneath his vestments. On the other side, Ashiya Duman seized the chance to activate his curse, detonating the talisman papers. A violent explosion tore through the forest. When the smoke finally cleared, there was no sign of Shiomi anywhere. Chapter 782, Volume 10, Chapter 32, The Battle of Hecate Island, 4. Knowing that tricks like that wouldn't do a thing to Shiomi, Duman and Kirei didn't hesitate. They regrouped at once, swept the area for him, and then heard the sound of Shiomi alighting on the treetops. Grenades and submachine guns, now that takes me back. Shiomi stood on a branch without a scratch. Back in the Fourth Holy Grail War, that man you were fixated on, Kiritsugu Amiya, fought in the same style, didn't he? Fair enough. Kirei dusted off his vestments. As far as I'm concerned, as long as it kills the target, any weapon is acceptable. Being obsessed with magecraft and mystery is just old-fashioned. Shiomi gave him a mild, almost friendly smile. That really surprised me. Huh. Duman didn't follow. I mean the idea that the two of you think a handful of people like this could stop me and my master. Shiomi's smile slowly drained away. His face went blank, and his eyes turned to pure, icy intent to kill. Especially you, Kirei Kotomine. The moment he heard that, Kirei Kotomine's eyes snapped wide. Not because Shiomi had gotten under his skin, but because he'd sensed the danger. Shiomi vanished the instant he finished speaking. A crimson flash of the spear struck from behind. Kirei threw up an arm to block, and if he hadn't reinforced his defenses specifically against the spear's power beforehand, he would have had to pay with that arm just to survive the blow. Duman moved in the same breath, tossing out a talisman and rushing forward barehanded, his fingernails sharpened into unmistakable weapons. All three collided again, and a chain of explosions tore through the already treacherous forest. Scáthach heard it, but she didn't look back. She worried about her beloved disciple, of course. But she also understood he no longer needed his master to worry for him. All she had to do was focus on the enemy in front of her. The twin saber Dioscuri stood opposite Scáthach, brother and sister both panting, their bodies already covered in wounds. Only a few dozen exchanges had passed, yet the twins, Olympian divine spirit servants, looked this battered. They had originally intended to join the naval battle and intercept Chaldea, but Kirei Kotomine had requested them from Kirsteria and had them lie in ambush on the island instead. Castor, the older brother who'd complained this assignment was a waste of time, was finally starting to understand it was anything but trivial. What's wrong, twins? Scáthach leveled her spear at them. Is that all you've got? If you can't show me more than this, then you die here. Brother. Pollux called. That single word was enough. Castor understood what she meant. Fine. The mana around the twins surged explosively. The power coiled around their weapons flared even more violently than it had during their earlier clash. They had to admit it. In terms of pure skill, they could no longer defeat the woman in front of them. If they wanted to win, they had to use their trump card, their noble phantasm. Connecting divine core. Rousing divine core. We are power, we are light. Love that shines across the heavens. Sister and brother chanted in turn, and then their voices merged into one. Poetic praise of the twin gods, Dioscure's Tindarity. A raging wind swept through the island's forest. The phantasmal species living there grew restless from the battle's mana fluctuations and fled in all directions, some even rushing toward the island's villages. Shiomi spared only a single glance. He saw his master become a purple meteor, crashing back and forth with the twins between the trees, whipping up a tornado that rose into the sky and continued to swell. Anything that was even lightly brushed by that whirlwind shattered in an instant, ground down into fine powder. Master really goes all out. I can't afford to lag behind either. Shiomi planted his foot on Ashiya Duman's head. The grotesque Onmyoji beneath him was barely able to move anymore. His arms were twisted, his legs bent at unnatural angles. He could barely maintain his shape, and by now he had completely stopped moving. Kirei Kodomine clutched his waist, gasping heavily. This is truly surprising. Just what have you been through? Even so, Kirei was still able to speak with Shiomi without any difficulty. A lot. More than what any human should experience, Shiomi replied casually. What is it? Want to try helping your companion again, like before? There's no need for that. Kirei smiled. This Ashiya Duman has reached his end. Our lack of preparation this time was our mistake. It's only Hecate Island. We'll give it to you. You really think I'd let you escape? Shiomi didn't bother to consider what Kirei Kodomine meant by those words. In the next instant, he flashed right in front of him, the crimson spear weaving an airtight storm, as though intent on tearing Kirei apart piece by piece. Even injured, the priest still had enough leeway to cling to his life. During their brief exchange earlier, he had already used the church's sacraments to apply emergency treatment to his wounds. But that would only buy him time. Unless there was backup. A sharp tearing sound split the air from the distance behind Kirei. Out of the corner of his eye, Shiomi saw dozens of rockets of varying sizes streaking toward them. Heh. A pleased smile crept onto Kirei's blood-stained lips. Shiomi's expression remained cold. When his crimson spear was knocked aside, he drove his free fist forward with full force, smashing it into Kirei's chest. The sound of ribs shattering rang out. That perpetually brazen face finally twisted, letting out a muffled groan of pain. The impact sent Kirei flying once again, and at the same moment, the rockets came crashing down. Another chain of violent explosions tore through the area, and the forest was soon engulfed in flames. Standing amid the scorched earth, Ashiya Duman's body had already dispersed, and Kirei Kodomine was nowhere to be seen. Scáthach walked over to Shiomi at an unhurried pace. Behind her, the twin servants lay motionless in two separate spots. This side is finished. How did things go for you, my beloved disciple? We were played. Shiomi let out a sigh. Ashiya Duman probably wasn't the real body. No wonder he died so cleanly, without even trying to use his noble phantasm. As for Kirei Kodomine, he was likely rescued by his companions during that last wave of bombardment. As for who had fired those rockets, Shiomi had a rough idea. But since they were hiding far away, there was no time to waste chasing them down. Don't dwell on it. They likely never planned to fight to the death in the first place and had their retreat prepared, Scáthach said, gently stroking Shiomi's hair in consolation. The cryptors and the alien apostle are probably not of one mind. Otherwise, they wouldn't have allowed the twin servants here to die by my hand. At least it wasn't a complete loss, Shiomi said with a faint smile. I carved the rune of death into Kirei. Even if it doesn't kill him, he won't have the strength to come back and cause trouble. As he spoke, he pressed a hand to his temple and closed his eyes, synchronizing with his familiar. Things are going smoothly at sea. Let's move, Master. Chapter 783, Volume 10, Chapter 33, The Battle of Hecate Island, 5. Some time had passed since Storm Border clashed with the Olympus fleet. More than 60% of the Olympus warships had been turned into drifting wreckage under Morgan's leyline blocking armaments. Of the remaining 40%, most were barely able to maneuver, capable only of firing sporadically. In exchange, Storm Border had plunged straight into the center of the enemy formation. Enemies surrounded them on all sides, and their only ally was Drake's ship. Again and again, Olympus soldiers took advantage of Storm Border drawing close, attempting to storm the deck. What they hadn't expected was that the enemies waiting for them there would be even harder to deal with. Artoria kicked an Olympus soldier who had been pierced clean through off the deck. Behind her, Grey swung the siege hammer formed from Ad, smashing another soldier who tried to attack Artoria from behind and sending him flying. A volley of arrows came straight at them. Mash quickly stepped in to block it, sparing everyone needless trouble. Lady Artoria, can you spare a moment? Olga Marie's voice came through the communicator. What's wrong? While continuing to repel enemies trying to board, Artoria responded without missing a beat. Melusine and the Valkyries are engaged with the goddess fortress, and it doesn't look like it's going well. Also, Barghest pushed in too far and seems to be surrounded by enemies near the flagship. I'll go support them now. She glanced back over her shoulder. Gray, you're coming with me. Mash, you cover everyone else. Yes. Mash immediately understood the importance of the assignment. Unlike Olympus, Chaldea only had this one ship. While pressing the attack, they also had to make sure Storm Border didn't suffer serious damage on the battlefield. I'll handle the defense here, Bayaban Sith said, opening the spell tome in her hands. Runes of different colors began to spread across Storm Border's deck, covering the ground. Olympus soldiers who landed on the deck were struck as if they had stepped on landmines. Bombarded by magecraft of various elements, they lost the ability to move, either falling off the ship or being blasted into the sea. Please hurry and support Miss Barghest, Sakura urged. With that, Artoria and Gray leapt forward one after the other, bounding across the rising and falling warships toward Barghest's position. Originally, Barghest had been working in coordination with Melusine and the others in the air, harassing the Olympus fleet from below. Demeter's appearance, however, had shattered that plan. Whether magical beasts or Olympus soldiers, none of them were particularly difficult to deal with on their own. But their sheer numbers left her stretched thin, barely able to keep up. Her armor had been struck several times already, leaving damage that came dangerously close to piercing through. If she hadn't reinforced herself in advance with the Gift-Divine relic, Barghest would likely have been wounded by now. Even so, being uninjured didn't mean her situation was easy. The masked servant Saber standing before her, noticeably shorter than Barghest herself, was deftly directing soldiers and magical beasts alike, tightening the encirclement around her. Not only that, despite Saber's seemingly slender build, each swing of her sword carried tremendous force. Even Barghest couldn't completely overpower her in terms of raw strength. And this was at high noon. When Morgan had bestowed her name upon her, Barghest had been rewritten and granted the ability known as the Numeral of the Saint. Barghest couldn't quite make sense of it. She didn't dare let her thoughts wander in the middle of an encircled battle. Still, despite her rough appearance, Barghest was keenly perceptive, and a possibility quickly surfaced in her mind. Divine Relic. Not the incomplete remnants Chaldea had gathered from the island temples, but genuine, far more powerful artifacts bestowed directly by the gods of Olympus themselves. Sweep them away. Having arrived at a rough answer, Barghest stopped dwelling on unnecessary thoughts. She unleashed her mana in a sudden burst and swung out in a wide arc, cutting down the magical beasts and soldiers rushing toward her. Unlike Melusine, she had only boarded Storm Border back then because the situation was urgent, following Morgan and Shiomi without much time to think. Toward Chaldea or Her Majesty Morgan, she didn't harbor particularly complicated feelings. She had lost both the enemy nation and her own world. Like a wanderer, she moved from one lost belt to the next, cutting them away, consigning world after world to destruction. Barghest had never been certain whether this was the right path, and she had felt lost more than once. She wasn't afraid of fighting. What she feared were battles without meaning. From an unfamiliar fairy to a member of Chaldea, everyone treated her kindly and trusted her. There were no rigid hierarchies. Everyone stood on equal footing, striving for survival and a better tomorrow. Values completely different from the fairy kingdom, and the humans themselves. They were full of wonder, yet understandable. She came to know that beauty. Weak, yet they continued to fight. That was one of the reasons Shiomi and Her Majesty Morgan cherished Chaldea. And so, even someone as strong as her wanted to protect these fragile yet resilient people. To protect her companions and her friends. An opening. The masked saber let out a clear, piercing cry. She leapt out from behind a slain soldier, spun in midair, and thrust her sword forward. TCH. Barghest dodged the blade aimed straight at her face almost on instinct. She poured strength into her next motion, swinging her sword upward and dragging it diagonally toward Saber's slender body. A flash of steel. There was no one in front of her anymore. Only fallen soldiers and magical beasts lay scattered across the deck, with even more still advancing from a distance. She turned her head in silence and saw Saber lightly standing atop her blade. In the next instant, Saber flipped backward and landed neatly on the deck. You're different from these soldiers and magical beasts. You're strong. So why hide behind them? Barghest tried to provoke her, using the tactics Shiomi had taught her. This is a battlefield. I simply chose the method with the highest chance of success, the masked saber replied calmly. The same reason I didn't pierce your throat from behind. Boom. Miss Barghest, are you all right? Gray called out as she landed. Lady Artoria and I are here to support you. It's a bit tricky. I still haven't been able to get close to the commander's flagship. Barghest froze for a moment, then explained with a faint smile. Without air support, the Olympus soldiers and magical beasts were especially troublesome. Then we'll break through from here, Artoria said. Can you still fight, Barghest? No, Fairy Knight Gawain. To be called that by a king once served by Sir Gawain himself, even if I were out of strength, I'd force myself to keep fighting. As she spoke, Barghest stood back to back with Artoria and Grey, facing the encirclement of the Olympus fleet. More troublesome enemies have arrived. With just our current strength, this encirclement won't last long. Saber placed a hand on her mask. Then let me show you my noble phantasm. Chapter 784, Chapter 784, Volume 10, Chapter 34, The Prince of Lanling enters the battlefield. As for this masked saber, Barghest assumed the mask was there to keep others from recognizing his face and, from that, deducing his true name. After all, having one's true name exposed on the battlefield could reveal weaknesses, and that could be fatal. Artoria and Grey, who had just arrived to reinforce her, were thinking along the same lines. But when Saber raised a hand to the mask and announced he would release his noble phantasm, all three of them froze for a moment, only then realizing what the mask had to do with it. I cast off this mask here and now, to reveal proof of my identity as Lanling Wang. This cursed visage is my noble phantasm. With that, Saber removed the mask, revealing a soft, delicate beauty utterly at odds with his fierce fighting style. Though unmistakably male, his features gave an immediate impression closer to that of a woman. Careful. Artoria warned Grey and Barghest. Reinforce your minds with mana, or you'll be in trouble. Lanling Wang Gao Changgong. A prince of the northern Qi royal house during China's northern and southern dynasties era, he had earned brilliant military accomplishments, only to draw Emperor Gao Wei's suspicion and be given poisoned wine to die. Whether through valor or beauty, his short life still left a dazzling mark on history. Artoria, familiar with Lanling Wang's story, understood the masked saber's noble phantasm the moment he declared his name. A fearless warrior who fought behind a mask, a Lanling Wang renowned for both voice and beauty. Gallant is the masked one, Prince Ling has both voice, Prince Lanling in battle. A song composed by soldiers to praise Lanling Wang's valor in battle. After his death, it lived on as an anecdote and was eventually sublimated into his noble phantasm. Needless to say, Artoria herself was no ordinary opponent. Barghest, too, was a fairy close to a sub-bell. As for Grey, raised from childhood as a gravekeeper, she possessed considerable training when it came to spiritual matters. Those of the dead also fell within her domain. When Lord Elmeloy too once traveled to Blackmoor village, it was precisely to hire Grey as his bodyguard for the Fifth Holy Grail War. If the three of them hadn't already possessed exceptional resistance to mental interference, then the very first second of meeting Lanling Wang's true face would have seen them overwhelmed by this unusual noble phantasm, unable to continue fighting. They would have been reduced to helpless prey, stranded deep within the enemy formation. This was not like D'Armwood Ua Duibni's tear marks, which carried an alluring charm. Instead, anyone who witnessed that face and endured the noble phantasm would be struck by fear and shock, their concentration shattered, leaving them unable to fight properly. As expected, relying on the noble phantasm alone isn't enough to deprive you of your combat effectiveness, Lanling Wang said. He showed no discouragement at their lack of reaction. He stowed the mask away, gripped his sword in both hands, and prepared to charge again. But you should have noticed by now that this noble phantasm isn't aimed only at you. Just as he said, Artoria had already realized it. The reason the soldiers and magical beasts had been able to hold Barghest in place was because Lanling Wang was an exceptional commander. In life, Lanling Wang had led from the front in countless battles, and commanding armies was his greatest strength. Even though these were unfamiliar Olympus soldiers, they were easier to discipline and control than ordinary troops, carrying out orders precisely and without question. And now, with his noble phantasm released, Lanling Wang had not shaken the resolve of the Olympus soldiers around him. If anything, their fighting spirit and momentum had surged even higher. This is exactly why we support our comrades. Artoria leveled her holy lance at Lanling Wang. Lanling Wang, whose name has been passed down for valor and martial prowess, we will never hand you victory in this war. That resolve is one we share as well. We cannot afford to lose. Lanling Wang let out a roar and charged across the deck, taking the lead as he drove the Olympus soldiers and magical beasts forward, once again launching an encirclement against Artoria and the others. He not only had to prevent them from breaking through, but also had to find a way to defeat these three enemies. Only then could the fleet concentrate its forces to strike the Chaldean warship, Storm Border. Yet soldiers fighting in packs were no match for warriors capable of facing 1,000 alone. Setting aside Artoria and Barghest, even the hooded girl who was clearly human stood out to Lanling Wang as an exceptional fighter. The encirclement continued to tighten, but Lanling Wang couldn't devote himself fully to the assault. That was because the Chaldean warship and Drake's vessel had already pushed deep into the enemy formation at sea and fought their way to this area. Their artillery fire looked indiscriminate, yet each volley landed with terrifying precision, racking up solid results again and again. Even the warships linked together beneath Lanling Wang's feet struggled to maintain their balance under the repeated bombardment. Each loss of balance came at exactly the moment the encirclement battle should have pressed its advantage. Olympus soldiers and magical beasts were not endless. Lan Ling Wang could clearly see his forces dwindling, but at this point, all he could rely on was his own valor and their remaining numerical edge. His trusty sword began to show nicks and scars from repeated clashes with the three opponents' weapons. Unlike most sabers, his blade was not a noble phantasm passed down through legend. It held up well enough against Barghest's greatsword forged by the Earth Clan, but against the weapons wielded by Grey and Artoria, it was already inferior in sheer quality. Charge after charge, clash after clash, scars piled up across his handsome yet unyielding face. Lan Ling Wang paid them no mind. The fiercer the battle grew, the more intense he became, as though on the verge of turning into a berserker. And yet, his swordsmanship never lost its structure, reflecting the calm and resolve that still governed his heart. When the last Olympus soldier fell and reinforcements had yet to arrive, only Lan Ling Wang remained, sword in hand, standing tall before the three opponents, who were themselves covered in blood. Artoria shook the blood from her lance and steadied her breathing, preparing to coordinate with Grey and Barghest to finish Lan Ling Wang without fail. Releasing a noble phantasm's true name took too long. That brief window would be enough for him to escape, at the cost of nothing more than a few additional warships destroyed. Saber. Yumeiren's voice rang out from the side. Two blades flew toward the trio, only to be knocked aside. Catching the swords as they returned to her hands, Yumeiren, clad in black, landed beside Lan Ling Wang. To let you see me in such a sorry state, my deepest apologies, Lan Ling Wang said to Yumeiren. No matter. This was never an opponent you could resolve simply by commanding Olympus soldiers, Yumeiren replied. Compared to 1 against 3, 3 against 3 is far more reliable. As she spoke, Xiangyu leapt across the warships as if stepping on invisible stairs, landing toward the Chaldean trio. The ferocious, overwhelming presence he exuded stunned them. Barghest, the largest among them, sprang forward and collided head-on with Xiangyu. After several fierce exchanges, both landed back beside their respective companions. Looking at the servant who was half human, half horse, and resembled a mechanical construct, Artoria sensed the battle would continue to drag on. She began to consider calling for reinforcements from Storm Border. But at that moment, another change shattered the deadlock. From deep within Hecate Island, a pillar of light shot straight into the sky. Chapter 785, Volume 10, Chapter 35, God-Slaying. As the light rose from Hecate Island, 2 more beams of light surged skyward from the directions of Heracles Island and Hestia Island. Each beam originated from the temple district on its respective island. So this is the god-slaying ritual you mentioned? Orion asked Shiomi. That's right, Shiomi replied, holding Gungnir in his hand. After breaking through the obstruction set up by Kirei and the Shia Duman with his master, they encountered no one else along the way aside from the occasional Olympus patrol. By the time they reached the temple grounds, Orion was already there, surrounded by the bodies of fallen Olympus soldiers. Standing beside him was a figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to Artemis of proper human history. It was a divided spirit, or rather a subunit, of the Lost Belt Artemis. Acting independently, it had been searching the islands of Atlantis for Chaldea's autonomous units. Normally, these subunits remained synchronized with the will of the main body in satellite orbit. Only this one was an exception. Because of Orion, this individual had broken free from the machine god's overall control and followed him of its own volition, all the way to Hecate Island. You've really gone all out. Orion said gravely. Are you planning to kill Artemis? If I don't act, then once we finish off the fleet around Hecate Island, it'll be that goddess's turn, or rather, the machine god's new descent, Shiomi said, pointing toward the sky. You know that feeling, right? When there's always something aiming at you. Even if it doesn't always hit, it's still unbearable. Of course, this wasn't just a matter of discomfort. It was a matter of survival. One single mistake would mean enormous casualties for Chaldea. Unlike Olympus, which could afford to fail again and again, Chaldea had no room for error. I see. Orion glanced at the Artemis beside him. What do you think? Is this really fine, Artemis? As an individual who has gone against the will of my main body, I can't say whether this is correct, the exceptional Artemis subunit replied. But compared to Artemis being defeated, or you continuing to suffer through the failures and disappearances of those from proper human history, I believe this is better. So this is fine. I see. In truth, Orion had already reached his answer. Otherwise, he wouldn't have arrived ahead of time after sensing Shiomi's preparations, clearing out the lesser enemies here for him. Then go do it, Orion said with a clean, open smile. For those who have yet to be reborn. Before he could finish, his expression abruptly changed. He tightened his grip on his bow, every bit on guard. Shiomi had already sensed the approaching presence. He turned first, standing beside his master as they looked up at the goddess descending from the sky. So you're the one Demeter mentioned. Aphrodite hovered in midair, gazing down at Shiomi from above. To have completed such a ritual, what is your relationship with Odin? I didn't expect an Olympian god to take such an interest in a great god from elsewhere, Shiomi replied calmly. Scáthach began to move slowly, searching for an opening to strike. And you are? Aphrodite, the goddess answered casually. Queen of the realm of the dead. Watch your attitude. In my eyes, you are no different from ordinary humans. Heh. Scáthach let out a soft chuckle. So not just Demeter, but you as well, Shiomi said, attempting to provoke her. Zeus must be rather lacking in confidence in the strength under his command. Compared to Odin, who is also called a great god, yours seems quite a bit inferior. Enough of this tedious provocation, Aphrodite said with a smile, her gaze utterly cold. A human daring to touch the domain of the gods. One who seeks divinity, yet stands on the side of humanity, unacceptable. I'll personally discipline you, and teach you what true divine aesthetics are. As she spoke, she slowly raised her hand, only to catch sight of a crimson flash racing toward her. Scáthach's crimson spear was stopped just short of impact, as though an invisible wall had risen to block its path. I'm truly sorry, Aphrodite. Teaching my disciple is my duty as his master. Even the goddess of beauty has no place interfering. Scáthach tightened her grip on the spear, another spear held in her other hand. I'll handle things here. Go do what you need to do, my beloved disciple. I won't let you. Aphrodite's expression soured as she freed a hand to aim at Shiomi, only for a flying arrow to force her to break off. I'll support your master. Go. Orion grit his teeth, raised his bow, and took aim at Aphrodite. Even if Artemis had defied her main body and broken free of its control, she still couldn't attack other Olympian gods. That was why Orion said only I would provide support. The 3 pillars of light rising from the temples marked the ritual's completion. A vast pattern that covered the 3 islands and the surrounding seas was slowly revealing its true form across the sky. Master, be careful. As Shiomi spoke, he swept his hand outward. In flaming divinity, lit up the area outside the temple, so bright that even Aphrodite had to shut her eyes against it. By the time the goddess's vision returned, Shiomi was already gone. Scáthach pressed the attack with even sharper ferocity, forcing Aphrodite to stay and fight, leaving her no easy way to break free. At the same time, the enormous design hanging in the heavens grew clearer and clearer. Villagers on each island thought they were witnessing a divine oracle, yet couldn't decipher its meaning. Out on the sea, both Chaldea and Olympus were drawn to the sudden change as well. But Chaldea's reaction could not have been more different from Olympus's. Olga Marie immediately knew this had to be connected to Shiomi. She ordered the bridge to keep close watch on the phenomenon while pushing harder to keep Olympus pinned down. In the region roughly at the center of the 3 islands, Shiomi stood upon the sea. He cradled Gungnir in both hands and offered up his prayer and blessing. I would speak of life through death. Wisdom of Odin, ley lines of the world tree, become the branches that sever the past and reach toward the future. For the next 9 days, forbid all folly. Cross the twilight, and show us our true fate. He chanted in a low voice, the words flowing like song. Beneath the clear sky, the ocean roared as wind and waves surged up, forming a violent whirlpool around him as if it meant to swallow him whole. The gods of the sky are but a fleeting thing. Humanity, who crosses land and sea, is the true future. Proclaim the end of the gods, Ragnarok Gungnir. A sacred golden light rose slowly from the vortex, like a candle flame wavering in the wind. Only this flame grew brighter and brighter, more dazzling with each heartbeat. It climbed without end, accelerating faster and faster. As it pierced through the ancient pattern etched across the sky, its speed increased yet again. Artemis, watching the battle at sea and waiting for her moment to strike, could not decide on her own to drag the cryptors and other gods into the path of her arrows. By the time she sensed the danger, it was already too late. Even if she gathered her mana and loosed a divine arrow, she had no way to stop the meteor rising from the earth. That was the Earth Mother's blessing. That was the great god's wisdom. That was the unbroken will to fight for humanity, unyielding and undying. A sure kill, sure hit. A spear that transcended even the concept of curse itself, forged from the branches of the world tree by the god of wisdom from the frigid northern world. A noble phantasm perfectly suited to bring down a god. Shiomi's own throw could never reach Artemis's altitude, which was why he had constructed the ritual called the Great God Altar, using the temples on the 3 islands. It was a method Grimr, acting as Odin's proxy, had inherited from Odin. Before he departed after fulfilling his mission in the fairy kingdom, he passed it on to Shiomi in a parting clap of hands. Using the land of the 3 islands as its foundation, the ritual formed a sanctuary tailored to Shiomi, granting him the opening he needed to unleash this god-slaying strike. In the instant Artemis's divine arrow finished charging with mana, just before it could be released, Gungnir pierced her divine body with merciless precision, shattering Artemis's ability to regenerate. The wound looked insignificant at first, yet like a tiny breach that brings down a dam, it spread, until it consumed her entire form. Above Atlantis's blue sky, a star brighter than the moon bloomed in an instant. Chapter 786, Volume 10, Chapter 36, War of the Gods. Artemis's fall happened almost in an instant. On Olympus's side, as cryptors who had come to support Kirsteria in intercepting Chaldea, Eumerin and Peperoncino both more or less understood what was going on. In their understanding, let alone Chaldea, there were hardly any heroic spirits in this world capable of sniping a god in satellite orbit from the surface of the Earth. But when that almost absurd scene actually unfolded, Eumerin, fighting on the front lines alongside Xiang Yu and Lanling Wang, couldn't help but be shaken. "My wife, this is no good omen. We must withdraw from this place at once," Xiang Yu said to Eumerin. "Withdraw?" Eumerin jolted, but she didn't doubt Xiang Yu's judgment. "If you say so, then we'll find a way out. The fleet is already finished, and Kirsteria doesn't have much grounds to blame us anyway." At that moment, Lanling Wang stepped forward to cover them. "Master, please withdraw at once with Xiang Wang. I will hold the three of them back." There were no remaining Olympus soldiers or magical beasts to draw on. In less than an hour of battle, the Olympus fleet deployed around Hecate Island had been wiped out. Warships and manpower alike were all but annihilated. The nearest reinforcements were on Deimos Island, twice the distance between Hecate Island and Heracles Island. Even if they had started moving toward this way from the very beginning, they would only arrive in time to collect the wreckage. "Are you planning to die here? Your noble phantasm can't stop them." Eumerin held her sword crosswise. At the moment, they were still exchanging blows with Artoria's group, having pulled back just enough to face off at a short distance. "But, those three won't let us leave so easily," Lanling Wang said, reading the situation clearly. "Lord Peperoncino is nearby and ready to receive us. Please rendezvous with him as quickly as possible. Master and Xiang Wang are the real fighting strength that can still be preserved. Don't worry about me. A true man dies on the battlefield. That is my wish." In life, Lanling Wang had died because of his lord's suspicion. His wish had always been simple, to die honorably as a soldier on the battlefield. But Eumerin clenched her teeth, unable to bring herself to accept it. For her, an elf-like being with a near-endless lifespan, Lanling Wang was one of the few friends she had. More than that, he had been a crucial support in helping her reunite with Xiang Wang. She had once watched Lanling Wang, in life, drink poisoned wine to his death. She had never imagined she would have to watch her old friend die again. "Please, hurry," Lanling Wang urged. Because Artoria and the others were already closing in again. Once the fighting resumed, all three of them would be pinned here. A Chaldea that could even bring down Artemis was not something their current strength could possibly contend with. With that, Lanling Wang raised his sword and charged forward again, only to halt abruptly in the next instant. The three across from him froze as well. It wasn't because they'd decided to stop fighting. The next second, a body wrapped in machinery fell from the sky and smashed onto the deck. "Ow, ow, ow." Melusine hissed, forcing herself up. "It's completely wrecked. Miss Melusine." Gray ran over at once. She had fallen closer to Artoria's side. Gray quickly moved in to support her and began removing her flight armor. Artoria and Bargast immediately took position in front, guarding against any attempt by Lanling Wang and the others to seize the opening. "What happened, Melusine?" Bargast asked without turning around. "Weren't you? Our opponent was the real deal. An Olympian god, a life form higher than me." Melusine sounded frustrated, but she couldn't deny it. Even the Albion dragon couldn't stand on equal footing with true gods. And she had been maintaining a fairy form, not a dragon. To have held Demeter off for that long alongside three Valkyries was already an outstanding result. "What about the Valkyries?" Artoria asked with concern. "They've already been retrieved by Storm Border." Melusine shook free of her exoskeleton and slowly rose to her feet, lifting the sword in her hand. The first to fall was Thrud. To protect her sisters, she took Demeter's attack head-on and crashed onto Drake's ship. Next came Ortlind and Hildur. They tried to counterattack, but in doing so exposed even greater openings and fell one after the other. When Ortlind fell, Chaldea noticed the situation in the sky. Sakura and the others on deck recovered the remaining two Valkyries and brought them back aboard for treatment. Melusine herself had nearly lost her ability to fight as well. Fortunately, Shiomi had granted her the protection known as Inflaming Divinity. Thinking of that, Melusine couldn't help but feel deeply relieved. While they were regrouping, Demeter descended from the sky. "I do not wish to kill you here. If you surrender now and accept my Clirinomia, you may yet have a chance to live," she said, pointing her scythe at Melusine and the others. "I refuse." Artoria leveled her holy lance at Demeter. "And they feel the same. We will never accept the dominion of any god." Gray and the others nodded in turn, affirming Artoria's words. "Is that so? Then Faced with such an unyielding refusal, Demeter's expression showed only a trace of sorrow, her voice trembling slightly. Yet the surge of mana around her grew rapidly stronger. A noble phantasm. A god's noble phantasm. Just as Artemis had her divine arrows, Demeter possessed her own. Artoria's pupils shrank sharply. As she signaled the others to fall back, she raised her holy lance. 13 restraints, release. Round table resolution, open. Just as the light on the holy lance was about to ignite, another voice rang out, stopping her and interrupting Demeter's attempt to release her noble phantasm. Don't rush, Artoria. You don't need to stake your life against the goddess of abundance here. As the voice spoke, Shiomi descended from the sky and came to stand beside her. Master. Tenkei-sama. So you were the one after all, Umeirin said, looking at Shiomi. That strike that brought down Artemis earlier, that was your doing, wasn't it? Shiomi nodded. It's been a long time, Miss Umeirin. My wife has been hoping to talk with you again, her old friend, about books. Would you be willing to lay down your weapons and come see her with me? Within all of Chaldea, aside from Shiomi himself, Morgan was the one from Group A with whom Umeirin was closest. One was a spirit, the other a fairy from the fairy kingdom. Neither was human, and books became the common ground that bound them together. Umeirin fell silent for a moment. Shiomi didn't press her for an answer, because Demeter was still there. You even killed Artemis. What exactly are you doing? Demeter's eyes were filled with grief and helplessness. Is slaying fellow gods the path you've chosen to ascend to the seat of divinity? No, Shiomi replied calmly. This is simply the path I chose to protect my companions, to protect those who can never be replaced. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and a beam of light descended into his palm. Chapter 787, Volume 10, Chapter 37, Revelation. It was neither magecraft nor the summoning of a noble phantasm, but the very light that had struck down Artemis earlier, now returning to his hand. Gungnir. Now that we've stepped onto the battlefield, there's no room left for hesitation, Shiomi said, lightly sweeping the spear before him. A violent gale tore across the drifting warship. Even Xiangyu, standing behind Demeter, was thrown off balance, forcing Umeirin and Lan Ling Wang to grab onto him to keep their footing. So in the end, the only path left is to stand as enemies, Demeter murmured. It doesn't have to be that way. If you choose to aid Chaldea now, you can spare everyone this meaningless bloodshed, Shiomi said, extending his hand in an attempt to persuade her. This matter. Demeter's brows drew together briefly before relaxing again, her smile now edged with cold resolve. Impossible. A good child who has committed the sin of slaying a god must receive the proper punishment from me. Shiomi understood and said no more. He turned his head slightly and spoke in a low voice to Artoria. Take them to the island. Master is still holding Aphrodite at the temple, and she only has Orion as support, Shiomi said. You're planning to fight alone, Artoria began. Not alone. Shiomi's spear traced a clean, elegant arc before him. Everyone is here. Storm Border and Drake's warship had already moved into the vicinity. The prolonged fighting had left everyone exhausted, yet the taste of victory kept their spirits burning. How truly sorrowful. Demeter raised her scythe and spoke slowly. Sorrow is death, and death is the end. As her words fell, the scythe swung with deceptive casualness. Melusines' instinct screamed in warning. That was the very strike Demeter had used to knock her out of the sky. Absolute authority, the divine might of the goddess of abundance. Go, now. Shiomi raised his spear and intercepted the blow, urging them on. At that moment, the ley lines blocking armament activated once more. Together with Drake's warship, it locked onto the side of the vessel where Demeter stood. Artoria did not hesitate again. She and Grey broke away from the warship at once, one after the other, with Melusine and Bag Street following close behind. Once no allies remained at his back, Shiomi twisted his body and forcefully knocked Demeter's attack aside, charging forward in the same motion. Lan Ling Wang and Xiangyu tried to intercept him, shielding Demeter, but neither could withstand a single strike from Shiomi's spear. They were driven back outright. The scythe of harvest and the spear that never missed collided again and again on a ship that could sink at any moment. Each clash unleashed a massive shockwave, leaving no space for anyone else to stand nearby. Umeirin and the others immediately chose to withdraw, pulling back and leaving the battlefield to Demeter. Chaldea caught their movement at once and launched pursuit fire, forcing them to flee across the remaining warships and wreckage. They tried to widen the distance, but they couldn't outrun the expanding coverage of the ley lines blocking armament. Their route was cut off, preventing them from regrouping with Peperoncino. Shiomi spared Umeirin and the others a brief glance, then dismissed them from his mind and focused entirely on facing Demeter. He braced his spear against the scythe hooked around its shaft and spoke as they strained against each other. For a goddess of abundance, you're quite skilled in a fight. Combat is the duty of all gods, even those who do not preside over war, Demeter replied, her voice dignified and forceful, fully embodying a goddess's authority. That said, Demeter was not truly adept at close combat. Her stubborn resilience came partly from being a living god, possessing strength far beyond that of heroic spirits or humans, and partly from her authority as a goddess of the earth. In terms of pure technique, Demeter was no match for Shiomi. Yet no matter how many times he broke through her guard, he could not push her into decline through accumulated damage alone. When it came to regeneration and self-repair, Demeter and Shiomi were evenly matched. As he pulled back to create distance, Shiomi muttered under his breath. He felt he finally understood the opponents who had once stood against him. That's only natural. In this regard, you and I are the same. As long as my authority remains, I will not allow you to break through, Demeter declared, her brows drawn tight, her tone firm and unyielding. She raised her scythe high. Emerald light flared and spread outward. Everything within sight was being torn apart. The already unsteady warship, battered by wave after wave of attacks, finally lost the capacity to serve as a battlefield and began sinking into the sea. The change in footing did nothing to slow the fierce clash between Shiomi and Demeter. Watching the battle through the monitors on the Storm Borders Bridge, Morgan clenched her teeth. She wanted to leave and aid Shiomi, but without her, the Storm Border would become nothing more than a defenseless moving target. Tuko Aozaki's automated dolls had already been completely expended in the fighting, and the backup units could not be deployed immediately. Leave the ship's defense to Nemo for now. I'll go support him. Scotty's voice came through the comms. The Storm Border had its own defensive capabilities, but compared to what Scotty could provide, they were negligible. With the enemy fleet nearly annihilated, there was no longer any need for her to maintain them. But Scotty-sama, your mana, Olga Marie began. It's still more than sufficient, Scotty replied with a confident smile. The line of Morgan's lips curved upward slightly. Then go. Just don't interfere with my husband's battle. Just as Scotty was about to deploy, Melusine, who was monitoring communications, shouted in alarm. Temporal spatial distortion detected 50 meters directly ahead of Storm Border. That reaction, a command spell. Romani immediately began analyzing the data. To think things have become this troublesome, truly astonishing, Chaldea. A voice rang out, unfamiliar yet oddly familiar to Olga Marie and Romani, veterans of Chaldea. That voice is, Olga Marie gasped. Even with two goddesses supporting you, you still couldn't secure victory. Worse still, you lost the crucial Artemis. I regret it deeply, but I cannot allow you to advance any further, everyone at Chaldea. In an instant, the azure sky changed color. After a blinding flash, an endless aurora spread across the vast sky above Hecate Island. Appearing within that light, floating in the air, was none other than the leader of Team A and the head of the Cryptors. Kirsteria Wodime. The men who bore the weight of this lost belt. Taking advantage of the opening to put distance between himself and Demeter, Shiomi leapt and landed back on the Storm Border. He stepped forward to stand in front of Sakura, Shiomi and the others on the deck, facing Kirsteria head-on. On both their faces, a confident, assured smile appeared at the same time. Chapter 788, Volume 10, Chapter 38, Kirsteria Wodime. Long time no see. Have you been well, Professor Shiomi? Hovering in the sky, Kirsteria greeted Shiomi with effortless elegance. Though they had never truly interacted as teacher and student, Kirsteria still showed Shiomi the respect he was due. In the world of magi, lineage mattered, but power mattered just as much. You're too polite. I'm doing fine, Shiomi replied, resting his spear against his shoulder. That said, I thought you'd stay comfortably in the rear, watching Olympus from afar. I didn't expect you to come in person. Kirsteria smiled faintly. I don't know what you experienced in the British Lost Belt, Professor. But after cutting down 3 Lost Belts in succession and then turning your sights on mine, there was no way I could remain seated forever, even if I wanted to. Oh. Shiomi narrowed his eyes slightly. I am Kirsteria Wodime, leader of the Cryptors, and the master entrusted with this Atlantic Lost Belt, Kirsteria continued. Moreover, you annihilated Olympus's massive fleet twice, drove my companions into desperate straits, and even killed my servants. Under those circumstances, abandoning the rear and stepping onto the front lines is only natural. Shiomi raised an eyebrow. Oh, you mean the twin servants? I didn't kill them. My master did. I was busy dealing with the alien apostles. He shook his head lightly. Honestly, your choice of personnel leaves much to be desired. Didn't the alien apostles or Kirsteria tell you? My master is the ruler of the land of shadows, Queen Scáthach. Any servant who carries divinity or a divine nature should steer clear of her. Indeed, as you say, Professor, my deployment was flawed, Kirsteria admitted without hesitation. That said, even if I had chosen different servants, they might not have fared any better against you. As he spoke, he lifted the cloak draped over his left shoulder, revealing the staff in his hand. It was both scepter and wand, a Magus's ritual implement. As the heir of the Wodaime family, Kirshteria's equipment was, without question, of the highest grade. Enough pleasantries. We can't afford to waste any more time, Kirsteria said calmly. I have no intention of exchanging opinions. I intend to end this here. I will face you myself, Professor. While we fight, the goddesses will wipe out your companions. A bold plan. I hope it goes the way you expect, Shiomi said with a faintly mocking smile. But before we begin, there's one thing I want to ask. Go ahead, Kirsteria replied, already gathering his mana. Why do you deny our history? Shiomi asked, fixing his gaze on him. You, too, were born from proper human history. Yet you rebel so decisively against the world that gave you life. I find that curious. I don't know your past, but such deep loathing for one's own origin is still surprising. Kirsteria thought for a moment before answering. It has nothing to do with my personal experiences. I simply reached this conclusion. Humanity has made mistake after mistake, far too many times. In every era, every civilization. No matter the heroes, no matter the nations. We have never once chosen the correct answer. So you concluded that humanity lacks the capacity to choose the right answer, and decided to correct that flaw. Shiomi said, understanding dawning. Exactly. In that regard, the alien god is the same. It does not acknowledge error. The alien god is a being that pursues only the correct answer, Kirsteria said. I may as well say it plainly. The alien god will soon descend. Before something that significant occurs, don't you think it's only right that I deal with the major problem in front of me first? Shiomi felt little in response to Kirsteria's words. Naturally, Kirsteria felt much the same. While the two spoke, Scotty had already left the cabin and stepped onto the deck, standing silently behind Shiomi. This isn't some tidy one-on-one duel. The moment Kirsteria makes his move, neither the goddesses nor Ymir inside will just sit there, Shiomi murmured to Scotty. Demeter is on you, Scotty. Hold her down. Gladly. Scotty nodded. She had already spotted Demeter hovering near Kirsteria. Against the Earth Goddess, Scotty the goddess of ice and snow was the perfect counter. Are you finished discussing things? Kirsteria asked, patient to a fault. Of course. Sorry to keep you waiting. Shiomi lifted his spear with one hand. During combat training at Chaldea, you always stopped just short, never letting your full strength show. So let me, someone who has fought countless heroes and even the king of magecraft, be the judge of your magecraft. His voice rose sharply, announcing the battle's restart. Kirsteria's expression tightened, and he triggered his spell without a moment to spare. Guidance of the stars. Behind the aurora, countless stars flared to life at his words, and beams of mana poured down from the heavens like a violent storm. Yet when the barrage ended, storm border remained untouched. Scotty had blocked it. The queen of the Scandinavian Lost Belt, a goddess of magecraft who wielded the primordial runes. Kirsteria wasn't surprised. Her opponent was Demeter. Then where was Shiomi, no longer on the deck? Listening to the wind hiss past his ears, Kirsteria slowly lifted his head and saw Shiomi rising higher than him. The jewel set into Kirsteria's staff flashed. In response to his will, spell forms that needed no chant unfolded one after another, hammering Shiomi's position with dense, concentrated fire. But those powerful magical bombardments were neatly cut apart by the spear in Shiomi's hand. The sky changed in an instant. Shiomi pointed his spear upward, thunderclouds swelling at once to cover the aurora curtain. Lightning raced through the clouds, then crashed down. So that's it. Not just a noble phantasm, but a mystic code too, and top tier at that, Shiomi said, meeting the falling thunder with his own attacks as he assessed Kirsteria's equipment. What are you looking at? In the explosions and smoke of their clashing magecraft, Shiomi shot forward like a meteor, slamming straight into Kirsteria. The air burst apart with a deafening crack, and a gale exploded outward in every direction. You call it a magecraft duel, yet you seem rather fond of close-quarters fighting, Professor, Kirsteria said, voice edged with mockery. If I stay that far away, I can't pull you in. Shiomi didn't try to outmuscle Kirsteria head-on. Instead, he pressed forward, seeking an opening in the defensive barrier. What? Kirsteria's instincts as a magus screamed that something was wrong. Too late. Reality Marble, deploy. Eternal Orkney. Light flashed, and both Kirsteria and Shiomi vanished from the sky above the battlefield. Chapter 789, Volume 10, Chapter 39, Magecraft Battle. Amid the howling blizzard, Kirsteria stood as immovable as a mountain. Still floating in midair, he showed no sign of being affected by the brutal weather, nor had he lost control of his levitation. A reality marble. Just as you once criticized me, teacher, haven't you also been holding back? Kirsteria remarked calmly. To complete a grand forbidden spell like this, the clock tower would be proud to list your rank. Titles don't matter. If we keep wasting time talking here, we'll die, Shiomi replied. He raised his hand and pointed it toward Kirsteria from afar, fingers tightening as if gripping a puppet. The ground shook violently. From within the storm of snow and wind, 2 frost dragons as tall as mountains burst forth with deafening roars, each swinging massive claws down at Kirsteria. But Kirsteria was not the type to underestimate an opponent. The moment Shiomi deployed his reality marble, it became clear that this battle far exceeded Kirsteria's original expectations. All the conclusions he had drawn from their training bouts at Chaldea were rendered meaningless. Just like Shiomi, Kirsteria was forced to reassess his opponent from scratch. That was why he had gone all out from the very beginning. The dragons attacking him were met with magecraft bombardment from every direction. Each strike carried power on par with a noble phantasm, yet Kirsteria's mana seemed bottomless as he poured it out without restraint. From a distance, Shiomi watched Kirsteria struggle against the 2 frost dragons, analyzing his fighting style as the battle unfolded. Aside from the very first defensive block, Kirsteria focused almost entirely on offense. He clearly possessed absolute confidence in his attack magecraft, enough to treat offense itself as defense. Before long, gaps appeared in the dragons' assaults. Their massive bodies turned into enormous targets, and every one of Kirsteria's attacks landed with pinpoint precision. As he gained more breathing room, Kirsteria began directing his magecraft toward Shiomi instead, forcing him off the snowy plain and into the sky to respond. Shiomi merely raised a hand. At once, the blizzard bent to his will, the wind shifting course and baring its fangs. Snow and ice transformed into a razor-sharp web that closed in on Kirsteria from all sides. I've never heard what magecraft attribute you possess, teacher, Kirsteria said as he expanded his defenses. All I know is your mastery of runes. These clearly aren't ordinary ones, but primordial runes, lost even from recorded lore. Shiomi answered with alternating blasts of gale and thunder, yet the young man countered every strike methodically, without panic. No modern magus, not even an elite, could have handled this so effortlessly. The conclusion was obvious. So you've restored your magecraft system to the age of gods within this lost belt, Shiomi said. As he spoke, the snow swirling in the wind abruptly changed nature, turning into countless razor-sharp ice spikes. Kirsteria was briefly caught by the opening. The moment the ice brushed his cloak, frost began spreading rapidly. That was the intention from the start, Kirsteria replied evenly. His white cloak fluttered as he moved. The spreading freeze halted at once, then peeled away like an eggshell, leaving not a trace of damage behind. Gales, thunder, and frost intertwined as different magecraft overlapped. Shiomi unleashed spell after spell without restraint, surrounding Kirsteria as if arranging a display. At the heart of that violent vortex, Kirsteria met each attack with careful offense and defense, allowing himself not a shred of complacency. The magecraft duel, its duration unclear, finally began to subside with the collapse of the frost dragons. Their bodies of solid ice shattered and crumbled, crashing down and turning into 2 massive icebergs. The 2 of them descended as well, landing atop the ice and facing one another. This is the first time I've dragged someone into my reality marble and still couldn't finish the fight, Shiomi said, offering a rare note of praise. Of course, that was because he had only ever used it against a handful of opponents so far. If it were Morgan or his master, even the reality marble would be unable to decide the outcome in a single stroke. That was Shiomi's conclusion. There's no such thing. Teacher Shiomi's attacks left no room to breathe. The moment I relaxed even a little, I would already have been defeated, Kirsteria said modestly. After all, I'm not a sufficiently pure magus, Shiomi said, running a hand along Jangner. Killing intent flared sharply in his eyes. Relying on magecraft alone is still a bit unsatisfying. Kirsteria caught the scent of danger. He could not allow Shiomi to deploy a noble phantasm here. So he had to seize this brief opening to strike back. Shiomi's ability to cast so many large-scale spells freely within the bounded field was, without a doubt, a risk inherent to the reality marble itself. Activating a reality marble required enormous mana, and sustaining it demanded even more. For a grand taboo that eroded reality itself, Kirsteria had clearly grasped the precise moment when its maintenance would reach its limit. Stars, cosmos, gods, animus, hollow, void, anima, animosphere. The young man raised his hand and slowly began to chant. Shiomi could not help but close one eye. He could feel the stability of the reality marble starting to waver. As expected of the genius the clock tower believed capable of changing the world, Kirsteria had pinpointed the weakest timing of the reality marble and launched his countermeasure. This world truly could not contain the young man before him. The sky within the reality marble gradually shifted, becoming a firmament covered in auroras. Kirsteria hovered beneath them, and above his head, countless stars lit up. Standing on the sea, Shiomi watched the transformation unfold. The starry sky, the falling bullets of starlight, were descending. It was a magecraft system that turned celestial bodies themselves into one's own circuits and power. This was precisely the reason Kirsteria had entered Chaldea, to complete true celestial magecraft. That once unrealizable theory, or at least part of it, was already known to Shiomi. The deepest form of astrology, passed down from the Chaldeans, the progenitors of astromancy, to the modern age. An ultimate magecraft that drew power directly from the cosmos. Gathering the mana that filled the earth, the mana that filled the sky, and the mana that filled the universe beyond, converging it into a single beam. The stellar miracle that linked planets together. That was planetary bombardment. At that moment, both sides fighting at sea looked up at the sky, even toward the cosmos itself. The heavens had dimmed, and the stars could be seen, bound together by arcane formulae under Kirstaria's will. Shiomi released the spear from his hand. It was not surrender, but preparation for a counterstrike. Interfering with celestial bodies within the Milky Way and turning them into one's own magecraft circuits. As expected, some theories really do need their creator to put them into practice. But that doesn't mean I'll just sit here and wait for it. He crossed his arms before his chest and clenched his fists. The heterochromatic, star-like light in his eyes flared brilliantly. The universe is yours. But the planet will belong to me. Chapter 790, Volume 10, Chapter 40, The Earth Mother's Banquet, Namu Duranki. The sky wailed, the earth trembled, and the sea roared. Such was the scale of Kirstaria Wodim's magecraft. Whether it was the goddesses still locked in battle, the cryptors and their servants attempting to evade attacks and launch surprise assaults, or Chaldea's storm border, everyone came to a halt and looked on. It was not only shock that stayed them, but also a deep, instinctive respect, one that should never be felt toward an enemy. A young Magus, standing on equal footing with gods despite his mortal body, had turned an ultimate magecraft theory into reality in this very moment. Chaldea may resolve the incineration of human order, but the role you played in allowing me to meet my teacher was indispensable. Even without grasping every detail, the magecraft battle just now has made one thing clear to me: defeating you here is absolutely essential. This is not a duel, it is a war. Whether it is servants or allies, there is no reason to hesitate in calling for aid. Kirstaria spoke with calm confidence as he declared this to Shiomi. He looked down at Shiomi, who stood unmoving atop the violently surging sea. Arms crossed, the man's magical energy and imposing presence made Kirstaria think of a certain being. That being was his ally in this lost belt, the chief god of Olympus, the great god Zeus. There's no need, Shiomi said quietly. It's not that I don't trust my companions. It's just that if a problem of this level still requires everyone to step in, that would be far too disgraceful. I see, Kirstaria replied, understanding. The staff that guided the celestial bodies was raised toward the heavens once more. This sea, this world, there was nowhere left to flee. But for Shiomi, there was no need to flee at all. Beneath his feet was the sea, and beneath the sea lay the land. He was standing upon this planet itself. As one of the lives born from it, this moment was precisely when he must give everything he had. 7 gales that rent chaos asunder, the blood rain of divergence that split heaven and earth. The paths of the stars were shaped by the gods, but mankind's fate should be decided by mankind alone. From this day forth, humanity shall walk this arduous journey to reach the stars. Therefore, Great Mother of Creation, our mother, the goddess Tiamat, bear witness. With Shiomi's words, the earth responded as a single, unified whole, and rejected Kirstaria. Ley lines, mana, even the very concepts that defined magecraft were pushed away. This was not the will of a single place or a fleeting moment, but the choice of the entire planet. As the young Magus manipulated the stars and summoned meteors from beyond the sky, he had forgotten that the land beneath his feet was itself a singular, beautiful star within the cosmos, the mother planet that had given birth to countless humans, himself included. Kirstaria chose the universe. Shiomi chose only the cradle of humanity. The moment he understood this, Kirstaria's expression shifted from realization to a knowing smile. He raised his voice and proclaimed. Grand Order, Anima Animosphere. The Earth Mother's Banquet, Namu Duranki. Shiomi raised both arms and answered with a solemn declaration. In that instant, the clash between heaven and earth became reality. Was it a primordial hell? Not quite so brutal. A blissful act of creation. Not nearly so gentle. Yet the world itself shook, as though its very foundations had been disturbed. The sky sought to annihilate the earth. The earth responded with cold rejection. Neither side yielded an inch. On the deck of the storm border, Sakura and the others were nearly unable to breathe. A memory etched deep into their DNA, passed down from humanity's distant ancestors, was whispering to them of the most primal fear. Even with the life wall already deployed, it's still. Steady your breathing. Don't let what you see unsettle you, Morgan's calm voice rang out. This is neither magecraft nor a noble phantasm, but the manifestation of authority. At this moment, the planet itself is answering my husband's will, pushing back the assault of the cosmos. As Morgan stepped onto the deck, Sakura and the others immediately felt their breathing ease. A defensive field no less powerful than Scotty's barrier spread out around them. Its name was the Tower. Why are you here, mother? Baobin Sith asked. Shouldn't you be directing things from the bridge? We can no longer observe the outside situation from within the ship, Morgan replied, her eyes glowing faintly blue. Besides, how could I possibly restrain myself from witnessing a battle like this with my own eyes? The fairy watched everything in silence. It truly was exquisite astromancy magecraft. Both the concept and the structure were refined and beautiful, pushing human intellect to its absolute limits. If Shiomi were not here, then perhaps only she, seated upon the throne of Camelot, could contend with this magecraft. With that thought, Morgan continued shielding everyone as she quietly tightened her grip on her wand. Demeter fell from the sky, crashing into the shallow sea, most of her body submerged beneath the water. She stared at herself in disbelief. Had her bodily functions failed? No. In that instant, the authority of the Earth Goddess could no longer function properly, causing a malfunction in the machine god's true form. At this moment, in this sea, in this world, there was only one being capable of governing the earth. The one now standing upon the sea, confronting the heavens. How reckless, to treat the planet's power as your own. Demeter's internal logic was engulfed by an even greater chaos. Even her speech system strained under the load, the words spilling from her mouth breaking apart as they formed. Ah. Persephone. Persephone, my beloved child. Like an ordinary human who had lost all sense, she collapsed into the sea, clutching her head and murmuring the name of the one she had lost. At a time like this, killing the goddess would have been effortless. Yet Scotty, standing some distance away, did not seize this easy victory. The reason was simple. She could not tear her eyes away from Shiomi. Her heart, already claimed by him, was once again shaken by the fragment of himself he revealed. Kirsteria Wodime strike, filled with absolute confidence, the meteor shower summoned from the stars, failed to reach the land right before it. Every meteor was burned to nothing before touching the ground, leaving not even ash behind. No. They had been rejected. The planet beneath their feet refused their arrival. Or perhaps, before they could reach the surface, that power had already been devoured. As long as Tenkei Shiomi stood there, Kirsteria's magecraft would never be able to touch the earth. Light flared forth from the void, and in an instant, heaven and earth were drowned in dazzling brilliance. The white radiance lasted only a moment before fading, and with it vanished the aurora that had shrouded the sky. The sea returned to calm, and blue skies and white clouds once more filled the horizon. Panting heavily, Kirsteria barely managed to maintain his position, floating in the air. Chapter 791, Volume 10, Chapter 41, Return to Tranquility. Seizing the moment, Morgan raised her wand high and slammed it down onto the deck, the clear, ringing crack echoing across the suddenly silent sky and sea. Countless chains burst forth from the surrounding void, surging from all directions straight toward Kirsteria's position. Using astromancy magecraft on such a scale would have been one thing if it had succeeded. But Kirsteria not only failed to achieve his objective, he also had to guard against the threat of being overwhelmed by Shiomi's counterattack. The cost of sustaining such large-scale astromancy far exceeded his estimates, leaving his magical energy unable to keep up. The fairy eyes took in everything. Morgan launched her ambush. The mana driving the ley lines to seal and suppress the armaments came largely from conversions within Chaldea's power system. After an hour of uninterrupted bombardment, Morgan still retained the strength to strike decisively. This was the moment to bring down Kirsteria and uproot the cryptor who stood at the heart of this lost belt. Even if he died, as long as the body remained, Shiomi could revive him. Under certain conditions, even a conditional resurrection was possible. With that in mind, Morgan had no intention of holding back. She rarely carried out executions with her own hands, yet as she tightened her grip for the killing blow, her fingers still trembled instinctively. Wishful thinking. A proud, haughty voice rang out without warning. Beating wings swept aside the chains that Kirsteria had no way to evade, dispersing Morgan's attack in an instant. Orange-red hair flowed freely, and two pairs of wings of different forms spread wide behind her. Wearing a cold, disdainful smile, she looked down at Shiomi below, as well as the people aboard the storm boarder behind him. Aphrodite. Shiomi stared straight at her. Did you kill my master and the others? I did intend to kill them, Aphrodite replied, casually gripping Kirsteria by the back. But right now, there are matters more important than killing those people. Zeus still needs this man as an ally. He cannot be captured, and he cannot be killed. Is that really so? Shiomi said, his gaze never leaving Aphrodite. He noticed she looked somewhat disheveled. Most likely, she had been caught between his master and Artoria, forced into an awkward position, and used the chaos of his battle with Kirsteria to withdraw from the island. As for her claim that it was Zeus's order, it was probably true, at least in part. Scotty and Morgan arrived behind Shiomi one after the other. Morgan stood upon the surface of the sea, while Scotty hovered in midair. So even with me stepping in personally, I still can't stop Chaldea's advance. Kirei accepted his defeat calmly, without a hint of anger. However, Professor Shiomi, you and Chaldea have proven your strength. Allowing you to set foot on Olympus would be extremely dangerous. So you're running? Shiomi said. It's a retreat, Kirei replied. Atlantis and the sea are yours. But I'll make thorough preparations within the Void Cavern. Clearly, Kirei had abandoned his previous strategy of scattering his forces and repeatedly searching for chances to annihilate Chaldea. With Artemis gone, the Lost Belt had also lost its absolute dominance of the skies. And given Chaldea's talent for concealment, Artemis had never been able to pose a truly effective threat in the first place. At that moment, Shiomi noticed Peperoncino moving toward Hinako Akuta and the other two, seemingly preparing to take them away from the area. Elsewhere, Demeter rose into the air once more, drifting toward Aphrodite's side. If you want to chase us, then come, she said. Next time, I'll make you understand exactly what it means to stand against the goddess of love and beauty. Recalling Artemis's form in satellite orbit, Shiomi had every reason to believe that both Aphrodite and Demeter possessed manifestations similar to that one. Besides, Shiomi himself had another problem to deal with. Seeing that Chaldea had no intention of pursuing them, Kirei and his group withdrew, vanishing from the sea. Only Demeter lingered for a moment longer, casting a deep, lingering look at Shiomi before leaving. Once their figures disappeared, all that remained before his eyes were countless shattered warships drifting across the ocean, the corpses of magical beasts, and the bodies of fallen Olympian soldiers. Their presence is completely gone, Morgan said, not especially disappointed. Don't chase a cornered enemy, and chase a cornered enemy could both be right. It all depended on the moment. We received Scáthach's transmission. They're coming toward the coast of Hecate Island, Scotty reported, confirming his master and the others were safe. Shiomi trusted his master's strength, but he couldn't help worrying about the danger of fighting Aphrodite. Once he knew they were all right, the last knot in his chest finally loosened. Is that so? Then, good. His legs suddenly went weak. He could no longer maintain his footing on the water, and his body pitched straight down into the sea. Fortunately, Morgan reacted instantly and caught him in her arms. My husband. Looks like I overdid it, a little. Shiomi's head drooped. His whole body hung limp, fingertips trembling faintly, not a shred of strength left to give. The ritual, the noble phantasm, the reality marble, and then going up against that young man's astromancy magecraft. Scotty descended beside him, helping Morgan support Shiomi's weight. Even I wouldn't dare fight with that little restraint. I can't believe you held on until they were gone before you finally collapsed. That was exactly why Shiomi had watched Kirei's group withdraw without pursuing. Everyone had burned through more or less of their reserves in that fight, and he had already reached his limit. If he chased them recklessly now, he'd only become dead weight, and there was even a chance he'd be captured. If I stop putting on a front, who knows how many casualties the next fight will cost, he murmured. By the time he finished speaking, Morgan and Scotty had already carried him onto the Storm Border's deck and laid him down. The ship began moving into dock, preparing to end its combat posture. Several Nemo sailors in charge of duties rushed out with a stretcher in hand. With internal communications restored, Olga Marie saw Shiomi's exhausted state at a glance. She immediately ordered the sailors to take him in and escort him back to his room to rest. I'm not even injured. This is a bit much, Shiomi muttered. He was so drained that even talking felt like work, but he couldn't help himself. Get some proper rest. We'll make you a potion that restores you quickly, Morgan said. Scotty nodded. We gathered plenty of rare herbs in Atlantis. The results should be excellent. No matter how many years passed, Shiomi still hated taking medicine, and he could already tell his good days weren't over yet. After all, among the top magus at his side, the one everyone called Orange was probably the worst at making potions. He squeezed his eyes shut in misery, deciding he'd sleep first and deal with the rest later. At least dreams were sweet. Chapter 792, Volume 10, Chapter 42, Tending. Although Shiomi had lost consciousness before being placed on the stretcher, it was simply because he had fallen asleep from extreme exhaustion. A full examination using the Storm Border's medical facilities only confirmed the conclusion. I told you earlier, my husband was just worn out and needed a good sleep, Morgan said with an easy smile. Since we have the time, we should check everyone else and see if anyone was injured. And yet Mother-sama was clearly worried, Caren remarked dryly. Morgan's face reddened slightly. She cleared her throat to cover her embarrassment. Of course I was worried. But after all these years, I can tell what state he's in at a glance. Ha ha ha. In any case, he's fine. Everyone made it through this operation more or less safely, Romani explained with a relaxed laugh. King Arthur and Queen Scáthach only suffered minor injuries. They treated themselves with magecraft right away. Miss Melusine was about the same. As for the three Valkyries, Olga Marie, who had followed along out of concern, spoke up at that point. They pushed themselves too hard during their struggle with Demeter and suffered fairly severe damage. Lady Scotty is overseeing their repairs now, with Tuko's assistance. That said, the Valkyries, as beings personally created by the great god Odin, were neither simple machines nor ordinary lifeforms. On that front, it's fortunate we launched our operation directly against the Atlantis Lost Belt, Theos Clarinomia, also known as the Legacy of the Gods. It helped a great deal, Romani said with a wry smile as he flipped through the medical records in his hands. If I remember correctly, the Valkyries' prototype was the white giant defeated by the wielder of the holy sword of the planet. Odin modeled the Valkyries after that existence to face Ragnarok in the Nordic age. He had unintentionally gone into details that were unfamiliar even to Olga Marie, and to Caren as well. In any case, they're far from simple beings. The divinity the Valkyries possess is proof enough, Morgan said lightly as she picked up the thread. She gently stroked Shiomi's sleeping cheek while she spoke. For now, let's leave it to Scotty and Orange. If things don't go well, we can revisit it after my husband wakes up. Is the teacher really all right? Olga Marie asked, still frowning with concern. I feel like I've seen this kind of situation far too many times. It really has been many times, Caren replied while organizing Shiomi's discarded battle outfit. So even though I worry, I've become a bit numb to it. Olga Marie sat down, looking somewhat dejected. I know the teacher isn't an ordinary person, but even so, yesterday's battle was just unbelievable. According to Chaldea's original records, Kirsteria shouldn't have had that kind of absurd magical energy at all. At the moment of their final clash, both Kirsteria's magecraft and Shiomi's trump card produced enormous mana reactions. Kirsteria activated his astromancy magecraft first, and it immediately knocked out all of the storm border's detection systems. That was why Morgan had to go out onto the deck and confirm things with her fairy eyes. I understand the theory behind that magecraft, but under normal circumstances, all Animosphere can do is adjust magic circuits days in advance before activating it, and even then, it only summons small meteors to bombard the ground. Even in the 6th and 7th singularities, being able to wield it at that scale depended heavily on the unique conditions of those environments. Whether it was the support from Nitocris and Ozymandias, or the backing of the Uruk Temple, it was always the same. Without the foundation of the Age of Gods, she shouldn't have been able to bring that magecraft to such a scale on her own. This lost belt is the Age of Gods, isn't it? Morgan reminded her with a soft chuckle. Huh. Olga Marie froze for a moment. Off to the side, Romani realized he had just let slip far more information than he should have. Fortunately, Morgan gracefully covered for him, and he quickly adopted an air of vague, half-understanding. The director should know very well that modern astromancy magecraft is a degraded form of what it once was. Originally, astromancy drew power directly from the cosmos. But after humanity chose to pursue civilization, it declined, until all that remained was astrology and observation. I do know that, Olga Marie said, sounding a little aggrieved. This was squarely within her field of expertise. She shouldn't have missed it. But the sheer shock of what she had witnessed, combined with the stark difference in aptitude between herself and Kirsteria, had dragged her into a slump and made her overlook the obvious. That magical energy didn't come from him alone, Morgan said evenly. He linked the stars of the cosmos together and connected them to himself, turning them into an enormous magic circuit. I've read his magecraft theory. Outside the Age of Gods, it truly would have been impossible. So it's no surprise the mediocrities of the clock tower dismissed it as fantasy and refused to take it seriously. The mediocrities of the clock tower. Olga Marie felt a bit awkward. But considering the words came from Morgan, it somehow didn't sting as much. At least she hadn't called them incompetence. So Kirsteria joined Chaldea. Caren spoke up at that point. Was it to complete that magecraft? That's quite possible. A planet long removed from the Age of Gods can't reproduce astromancy magecraft of that era. But once the planet is bleached, and the Age of Gods is replanted through the fantasy tree as a pruned phenomenon, it becomes the perfect environment for him, Romani nodded seriously. Seen that way, the alien god choosing Kirsteria makes perfect sense. A man with immense talent yet no means to change the world, paired with an alien god capable of bleaching human history and restoring the Age of Gods. It really was a perfect match. No wonder the Atlantis Lost Belt flourished to its greatest extent during New Chaldea's observation period. But Professor Shiomi even fought Kirsteria to a standstill, Olga Marie said, her eyes already sparkling with admiration. If he hadn't been exhausted, he might have captured him on the spot. Anyone with eyes could tell what was going on. Romani could only raise his water bottle and quietly sip through the straw, pretending not to notice. Bursting that bubble would only bring trouble. Purely in terms of magecraft talent, my husband isn't actually that exceptional, Morgan said, shaking her head with a helpless smile. You could even say that him breaking through Kirsteria's magecraft in that situation was a kind of cheating. At least, that's what he would say himself. Cheating. Olga Marie echoed. Caren didn't understand either. The two of them could only stare blankly at Shiomi's sleeping face. After all, Morgan had no intention of explaining any further. Chapter 793, Volume 10, Chapter 43, Mystic Potion. In truth, Shiomi only needed to sleep for a bit before he could get up and return to his own room to rest. The beds weren't that different, but his own room was still more comfortable. Yet every time he opened his eyes, a different girl would be there to check on him. The first was Sakura. She came with freshly cooked porridge and a few simple side dishes she had just made. He was already short on sleep, and once he had eaten his fill, Shiomi couldn't be bothered to move again. There might be another hard fight ahead, so sleeping some more felt like the right choice. The second time, Caren came with Gray. They were there to change his clothes. Caren volunteered to help him change, but fortunately Gray was too shy to assist, and Shiomi managed to stop things before they went any further. The third visitor was Olga Marie. She looked worried and asked if he felt uncomfortable anywhere, even offering to have Nemo from the kitchen prepare some snacks. Shiomi said that sounded great, so Olga Marie started massaging him, kneading his arms and legs. It felt so good that Shiomi soon fell asleep again. The fourth time was Melusine. Luckily, Barghest and Castor came along as well, so nothing troublesome happened. After waking up from his fourth nap, Shiomi felt that sleeping any more would be a bad idea. It would be better to head back to his own room. He rubbed his head. The drowsiness from sleeping so much left his whole body feeling weak. Then came the fifth visitor. Bayaban Sith. Just for a bit. Shiomi began, then stopped halfway. Which lady does father wish to summon to his bedside? Bayaban Sith said calmly. Mother, another goddess, or perhaps Tuko. Shiomi's head, which hadn't hurt at all until now, suddenly started to ache. I don't remember raising you to be this kind of child, Bayaban Sith. He covered his face, feeling more than a little ashamed. Father doesn't need to worry. Given your status, having many wives and concubines is only natural, Bayaban Sith said, adjusting her glasses as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Ah. Shiomi trailed off again. Her sincerity left him completely at a loss. He couldn't come up with any proper rebuttal and could only shake his head vaguely to indicate that it wasn't necessary. What he had actually wanted to say was that he hoped Tuko and the others would come check on him. Mother and the others did come by, Bayaban Sith said, taking out a hand mirror and holding it up for him. Unfortunately, father happened to be asleep every time. They each watched over you for a while before leaving. Only then did Shiomi notice several lip marks in different colors on his cheeks and forehead. They had been wiped at some point, but were still faintly visible. Only one remained clear, a pale blue mark. There was no doubt about it. That one belonged to Morgan. So Morgan must have been the last to visit, before Bayaban Sith. And any marks left by the others before her had all been wiped away by the next person who came. No wonder Caren and the others looked a bit strange when they came by, Shiomi muttered, pressing a hand to his forehead. His mind nearly ground to a halt, and for a long time he couldn't think of what to say next. And why kiss his cheek instead of his lips? Was it to deliberately leave a mark and declare ownership? That didn't really work either. Bayaban Sith waited patiently, a faint, intrigued smile appearing on her face. Did you come to check on me too? I'm fine, really. I wasn't injured to begin with, and my mana and stamina have already fully recovered. I came to warn you, father, Bayaban Sith said, shaking her head and cutting him off. Huh? Did Olympus attack again? Shiomi froze, a flash of killing intent rising in his eyes. No, nothing like that. We're currently docked at Astria Island. So far, Olympus has done exactly as they said before, pulling back their defenses and preparing to intercept us at the Void Cavern, Bayaban Sith explained calmly. What I'm warning you about is something else. Something else. Father has been asleep here for 2 days and 2 nights, Bayaban Sith said. Mother is worried that you haven't recovered properly and is brewing potions in the workshop. Great Master Scáthach, Lady Scotty, and Orange have also. Shiomi's heart nearly stopped. I know father hates the bitter taste of medicine, so I came specifically to tell you, Bayaban Sith said cheerfully, leaning in and lowering her voice. That archer servant named Orion wants to see you. Why not take this chance to get off the ship and hide out on the island? As long as mother and the others see you lively and energetic, they'll give up on making you take potions to recover. Shiomi was so moved he nearly burst into tears. He pulled Bayaban Sith into a tight hug. You're such a good child. All these years, I didn't dote on you for nothing, Shiomi said with deep emotion. It's not that exaggerated. I just don't like bitter medicine either, Bayaban Sith replied happily. So hurry. No, it's already too late. If only you'd come a little earlier. Shiomi said softly, his voice carrying a strange sadness, as if something were slipping away. Bayaban Sith's pointed ears twitched at once. She had caught the sound of familiar footsteps. Its mother. Babe Sith tensed up. What do we do? Hide. Hide where? Do you really think you can fool her fairy eyes? Shiomi let go of Babe Sith, gave up struggling, and sat cross-legged on the bed, waiting for Morgan to appear from behind the door. The automatic door opened. Holding a small vial of potion, Morgan was greeted by two identical, obedient smiles from Shiomi and Babe Sith. The potion glowed with a faint blue light. It didn't hurt the appetite at all. If anything, it looked more like some kind of fluorescent cocktail. If only it tasted like a cocktail too. Shiomi muttered to himself. Finally awake. Perfect timing. I just finished this potion, Morgan said as she sat down beside the bed and handed him the vial. It rapidly restores mana, regulates magic circuits, and eliminates fatigue. We hunted phantasmal species and gathered plants from the Age of Gods across several islands to make it, so don't waste it. That actually sounds kind of fun. It would have been better if you'd called me along, Shiomi said, trying to change the subject and bluff his way through. You were resting. Drink it, recover quickly, and then we can go gather herbs together, Morgan said, her pure smile full of anticipation. I haven't brewed potions in a long time. Thankfully, my hands haven't gotten rusty. The more she looked like that, the harder it was for Shiomi to refuse. Especially since that expression from Morgan was completely unintentional. It doesn't taste bitter, does it? Ah, well, it might be a little. Morgan blushed, looking slightly embarrassed. My husband often says that good medicine tastes bitter, and honest words are hard to hear, so, if it's too much, you don't have to force yourself. And no, I'm not forcing myself. Shiomi steeled himself and pulled out the cork. She had brewed this potion in a hurry because she genuinely cared about him. At worst, it was just bitter. It wasn't poisonous. He tilted his head back and drained the potion in one go. Instantly, bitterness flooded through his entire body. Morgan hurriedly patted his back to soothe him, while Shiomi forced a cheerful smile to show that he was fine. Watching father being completely wrapped around mother's finger, Babe Sith was left speechless. Babe Sith, what an unbearably sappy couple. And they're my parents, no less. This is just humiliating. Chapter 794, Volume 10, Chapter 44, A Busy Day for Shiomi, 1. The potion Morgan brewed truly had no side effects. But precisely because it was a potion, its taste had never been a priority. The result was that Shiomi felt as if his whole body, inside and out, was steeped in the smell and flavor of potion. Babe Sith brought him some refined sugar, which only barely managed to suppress the lingering bitterness in his mouth. Sticking out his tongue, he left the medical room and headed back to his own quarters. On the way, Shiomi even considered going to the workshop to brew something himself to counter the taste in his mouth. But then he remembered that his knowledge of potions could generously be described as knowing 6 out of 7 basics. Even with authority at his disposal, he couldn't just rely on that and start messing around. So he gave up the idea. After returning to his room and taking a shower, Scotty came to find him while he was changing. So you were here. No wonder you weren't in the infirmary, she said with a smile. If I couldn't find you on the ship, I might have had to track you with runes. Don't be ridiculous. If I really wanted to move in secret, you wouldn't be able to track me anyway, Shiomi said. Seeing it was her, he finally relaxed and slipped his arm back into his sleeve to continue dressing. In truth, Scotty had been startled as well. But compared to the early days, when she would occasionally run into him changing, scream, and turn away in embarrassment. Now she would come closer on her own, blushing as she studied his body, even reaching out like this to poke his firm abs or the line of his waist and back. That body which had collided with hers countless times had clearly become an indispensable part of her daily life. Have you had your fill? Shiomi asked, holding back a laugh. Ah. Scotty froze, gave a small cry, and quickly withdrew her hand, telling him to finish getting dressed. Shiomi didn't hurry to fasten his buttons. Instead, he picked Scotty up, spun her around the room twice, then dropped onto the bed and let her sit astride his lap. How about I keep you company for a while first, he asked seriously. That wouldn't be bad, Scotty said. Her ears and her body both grew warm at once, with no trace left of the ice goddess. No, but I actually came to talk to you about something. What is it? Shiomi asked, holding her by the shoulders. The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them, completely forgetting what Morgan had said earlier in the infirmary. He should have just pushed Scotty down a moment ago. That way, he could have avoided what was coming now. You were the one who fought the hardest earlier. Scotty took a small bottle out of her pocket. The liquid inside glowed a pale green, like jade. The bottle was the same model as the one Morgan had used, probably magecraft equipment supplied by Chaldea. Ah. Shiomi hesitated. When we left Hecate Island on the storm border and when we docked at Astria Island, we went ashore to gather materials both times, Scotty continued, looking quite pleased. This is a potion I made myself. It helps restore mana and relieve fatigue. Ah, well, thank you, Shiomi said, doing his best not to let his face turn into a mask of suffering. I'll take it for now. Thanks for going to the trouble. As he spoke, he reached out to take the bottle and slip it into his pocket, but Scotty caught his wrist. Since you've just gotten up, you should drink it now, Scotty said, blinking. Her eyes were full of sincerity. I'd like to see how effective it is. I don't usually make potions in Scandinavia. I feel great right now. I'll drink it later, before I go to sleep, Shiomi said, scratching his cheek. Fortunately, Scotty didn't have fairy eyes and couldn't see through his lie. He really didn't want the bitterness in his mouth, which had only just faded, to come flooding back again. Wouldn't it be better to drink it now? Scotty asked. Well. Shiomi couldn't answer right away. Scotty immediately put on a wronged expression. I've already given myself to you. I would never betray you. This potion isn't poisoned. Please believe me. And no, you don't have to take it that far, Shiomi said, flustered. On the battlefield, the goddess was unstoppable, but she was still a lost belt goddess who had lost her homeland. All she could rely on were the marriage Odin had arranged for her and the man right in front of her, him. Put bluntly, if Shiomi didn't trust her, it would shake Scotty to her core. It wasn't that her resolve was weak. From the very beginning, she had been forced to shoulder the responsibility of holding the Scandinavian world together, facing the broken aftermath of Ragnarok on her own. Goddess Scotty was already tired. I know, Scotty said, resting against him. I panicked and said too much. As for the potion. Shiomi stroked her hair and looked away. To be honest, I'm just not good with bitter things. A potion made from plants of the age of gods and the flesh and blood of phantasmal species, there's no way it's going to taste like ambrosia, right? Is that so? Scotty sat up and took the bottle back from his hand, clearly torn. No matter how good it was, if it only made him suffer, then it defeated the whole purpose. But she remembered Scáthach telling her how to care for a patient, mainly how to deal with Shiomi. There had already been a few precedents. If one day Shiomi ended up bedridden and needed someone to look after him, taking medicine would be unavoidable. So learning how to get him to swallow painfully bitter medicine was something she needed to know. Then. Scotty pulled out the stopper, took the single mouthful of potion into her own mouth, then leaned down and pressed her lips to Shiomi's. The potion flowed in, bitter and icy, with a faint warmth returning as it passed between lips and teeth. Caught off guard, Shiomi could only accept it, and since Scotty had gone this far, he might as well treat it as something to savor. Only after Shiomi had swallowed it all did Scotty pull away, grimacing as she stuck out her tongue. So bitter. Even I can barely stand it. The potion's really well made. I can feel the mana running through my magic circuits and reaching every part of my body, Shiomi said. But next time, can you at least think about the taste first? Otherwise I'll have to ask the lady goddess to keep feeding me medicine mouth to mouth. I suppose that isn't out of the question, Scotty whispered, blushing. It was bitter, but surprisingly not unbearable. If anything, it made her happy. Taking care of someone, or rather, serving someone, wasn't troublesome at all. Not when the person was this man. By the way, who taught you to make potions? Shiomi asked, deciding to talk about something else so he wouldn't have to focus on the bitterness flaring up again in his mouth. Scotty's eyes lit up. Goddess Freya taught me. She even taught me how to make a potion that would make my husband obsessed with me. Hey. Chapter 795, Chapter 795, Volume 10, Chapter 45, A Busy Day for Shiomi, 2. After taking 2 doses of Age of Gods level potions in succession, Shiomi felt much more refreshed. The drowsiness brought on by repeatedly sleeping for long stretches had long since vanished. The price, however, was a trauma of equally divine proportions left behind on his taste buds. Next time, he really ought to pay more attention to how hard he pushed himself on the battlefield and avoid driving himself to that state again. And because he had been completely exhausted, he had no choice but to watch Aphrodite retreat with Kirsteria instead of keeping them both there. That part was admittedly a loss. Still, judging by the outcome, shooting down Artemis and forcing Olympus to pull back its defensive line, ensuring that Chaldea no longer had to worry about navigation safety in the Atlantis Sea, was already a major step forward. On top of that, Bayaban Sith had mentioned that Orion wanted to see him. It was probably related to Artemis, so he should make time to go to the island and meet Orion. Oh, perfect timing. I was just worrying about not being able to find you. Tuko, an unlit cigarette hanging from her lips, ran into Shiomi in the corridor and immediately motioned for him to come over. What is it? Shiomi asked cautiously. You didn't make a potion for me too, did you? Tuko froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. What are you talking about? I do know a bit about potions, but that's not my specialty. Compared to Morgan and the others, I'm nowhere close. That's a relief. Shiomi let out a breath. Toko was a puppeteer, a lord from the Department of Creation, not the Department of Botany that specialized in potions. Her involvement with potion making really was quite limited. Besides, you've hated bitter things ever since I first knew you. After living for thousands of years, you still haven't changed at all. Toko's brows lowered slightly, her voice tinged with a hint of loneliness. It's not like I can't handle anything bitter. Tea and coffee are fine, Shiomi waved it off. By the way, is it true you've used up all your automata? Storm Border's capacity is limited, Toko said. The automata one sent out were basically used to their fullest under the Olympus fleet's artillery fire. But we did collect some very good combat data. So it was worth it. Shiomi smiled. Very much so. Toko grabbed Shiomi by the hand and almost dragged him toward the Da Vinci workshop. That's not why I was looking for you, though. Not for that. Shiomi blinked. The Valkyries were heavily damaged by Demeter. The two Da Vinci tried repairing them, but they're machines from the Age of Gods, special divine constructs, Toko explained calmly. After reviewing the damage and the progress so far, I think your authority might be more effective. Even Scotty couldn't handle it. Shiomi asked in surprise. Earlier, Scotty hadn't brought this up specifically. Clearly, because Toko had taken over and Shiomi would be coming to help, she hadn't felt the need to stress it. These are Valkyries created by the great god Odin, divine lifeforms born of technology that can no longer be reproduced, Toko said as she opened the door. The ones Scotty made in the Scandinavian Lost Belt are nothing more than degraded imitations of these three. That does sound troublesome. Shiomi stepped into the Da Vinci workshop and saw the Valkyrie seated neatly on 3 reclining chairs, undergoing inspections and slow repair work. When they noticed him enter, the Valkyries tried to greet him, but Shiomi stopped them. How bad is it? Shiomi asked. Eldest sister suffered the most severe damage, all to protect me. Ortline said, her expression tinged with sadness. Although the Valkyries always emphasized that they were mechanical beings and had not fallen into humanity like their eldest sister, bonds undeniably existed between them. Whether or not those bonds were something Odin had built into them from the start, they were not false. They truly would stake their lives for one another, even if it meant their own destruction. If only my performance were a little better, I could have supported Ortline together with my sister. Hilda grew even more downcast. Among the 3 sisters, her emotions and personality were always the most visible. As for the eldest sister, Thrud remained silent, or rather, she simply could not speak. She was still in a dormant state, unable even to hear the conversation taking place. Don't dwell on it. Your opponent was the Earth Goddess who governs abundance, Shiomi shook his head. Exactly. The fact that you all survived is enough. There's no need to worry about the damage, Toko said. With him here, you'll recover for sure. As she spoke, Shiomi had already placed his hand directly above Thrud's head. They possessed flesh and divinity, yet their way of thinking followed the concepts originally bestowed by their creator. That was what the Valkyries were. And so, divine authority was a far more effective means of repair than Chaldea's technology, or even Scotty's magecraft. A light filled with vitality illuminated the room. Thrud, her eyes tightly shut, gradually relaxed her expression and slowly opened them. Just as I thought. The effect is immediate, Toko laughed softly. Our great deity. Thrud looked at Shiomi and spoke from the heart, her voice filled with the reverence she always showed him. In that, she was no different from her sisters. How is it? Shiomi asked. Thrud raised her hand, clenched it, then relaxed it. All functions are normal. There are no obstacles to combat. Thank you for your grace, Shiomi-sama. If you're fine, then focus on recovering, Shiomi gestured for her not to move. In a moment, have Toko give you all a full check. As he spoke, he did the same for Hilda and Ortline. The other 2 had lighter injuries and required little time. As for Demeter, Shiomi thought for a moment, then gave up on asking about the details of the battle. Never mind. You did very well this time. Don't let it weigh on you. This is our duty, Thrud replied quietly. Shiomi exchanged a glance with Toko, and the 2 of them shared a helpless smile. All right, you 3 Valkyries. Let me finish a thorough examination of your condition. After that, I'll still need your help with a few things. Toko called out cheerfully, then gave Shiomi a wink to signal she would come find him later. With the matter settled, Shiomi did not stay to get in the way of Toko's work. If the Valkyries needed to remove their outer garments, his presence would be rather awkward. Even though the Valkyries themselves were completely unaware of such things. Leaving the workshop, Shiomi passed by a porthole and looked out at the Sea of Atlantis, feeling refreshed. But before he could enjoy the moment, his master grabbed him and dragged him straight into a room. Master, could you please stop making me drink potions already? Shiomi begged. Who told you it was a potion? Scáthach said as she undid the buttons at her collar. This is an aphrodisiac. Huh. Come. Accompany your master and test its potency. She placed the small bottle in front of Shiomi. Oh no. Chapter 796, Chapter 796, Volume 10, Chapter 46, In Dire Straits. After it was over, Scáthach and Shiomi lay side by side, both faintly slick with sweat. Her body was still trembling. Even though everything had ended, she continued to shiver from time to time, with spasms that looked almost like convulsions. That was pretty intense, Shiomi murmured, resting his arm across his forehead. Is Master's aphrodisiac on the same level as Med's honeyed mead? The potion itself had been smooth and mellow in taste, and he had drunk it together with his master. If he had to describe it, it was somewhat like alcohol, except this was no ordinary drink. It was a crystallization of Age of Gods level potion craft. It was just that Scáthach truly lacked experience in making potions. In a moment of carelessness, she had failed to control the dosage, creating something like an overdose, pushing them into a rather dangerous state. Not quite. Med's honeyed mead is her noble phantasm. Its nature is different from a potion. Scáthach hugged her pillow and answered lazily. That's true, Shiomi nodded, realizing his comparison had been a bit excessive. His master turned her head and smiled at him. He smiled back as well, as if they had merely brewed something in a laboratory and casually conducted a test afterward. With no real chance to study potions in the land of shadows, this at least made up for that regret. But still, when you think about it, the two of us have lived close to 10,000 years combined. As a magus and a warrior, we're already beyond reproach, yet we stumble over something like potion making. That's a bit embarrassing. Shiomi got out of bed, poured 2 glasses of water, and brought them over. Scáthach did not take hers, remaining sprawled there lazily. No one can be good at everything. And this isn't something of high or low priority. Don't worry about it, Scáthach said with a light laugh. That's fair. Compared to expecting Master's potions, wouldn't it be more realistic to drag Master into the kitchen instead? Shiomi joked. You're getting more and more disrespectful. You want your teacher to cook for you now. Scáthach deliberately put on an air of authority. Not you cooking for me. Cooking together, Shiomi clasped his hands in mock supplication. Even if you really have no experience, just helping out might be fun, right? That does sound reasonable. If I ever feel like it, I'll consider it, Scáthach said, reaching out her hand. Understanding, Shiomi set down the glass, took her hand, and helped her up. The queen of the land of shadows, usually as sharp and straight as her crimson spear, was now completely limp and powerless, like a doll entirely at the mercy of her beloved disciple. Not bad, Scáthach smiled, her eyes soft and alluring. On the one hand, they really had gone a bit too far. On the other, she had genuinely enjoyed herself. Still, thinking about it now, she had already begun to reflect. In the future, she would have to choose the time and place more carefully, lest she interfere with more important matters. Master, are you thirsty? Shiomi brought over the glass of water he hadn't finished. Scáthach replied softly. So Shiomi took a mouthful of the cool water and passed it to Scáthach mouth to mouth. Her throat trembled slowly as the parched passage, scorched by desire, was moistened once more. After she had drunk enough, Shiomi carried Scáthach to the bathroom, set her down in the empty bathtub, and began running hot water. Tell me what you were thinking. Making potions is one thing, but going as far as an aphrodisiac. He leaned close to her cheek as he asked. A sudden whim, Scáthach said frankly. You never needed to worry about recovery in the first place. Potions are nothing more than extra mana. Letting them handle it would have been enough. So, Shiomi played the part of a dutiful listener. I fought hard, and I even shielded my beloved disciple from Aphrodite. Doesn't that count as hard-earned merit? Scáthach asked. Shiomi froze for a moment, then laughed. So Master felt it was exhausting, and wanted to have a bit of fun with her disciple. On a battlefield where not a single step can go wrong, one still needs some way to suit the mind and body, Scáthach said as if it were only natural. Besides, with my beloved disciple right before me, food placed at my lips, there's no reason not to eat it. That's the Celtic way, Shiomi said with deep conviction. He himself was much the same. In the end, it was just a few words to dress up what had happened today, turning it into a bit of light-hearted ornamentation. Still, I owe you an apology for failing to keep that goddess here, Scáthach said with a lazy smile. If we had been able to kill her as well, then even if you were exhausted in the end, Kirei Wodime would not have escaped. Aphrodite had realized, almost the moment Artoria and the others arrived as reinforcements, that the naval battle was approaching its midpoint. She also sensed Kirstaria's presence, judged that she should regroup with him, and swiftly withdrew from the battlefield. How could that be your fault, Master? She was a living goddess, after all. Since you couldn't easily take her down, it's only natural that she escaped. Shiomi shook his head and comforted her. You fought hard. Before we advance into the void cavern, please rest well, master. I'll be there the moment you call. As he spoke, he reached into the bathwater, now rising past Scáthach's chest, tested the temperature, and turned off the faucet. Then he knelt beside the tub and quietly kissed Scáthach's lips. Fighting together, moving forward together, living together. Such a lonely kiss. Something on your mind again? Scáthach sensed the change in his mood. Every time I'm close to you, master, I feel like a foolish apprentice who'll never truly grow up, Shiomi said with a soft laugh. Like I'll always need you by my side. It's a kind of attachment that comes straight from the heart. Of course. I am the very first one in all of your memories, Scáthach said, having recovered a little strength. She adjusted her posture slightly, bracing herself against the edge of the tub and meeting his gaze. Master, lover, comrade in arms, or even mother. To you, I am all of those at once. Don't say it out loud like that. It makes me embarrassed, Shiomi said, leaning in to kiss her again. Moved by the way he kissed her, Scáthach showed a hint of nostalgia. The first time you kissed me, it felt just like this. Did it? Shiomi himself had no such awareness. You only dared to brush your lips against mine, afraid to use your tongue, Scáthach said, lightly sucking on his upper lip. Whether it's the way you kiss, or how you deal with women, you learned all of it from me. Master, don't make it sound like I'm your toy, Shiomi complained helplessly. Hee. Scáthach smiled, pressed her forehead against his, and lifted a hand to stroke the hair at the back of his head. Shiomi laughed along, then asked teasingly. Master, do you love me? How should I answer that? A single word like love is far too narrow. You're really good with words. Not even half as good as my beloved disciple, Chapter 797, Volume 10, Chapter 47, Interstice. By the time they left the storm border, night had already fallen. Along the beach road leading toward the village on Astria Island, they could see warm lights shining from the settlement perched on the island's high ground. Is it really fine not to rest on the ship? Shiomi asked. There's no need to rest. I'm filled from head to toe with the mana of love right now. Resting would only be a waste of time, Scáthach said, looping her arm through his without the slightest hesitation. You really didn't have to say it that bluntly. Scáthach's one-liner nearly made Shiomi choke on his own saliva. He coughed a few times to catch his breath. It seems I've delayed important business. Archer Orion wanted to see my disciple, and yet you still haven't gone, Scáthach said. That's not your fault, master. They never told me when to go, Shiomi shook his head. Besides, we just went through a brutal fight. Everyone in Chaldea needs time to rest and recover. He's a servant and a warrior too, so he'll understand. It certainly was a brutal fight, Scáthach said, savoring the words as though they carried an extra meaning. Your master nearly couldn't handle it. You start saying things like that the moment you're back to normal, master, Shiomi said, half impressed. Next time I should use Magecraft to record how miserable you looked and replay it for myself. Truly my disciple, Scáthach judged. Shiomi could only grunt and move the topic along, turning back to what mattered. Still, I'm curious. What does Orion want with me? You shot down someone's lover. Logically, there's nothing to criticize, but emotionally, it may not be something he can accept, Scáthach said, putting on a stern face. Perhaps he wants to duel you and settle his resentment. Then maybe I should just go back, Shiomi said. Are you really going to run? Scáthach asked with a smile, acting as if she wouldn't stop him either way. I'm just saying, Shiomi replied. He had no real intention of avoiding it. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that his master was deliberately making it sound more serious than it was, as if he were about to walk into a life-or-death struggle. After all, when Artemis was shot down, it happened at the same time Aphrodite attacked. Besides his master, Orion had also been in that temple. And beyond that, there was Artemis's clone, or rather, her subunit. If the main body was destroyed, the subunit would probably have stopped functioning on the spot, perhaps even vanished along with it. Shiomi didn't know enough about the Olympian gods to be completely sure. He felt he should have consulted Romani before disembarking. And then, a faint answer surfaced in his mind. Seeing the sudden look of realization on his face, Scáthach didn't say anything further. She simply smiled and accompanied him toward the village. In the village, it wasn't only Orion waiting. Drake, Bartholomew, and Jason were there as well, along with 3 other servants. Aside from Mochizuki Chiome, who had records in Chaldea, the other 2 were introduced as Mandricardo and Charlotte Corday. They were proper human history servants scattered across the islands of Atlantis. Once Olympus pulled back its defensive forces, they gained far more freedom to move. With Drake and the others searching, they were finally able to reunite. With that, Drake's ship gained additional fighting strength, expanding their strategic options for breaking through the gate to the void cavern guarded by Poseidon and advancing to Olympus. Before Shiomi and Scáthach arrived, Nemo Sailor, along with Ritsuka and Mash, had already gone ashore to organize and procure useful supplies. According to Scáthach, during the 2 days Shiomi had been sleeping like the dead, the pressure from Olympus had eased enough that everyone in Chaldea could finally relax a little. With the storm border docked for several days, it even started to feel, however faintly, like a seaside vacation. Shiomi didn't mind that at all. "So, what did you want to see me about, Orion?" Shiomi looked calmly at the men in front of him, whose build was nearly twice as imposing as his own. That was a truly magnificent strike. A javelin throw of that level, as far as I can imagine, no one else could match it, Orion said first, offering praise. His expression was resolute and brimming with fighting spirit, as though he were ready to challenge Shiomi at any moment. "I was just imitating what I'd seen," Shiomi shrugged. "If it were the great god Odin, it wouldn't have taken this much trouble." "Is that so?" Orion paid no mind to Shiomi's modesty. "Earlier, I asked the director from Chaldea to arrange a meeting with you. There's something I need to ask of you." "What is it?" Shiomi raised an eyebrow. "Come with me." Orion lifted the flap of the tent, and Shiomi followed him inside. Inside was a simply assembled bed, upon which lay a silent goddess, the subunit of Artemis. So she stopped functioning after all, Shiomi thought, the answer settling in his mind. This was Artemis's own choice. "I respect it," Orion said as he held Artemis's hand. "I heard from your master that although the main body in satellite orbit has completely perished, you can make her move again." Shiomi felt a headache coming on. He knew his master must have sympathized with Orion and Artemis and offered that hope without consulting him first. Fortunately, he really did have a way. "To be honest, if it were the main body, I'd be completely at a loss," Shiomi said as he crouched down and placed his hand on Artemis's masked face. "But a subunit isn't that different from the Valkyries. Still, don't expect her to fight alongside you. Without the main body, forcibly reviving her will consume her lifespan. How long she can last is anyone's guess. I just hope it can last until my mission in this lost belt is over, so I can properly say goodbye to Artemis," Orion said, his face filled with loneliness. "Then that depends on whether Chaldea can resolve things quickly," Shiomi said with a wry smile. "According to Kirsteria, the alien god will descend before long. Things may get even more troublesome." Orion bared his teeth in a grin. "This isn't just Chaldea's problem. We, and the comrades who've already headed for Olympus, will all give everything we have for the final victory." "Yeah," Shiomi replied, then withdrew his hand. Moments later, Artemis showed faint signs of awakening, leaving Orion visibly shaken. He didn't understand how Shiomi had done it, but the reason no longer mattered to him. Just as Shiomi had anticipated, repairing the subunit was no more difficult than restoring STHR. Shiomi quietly left the tent and saw his master clinking cups with Drake by the campfire, joining in the celebration of their earlier victory. Just as he was about to head over and have a drink with them, he suddenly felt someone watching from somewhere nearby. He turned his head, but the source of that gaze had already vanished. All that met his eyes was the dark forest covering the island under the night sky. Shiomi couldn't help but fall into new contemplation. At a time like this. Chapter 798, Volume 10, Chapter 48, The Goddess of Fertility's Secret Meeting, 1. While Shiomi stood there thinking, Scáthach had already noticed that he'd finished dealing with Orion's request. She lifted her wine cup and called out to him. "My beloved disciple, come have a drink." Scáthach's tone was bold and hearty, giving her already striking beauty an added air of gallantry. "Ah." Shiomi snapped out of it and quickly walked over, but instead of taking the cup Drake offered him, he leaned in close to Scáthach and whispered. "Master, I need to step away for a bit. Please keep an eye on Ritsuka and Mash for me." "What are you going to do?" Scáthach asked, clearly surprised. Shiomi glanced at the Chaldea girls enjoying the open-air picnic around the campfire. "It's nothing urgent. I'm not entirely sure yet. I'll explain when I get back." "As you like." Scáthach gave a small nod. Shiomi then excused himself, saying he had something to take care of and would skip the drinks for now. He turned away from the campfire and headed into the forest outside the village, not toward Storm Border, but in a completely different direction. Ritsuka and the others noticed his departure and felt puzzled, but Scáthach brushed it off with a few casual remarks, smoothly diverting their attention. As Shiomi walked alone through the forest, he could still feel that gaze upon him. It blended perfectly with nature, making it difficult to detect unless it chose to reveal itself. The reason Shiomi could sense it was simple. When he emerged from the forest, he found himself on the deserted beach on the opposite side of Astria Island. From here, the massive silhouette of Storm Border was nowhere to be seen. He found a fallen tree at the edge of the forest and sat down. "If you have something to say, please show yourself," he spoke clearly. I don't know why you'd appear here at a time like this, but since I don't sense any hostility, I assume you're not here to attack Chaldea. The night sea breeze swept across the shore, and the sound of the tide rolling in and out echoed from afar. For a moment, it seemed as though Shiomi were merely talking to himself. But not long after, accompanied by a series of soft footsteps, a goddess stepped out from the shadows, her presence carrying an impression of deep emerald green. As expected, you noticed me. Resonance born of divine authority isn't so easily erased, Demeter said calmly. Unlike their skirmish on Hecate Island, or the clash at sea 2 days earlier, Demeter looked unusually composed tonight. Her gentle, nurturing aura was intact, and she radiated neither hostility nor danger. You seem quite different from before, Shiomi said, genuinely surprised. Thanks to you, Demeter replied with a faintly sorrowful smile. The aftereffects of being integrated by Zeus and having my divine core forcibly altered have been temporarily suppressed. But I won't be able to act freely like this for long. Once Zeus notices the anomaly, he'll summon me back to Olympus. From the sound of it, the gods of Olympus aren't exactly on good terms with one another. Shiomi caught the implication in her words. Demeter let out a quiet sigh, then continued with a gentle smile. While I can still maintain my own will, there are things I wish to say to you, a newborn god who has yet to be fully formed. May I sit? That's strange. Aren't gods supposed to do whatever they want? Shiomi gestured for her to sit. How we treat humans is different from how we treat other gods, Demeter said frankly. Toward humans, gods naturally maintain a position of condescension. But that stance could no longer be taken with Shiomi, who could no longer be considered purely human, even though Shiomi himself continued to firmly uphold the standpoint of humanity. After Demeter sat down, Shiomi continued, you mentioned integration earlier. What exactly does that mean? As far as I know, the Olympian gods aren't native to this planet, but beings that came from the distant reaches of outer space. That's correct. We were originally created as an interstellar fleet, meant to save our creators from an impending extinction, Demeter said. However, before our departure, those sentient creators had already perished. With no creators left to carry, we set out into the star-filled sea in search of a new world, and eventually arrived in this universe. It was clear Demeter intended to share critical information with Shiomi. She spoke without hesitation, revealing even more. Even this much was enough to leave Shiomi speechless. What level of civilization could have created beings like these machine gods? If he were to make a somewhat flippant comparison, the only thing that came to mind was the civilization depicted in a certain world-famous fantasy tokusatsu series. The journey was too long, with no end in sight, Demeter continued. Countless companions lost functionality along the way and ultimately perished. We understood this, and accepted that one day, we too would meet the same end. But before that, you discovered this planet? Shiomi asked. In truth, this planet only met 78% of our required landing conditions, Demeter nodded. Even so, we descended here in what was nearly a crash landing. We encountered the humans of what would later be called Greece, were worshipped as gods, and eventually took root on this world. So this form, so close to human, yet not human at all, isn't your true appearance, Shiomi said in understanding. Artemis's state, that's your original form, isn't it? That is our original form, our true form, Demeter replied. To wield our full power, we must return to it. I see. But if that's all, then you're simply gods who settled on this planet, Shiomi said slowly. Yet you also mentioned integration. Did some irreconcilable logical contradiction arise among you as machine gods, eventually escalating into a conflict on the scale of a war between gods? He asked cautiously, probing to see how Demeter would respond. Originally, we would indeed have lived alongside humanity on this planet as gods, and one day departed as gods. Demeter's expression darkened with a heavy shadow. If that had not arrived. That. Shiomi echoed. The predator that descended upon this planet 14,000 years ago, Demeter said. The white giant, the star-devouring predator. Shiomi's pupils shrank sharply. Then was the holy sword of the planet never forged? You really do know a great deal. Demeter said quietly. It wasn't that the holy sword of the planet was never forged. Rather, before its forging was complete, the White Titan was already defeated. She paused for a moment before continuing. Unwilling to accept defeat, Zeus forcibly integrated the authorities of the 12 machine gods, gaining the power necessary to strike down the White Titan. Chapter 799, Volume 10, Chapter 49, The Goddess of Fertility's Secret Meeting, 2. Unlike the fairy kingdom of Britannia, the divergence between the Atlantis Lost Belt and proper human history, though it also traced back to the Great Catastrophe 14,000 years ago, had a different cause. If Britannia was born from total defeat, then Atlantis was born from a victory that belonged neither to humanity nor to the planet. The white giant that ravaged the entire world, humans and gods alike, was not brought down by the holy sword that carried the planet's hope, but by the great god who forcibly integrated the power of all his companions. Forcibly integrated, so even though Zeus was the leader of the Olympian gods, he didn't actually have the authority to do that. Even as shock lingered, Shiomi managed to piece together the outline. And that planted the seed of the 12 machine gods of Olympus splitting apart. Around 3,000 years ago, the age arrived when humanity completely severed ties with the age of gods. We, as machine gods, were not affected by the fading of mystery or the weakening of faith. That was when the fracture occurred. Demeter's expression grew heavier with sorrow. She seemed unwilling to revisit it, yet her reason compelled her to tell Shiomi everything anyway. Shiomi lifted a brow slightly, understanding the time Demeter meant, the point when Solomon broke with the gods. In proper human history, the Greek gods did indeed leave the planet. It was said they all went to the world's outer side. Perhaps their victory over the white giant allowed the Greek gods to retain their power. Zeus viewed humanity as children who had yet to grow up, and believed they should continue receiving the gods' protection. That disagreement is what led to the situation you see now, Demeter said. Including myself, Hera, Poseidon, Aphrodite, and Artemis stood with Zeus. We fought our other 6 brethren, and destroyed them. But in reality, no god supported Zeus, Shiomi said at once, catching the key point and pressing it. Is that right? No. In truth, aside from Hera, the rest of us opposed Zeus's thinking, Demeter said, sorrow written plainly across her face. The result was that we underestimated Zeus. 6 gods, including myself, had our divine cores altered by Zeus, and became what you've seen. Shiomi rested his cheek in his hand, letting out a thoughtful hum. He believed Demeter was telling the truth. Still, there were details she likely didn't know as a lost belt god, making it impossible to compare cleanly with proper human history. He'd probably need to go over this with Romani later. And now you've temporarily slipped free of Zeus's divine core alteration, enough to approach us on your own and pass on information about you machine gods. Shiomi narrowed his eyes. Why you, specifically? Because of the miracle you brought about, the one called the Earth Mother's Feast, Demeter said. You pushed your authority to its limit and guided the planet's will, creating resonance with my own authority. And that overwhelming power disrupted the alteration Zeus left behind. I see. Shiomi nodded, understanding at last. But just as Demeter said, this autonomy was only temporary. Soon Zeus would realize it, and for Demeter, still not truly free, he would carry out a second alteration of her divine core, turning her completely into a machine built only for battle. So, since you were originally a god who opposed Zeus, and also Zeus's sister. Shiomi extended his hand. Can I take advantage of this moment to overwrite your divine core? Demeter was startled, then shook her head. You can't. Not now. You are not an Olympian machine god, and your authority has yet to be fully tamed. It's not enough to place you above Zeus. What a shame. Shiomi withdrew his hand with a rueful smile. I was hoping to gain another ally while I had the chance. Sorry about that. I resisted becoming a god for a long time, and only made up my mind recently. I'm still half-baked. Demeter smiled gently. Please don't concern yourself with that. I told you before, you are the world's one and only golden ear of rice. That was no empty praise. At this very moment, I am certain that neither Zeus, nor the alien god who will descend in a few days, can harvest you so easily. Golden ear of rice. Shiomi smiled faintly, tinged with melancholy. That metaphor really does suit the goddess of abundance. So you must continue to grow stronger, to keep maturing. Until you realize your ideals and complete the mission you wish to fulfill, you must not allow anyone, any human or any god, to reap this precious ear of rice. Demeter smiled as she offered him her sincere blessing. Her voice was sorrowful yet heartfelt, like the sea breeze at that moment, cool but carrying a trace of warmth. Thank you. Shiomi felt a jumble of emotions rise in his chest. Demeter herself must still have been suffering, yet she had seized what little free will she had left to come here and tell him something so important. Just then, footsteps sounded from the forest behind them, uneven and labored, as if someone were struggling over the rough terrain. It seems your companion has come looking for you. Demeter rose, preparing to leave. Shiomi stood as well, asking hurriedly, You've only told me about the origins of the gods. About Zeus, about Olympus, there's really nothing more you can tell me. The alterations Zeus imposed on my divine core prevent me from revealing further secrets, Demeter said as she lifted into the air. What I can tell you is this, Zeus absorbed the authorities of the gods he defeated. And the humans of Olympus, over whom he rules, will likely all be your enemies. Unlike these exiled humans, they possess long lifespans and immense power. With those final words, the goddess of abundance vanished into the night sky. Even without being told, Shiomi understood. The next time they met, there would be nothing left between Demeter and Chaldea but a struggle to the death. Gazing at the now silent night sky, Shiomi let out a quiet sigh. When he turned around, he saw Olga Marie, her expression a mix of worry and apology. Did I interrupt you, teacher? Olga Marie asked. No, not at all. I was just trying to make contact with the Olympian gods and gather some information. Shiomi reached out and caught Olga Marie as she slid down the sandy slope. But you, what are you doing here? I went to the village to help Mash and the others carry some things, and then I saw you heading this way alone, Olga Marie explained awkwardly. And then you followed me, risking an attack from magical beasts. Shiomi couldn't help but laugh as he pinched her cheek, pretending to be stern. Don't ever take risks like that again. It's a relief nothing happened. Yes. I'm sorry. I'll remember what you said, teacher. Feeling the warmth of Shiomi's fingertips, Olga Marie hurriedly nodded in agreement. Chapter 800, Volume 10, Chapter 50, Respite. Combat Training. I don't think there's any need for that. Shiomi said this while cooking together with Sakura. Olga Marie happened to pass by the kitchen. After watching for a moment, she casually brought up the topic of training. Shiomi thought it over and felt it wasn't necessary. Right now, we're surveying the various islands of Atlantis, gathering servants of proper human history scattered across other islands, while steadily closing in on the Void Cavern. This is a rare stretch of downtime. If it were just voluntary exercise, that'd be fine. He knew the kind of combat training Olga Marie meant. It was the sort of drill they had done back in the Wandering Sea, simulations that came extremely close to real combat. The last time, it had been interrupted by the appearance of a minor singularity. By the time Shiomi and the others returned, Chaldea no longer had the time to organize training on that scale. Fortunately, whether it was Olga Marie's group or the Fairy Knights, all of them already had ample combat experience. The two major naval battles in the Atlantis Lost Belt had proven that much. It's not that. Olga Marie hesitated, clearly struggling to say what she meant. Shiomi felt puzzled for a moment, then noticed that Sakura had also stopped stirring the ingredients in her bowl, her gaze unfocused. Sakura. Ah. Sakura snapped back to her senses, quickly shaking her head and smiling lightly. It's nothing. I just remembered that before training, Dad once said that if everyone performed well, there'd be some kind of reward. Shiomi froze, then looked toward Olga Marie. He saw her start to shake her head, only to abruptly switch to nodding instead, awkwardly bobbing up and down. Once he understood the reason, Shiomi felt a faint urge to laugh, though at the same time, he didn't think it was really something to joke about. After all, it was a promise he had made himself, and then failed to follow through on because of how busy things had been. Now that Storm Border was sailing while undergoing maintenance, things weren't particularly hectic. Taking advantage of this lull, Olga Marie bringing up combat training did make some sense. Actual combat is out of the question, Shiomi said, shaking his head. If we're not careful and overdo it, and end up unable to attack the Void Cavern at full capacity, that would be a terrible trade. The main issue was that he couldn't accurately judge the intensity of training anymore. Compared to the last time, his own strength had changed significantly. Especially after transferring authority beyond his limits from his past self in the Singularity, his power had undergone another qualitative shift. If Dad doesn't want to fight, then that's fine, Sakura said, pursing her lips but showing understanding. After all, you're the core of Chaldea's combat strength. In both naval battles, you were right there on the front line. We can train on our own. That's true. Olga Marie had only mentioned it on a whim, but now it seemed to have made things awkward for everyone. She felt a little guilty about it. Shiomi closed the oven, set the timer, and leaned back against the counter. But what I promise doesn't require fighting me to earn it. You can just tell me what you want. Back then, I only said it because everyone was in a good mood, just to add a bit of fun. That's exactly your problem, Dad, Sakura said with a faintly amused smile, teasing him. Shiomi raised an eyebrow. Olga Marie nodded as well. Getting something without effort and getting it after working for it aren't the same at all. Don't you think so, teacher? It's really not that big a deal, Shiomi said helplessly. He understood what Sakura and Olga Marie were getting at, but he couldn't help feeling they were making things unnecessarily complicated. So let's put this aside for now. We can talk about it again when there's time, Sakura said as she picked up a handkerchief and held it near Shiomi's face. Dad, you've got some flour on you. Realizing what she meant, Shiomi bent down slightly and let Sakura wipe the marks off his face. Olga Marie couldn't help thinking that if she'd offered to wipe it for him earlier, the teacher probably would have agreed as well. All clean? Shiomi asked after Sakura finished, touching his cheek. I'm not Caren. I wouldn't deliberately make it messier just to tease you, Sakura said, breaking into a smile. Fair point, Shiomi replied with a smile of his own. Seeing the two of them laughing like that, Olga Marie somehow felt happier too. She smiled along, letting go of the earlier topic entirely. Since combat training wasn't happening anyway, and as long as what she wanted wasn't too unreasonable, the teacher would surely agree. Just as Sakura said, it could stay shelved for now. So, are you and Sakura making sweets again? Olga Marie asked. Yeah. It's been a while since I cooked with Sakura, Shiomi nodded, then deliberately put on a serious tone and exaggerated his words. Taking the chance to repair a parent-child relationship on the verge of drifting apart is very important. Sakura played along perfectly, covering her mouth in mock surprise. Are you saying you feel distant from me, Dad? Only on the verge, Shiomi said, wagging a finger. Precisely because we haven't drifted apart yet, we should do something about it. Then besides cooking together, what else do you think we should do? Sakura asked. Go fishing on the deck. Or head into the forest to collect plant specimens. Shiomi thought for a moment. That depends on what you want to do, Sakura. But before that. Sakura didn't quite catch on. Of course, Shiomi said, then wrapped his arms around Sakura with deliberate solemnity. We haven't really done this since you came of age, but hugging Bayaban Sith the other day made me realize, sometimes, you still need to express things like this. Olga Marie suddenly had an epiphany. No wonder Bayaban Sith was in such a good mood the other day. She really is easy to cheer up. Shiomi muttered, a bit at a loss. She is, Sakura agreed, looping her arms around Shiomi's waist and nestling closer. She wasn't lying. When Shiomi suddenly pulled her into a hug, even if it was Bayaban Sith who made him realize the importance of it, Sakura still felt an unexpected sense of relaxation. It reminded her of countless idle spring afternoons from childhood, leaning against him, basking in the sun and dozing peacefully. Perhaps because the hug went on a bit too long, Olga Marie, who had only come by to say hello, began awkwardly fixing her hair, hesitating over whether she should leave first. Noticing this, and after Sakura finally let go, Shiomi asked as gently as he could, Marie, if you'd like, I can give you a hug too. As your teacher. Tea then. I'll gratefully accept, Olga Marie replied almost without hesitation, then hurried over and hugged Shiomi. Sakura suddenly let out a small cry, making both Marie and Shiomi freeze, thinking she might be upset. Dad, there's quite a bit of flour on your apron. Ah. This time, it was Marie and Shiomi who let out matching exclamations of realization. Chapter 801, Volume 10, Chapter 51, Afternoon Tea. Originally, Shiomi and Sakura had baked some pastries to leave here for everyone else. They only needed a small portion to go with their afternoon tea. Though her clothes were a bit dusty, Olga Marie had long since grown used to being travel-worn after fighting through singularities. She didn't bother changing. After brushing herself off a few times and deciding it was good enough, she sat down with Shiomi and Sakura in the cafeteria to enjoy tea. Humans from Olympus, are they stronger than the ones here? The casual chat naturally drifted to the information Demeter had passed along. Based on what we've observed so far, Sakura said, the residents of each island seem to be people who were deemed unqualified and exiled here from Olympus by the gods. Under normal circumstances, everyone can live to around 800 years. By normal circumstances, she meant excluding deaths from things like failing to survive a hunt or being killed by a magical beast. Because of the so-called legacy of the gods, known as Clironomia, even these so-called defective humans were free from illness and suffering. The 800-year lifespan was simply because Atlantis' Clironomia was fairly ordinary, not something tied to a specific Olympian god. Then the humans living on Olympus itself, as the gods' people. Olga Marie frowned. Their lifespans would probably be several times longer than those on the islands, Shiomi said. After all, they're protected by a true, divine legacy. But almost every island's residents have an almost blind faith in the gods, Sakura added. On every single island, without exception, we saw rituals mourning Artemis. Olga Marie couldn't help but look at Shiomi. Is it because their lives are so long that they've ended up believing in nothing but the gods? That's not strange at all. Shiomi shook his head. The Olympian gods never really left. They've been ruling the world from places people can't see. It would be odd if there were no faith in them. As for living for several centuries, that's just seen as a small measure of divine mercy. It's hard to judge, Olga Marie said. Is the Holy Church the same way? Shiomi chuckled. It's not just the Holy Church. Don't forget the Magus Association, no, think about how magecraft itself was established. Do you remember? The king of magecraft received a revelation in a dream, was granted the 10 Commandments, and established the magical system that was passed down through the ages, Sakura replied. In that respect, a Magus and the Holy Church aren't all that different, Shiomi said bluntly. The only difference is that the Magus Association is a bit more ungrateful and doesn't bother with faith in the gods at all. Olga Marie pressed a hand to her forehead. When you put it like that, you're not wrong. We're getting off track, Shiomi said, steering the conversation back. In short, it's not just that the humans living on Olympus are strong. Those who are constantly bathed in the gods' blessings probably can't even conceive of resisting the divine. The Olympian gods wouldn't even need to brainwash them. Reality itself was more than enough to make that faith unshakable. So what you're saying is, once we manage to enter Olympus, we should be prepared to face everything there on our own, without any outside help? Olga Marie asked seriously. Not entirely, Sakura said. Aside from the servants of proper human history who went into Olympus ahead of us, we also have Captain Drake and the others. The real problem is Kirsteria. Olga Marie murmured. That was the first time I'd ever seen Kirsteria make a move, and he still ended up being stopped. Hearing that, Shiomi and Sakura exchanged glances. Marie, you're not actually jealous of Kirsteria, are you? Sakura asked, genuinely surprised. Probably, Shiomi said with a wry smile. After all, the rumors at the clock tower say Kirsteria is even more suited than Marie to inherit the department of astromancy. Olga Marie slumped forward onto the table. With astromancy magecraft, using the same theories, I can only barely produce something with real destructive power if I have support from others. Meanwhile, he can effortlessly treat the starry sky itself as magic circuits. When I compare myself to him, it almost feels like being a magus is pointless. There's no need to be that pessimistic, Shiomi said, reaching out to gently pat her head in consolation. When it comes to raw talent, Kirsteria really is among the very top. Even I have to admit I fall short. But his genius doesn't mean you're mediocre. Well. Sakura tried to smooth things over. If Mother were the one judging him, she'd probably say that even Kirsteria is just a magus who's somewhat worth looking at. To be honest, she wasn't entirely sure how to comfort Olga Marie either. After all, their magecraft educations were completely different, and whether or not one was obsessed with magecraft was the biggest gap between the two of them. If possible, I'd really appreciate it if Sakura didn't use Morgan as the example, Shiomi said, pulling a pained expression. She's a genius who built her own unique magecraft system entirely on her own, you know. If Morgan were used as the benchmark, Shiomi felt that the number of magi who could be called qualified could be counted on one hand. Does my husband truly care that much about the casual remarks I made during the Fourth Holy Grail War? Morgan suddenly spoke up. She reached out, picked up a pastry, and took a small bite. Not really, Shiomi said as he withdrew his hand and leaned back in his chair. It's just that Sakura's way of comforting people earlier was a bit off, so I was pointing that out. Morgan smiled faintly. It seems that what I said while my husband was resting ended up bothering Marie without her even realizing it. Olga Marie was about to give up her seat, but Morgan gestured for her to stay beside Shiomi. She then pulled out the empty chair next to Sakura and sat down. What did you say? Shiomi asked, curiosity piqued. The mediocrities of the clock tower. Olga Marie replied quietly. Shiomi covered his face and let out a long sigh. So you really are quite proud of your own abilities, aren't you, my wife? Shouldn't I be? Morgan said as she lifted the tea Sakura had just poured for her. During the years I pursued magecraft on my own, who was it that came to my side, offered guidance, and was eventually surpassed by me? Right, who could that possibly be? What a useless teacher. Shiomi looked away, his tone dripping with mock bitterness, though everyone could tell he was joking. You see. Morgan continued. Even a man like my husband can feel jealous of a magus more talented than himself. Using Shiomi as her example, Morgan reassured Olga Marie that she didn't need to take those words to heart. Ahaha. Olga Marie held her teacup and let out a dry laugh. Chapter 802, Volume 10, Chapter 52, Scouting. The confinement cells aboard Storm Border restricted the personal freedom of the two captured cryptors, Scáthach and Ophelia, but there was no mistreatment of any kind beyond that. The cells themselves were well equipped. Nemo sailors from the ship came by regularly to clean and collect laundry that needed changing. Aside from being a little stuffy, there was nothing to complain about. For Scáthach and Ophelia, Chaldea's treatment even felt lenient to an almost absurd degree. Today was no exception. After mealtime, Scáthach sat in his cell reading, while Ophelia did the same in the cell across from him. Then the door suddenly opened, making him pause in surprise. He looked up and saw that the opposite cell door had opened as well. Ophelia rose from her bed and walked toward the entrance. Two people were standing outside, Tenkei Shiomi and Scotty. You both look to be in good spirits. I'd like to talk with you about something, Shiomi said, gesturing with his hand. Come on out. Whatever it is, can't you say it here? Scáthach asked, tensing slightly. Even though Shiomi showed no hostility at all, his strength was already far beyond what Scáthach could comprehend as a magus. Doesn't it feel stifling in there? Shiomi asked. Scotty also spoke to Ophelia. The weather at sea is quite nice today. Why don't you come up on deck and get some fresh air? It wasn't an invitation they couldn't refuse, but the sheer level of leniency in their attitude made Ophelia agree first. Scáthach then realized that if he didn't follow, he might be left alone with teacher Shiomi, so he nodded along as well. It wasn't that they felt pressured. Rather, Shiomi's sudden decision left both former cryptors unsure of his intentions. They followed behind Shiomi and Scotty, passing through the ship's winding corridors as they headed toward the deck. To be honest, Shiomi said calmly, glancing back at them, after all this time, I don't think it would have made much difference even if you hadn't been confined. Scáthach touched his neck, where primordial runes were engraved. Runes that suppress magic circuits and physical ability. With something like that in place, which we can't remove, it really doesn't matter whether we're locked up or not. And you've both been good children, behaving yourselves the whole time, Scotty added with a smile. Once this lost belt is resolved, Chaldea will allow you to move about freely. Did Lord Kirsteria lose? Ophelia asked. She hadn't seen the battle at sea, but the surge of mana that day had been so intense that even those confined in their cells could feel it. And yet, after that overwhelming mana reaction, Storm Border carried on as if nothing had happened. We haven't lost yet. It's just that his overconfidence, his plan to wipe us out in one stroke, ended up failing. Shiomi opened the hatch leading to the deck, and a sea breeze carrying a hint of salt rushed in. At present, the forces of the Atlantis Lost Belt have completely pulled back and are now concentrated near the gateway leading to Olympus. Following their lead, the group stepped onto the deck. From there, they could see the beach beside the battleship. Quite a few people were strolling along the shore, admiring the view or chatting in small groups. The giant tree stood in the distance. Scotty spoke up at that moment. That man, Wodime, is far more cautious than he appears. Not only did he arrange sufficient forces to intercept Chaldea, he also summoned cryptors from other lost belts. Other people. Scáthach froze. When you say others, it's really just Peperoncino and you, Marin, Shiomi said with a relaxed smile, facing into the sea breeze. David is the only one who didn't come. Ophelia thought for a moment. Probably. Lord Kirsteria decided it was enough to have David continue managing the South American Lost Belt. That seems about right, Shiomi said, resting one hand on his hip. But even with his allies gathered, I don't think the overall combat strength of this Lost Belt has changed much. Before long, you'll be reunited with them, won't you? Is that so? Scáthach replied noncommittally. Then why bring us out here, Teacher Shiomi? What did you want to talk about? Scotty shook her head and gave a faint smile. It doesn't really matter what we talk about. It's just to let you take another look at the scenery of this Lost Belt. Soon, it will be excised like the others. If. Ophelia's voice suddenly grew more urgent. If you hadn't cooperated with Chaldea, Queen Scotty, the Scandinavian Lost Belt could have accomplished so much more. In her free time, Scotty would visit Ophelia every so often. Their relationship was no longer that of a Lost Belt king and a cooperating cryptor, and they got along fairly well. The one thing Ophelia couldn't quite come to terms with was how easily Scotty had let go. She simply chose the option she wanted from among the choices available to her, Shiomi said, frowning slightly, his tone still calm. Or would you have preferred Scotty to end up like the princess, dying by my hand? No. Ophelia's expression shifted. That was never what she meant. Scáthach, standing beside her, darkened his gaze slightly, but no further resentment was directed at Shiomi. Anastasia had made her own choice. Right or wrong, since she chose that path, all Scáthach could do was accept it. Don't be too hard on them, Tenkei, Scotty said softly, offering a gentle word of restraint. I'm sorry. This time, Ophelia was the one who spoke first to apologize. All right, Shiomi said, shaking his head. I brought you out here to get some fresh air, not to start an argument. Then he seemed to recall something. By the way, how much do you know about Hinako Akuta? Hinako. Scáthach blinked in surprise. As for Hinako. Ophelia fell into thought. From what I remember, she usually held a book and pretended to read while secretly observing humans. Other than training, she rarely engaged in any deep conversations. That's about right, Scáthach said bluntly. Group A was a gathering of oddballs to begin with. For a Magus, acting a little strange isn't surprising. Shiomi nodded in understanding, then continued. Then do you know her actual combat ability? Not using magecraft from the plant department, but fighting directly with weapons in close combat. What? Both of them were startled in turn. Looks like neither of you knows, Shiomi said, letting the matter drop. I just have a feeling there's something odd about her. When it comes to Hinako, Lord Kirsteria probably knows the most, Ophelia said. He was always very attentive toward the others who were first assigned to Group A. Why does that make it sound like I was being excluded? Shiomi laughed. In the end, you were just carrying out your duties back then, weren't you? Scáthach pointed out. You never really intended to form close ties with us. Faced with that remark, Shiomi could only spread his hands, conceding the point without argument. Chapter 803, Volume 10, Chapter 53, Inspection Duty. This afternoon, I saw you talking with those two from the detention room on the deck for a long time. Are you planning something? That evening, in the ship's wiring room, Morgan asked casually while inspecting the seat and circuitry of the ley lines blocking armament. Not really, Shiomi said. I just asked them a bit about the other cryptors. They weren't willing to say anything about magecraft or related intel anyway, so we ended up talking about things like how they conduct themselves. Morgan understood at once. No wonder you brought Scotty along. I was worried that if I brought them out by myself, they'd think I was about to hold a public execution on the deck, Shiomi said with a slight pout. He took the lid Morgan handed him and set it on the floor to the side. It wouldn't have gone that far, Morgan said, shaking her head. So? Did you find out anything? Same old stuff, Shiomi said with a shrug. What they've seen isn't really any different from what I've seen. They're young people who aren't very good at dealing with others, completely unlike Kirsteria. That's exactly why Kirsteria Wodheim was appointed the captain of Group A, Morgan said, unsurprised. Even if Marie favors my husband, she couldn't change an arrangement that was reasonable to begin with. After all, Shiomi had arrived later than everyone else. Making a sudden change to the appointment would only have brought confusion to Chaldea. Whoever the captain is doesn't matter to me, Shiomi said, perfectly frank. And I also showed them the battle records while I was at it. You were hoping they'd analyze them for you? Morgan asked. Not exactly, Shiomi said. It's more that even though I only ran into Umarin briefly on the warship, I noticed something. She's a Magus from the Department of Botany, yet she fought in a way that didn't feel like a Magus at all. Because she was never a conventional human Magus in the first place, Morgan said. Leaving the past aside, you should have noticed during the naval battle this time. Wait. Shiomi nodded on reflex, then caught the wording. You already knew. Morgan nodded. I did. I knew before the incineration of humanity began. What? Shiomi stared, dumbfounded. Is my husband upset? Morgan looked a little embarrassed. It's just that in Chaldea, where everyone is human, having someone in a similar non-human situation, keeping each other's secrets was simply doing the other person a favor. No, that's not what I meant, Shiomi said, still astonished. I mean, you realized that early. I wouldn't call it realizing, Morgan said. She asked me directly. She clapped her hands lightly, as if remembering it clearly. Once, when I was borrowing a book in the library, I ran into Hinako Akuta. She watched me for a while, then cut straight to it and asked, You aren't human, are you? Of course, she wasn't referring to Morgan concealing the fact that she was a servant at the time. She meant that Morgan was not a human servant. After she confirmed that I was a fairy from the Garden of Eden, her attitude softened quite a bit, and she confessed her true identity, Morgan said after a moment's thought. Though it's also possible she simply found my eyes troublesome and decided it wasn't worth hiding. Shiomi pressed a hand to his forehead. I think I get it now. So. A spirit type with a physical body, Morgan said. To an extent, she's similar to a true ancestor, but she's a different kind of blood-sucking being. I see, Shiomi said, raising an eyebrow slightly. He was surprised, but the battle intel brought back by Artoria and Bargus did suggest that Hinako Akuta possessed physical abilities far beyond what a human could manage. Morgan's words simply confirmed the suspicion. Hinako Akuta wasn't merely an eccentric Magus. She was a vampire fairy species. Come to think of it, even though she doesn't seem like someone who talks much, she actually has quite a volatile temper, Morgan said after a moment's thought. When she talks about humans, her tone and choice of words are extremely sharp. You can tell she really hates them. Shiomi wasn't particularly surprised. Whether they're spirits or fairies, they're essentially lifeforms created by the planet as living terminals to regulate humanity. Almost all of them view humans with a distant, detached perspective. Someone like you, who accepted humans and even formed a bond with one, in their eyes, you're probably the real odd one out. You're not wrong, my husband, Morgan said, smiling before deliberately adopting a more serious tone. But honestly, I'm not especially interested in humans either. There are only a very small number of humans I truly care about. The reason I've helped you fight all this time is simply because it's what you wanted to do. Shiomi kept smiling, but his voice softened. Even if you hadn't helped, that would have been fine too. As long as you were watching over my battles from the rear, that would have been more than enough. Then why wasn't my husband satisfied with just protecting me back then? Morgan asked. Why did you go so far for my dream, throwing yourself onto the front lines? The two of them shared a knowing smile, silently bringing the topic to an end. So, the ley lines blocking armament is good to go now? Shiomi asked. No problem there, Morgan replied. I adjusted the output slightly based on the previous battles. Olympus has the advantage in numbers, after all. I want to wipe out enemies more efficiently so the front line can focus on the main objective. Shiomi nodded, agreeing with her assessment. Tomorrow, we'll depart from Thanatos Island and head to Eris Island, the one closest to Nemesis Island, Morgan said. Before launching the assault on the Void Cavern, you finished preparing what you planned, right? Shiomi nodded. The land ley lines of Atlantis have mostly recovered. Once we dock at Eris Island, we'll start preparing for heroic spirit summoning. Let Artoria handle it. Morgan smiled faintly. Seeing their king and the Fey Queen Morgan on the same ship might make the Knights of the Round Table a bit uneasy. The only one we really need to worry about is Agravain. The rest of them are sensible enough, Shiomi said. And at this point, there's no need for you to keep playing the role of Morgan from proper human history. You are who you are, a completely different existence from her. That's true, Morgan replied with a smile. She took Shiomi's hand, and the two of them left the wiring room together, heading back toward their quarters. By the way, Scotty mentioned that you're planning to release those two, Morgan said. Huh? I only said I'd lift their confinement after this lost belt is dealt with, Shiomi replied. Besides, only David is left. It doesn't really make a difference anymore. That's good, then. I thought you were planning to let them go and then wipe them all out together. That would be a bit too brutal. Would it? Yes. Chapter 804, Volume 10, Chapter 54, Knights of the Round Table, Assemble, 1. Originally, I had already decided that I would no longer gather you in this way, and instead follow the course of fate, meeting you again on the battlefield when the time was right. Artoria Pendragon stood on the shore of Eris Island, gazing toward Nemesis Island. Dark clouds blanketed the horizon, thunder rumbling and lightning flashing, a clear sign that the route leading to the Void Cavern would be anything but smooth. Behind her stood several Knights of the Round Table. Just moments earlier, Artoria had once again summoned her Knights of the Round Table, just as she had during the Sixth Singularity. But as you can see, this is a lost belt. Humanity is currently facing a crisis known as the bleaching of human order. On the ship beside me, the Storm Border, are those who continue to fight to reclaim proper human history. The battlefield is no paradise. There will always be casualties. Even so, I wish to protect them, and therefore. She turned around, the white cloak on her shoulders snapping sharply in the sea wind. I no longer speak as a king, but as a guardian of humanity. To my former companions, to the honorable Knights of the Round Table, I extend this invitation. Please stand with me, and challenge the Olympian gods of this lost belt and the armies under their command, for the sake of reclaiming proper human history. Behind Artoria, the Knights of the Round Table who had manifested in response to her summons all dropped to one knee in unison. You give us too much credit, my king, Gawain said with his head lowered. To protect the proper human history in which we once existed, this battle of great righteousness is one we would have taken part in regardless. Even had you not approved, so long as we were summoned, we would still have gone to the battlefield. His words were met with agreement from the other Knights of the Round Table. Though they had been surprised to be personally summoned by their king, once they understood what they were fighting for, their resolve had already been set. Even though they all retained memories of the Sixth Singularity and the Temple of Time, and knew everything that had transpired up to now. Their king had once failed, then chosen the path of walking alongside Chaldea, fighting all the way to this point. In fact, it's an honor, Gareth said, lifting her head, tears already forming in her eyes. I wasn't able to stay by your side until the very end last time. This time, no matter what happens, please allow me to follow your majesty to the end of the battle. Of course. That is exactly what I intend as well, Artoria replied. Moved by her emotions, she too felt a faint pang of sorrow. Everyone, please rise. Before long, Chaldea will set sail for Nemesis Island beyond those storm clouds. Once you have made your preparations, board the ships commanded by Captain Francis Drake and Captain Bartholomew Roberts. She proceeded to lay out the deployment of their forces. Storm Border itself already possessed sufficient combat strength, which meant the two allied warships would need to be reinforced as well. Every additional force capable of entering Olympus would make a difference when facing the great god Zeus, and any alien god that might yet appear. Having received their king's orders, the Knights of the Round Table rose one after another, the sound of armor clashing echoing in overlapping waves. How unexpected. Is it only these few? Shiomi's voice rang out from the deck. The Knights of the Round Table looked up just in time to see him descend slowly, landing beside Artoria. Despite everything she had just said, fewer than half of the Knights of the Round Table were present before her. Gawain, Lancelot, Tristan, Gareth, Percival, and Bedivere. As for that, Mash spoke up with an explanation. She had been present the entire time. According to what Mr. Jason said, the Knights of the Round Table who didn't respond to the summons were actually deployed as an advance force for the assault on Olympus. Contact has already been lost, and their situation can only be confirmed once we reach Olympus. When Artoria spoke earlier, Mash had nearly knelt alongside the knights, but she had been stopped. Although she wielded the power entrusted to her by Galahad, Mash was not Artoria's retainer. There was no need for her to go that far. I see. No wonder Mordred isn't here. Or that ever-loyal Agravain, Shiomi said, understanding dawning on him. He looked over the assembled knights. It seems the counter-forces deployment may not be selective, but it did leave us with a fair number of familiar faces. It's the same from our side, Lancelot agreed. Rather than unfamiliar allies, it's better for those of us who are already familiar with Chaldea to fight alongside everyone. Coordination will be much smoother that way. However, judging from what we observe from shore, it's likely we'll engage the Olympian fleet the moment we enter the storm zone, Percival said with concern, turning to Gawain. With the sea shrouded in darkness, Sir Gawain won't be able to fight at full strength. That's regrettable. The blessing of the sun is important, Gawain replied calmly, but what matters more is fighting alongside one's comrades. Even in the depths of night, I, Gawain, will not retreat a single step. The Knights of the Round Table soon began discussing naval combat tactics among themselves, how to coordinate their roles, and what strategies to employ. They also planned to speak with the two captains to better understand the ship's capabilities. On that matter, you needn't worry, Shiomi said, turning his gaze to Artoria. Your king has already prepared a solution. A solution? Gareth blinked. Tristan stiffened slightly. Could it be that gift from back then? There's no need to be so tense, Sir Tristan, Bedivere said gently. Since the king has chosen to walk the path alongside humanity, there's nothing to fear. I believe the same applies to the gift. Just as you say, Bedivere, Artoria replied. This time, the gift carries no ulterior purpose. It is simply something I can do within my power, so that you may fight with greater peace of mind. She looked at them steadily. Please, come forward one by one. Without hesitation, the Knights of the Round Table once again knelt before the King of Knights, receiving her gift. Gawain received, knightless once more, the blessing he needed most. Lancelot chose ferocity again, hoping to see clearly through the chaos of battle and draw out the full extent of his strength. Gareth received purity. Tristan received resolve. Bedivere received courage. Percival, who had once died as a knight opposing the Lion King, reflected for a moment before choosing unyielding. Even if he were to face the great god Zeus himself, he would not harbor the slightest fear. Watching the knights grow visibly more eager after receiving their gifts, Artoria smiled quietly. This time, there won't be any mistakes, King of Knights, Shiomi said to her. You can rest easy. That you feel the need to comfort me at a time like this. Artoria replied, her smile growing ever brighter. It seems I was close to forgetting my original resolve as a king. Chapter 805, Volume 10, Chapter 55, Knights of the Round Table, Assemble, 2. Shiomi's light-hearted banter with Artoria quickly drew the attention of the Knights of the Round Table, who had been catching up among themselves. King Arthur is smiling. Gareth said excitedly. I've never seen the king smile so sincerely. Come to think of it, Percival said, is that person Chaldea's master? I sense a familiar presence from him. What Percival did not realize was that it was the resonance between those who bore Longinus. When they had briefly met at the Temple of Time, Shiomi had not yet reached his current state. Moreover, the Longinus Percival wielded belonged to proper human history, whereas the Longinus in Shiomi's hands would more accurately be called the nameless chosen spear. That's right, Gawain said after thinking back. He was an exceptionally formidable opponent. Even with the blessing of the sun, I was ultimately defeated by his coordination with Sir Bedivere. Bedivere let out a soft laugh. That was nothing more than good fortune. The reason I can now answer the king's summons in this form is largely thanks to Mr. Shiomi's help back then. He allowed me to fulfill my duty, so that I might stand with all of you and be recorded upon the throne of heroes. No, hold on, you two, Lancelot said, pinching his chin. Now isn't the time to trade stories of valor. Tristan casually plucked at his strings. Don't you find the king's expression unusually gentle? Unusually relaxed, even. To be blunt, the king looks almost like a WOM. Lower your voice, Tristan, Gawain said hastily, clapping a hand over his mouth. Don't forget. The king who summoned us did not truly die, but instead transcended into the holy lance goddess. Lancelot was already breaking into a cold sweat. If we make the king uncomfortable, I'm afraid that even with a great enemy before us, we'll still receive the punishment we deserve. Surely his majesty wouldn't go that far, Bedivere said with a strained smile. At that moment, they realized the space around them had suddenly grown emptier. Percival had already stepped up beside Artoria and Shiomi, drawing both of their attention. Is something the matter, Percival? Artoria asked without overthinking it. No. I simply wish to greet my king, whom I have not seen for some time, Percival replied respectfully. Seeing your majesty in such high spirits fills us Knights of the Round Table with renewed resolve. You're far too formal. You really haven't changed, Artoria said. Then Percival shifted the topic rather stiffly toward Shiomi. That said, this master of Chaldea seems to share a particularly close rapport with my king. I would assume he is the warrior most trusted by your majesty, aside from ourselves. Though the words were polished, they did little to hide Percival's curiosity about the relationship between Shiomi and Artoria. Listening from behind, the other knights of the Round Table found themselves torn between worrying that Percival was being too direct, and praising him for asking exactly the right question. It was the sort of inquiry only Percival could make without giving the impression of ulterior motives. To say I'm deeply trusted would be an exaggeration, Shiomi said, folding his arms. We've simply survived countless life-or-death battles together. No matter the crisis or the battlefield, your king and I can entrust our backs to one another and fight side by side. It was an answer without a single opening, neatly sidestepping Percival's attempt to probe any deeper. Speaking of which, Artoria continued smoothly, Tenkei also wields a Longinus from another history. Since Percival is here, why not take this opportunity to exchange insights? Before carrying out today's summoning, Artoria had done her homework thoroughly. She had already prepared a way to redirect the conversation for every knight of the Round Table. If that's the case, then you must let me see it for myself. As expected, Percival's interest was immediately piqued. There should only be a single Longinus in existence. Shiomi must have obtained another version of the spear from some lost belt, one with a different alignment. It might not even have been the one that pierced the savior's chest. Oh my, Percival's attention has been completely diverted, Tristan said lightly. The other knights, watching from the side, had all noticed it as well. Still, if they kept pressing the issue, it would become obvious that at such a critical moment, they were somehow still fixated on the king's inconsequential private matters. Lancelot had already sensed Masha's gaze sharpening, so keen it almost felt tangible. Under that pressure, he dared not involve himself in the conversation any further. Just as they were thinking it was time to disperse and head to Drake and Bartholomew's ships to make preparations, the appearance of someone unexpected left them utterly stunned. Father, the storm boarder will be setting sail in an hour. Once you're finished here, please return to the bridge and prepare. Artoria Castor, as usual, was running errands. Though she could not fight on the front lines, she was perfectly content providing support from the rear. The 17-year-old fairy girl ran out from the ship's interior, delivered the message to Shiomi, and then bowed respectfully toward the King of Knights. Did you see that? Sir Gawain said, his face frozen in shock. Although she has the same face as our king, she is not the king, Tristan said, his eyes now fully open. And the aura she carries is not that of a servant. What an utterly pure and carefree smile, Lancelot said, eyes wide as he spoke in amazement. That is unmistakably the smile of a 16 or 17-year-old girl, untouched by the world, raised in safety and comfort, a young lady sheltered and cherished since childhood. So that girl is... Gareth tilted his head, staring at Castor with open curiosity. Sensing their gazes, Castor, who had been about to head back inside the ship, flinched in surprise. Realizing that they were the famed knights of the Round Table, and having yet to properly meet them, she treated them with great respect. After offering a formal bow, she returned inside. Only after Artoria Castor's figure disappeared did Bedivere attempt to smooth things over. She must simply be a girl who happens to resemble our king. Much like Miss Grey. Resemble? Sir Gawain said with a sigh. She looks exactly the same. It's like seeing our king in her younger years. So that means she's actually our king's secret daughter? Tristan casually dropped an utterly explosive theory. Gareth froze on the spot. Wait, seriously? What Sir Tristan says does make a lot of sense, Lancelot said, folding his arms and nodding along with the dangerous line of thought. To think our king has already attained the happiness of an ordinary person. As Knights of the Round Table, I truly don't know whether we should feel sorrow or joy. A massive shield came crashing down from above. Get a grip, Sir Lancelot. While everyone else was indulging in reckless speculation, only Lancelot took Masha's blow head-on, sent flying to the side before smashing into the rocks along the shore. Chapter 806, Volume 10, Chapter 56, Knights of the Round Table, Assemble, 3. After the chaos finally died down, Shiomi, Artoria, and the Knights of the Round Table, Mash included, pulled a few rocks on the beach over as seats and formed a circle to get everyone up to speed. Unlike the servants aboard Drake and Bartholomew's two ships, the Knights of the Round Table had, upon manifesting, quickly grasped that this place was both a lost belt and an age of gods. What they did not know was how far Chaldea had progressed so far. It was Chaldea's responsibility to brief them as thoroughly as possible. Back in King Arthur's time, the Knights of the Round Table had sailed out and made landfall on the European mainland more than once, so naval warfare was nothing new to them. So Eris Island is in the southwest of the sea known as Atlantis, Percival said, studying the rough map drawn in the sand before comparing it to the chart he'd been handed, his expression grave. And to reach the Void Cavern, we have to cross the southern waters under heavy cloud cover and land on Nemesis Island. But why go so far out of the way? Gareth asked. Wouldn't it have been easier to head straight there in the first place and charge right into Olympus through that entrance called the Void Cavern? After entering the Lost Belt, Chaldea's first landing had been on Hestia Island, due west of the Void Cavern. Artoria shook her head. The moment we entered the Lost Belt, we were surrounded by Olympus's fleet. We managed to turn the tables and wipe out the encirclement, but that drew the sniper fire of the goddess Artemis. Exactly, Shiomi said. At the time, Olympus's defenses in Atlantis hadn't been pulled back yet. If we'd sailed straight southwest and pushed into the most hostile waters, we could have ended up attacked from both sides. Even if we broke through, we'd be exhausted. He continued evenly, and since we had no idea what kind of enemy we'd face once we entered Olympus, we chose to advance carefully. Gawain nodded in admiration. And yet, with enemies on all sides, Your Majesty and Chaldea still managed to wipe out Olympus's forces again, and even destroy the moon goddess in her satellite orbit. That was Tenkei's doing, Artoria said, shaking her head, refusing to take it as her own accomplishment. I wouldn't put it that way, Shiomi replied calmly. With Aphrodite and Demeter entering the field, and a fleet far more prepared than the one that tried to encircle us, we couldn't split our forces and still fight with any confidence. I also didn't have the time to carry out the plan to bring down Artemis. It was everyone's work. He said something absolutely outrageous with a composed face. The Knights of the Round Table did not doubt him, but they were still taken aback by how steady he remained. A god in satellite orbit. That's incredible. Gareth blurted out. No wonder you're the comrade who's fought shoulder to shoulder with our king. Shiomi just smiled, holding a twig and drawing a circle around the spot marked as Nemesis Island. The entrance to the Void Cavern should be somewhere around here. Once we break through the Tempest Sea, Storm Border will approach from the left. Drake and Bartholomew's ships will come in from the right. We'll swing around the island from both sides toward the Fantasy Tree and search for the entrance. Splitting our forces on purpose, Lancelot murmured, propping his chin on his hands. If we haven't wiped them out by then, this would scatter their attention. The question is, which side becomes the bait? Are you worried, Lancelot? Tristan quipped with a dry chuckle. If only a few Knights of the Round Table can make Olympus's army scramble and lose track of things, that's a bargain of a tactic. It's not worry, Lancelot said, glancing at Storm Border. It's that I'm not sure we'll draw enough attention. Chaldea's warship is larger than both captains' ships. It's the most obvious target by far. There's no way they won't focus on it. Percival thought for a moment, then smiled with confidence. Then let's make it louder. Make it flashy enough that Olympus can't take their eyes off us. How about a wager? Shiomi said, setting the twig down. Between the two ships you'll be riding in Storm Border, whichever reaches the Void Cavern first and runs into the sea god Poseidon guarding the gate wins. How about that? Artoria couldn't help but smile. She understood Shiomi was just trying to lighten the mood. That's quite a wager. And the winner gets to be the first to fight a sea god who's been waiting with full preparations. Gladly, Gawain said, clenching his fist. We've fought countless enemies, yet never faced a god head-on. Even so, it's something we must give everything for. The other Knights of the Round Table felt much the same. Should I also go to Captain Drake's ship or Captain Bartholomew's ship, like the other Knights of the Round Table? Mash asked. No. You should stay on Storm Border and accompany, protect our king, Lancelot said, urging her to remain behind. The swelling on his face had yet to fully subside. Of course, the real reason was that the Knights of the Round Table and the other servants had already formed an unspoken agreement. Even if they were to fall in battle, they would make absolutely sure that Chaldea's ship could break through the Void Cavern with no one left behind. Still, when it came out of Lancelot's mouth, it oddly sounded like a father worrying over his daughter. All right, next I'll go over the enemy forces we've identified so far, especially the servants and goddesses. Shiomi was just about to continue when a series of overlapping footsteps came from nearby. He turned around to see Baobin Sith approaching with two other fairy knights and several sailors. They were carrying trays filled with freshly shaved ice, drizzled with fruit syrups of different colors, clearly meant for the Knights of the Round Table and the other servants. This is... Shiomi paused, taken aback. There's less than an hour before departure, so the kitchen prepared some food, Baobin Sith explained. Since it's a bit warmer today, they also made some cold drinks. We hope it'll help everyone relax before setting sail. It was a thoughtful gesture, and with young maidens personally bringing over chilled treats, the Knights of the Round Table accepted them gladly, smiling all around. The brief strategy meeting was put on hold for the moment. Once everything had been handed out, the Nemo sailors returned to the ship first. Baobin Sith and the others, however, did not board right away. She leaned in close to Shiomi's ear and whispered a few words. I see, Shiomi said after hearing her out. Now that you mention it, you were all active in Britannia under the name of Fairy Knights. With the original bearers of those names here now, paying a visit is only proper. It's basic courtesy. Shiomi's understanding drew looks of surprise from the Knights of the Round Table. Then, in a notably relaxed mood, he casually introduced the titles the three of them had once borne during their time as fairy knights. The shoreline quickly grew lively once again. Chapter 807, Chapter 807, Volume 10, Chapter 57, Knights of the Round Table, Assemble, 4. Before long, the greetings naturally shifted from conversation into friendly sparring, a chance to test each other's skills. By then, Melusine was already exchanging blows with Lancelot. Lancelot carried himself with impeccable grace, openly praising Melusine's martial prowess, while Mash stood between them, keeping the bout from escalating. On the other side, Barghest and Gawain were doing much the same, though their exchange leaned more toward a test of raw strength. Honestly, what was supposed to be a refined gathering has turned into a martial meet without anyone noticing, Tristan said, setting aside his tall glass of shaved ice and plucking at his harp strings. Still, as a warm-up before departure, it's not inappropriate. That said, Miss Beaban Sith is quite different from those two. Beaban Sith bit lightly on her spoon. Father only granted me the title of Fairy Knight as a way to express opposition. In truth, I was never given the Round Table Knight abilities from proper human history. Unlike them, my fighting style is much closer to that of a Magus. I see. A Magus, Tristan said with a faintly smug chuckle. To think that someone bearing my title would be such an elegant lady. The implication was obvious. He was clearly claiming victory over Lancelot and Gawain. Speaking of fairy knights, Artoria said, recalling the past, there were similar figures in proper human history as well. When I was still a knight in training, a fairy knight once traveled alongside me. You mean Britomart, right? Shiomi said. Exactly. We became friends through a duel and fought through many battles together, Artoria said, a nostalgic look crossing her face. When our journey ended, she was welcomed by the fairy queen and became a fairy herself. I heard that she later had 2 children, one of whom went on to become king of Britannia in the era after mine. And the other? Gareth asked. She had not joined her brother Gawain's strength contest, choosing instead to remain by King Arthur's side, enjoying a rare moment of calm. That, I don't know, Artoria said with a small smile. She likely remained in the paradise within the inner sea of the planet. Perhaps once the crisis of proper human history is resolved and we return to Avalon, I might be able to pay her a proper visit. That sounds wonderful, Shiomi said sincerely. Morgan would probably be interested in returning to the garden as well. At the mention of Morgan's name, Gareth froze. Morgan. You mean His Majesty's sister, Morgan? No, probably not, Gawain said, rolling his arm as he walked over. Back in the Singularity, we had dealings with Chaldea's Morgan. Though we were enemies at the time, she wasn't the Morgan we know. Indeed, Tristan said, recalling that bitter defeat. Chaldea's Morgan was powerful, but there was something lacking. Her strength was overwhelming, yet she felt insufficiently cold. Even when she fought decisively, her killing intent lacked true cruelty. Of course, Beaban Sith said seriously. Mother is a savior, not the witch queen of proper human history. Please don't mistake her for someone else. As she spoke, she suddenly remembered something. I recall Father saying that several of the Knights of the Round Table are children of that Morgan from proper human history, is that right? Me, Gareth, and those who couldn't gather here, including Mordred, Agravain, and Gaheris, Gawain said, nodding. You could say it's nearly half of them, Shiomi said, looking at Artoria. And yet, every knight your sister sent ultimately remained loyal to you. Even when it came to Mordred, who eventually raised the banner of rebellion, Shiomi found it hard to put into words the complicated feelings that person had held toward King Arthur. It's all in the past now. To be able to fight alongside the knights of old again after 1,000 years, that alone is more than enough for me. Artoria shook her head, her voice calm, the feeling behind it deep and steady. Gareth felt exactly the same. She nearly broke down again, hastily sniffing to keep the tears from spilling over. Tristan smiled quietly, set aside his bow, and picked up a chilled drink to enjoy. There will be pastry served later as well. If any of you are interested, please do give them a try, Beaban Sith added. Putting that aside, do we really not need to worry about Lancelot? Shiomi turned and pointed in that direction. Why is Mash fighting him together with Melusine? Percival burst into an easy, cheerful laugh. There's no need for concern. If anything, Sir Lancelot is having the time of his life. Just don't overdo it, Shiomi reminded them with a half-joking tone. Otherwise, I'll be the one stuck helping everyone recover. Since this is a break, any way of spending it is understandable, Artoria said. Her gaze drifted to the shaved ice in Shiomi's hand. Isn't your fruit syrup a different flavor from mine? Yes. Shiomi nodded. Then let me have a taste. Without the slightest hesitation, Artoria reached out with her spoon and scooped up a mouthful of shaved ice heavy with syrup from Shiomi's cup. Shiomi couldn't help laughing. The colors on your tongue are already mixing together. Really? Only then did Artoria remember how easily that syrup stained the tongue. She instinctively stuck her tongue out to check, but couldn't quite see it clearly. A moment later, she pulled it back in, having completely forgotten that the Knights of the Round Table were right there watching. Thankfully, the knights were more than capable of reading the room. Without saying a word, they quietly gathered together again and resumed the discussion that had been interrupted earlier. Did you see that? Tristan opened his eyes once more. That subtle sense of distance. The way she shifts between being a king and being a woman, Gawain said solemnly. As expected of our king. Such remarkable discernment, Percival said. If this master is truly acknowledged by the Holy Lands, then we can head to the front lines without worry, no longer fearing for the king's safety. Still, seeing his majesty as she is now is surprising, Gareth said softly. Just as Sir Lancelot mentioned, I can't tell whether I should feel happy or sad. What do you think, brother Gawain? Gawain fell silent for a moment before speaking. The king wandered the world alone for 1500 years, bearing the Holy Lands, never finding rest. From an undying spirit, she became the goddess Rangominiad. If someone can truly understand that loneliness, and soothe it. It's a good thing Sir Agravain isn't here, Tristan muttered dryly. If he were, he'd be convinced the king had been led astray. In a sense, it's fortunate that we arrived on the battlefield a step too late, Percival agreed with a nod. The Knights of the Round Table sat together, eating their simple yet refreshing shaved ice in unison, their eyes lingering on Shiomi and Artoria as the two chatted amicably. Sensing their gazes, Shiomi could only pretend not to notice, keeping the conversation going while subtly making sure Artoria remained unaware. Above them, the thunderclouds in the sky quietly continued to spread. Chapter 808, Chapter 808, Volume 10, Chapter 58, Assault. After completing their preparations, the storm border, along with the two accompanying warships, began sailing toward Nemesis Island, preparing to break through Atlantis' final line of defense and enter the divine city of Olympus. With some distance still to cover, Morgan did not immediately return to the bridge. Instead, she remained on deck. It was then that Shiomi asked her a question. Is it just my imagination, or do the thunderclouds over the waters around Nemesis Island seem to be spreading in our direction? It's not your imagination. Morgan's fairy eyes shifted into an observational state, shimmering with a beautiful azure light. The thunderclouds have expanded considerably compared to before we set sail. In fact, even prior to our departure, the cloud cover over that sea region was already showing signs of expansion. That was precisely why Morgan had not returned to the bridge right away. It wasn't just to stay with Shiomi, but also to confirm the change she had happened to notice before departure. Weather at sea was notoriously unpredictable, especially in waters already blanketed by dark clouds. But this was a lost belt, a world ruled by the Olympian gods where the age of gods had never declined. Manipulating the weather was something that could be done in the blink of an eye. So I really wasn't seeing things. Shiomi was simply seeking confirmation from Morgan, relying on someone he trusted to reassure himself that this wasn't just anxiety making him overly sensitive. The magical energy within the cloud layer is extremely dense, Morgan continued. In the short time before and after our departure, the concentration has expanded by at least 5 times. No wonder the ley lines in Atlantis were drained so quickly after they recovered, Shiomi sneered softly. Looks like the other side is keeping a close watch as well. They're probably trying to prevent any more servants from proper human history from being dispatched as reinforcements, Morgan said calmly, unsurprised. So they deliberately set things up to divert ley line mana into the sky, expanding the thunderclouds and forming a special kind of defensive barrier. As she spoke, she smiled with composure and asked him a question. What do you intend to do, my husband? What else is there to do? Shiomi summoned the chosen spear into his hand and gripped it firmly. Do you remember those days when I shared the primordial runes with you, when we studied and researched magecraft together? Morgan smiled at his words. How could I forget? Although she had established her own magecraft system, she was thoroughly familiar with the primordial runes. Among the 18 primordial runes, Shiomi said as he stepped forward, there are runes meant for navigation. At their core, they manipulate elements and phenomena, forcing the environment itself to change in accordance with the caster's will. Morgan, her smile unhurried, kept her eyes fixed on his back. Runes began to coil around Longinus. Shiomi took another half step forward and hurled the spear toward the sky. The chosen spear turned into a white meteor, streaking over the azure sea as it shot straight toward the thundercloud-choked sky. That white radiance pierced through much of the dark cloud cover like an otherworldly bolt of lightning, throwing the clouds into renewed turmoil. This isn't magecraft, but the manipulation of phenomena through authority, Morgan said, folding her arms. Those Olympian gods really do love their little tricks. Soon, Longinus flew back into Shiomi's hand. The strike, infused with primordial runes, had failed to disperse the dense thunderclouds, but it did manage to temporarily halt their spreading momentum. This is bad. That attack just now seems to have triggered some kind of mechanism. A large number of magical beasts have appeared and are rapidly closing in on us from both the air and the sea. The communication line from the bridge connected, and Romani's voice rang out. I see it now. Shiomi lifted his spear. Looks like they don't intend to wait until we reach the storm zone. They're launching their interception early. They're trying to stretch out the battlefield to increase our attrition, giving Poseidon a greater advantage, Morgan said calmly. Since they've shown their hand first, I'll leave this to you, my husband. I'm heading back to the bridge to activate the ley lines blocking armament. Shiomi nodded. Have Artoria and Master get ready for combat. The three of us will. He didn't get to finish before the communication channel crackled to life again, this time from another source. So this is how you do it, right? It's connected, it's connected. Drake's voice came through, starting out uncertain before turning into the satisfaction of having figured something out. Captain Drake, what's going on? Shiomi asked. Everyone from Chaldea, looks like Olympus has sent out a whole bunch of units as their vanguard. In the holographic display, Drake raised both pistols high. You always let us sit back while you take the lead. That's no fun. How about letting me have the opening act this time? Same here, Bartholomew cut into the channel, clearly sharing the sentiment. How about leaving the tastiest part to us once in a while? Their ships themselves were part of their noble phantasms. By releasing their true names, they could blanket the waters ahead in overwhelming firepower. As they spoke, the other servants stationed aboard both ships voiced similar requests, all volunteering to take the role of vanguard. Shiomi glanced to either side at the warships escorting the storm border. At the same time, the servants on deck turned their gazes toward him. He then looked back at Morgan, who had yet to leave. She simply shrugged, wearing an easy smile that made it clear she had no need to push herself to the front. Since that's what you all want, Shiomi said, then I'll entrust the opening engagement to you. Prepare to release your noble phantasms' true names immediately. The storm border will provide mana support. Roger. Let's give those guys a big one. Drake answered with gusto. In an instant, the Golden Deer unfurled its sails to their fullest, surging ahead and briefly overtaking the storm border. On the opposite side, Bartholomew matched her perfectly, hoisting his sails and accelerating as well. As both sides closed the distance at high speed, even without binoculars, swarms of magical beasts could be seen, some flying through the sky, others cutting through the sea in dense formations. Standing at the bow, Drake split into a wide grin, laughing with unrestrained bravado. The battle at Hecate Island, her first real fight since returning to the sea, hadn't come close to satisfying her. After that, her ship and Bartholomew's had served as advanced scouts, investigating nearby waters and islands. All they'd encountered were wild magical beasts, without even a glimpse of Olympian troops. Hold tight, everyone. Don't let the waves toss you overboard. As the ship's speed reached its limit, the mana coursing through its hull surged violently. Become fertilizer for the sea right here, you Olympian magical beasts. All cannons, aim, Knight of the Golden Hind and the Storm, Golden Wild Hunt. We won't let you steal the show, but don't worry. My ship is far steadier than Captain Drake's, Bartholomew said, gripping the helm as he loudly invoked the true name of his noble phantasm. All guns, full broadside. Howl of the noble pirate baron, black dirty Barty howling. The overwhelming firepower unleashed by the two captains' noble phantasms poured forth without restraint. The barrage was so dense there was nowhere to evade, churning the sea into towering waves and walls of smoke that stretched across the horizon like an endless rampart. Chapter 809, Volume 10, Chapter 59, Breaking Through the Enemy Lines. The magical beasts of Olympus were special creatures created during Erland's mass production, infused with Klurinomia. Compared to their standard forms, they possessed far greater defenses and survivability. In response, the servants dispatched by the counterforce, including Drake and the others, had searched the temples on the islands, repurposing the divine legacies left behind across each island to strengthen themselves in every respect. With advantage cancelling out advantage, both sides were pushed back to the same starting line. Under the overlapping crossfire of the two noble phantasms, the incoming swarm of magical beasts was struck first, its numbers rapidly thinned. The fleet's charge no longer needed to slow, and it was able to maintain its original speed as it pressed forward. This is getting ridiculous. Now I can't even tell which ones I took down and which ones Captain Drake got. Bartholomew frowned, looking as if he'd miscalculated. We should have suggested alternating attacks. That way it'd be easier to count the kills. Before he could finish, an icy chill stabbed straight into his forehead. A split second later, several arrows tore through the waves and smoke that still hadn't fully cleared, shooting directly toward Bartholomew's face at the helm. There was no doubt about it. On Olympus's side, whoever was in charge of the interception had seen through the fact that Bartholomew was the core of this ship. Kill him, and the ship would vanish, dropping the servants aboard into the sea. Whether their allies chose to rescue them or left them to spiritualization and fend for themselves, it would still impact their fighting strength. But an obvious possibility like that had been accounted for from the very beginning. An archer, just as expected. Is it that servant called Caren? Gareth raised the shield on her left arm and blocked the volley, keeping her position in front of Bartholomew to guard him. Gawain gripped his sword's hilt in both hands, the blade angled upward. Most likely. The smoke and dust cloud still blocks our vision, and the midday sunlight is still upon us. Then I shall use my holy sword to drive out the enemy attempting to strike from hiding. A tremendous surge of mana poured from his tall, powerful body. The Knight of the Sun, wreathed in the glow of magic, used the warship as a foothold, leaping several times. After landing atop the mast, he sprang again, vaulting into the air more than 10 meters above the sea. This radiance dispels the night, illuminating the land as an inconvenient guardian, Excalibur Gallatin. The blade swelled in an instant. Sunlight coiled around the sword, becoming flames that looked as though they might set the ocean itself alight, sweeping across everything in front of him. Many more magical beasts were erased by that strike, yet Gawain felt none of the sensation of having hit a servant. As he fell back down onto the ship, more arrows came flying in, only to be calmly struck aside by Gawain. Caren was clearly far beyond the range of his noble phantasm, continuing to press for the initiative from a safe distance. As expected of the famed teacher who trained countless Greek heroes. Even I can't make out the enemy's distance, and yet you've loosed so many lethal arrows. Tristan plucked at his strings. But Caren of the Lost Belt, your little scheme has given one thing away. The red-haired knight standing at the bow, surrounded by an air of quiet, opened his keen eyes. That these arrows have revealed your position. Tristan said heavily, raising his weapon that was both lyre and bow as invisible arrows flew out. Amid the roar of wind and waves came the sound of arrows colliding and vanishing. Tristan did not falter. Relying on his sharp senses, he caught Caren's position, forcing the other to knock an arrow and fire back. That much was enough for a warm-up. Soon, the three ships successively passed through the waters where the intercepting magical beasts had been swarming. Beneath the black clouds, an even greater number of warships than at Hecate Island were arranged across the sea, rocking in the wind and rain yet holding their formation. What numbers? Is this the blessing of the Olympian gods? Lancelot was startled. Even in the age when the Knights of the Round Table were at their height, a fleet of this scale would have been unrealistic. And yet, after suffering 2 total annihilation defeats, they could still field so many warships. It was plain that this Lost Belt possessed extraordinary productive power. But with so many warships, naval combat becomes much easier. Percival pressed his lips into a thin line. Because there are plenty of places to land. Oh. Beside them, the gloomy Mandricardo echoed weakly. He certainly had fighting spirit, but the confidence of the Knights of the Round Table, confidence that didn't lose out even to Charlemagne's 12 champions, was so dazzling he felt like he couldn't quite keep up with their pace. All hands, attention. Although we've crushed the magical beast's charge meant to stop us, we're about to break into the stormy seas. Shiomi's voice rang out, impossibly clear amid the roaring wind and crashing waves. It was a transmission carried by Magecraft. This is no ordinary storm. It's a defensive line woven by the gods, a tempest that will attack us unilaterally. Do not push too far ahead on your own, or you'll fall beyond the reach of Goddess Scotty's protection. As his warning spread, scattered raindrops began to fall from the sky, quickly growing heavier and more relentless. This was the price of drawing close to the stormy seas. Knights of the Round Table. Servants of proper human history. Break through this line, and the gates of Olympus will be right before us. Artoria raised her holy sword high, its golden radiance blazing brilliantly across the steadily darkening sea. Survive, and then face the gods. Amid thunder and lightning, her clear and resolute voice reached everyone without fail, lifting the fighting spirit of the entire force. Inside the bridge, Olga Marie took a deep breath and issued her order without hesitation. Full speed ahead. Concentrate Storm Border's mana at the bow and reinforce the defensive barrier. Storm Border surged forward at once. At the same time, Olga Marie glanced back toward Morgan and gave a silent nod. Morgan returned it, lifting her chin slightly in acknowledgement. Spirit Vein closing armament, Rongaminiad, loading. Round Lance, 12 base parallel anchor deployment. Olympus Fleet engagement mode, activate. Every gun port on Storm Border opened at once, firing 10 seconds before collision distance. A torrential barrage rained down across the enemy warships. At the same time, the opposing fleet activated its autonomous heavy bows. Enormous mana arrows streaked through the air, some intercepted by the Spirit Vein closing armament, others stopped by the first defensive barrier Shiomi had deployed before they could reach the Chaldea fleet. To attack without restraint, overwhelming defenses were indispensable. Leave the vanguard to your master. Within the raging storm, Scáthach flicked her rain-soaked hair aside and spoke in a tired voice. Without waiting for Shiomi's reply, she leapt from the deck, plunging toward the forward center of the Olympus fleet. You won't take another step forward. A familiar, irritable shout rang out. Almost on instinct, she twisted midair to meet the attack, her crimson spear colliding head-on with an incoming lance. The moment she recognized the enemy blocking her path, a sharp, frigid smile spread across her face. Then pray your luck holds out this time, Divine Spirit. Chapter 810, Volume 10, Chapter 60, Melee Battle. Shiomi was slightly taken aback by his master being intercepted by Canes. During the initial breakout battle, Canes had been heavily injured by Scáthach, but not killed. After that came the fall of Artemis. Under those circumstances, the only way Canes could have survived was if someone had rescued her, or if her master, Kirei, had used a command spell to transfer her away. Yet she had not reappeared for a long time. Either she had been repairing her damaged spirit core, or she had been forbidden from taking the field. In any case, Canes showing up here was not out of the ordinary. Having sorted this out in an instant, Shiomi stopped dwelling on Canes altogether. Before the battle began, his inflaming divinity had already been granted to all frontline combatants, servants included. Leaving Canes to his master, the storm boarder slammed straight into the Olympus fleet, sending a tremendous shock through the hull. On both flanks, Drake's and Bartholomew's warships also cut into the enemy formation. Knights of the Round Table and other servants aboard them leapt out in coordinated pairs, closing in on nearby ships to engage. Blades flashing with mana triggered explosion after explosion. A metallic, multi-headed serpent burst up from beneath the sea. Several heads lunged toward the storm boarder's deck from different angles, some aiming for the hull, others trying to swallow Shiomi and Artoria whole. Out of the way. Barghest roared as the greatsword swung down, severing the serpent head rushing in. Barghest, stay on deck and make sure Sakura and the others aren't approached, Shiomi said calmly, extending a hand to shatter the gaping maw that tried to devour him. As the massive serpent reeled backward, Shiomi leapt out. Artoria and Melusine followed close behind, each advancing along three separate routes that remained distinct yet close to one another, launching their assaults on the Olympus fleet. Barghest wanted nothing more than to charge forward as well, but this time remained behind to hold the line. Bolts of lightning laden with dense mana continuously fell from the sky, striking either the Olympus fleet or the Chaldea side. Just as Shiomi had anticipated, every bolt targeted Chaldea's combatants. However, the fleet as a whole remained under Scotty's protection, and the lightning never achieved decisive results. The servants fighting atop the warships followed Shiomi's advice, keeping themselves in constant motion and never stopping, avoiding sustained lightning strikes. Any occasional spillover damage was largely mitigated by magic resistance, dispersing most of the impact. Gareth, this ship's about to sink. Keep moving. Gawain shouted to his sister behind him. The next target is over there. Gareth locked onto the nearest warship, sprinted up a break in the gunwale, and leapt forward. She raised her shield to guard her front, aimed her lance at the deck with her right hand, poured mana into it, and crashed down like a cannonball. Heh. Ha. Imitation. Breaking all restraints, overloaded light of the lake, Arondite overload. The Olympus soldiers failed to brace in time and were scattered by the impact. Temporarily deep behind enemy lines, Gareth scanned her surroundings with caution, searching for her next target. These Atlantis defenders came in many varieties, some specialized in defense, others in offense, and still others were special units capable of magecraft-based attacks. Their diversity even surpassed that of Camelot's soldiers. After a swift sweep of the formation, her gaze fixed on the magecraft unit standing at the rear. Though Gareth looked small, like a puppyish and adorable girl next door, on the battlefield she was an exceptionally fierce warrior. Once, to protect a dear friend, she had defeated over a dozen famed knights using nothing but a single spear. Her valiant figure in battle had earned her high praise from King Arthur himself, who named her the Rampaging Wolf. The moment she took up her weapon and stepped onto the battlefield, the puppy transformed into a wolf that tore its enemies apart. There. The Olympus soldiers who wielded magecraft did not use it to attack. Once they realized magecraft could not harm these servants, they instead redirected it to reinforce the comrades around them. These soldiers possessed a level of fighting spirit and ferocity far beyond that of humans. Without large-scale anti-army noble phantasms, clearing them out was extremely troublesome. That meant the source of their enhanced combat power had to be cut off. She charged left and right across the deck, rapidly punching through the Olympus soldiers' formation and heading straight for the magecraft units. Then cannon fire sounded from the right. She knew Drake's warship was firing again. But the shells exploded above her head, as if striking something that had been trying to ambush Gareth. Huh. Gareth stopped in her tracks. In the raging storm, she looked up and saw a massive figure descending through the thick smoke. Boom. A gigantic axe gleaming with divine radiance collided with the holy sword of the lake, unleashing a violent gale. Taking the chance, Gareth retreated several steps and finally saw who had come to her aid. Sir Lancelot. Fall back, Sir Gareth. This man is no ordinary opponent. Veins stood out on Lancelot's forehead as aqua blue light wrapped around the holy sword of the lake. In an instant, it clashed hundreds of times with the divine axe, the shockwave sending ordinary soldiers flying. Then both sides pulled back. Lancelot regrouped with Gareth, and the two faced their opponent head-on. A servant of proper human history with such strength, you are not to be underestimated. The giant, nearly 3 meters tall, fixed the pair with a cold stare. His iron-hard voice carried a note of praise. Heracles. Jason, who was helping Drake pilot the ship, finally realized what their cannon fire had hit. Hey, wait, what's going on? I thought that great hero was taken out by Artemis's attack. Drake's eyes went wide. Before the Chaldea group arrived, Heracles had protected the crew of the Argo by enduring 2 of Artemis's arrows with his noble phantasm, 12 labors, and had then withdrawn from the battle. Divine Spirit, Class Servant reaction detected. Class response, Archer. The report came through Chaldea's communications. No, that's not my friend. Jason clenched his teeth, anger and conflict twisting together. That's the Heracles of this lost belt. In the waters of Atlantis, there was an island named after Heracles. There was no doubt about it. In this lost belt, the great hero Heracles was no longer a demigod, but a full-fledged god. They'll definitely die. Those 2 knights of the Round Table can't possibly beat Heracles. Jason shouted. Orion. No, don't call Orion, Drake said. The knights of the Round Table are already moving together. As Jason tried to call for reinforcements, the other knights of the Round Table noticed this sudden shift on the battlefield. One after another, they leapt onto the warship, preparing to face the divine spirit Heracles. So they were still hiding something like this. No, no. Jason muttered as he clenched his fists. Unable to join the fight himself, he continued analyzing the situation. Was it that man, or was it Zeus, who replenished his power after the Battle of Hecate Island? Chapter 811, Volume 10, Chapter 61, The Defensive Line's True Intent. The manifestation of the divine spirit Heracles triggered an immense mana reaction, one that Shiomi immediately sensed. It seemed one of the reasons his inspiration had dried up so abruptly earlier was that Olympus itself was consuming inspiration to carry out a special summoning. By exploiting the heroic spirit summoning system and the unique conditions of the Lost Belt, they had achieved a method that came extraordinarily close to summoning the original bodies, allowing Lost Belt servants to manifest here. Shiomi recalled Demeter once saying that half of the gods had never had their logic rewritten by Zeus and had instead become part of the opposing faction. Subsequent investigations across the various islands confirmed the truth. The islands scattered throughout the Atlantis Sea bore the names of gods because those deities, after being defeated in the ancient war of the Olympian gods, had fallen into the sea and transformed into land masses themselves. The divine spirit Heracles was no exception. The gods who had once refused to side with Zeus were summoned again as servants, their logic rewritten in parallel to forge them into compliant warriors, then placed along the defensive line meant to block Chaldea's advance into Olympus. Shiomi swung his spear, smashing aside the Olympian soldiers that blocked his view. He ignored the horde of magical beasts surrounding him and calmly surveyed the battlefield. If Gareth had torn through the ranks aboard a single ship, then Shiomi had broken straight through the entire fleet's formation, arriving at what appeared to be the flagship. The ship's manpower, armaments, and magical beasts were all absurd in scale, and the vessel itself was enormous. Yet it had one fatal flaw. There was no servant acting as commander. Cryptor or Lost Belt servant alike, there was no one. In other words, it was a false flagship. And as a maritime defensive line, although this fleet was larger than the previous 2 combined, it gave off a persistent sense of inadequacy. Neither Demeter nor Aphrodite had shown themselves. There was also no sign of the Eumaean group. Still, beyond the storm that nearly blotted out the horizon, Nemesis Island had begun to rise above the sea. Had the defensive line been pulled back to the island? Or was it even farther behind, along the route leading to the Void Cavern? When searching for the entrance that led into Olympus, Shiomi had dispatched his familiar, Crow, to survey the surrounding waters and the condition of the fantasy tree. The result had been clear. Mana there was in extreme chaos. Whether one traveled by sea or by air, control would be lost, and sooner or later one would be dragged into a mana vortex. Even if escape were possible, the losses would be devastating. Did Olympus possess some method of negating such hostile conditions? While turning these thoughts over in his mind, Shiomi casually cleared away the enemies before him, as if pruning weeds in a garden, and prepared to withdraw to support the Knights of the Round Table. At that moment, something burst from the water behind him and lunged straight for his back. Shiomi snapped his chosen spear around, striking the attacker's weapon with a heavy, resonant crash. He slowly turned his head, and when he saw who it was, his eyes widened slightly. Before him were the very hands his master had once personally laid to rest, now reappearing like revenants. The Dioscuri. Summoned again. He leveled his spear at them. You really never learn. Do you enjoy throwing yourselves at death that much? Shut up, false god, the brother, Castor, shouted. Last time was nothing but your luck. Now that we've received the blessing of the great Zeus, we won't let you take a single step into Olympus. Pollux stared at Shiomi with icy calm. There's no need to waste words on someone like him, brother. You're right. Let's do it. As if they had completely forgotten the pain of their previous defeat, the twin servants charged at Shiomi, driven by burning vengeance. Beneath the sea, more magical beasts surged upward, surrounding the warship Shiomi stood upon and cutting off the view from Artoria and Meliacine, who were fighting nearby. It wasn't just the Dioscuri. Odysseus, Theseus, Asclepius. Servants both familiar and unfamiliar appeared one after another. All of them were Greek heroes born of the Lost Belt, bearing spirit origins of overwhelming strength, utterly different from those of proper human history. Shiomi restored the earth ley lines, only for Olympus to seize the opportunity and exploit them, using the same heroic spirit summoning to siphon off a vast amount of ley line mana. On the horizon, more warships continued to arrive without pause. Thunderbolts crashed down ceaselessly, shielding the Lost Belt servants while striking at Chaldea. Such blatantly one-sided, hostile weather was likely a set of predefined rules established from the very beginning. Now the Chaldea fleet had become entangled with the Olympus armada. Although the barrier Scotty deployed protected their allies, it also indirectly spared the Olympus warships fighting at close range from having to endure thunder meant for Chaldea's personnel. The sea descended into total chaos. That might well have been exactly what Olympus wanted. Bracing his spear against the twin servants' weapons, Shiomi's mind raced, and he arrived at a conclusion almost instantly. Perhaps Olympus wasn't merely trying to stop Chaldea's advance. The Void Cavern, the gateway itself, was likely going to be sealed as well. Before the descent of the alien god, Kirsteria probably wanted to eliminate any variables that could spiral out of control. If that was the case, to dare lose focus on the battlefield. Just how long do you plan to look down on us? Castor roared, his voice thick with fury. Shiomi snapped out of his thoughts and lifted his gaze, staring back coldly. Looking down on you would require actually looking first. But trash like you isn't even worth my attention. Arrogant bastard. We'll take you apart one by one. Thalassic calamity, Shiomi said softly. The torrential rain, already cold enough to sap warmth from the body, instantly grew even more frigid. Even the twin servants felt the chill bite into them, their movements dulled as they found themselves unable to exert their full strength. In an instant, the cold spread outward from the flagship, freezing a stretch of sea more than 10 meters in radius. Seawater, driving rain, magical beasts, soldiers, all of it froze solid at once. Seeing that the twins had barely endured the Grand Magecraft, with most of their bodies still able to move, Shiomi didn't press the attack. Instead, he opened a channel to the storm border. I can see more warships closing in, Shiomi said. We can't keep wasting time on these idiots. Notify Drake and Bartholomew immediately. Regroup everyone engaged in combat and prepare to break through. Olympus is likely about to close the Void Cavern. Crash. Before Chaldea could respond to Shiomi's warning and assessment, the twin servants tore their way out of the ice at the cost of torn flesh and lunged forward once more. Don't even think about escaping. The twins spoke in unison. What, did I hit a nerve? Shiomi asked as he deflected their storm-like assault. If that so-called gate closes, you'll be abandoned in Atlantis as expendable pawns. And you're fine with that? We have already offered everything to the great god Zeus and to his ally, Lord Kirsteria. How could a mere false god ever understand that? So that's your faith, Shiomi replied calmly. Then die for it once again. Having reached that conclusion, Shiomi spoke without hesitation.